This audiobook contains 94 censored sentences and 203 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. Yet he quickly shook off the pain, unwavering and resolute. Without hesitation, Ragnar pivoted, summoning the same creature he had manifested moments earlier. His Guandao thrust towards Aoife, who skillfully dodged the attack, while simultaneously deflecting the creature's horns with her own weapon. The toll of his injuries became evident, the missing arm, bleeding, and a paleness creeping over his face. However, Ragnar pressed on, undeterred. His relentless assault on Aoife continued, showcasing an impressive resilience and unwavering determination. As Aoife gazed at him, she couldn't help but be impressed by the unyielding light in Ragnar's eyes, a testament to his unshakable resolve in the face of adversity. A tranquil smile graced Aoife's face as she vanished and reappeared beside Ragnar. At the same time, the aura creature he had conjured shattered into pieces, leaving him completely stunned. Without hesitation, Aoife swiftly executed a precise kick to Ragnar's neck, sending him sprawling once again. Upon landing, Aoife wasted no time and dashed toward Ragnar. Her sword, Fragarak, emitted a mesmerizing combination of pale green, silvery white, and crimson aura as she swung it. In an instant, she appeared behind Ragnar. This resulted in the complete destruction of Ragnar's Guandao and remaining arm, leaving a sizable gash across his chest. To Aoife's astonishment, Ragnar didn't succumb to the injuries. Instead, he quickly turned, leaped toward her, and transformed his body and legs into a spear-like aura. This unexpected display momentarily caught Aoife off guard, but she quickly regained her composure. Drawing her sword back, she unleashed a single, devastating aura slash infused with crimson ice and ethereal energy. The attack took the form of a rapidly spinning cross, aiming to conclude this duel. Ragnar, unable to dodge Aoife's overwhelming attack, accepted the inevitability of his defeat and perhaps his imminent death. His stern expression softened, morphing into a sorrowful smile as he braced for the impending attack. Aoife's powerful blow cut through him, toppling his crumbling form. The bravado of the impact dissipated upon meeting the protective barrier that Eren had set up. Once again, the stage bore witness to the grim aftermath of battle, and Aoife, standing amidst the aftermath, grappled with the emotions stirred by the intense battle. As with her past matches, an eerie silence enveloped the arena. Vuvuvinner, Warriernad. Lord Ragnar Chong has been defeated, the announcer proclaimed, shattering the silence. However, the usual cheers that followed such declarations were noticeably absent. Aoife, her expression inscrutable, gracefully departed the stage, retreating to the solitude of her waiting room. Seated, Eren casually clicked his fingers, initiating the cleanup process and effortlessly storing the aftermath into his inventory. 2 down, 2 to go, he remarked, gazing pensively at the sky. The impending arrival of the Artemis group, laden with inquiries for him, lingered in his thoughts. Unagor and Igris observed Eren's actions, but remained silent, refraining from questioning him. As the ongoing tournament resumed with the remaining matches, it became evident that the crowd eagerly anticipated Aoife's confrontations with the remaining subordinates of Eihild. Artemis and her team, pressing forward together, finally arrived at the second-to-last tower. Despite their thorough efforts to explore every corner, they found no significant discoveries. Undeterred, they made their way up to the final floor, only to be met with a remarkable sight. A mammoth goose, towering at a staggering 30 feet, stood before them, momentarily rendering the entire group speechless. This unexpected encounter was truly extraordinary. Unlike a humanoid form, the being that stood in front of them was undeniably a gigantic goose, its intense gaze fixed on Artemis and her team. In response to their bewildered expressions, the colossal goose spoke, tilting its head curiously. "What?" it inquired. "I am Gooslinga, a covert barrado of our secret organization. The explosions and my intuition brought me up to speed on the unfolding events. Let's engage in a conversation, and I express my gratitude for sparing our subordinates well, most of them. I am Ravel Phoenix, a barrado of the resistance. If your intentions are genuine, we shall Gooslinga. Shut up. Why are you siding with them? Why even entertain the idea of talking to them? Questioned the humanoid deer in frustration. Unlike the others, Gooslinga held a more complex perspective. I never held a strong animosity towards the resistance. They faced challenges beyond their abilities, and now it seems they have significant support. I am willing to understand their plans and, perhaps, find common ground, Gooslinga explained. Common ground? What possible common ground could there be? The Foshidums are nothing but power-hungry psychopaths. If not for Fumara's control, they would continue their evil deeds without restraint, exclaimed the humanoid deer, his frustration evident. The innate nature within oneself cannot be denied. I understand this well, as my species is bound by certain dietary preferences that unfortunately result in illness. It's simply beyond our control. I see it in a similar light, albeit with a more destructive impact on others. When it's in your DNA, resistance is indeed futile, Gooslinga explained. The humanoid deer attempted to protest fervently, but Artemis swiftly intervened, delivering a resounding kick to his head that silenced him, rendering him unconscious. Sit down. Let's have a discussion. Share all that you know, Artemis directed, gesturing towards a table and chairs positioned near the expansive glass window. Gooslinga nodded before seamlessly transforming into a humanoid form. Her appearance shifted to reveal long, silky white hair, captivating yellow eyes, and elegantly curved horns adorning the sides of her head. Clad in a flowing white dress with feathers trailing behind, she assumed a form that was both mesmerizing and otherworldly. Observing the transformation, Geharin couldn't conceal his nervousness. I was wondering how she would, join us at the table, he admitted. I guess it makes sense she can do that. Once everyone settled into their seats, Geharin curiously inquired, so why the horns? As far as I can recall, your species doesn't possess such distinctive features. I am of the royal bloodline, my lineage marked by the horns that my parents also bore. We took great care to conceal our true nature, but our species, unfortunately, fell victim to extinction at the hands of your kind, the Foshidums. I am now the last of my kind, without siblings and only surviving because my parents sent me away during the attack. It was purely by luck that I managed to survive, Gooslinga revealed, recounting the painful history of her lineage. Geharin, overwhelmed with shame upon hearing her account, hung his head and whispered an apology. I'm sorry, he muttered. Why apologize? Your demeanor sets you apart from the majority of your species, although I do experience a slight headache when looking at you. Anyway, Centurado, if you're comfortable sharing, tell us about your journey in joining them, prompting a nod from Artemis. After a moment of thought, Gooslinga nodded. We are Apennine Coltil. Our leader is quite unconventional, and the planet we're based on doesn't have a name, as far as I know. However, here are the coordinates, she said, entering the information into the table with her fingernails. Currently, we count around 2,000 members. Our main goal was to destroy the Foshidums, Fumara's organization, and the resistance. Artemis delved deeper, asking, do all members share the same beliefs? Centurado, Gooslinga. Bad news. Our planet has been completely annihilated. Everyone else there has been killed, including our boss, exclaimed a voice from beyond the portal. They apparently left a message too. Another portal appeared, displaying the ominous voice message, greetings, group of misfits. I have been aware of your activity here for quite some time and have been slowly gathering information about you. Today, during the Resistance's attack on us, I decided to retaliate this way. Fufu, your planet and the rest of your group are now dead. Bye. Silence filled the room as everyone processed the shocking turn of events. After a minute of contemplation, Artemis broke the silence, her voice carrying a somber tone that sounded like Morwenna. A woman of her intelligence was bound to find out, but I didn't think she'd retaliate like this. I knew it. It was the Resistance's fault for this happening. We should strike back at them now, or just obliterate the buildings here on Xenwaria. The man shouted from beyond the portal, his anger evident. It wasn't their fault. You heard Morwenna. She had been monitoring our activity here, slowly preparing for this. It was inevitable. Morwenna launched her attack today because of the Resistance showing up here, and, from the looks of things, after she was defeated and driven back, Guslinga calmly replied, trying to provide context to the chaotic situation. Actually, interrupted Reiko. She proceeded to inform Guslinga and the man beyond the portal that the adversaries they faced were nothing but clones, including Morwenna herself, and that their real selves were likely on their original planet. What? What kind of nonsense is this? The man exclaimed in frustration. So, does that mean we've been doing this for nothing? Murkrow, let's think this through. With only a few of us left, and I'm assuming some others weren't present on that planet, we still have more survivors. This means we still have a chance to fight Fumara. But we need to let go of the idea of destroying the Fashidoms and align ourselves with the Resistance, suggested Guslinga, offering a practical solution in the face of adversity. Are you crazy? I refuse, and so will the others. We wouldn't be caught dead with those useless scumbags. If that's your position, then consider yourself out of our remaining organization. Am leaving with the others, forget this, exclaimed Murkrow before the communication portal vanished. Geharon, go with Reiko to stop them. Ravel, go with them and try to find any more important documents or papers, ordered Artemis, and the trio quickly departed, leaving Artemis and Guslinga alone. May I suggest you join us? You have been abandoned by them and now have nowhere to go, Artemis proposed, extending an offer of alliance in the face of uncertain circumstances. Well, I don't have a problem with that, especially since I just offered to join you. But I have to emphasize Murkrow is a bird-like creature and is quite strong. All the others with him in the last building of this city are also bird-like creatures who used to be part of his group before the Fashidoms destroyed their planet, explained Guslinga. Centuredo, the other two avians with him, were also given this permission. Oh, please inform your team that they aren't all evil, especially the woman there. They should have offspring too, so? Guslinga suggested, hinting at a more nuanced view of their potential adversaries. I understand. I will let Reiko and the others know, replied Artemis as she summoned a magic circle and relayed this information to her team. Anyway, let's discuss a few more things. Warrior Null steps on a stage, and on the opposing side, we have Lord Phelan, one of Lady Ihild's subordinates, declared the booming voice of the announcer. Let the match commence. Phelan, a man with tousled black hair, piercing black eyes, and dressed in a voluminous black trench coat, a crisp white shirt, black pants, and polished shoes, stood confidently before Aoife. With a gun in his right hand and a katana secured at his waist, Phelan cut an imposing figure. In a disinterested and nonchalant manner, he addressed Aoife by lattice orders. You know the drill. Either you die, or I do. Let's not waste time. Without hesitation, Phelan unleashed a flurry of bullets in Aoife's direction. However, with effortless skill, she deflected the projectiles with her sword. Undeterred, Phelan maintained a stern gaze as Aoife swiftly closed the distance, attempting to strike him with her sword. To her surprise, he appeared to vanish, leaving behind elusive afterimages that bewildered her. Undeterred by Aoife's resilience, Phelan resumed firing bullets from behind her. This time, there is a noticeable difference. The projectiles seemed to possess an enhanced force. As Aoife attempted to deflect them, she sensed their increased power compared to the previous volley. Upon heightening her senses, the revelation became clear. The bullets were not only propelled with greater speed due to some modification in the gun, but also influenced by wind manipulation. Undaunted, Aoife, bolstered by her increased strength, adeptly deflected the powerful bullets once again. Phelan displayed a hint of surprise, but without dwelling on it, he continued his relentless assault, firing bullets at her. In a dynamic display of agility, Aoife skillfully ran around, deflecting the projectiles before leaping into the air and lunging at Phelan, escalating the intensity of the confrontation. Phelan quickly adjusted, seizing his sword with his free hand and effectively parrying Aoife's attack. Yet, the power behind her strike forced him backward. In retaliation, Phelan unleashed a flurry of bullets, but to his astonishment, Aoife effortlessly evaded them at such a close range, momentarily impressing him with her agility. Mirroring their earlier confrontation, Phelan vanished mysteriously, leaving a trail of afterimages. However, Aoife was caught off guard as some of the afterimages unexpectedly turned and fired bullets at her. Compelled to deflect the sudden onslaught, Aoife mused, "His afterimages can also attack me? That's unexpected." Unconcerned, she raced toward Phelan once more, his figure now shrouded in darkness. Increasing her speed, Aoife swung her blade at Phelan, only to see him disappear into the shadows and reappear above her. Swiftly maneuvering, Phelan spun around, skillfully pulling the trigger and slicing his bullets in half, effectively increasing the volume of his shots. To Aoife's surprise, the bullet's speeds heightened, hurtling towards her. Reacting swiftly, she stomped her foot, conjuring a barrier of ice that not only stopped the bullets, but also froze them in their tracks. Watching Phelan's tactics, Aoife deduced, no doubt about it, he's probably more of an assassin than anything. He won't last too long in prolonged fights. It was pretty bold of him to come and fight me, though was he close to Ragnar? These thoughts occupied her mind as she adeptly deflected more bullets from Phelan. Testing her theory, Aoife dashed towards him. In an instant, she tapped into more speed, vanishing and leaving swirling shockwaves in her wake. Reappearing before Phelan in the blink of an eye, she quickly stabbed him on the shoulder. The relentless assault continued as she repeated the same movements, deliberately targeting the same spot until Phelan, unable to follow her rapid movements, disappeared into the shadows once again. Phelan emerged at the far end of the stage, accompanied by shadow clones. Together, they unleashed a storm of bullets at Aoife. The shadow clones fired bullets made of darkness, while Phelan's own bullets were infused with the essence of wind, each bearing a clock on the side. Clocks. I see. Does that gun have some kind of time-altering ability? That's why its speed seemed to increase, murmured Aoife as she skillfully dodged the bullets. Undeterred, she swiftly moved towards Phelan, who looked visibly irritated as his injured shoulder became enveloped in darkness with blood dripping from it. Aoife infused her sword with crimson ice before using her extraordinary skill to freeze the bullets in mid-flight. Realizing his attacks were having little impact, Phelan gestured with his gun, summoning several shadowy hands that emerged from the ground, trying to grab Aoife. But she effortlessly froze them in an instant, leaving Phelan even more frustrated by his inability to gain the upper hand. With a swift and calculated motion, Aoife brought down the hilt of her sword onto Phelan's hand, dislodging the gun and causing his grasp to go numb. Phelan grunted in pain as he reached for his sword, only to be caught off guard when Aoife seized the opportunity to snatch his gun without launching another attack. Examining the weapon she had just acquired, Aoife nodded in approval. "This might come in handy. He'll be taking this," she declared, effortlessly storing the gun in her ring. Unfazed by the loss, Phelan sighed and conjured a new weapon, a gun crafted from obsidian wind and darkness. "I don't need it," he declared before unleashing his aura. A powerful entity materialized behind him, revealing only its upper half. The muscular being with clock-like eyes displayed various clocks embedded around its body, notably on its wrists, arms, shoulders, and stomach. The entity's mouth parted, unleashing swirling winds and drooling ominously. Phelan tapped his new gun against his forehead, a gesture that conveyed both urgency and resignation. Gazing at Aoife, he sighed, "Time is running out. Please prepare yourself," and promptly vanished from sight. With heightened senses, Aoife pinpointed Phelan's location and, anticipating his attack, swung her sword in a wide arc, shattering his sword upon impact. Phelan, taken aback by the unexpected turn, found himself disarmed. You'll have to be quicker than that, Aoife remarked with a sly grin. She swiftly dashed towards Phelan, who responded by unleashing a rapid barrage of bullets made of darkness. These new projectiles surpassed the speed of his previous ones, reaching Mach 12, twice the speed of the fastest recorded aircraft. Undeterred, Aoife effortlessly deflected the bullets. Observing Phelan's desperation to increase the speed further, Aoife noticed blood trickling from his face. It became evident that the power he wielded was taking a toll on him, gradually consuming him from within. "Why do you fight for her?" Aoife asked, genuinely curious about Phelan's motivations. "I owe her one," Phelan replied simply. "There's nothing more to it." "I see," Aoife replied before suddenly appearing behind Phelan in the blink of an eye. In one fluid motion, she struck down his arms and obliterated the entity that had appeared behind him. Unfazed by the sudden defeat, Phelan knew that Aoife had held back during their confrontation. He was aware that the remaining members he considered allies shared this knowledge, but were bound by their duty to protect Eihild. Fleeing from Aoife would brand them as cowards and likely lead to their demise. Among Eihild's direct subordinates, Phelan held a unique position, sharing a history with her. Their paths crossed when Phelan was on the brink of death, and by sheer coincidence, Eihild intervened, drastically altering his fate for the better. Though he didn't condone Fumara's actions, Phelan felt an indebtedness to Eihild, a debt he sought to repay no matter the circumstances. Phelan gazed solemnly at the sky, his expression heavy with emotion. Whispering a farewell to Eihild, he added, "Until we meet again." In a matter of moments, Phelan's form began to fracture like shards of ice, ultimately dissolving into tiny crimson fragments. "The victor is Warrior Null," the announcer proclaimed. With precision, Aoife exited the stage, her mind swirling with contemplations of the intricacies of the battle she had faced and the motivations driving those she had encountered. "Apologize to everything and everyone." Geharon's voice reverberated in the room. Murkrow, once filled with pride and arrogance, found himself kneeling, tears cascading down his cheeks. Geharon's foot firmly pressed against his head as he extended his apologies to Rykos Group. Their encounter was swiftly resolved, and the building revealed no significant discoveries. Artemis' valuable intel led them to uncover several avian-like females in hiding, each accompanied by young offspring. Choosing mercy, they spared them and followed Ravel as they ascended to the final floor, where the culmination of their mission awaited. The balance of power had shifted, and Murkrow, now humbled, offered his apologies in a moment of surrender. Reiko and Ravel exchanged looks of surprise at Geharon's sudden change in attitude. His actions caught them off guard, and they struggled to comprehend this side of him at first. But Geharon soon revealed that he had a soft spot for children and dreamt of having his own someday. The sight of the mothers and their children in a battered state fueled Geharon's anger. When Murkrow and his leaders confessed to being responsible for the beatings, the emotions in the room intensified even further. Reiko and Ravel took their own steps to address the situation, with Reiko initially dealing with the offenders and Geharon ultimately retaliating. "You're all coming with us, whether you like it or not. I'm dragging you back with us, and am definitely going to report everything to your leader. I doubt he'll be pleased with what you've done." Geharon's voice reverberated with anger at the bird-like creature. "Geharon, that's enough," Artemis' voice suddenly interjected. The attention of Rykos Group shifted to find Artemis and Gooslinga present, accompanied by the still-sleeping humanoid deer. "Gooslinga," Murkrow muttered, glancing nervously at Gooslinga. "I've reminded you before to treat your companions with care, but you have continued to act in this manner. Why? You have the power to break generational trauma on your own, you know?" Gooslinga chided, addressing Murkrow. "What do you mean by that?" Geharon questioned, maintaining his firm stance with his foot on the weakened Murkrow, who hung his head in defeat and shame. Large extended family groups are very commonplace in Murkrow's species, which is why he was born into one. However, his father and mothers mostly ignored him. In the end, Censuredo. Suddenly, an explosion of flames illuminated the sky of Xenwaria, taking the shape of a bird before vanishing. The unexpected display surprised them, but Artemis shook her head, remarking, "That must be Suzuka. Let's leave that to her and rendezvous with Aaron in the Colosseum he's in." Her team quickly agreed, gathering everyone as they made their way out of the building, heading towards the Colosseum. Despite the awareness of the planet's inhabitants regarding their activities, no one dared to attack Artemis Group. Instead, they maintained a cautious distance, observing the group as they proceeded on their mission. In the Grand Colosseum, Aoife stood poised on the stage, awaiting her final opponent, the last of Ihild's subordinates. To her surprise, the figure that emerged was a female wolf Yukai. With black and dark blue hair, piercing orange eyes, and an elegant black and golden dress, she exuded an air of grace. And four tails trailed behind her. "Are you from the planet Hanazora Ion?" Aoife asked. The wolf Yukai chuckled before replying, "I once was. But now, I serve Lady Ihild for my own reasons. I am Ioxa. Let's have a fair fight." With those words, she assumed a combat stance, and ethereal blue flames, resembling wolf heads, appeared behind her. Aoife nodded silently at Ioxa, and the announcer declared, "Let the, second final battle of the tournament between Warrior Null and Lady Ioxa begin." The audience, surprised by the mention of a second final, eagerly awaited to learn the significance of this announcement after the clash between Aoife and Ioxa. In a swift and graceful movement, Ioxa disappeared from her original position and reappeared above Aoife, spinning rapidly with a trail of fiery flames. Descending with great force, she delivered a powerful kick towards Aoife, who skillfully blocked the attack with her sword. Unexpectedly, the blue flames surrounding Ioxa dispersed towards Aoife after the blocked kick. Reacting quickly, Aoife stomped her foot, conjuring crimson ice that surged from the ground, effectively countering Ioxa's encroaching blue flames. The clash between the two elemental forces resulted in a series of small explosions, causing both fighters to stagger. Undaunted by the exchange, Aoife charged back at Ioxa without hesitation. In response, Ioxa encased her arms in the same ethereal blue flames, swirling them around her to form a protective shield adorned with the visage of a wolf. With a swift motion, she unleashed the shield towards Aoife, aiming to test the warrior's mettle once more. In a bold move, Aoife surged forward, cutting through the encircling flames with a single, decisive swing. Emerging on the other side, Ioxa aimed a swift kick at her, only to be surprised as Aoife released her sword, using it into an impromptu platform. Using this unconventional maneuver, Aoife skillfully propelled herself out of harm's way, narrowly avoiding the oncoming kick. Gracefully landing on the ground, Aoife swiftly rebounded towards Ioxa. With a sudden burst of momentum, she thrust her head into the wolf Yukai's back, sending her sprawling. Seizing the moment, Aoife reclaimed her sword and unleashed a barrage of rapid aura slashes towards Ioxa. Undeterred, Ioxa executed a mid-air spin, landing gracefully on the ground. In response to Aoife's sword onslaught, she thrust her hands forward, conjuring a vortex of blue flames that countered the incoming slashes. The clash of sword and flames resulted in yet another explosion between the two formidable warriors. During a brief pause in the battle, the warriors exchanged knowing smiles, recognizing each other's skill and strength. With a shared understanding, they dove back into the fight, the intensity undiminished. Meanwhile, as Aoife and Ioxa continued their dynamic duel, Artemis Group entered the Colosseum and quickly found Aaron's group. Eager to share their discoveries, Aaron asked about their experiences. "Great job out there. How did it go?" Aaron inquired as the group approached. Mindful of the urgency, Artemis replied, "We've uncovered some important details, and I'd like to discuss them. Can we save the conversation for when we're back on the spaceship?" Aaron agreed to the request. However, Ravel couldn't resist asking, "Aaron-sama, did you bring us here knowing about Ria-sama and her team's mission?" "Isparching Ismail," Aaron nodded. I have confidence in the Gremory team to carry out the mission effectively. While I will join them later, Kuntuar's presence ensures that the operation will proceed smoothly even in my absence, he explained with unwavering assurance in the team's abilities. As the clash between Aoife and Ioxa unfolded in the arena, Aaron's gaze turned skyward, a thoughtful expression shaping his features. I trust Shizuku, but convincing Ihile to join is looking more unlikely, he mused silently. His companions noticed the shift in his mood, but out of respect, they chose to remain quietly present, refraining from probing further. Turning his focus back to the ongoing battle, Aoife surged forward with a swift sword strike, engaging Ioxa in a close-quarter duel. Adapting to the situation, Ioxa molded her blue flames into a sword, successfully blocking Aoife's attacks. However, her proficiency with the sword did not match her long-range skills. In response, Ioxa conjured a barrage of blue fireballs, launching them at Aoife in quick succession. Undeterred, Aoife skillfully blocked the projectiles with her crimson ice. The spectacle created the illusion of a standstill, with both warriors appearing evenly matched. While the spectators perceived a tense equilibrium, Aaron's thoughts were consumed by the challenges ahead. The day's prolonged battles had not significantly drained Aoife's stamina, in stark contrast to Ioxa, whose energy was gradually waning due to her preference for swift resolutions. This match will come to an end soon. They'll go get ready, Aaron asserted before vanishing, leaving the newcomers in a state of bewilderment. Artemis, wearing a puzzled expression, sought clarification. What did he mean by that? She asked, expecting an answer from her companions. However, Unagor and Igris remained silent, their focus fixed on the unfolding battle below. In the middle of the clash, Aoife, her movements precise and steady, extended an invitation. Join us, she offered to Ioxa, who, despite the intensity of the battle, managed a polite refusal. They'll have to decline, sorry, Ioxa replied, beads of sweat marking the toll of the continuous exchange with Aoife. Why? Aoife asked, channeling her strength into the point of impact, causing Ioxa's blue flaming sword to shatter. Ioxa, unwavering in her resolve, replied with casually, because I must protect my family in Hanazora Iron. Nothing you say will change that. So stop trying to make me change sides, and let's continue this fight. With a fierce proclamation, blue flames erupted from Ioxa's form, gradually coalescing into a colossal wolf that surrounded her. Taking on a quadrupedal stance, Ioxa began a transformative process, her new form mirroring the immense blue flaming wolf that had manifested around her. The arena witnessed the evolution as Ioxa seamlessly merged her size and essence with the formidable entity she had become. Within the chaos of battle, Aoife struggled to understand why some individuals were unwilling to join the resistance. In her eyes, coming together to oppose an oppressive tyrant should have been a simple decision. Confronted with Ioxa's firm refusal, Aoife couldn't contain her frustration. I find it hard to accept. A world of clear-cut choices is much easier than a nuanced one, Aoife muttered, grappling with the complexities of the situation. The towering wolf before her gazed at her with sympathy, but remained silent. Undeterred, Aoife charged towards the colossal wolf, prompting it to let out a resounding howl that spawned multiple copies of itself across the arena. Glowing blue rings appeared around the necks of all the wolves, including Ioxa, as they unleashed fiery breath attacks at Aoife. With skill and precision, she quickly sliced through the attacks, freezing some of them in their tracks. Unfazed, Aoife closed the distance, encasing her blade once more in crimson ice before leaping into the air. A somber moment unfolded as Aoife locked eyes with Ioxa one last time. The radiant rings around the wolves intensified, and Aoife silently pleaded for a change of heart. But Ioxa, resolute in her wolf form, shook her head, signaling her staunch decision. The wolves unleashed a torrent of blue flames with heightened intensity, fueled by the radiant glow of the rings. Accepting Ioxa's choice, Aoife closed her eyes. The crimson, ice-infused blade in her hands hummed with increased power. With sad look on her face, Aoife unleashed a cross-shaped aura slash at an accelerated speed, surpassing the breath attacks. The attack found its mark, slicing through Iox's body and etching a distinct cross shape. Upon impact with the ground, the attack erupted into a colossal crimson ice cross, releasing a barrage of razor-sharp ice blades that swiftly obliterated the other wolves. With Ioxa and her wolves defeated, Aoife landed gracefully on ground. The shattered remnants of her crimson ice seemed to transform the surroundings into a strange yet enchanting world. The hushed crowd observed the captivating spectacle unfolding around Aoife, an atmosphere of awe and admiration permeating the arena. In the middle of this silence, the announcer's voice broke through, declaring, The winner is Warrior Null. But the next challenger and final opponent is coming out. There will be no time for Warrior Null to rest. The next and final challenger is known as Warrior Zero. The revelation of the impending final opponent injected a renewed sense of anticipation into the arena, signaling the climax of this intense tournament. The next contender, Warrior Zero, confidently made his way to the stage, his striking appearance drawing all eyes towards him. His wide black eyes with thin double eyelids and thick eyebrows exuded an intense aura, framed by short, slightly wavy black hair. His tan skin, sharp nose ridge, and strong jawline only added to his overall impression of strength. Muscular and well-toned, especially in his biceps and thighs, Warrior Zero presented a formidable physical presence. His martial prowess was further emphasized by his attire, dressed in a black coat and combat boots, with fingerless gloves, a black shirt with a silver collar and buckle, and close-fitting black pants. A single belt adorned his chest, accompanied by a sword scabbard attached to his waist, secured by straps extending around his thigh. I'll let the final match in the tournament begin. The announcer's cry echoed through the arena as the aftermath of the previous battle dissolved, setting the stage for the ultimate showdown. Aoife, sensing unease, locked eyes with Warrior Zero. In an instant, Zero unsheathed Itachi's sword and vanished from Aoife's sight. Reacting swiftly to the looming threat, Aoife raised her sword, successfully deflecting Zero's initial attack. However, to her astonishment, various gashes appeared across her body. What? How can that man harm Aoife? She's at least universal class now, so how? Artemis exclaimed in disbelief, her shock reflected by the onlookers in the crowd. Unraveling the mystery, Igris calmly stated, because that person is my king. The final opponent for Lady Aoife. Wah! Artemis was caught off guard, her gaze darting between Igris and the ongoing battle between Eren, Zero, and Aoife, who remained oblivious to the significant revelation unfolding during their intense clash. In the middle of their intense confrontation, Aoife and Zero both disappeared, the impact of their swords sending powerful shockwaves reverberating across the stage. The crowd, with the exception of Artemis' group, was unable to witness the exchange directly, but the palpable force emanating from the battle left many feeling overwhelmed. The sheer intensity even caused a significant portion of the audience to lose consciousness again. After a monumental struggle, Aoife and Zero reappeared at opposite ends of the stage. Aoife, now fully focused on the battle, raised her hand and summoned numerous ethereal and crimson ice swords that encircled her before launching them at Zero. However, to her astonishment, Zero calmly swung his sword upward and effortlessly shattered all of Aoife's attacks in an instant. In the middle of the fierce battle, Aoife found herself grappling with internal turmoil. Who is this guy? I'm still holding back, but he shouldn't be able to shatter my attacks so easily, unless he's stronger than me. Didn't Eren say that our enemies wouldn't be able to go up a certain rank in his ranking system? Panic surged through Aoife's thoughts as she sought to comprehend the unexpected challenge posed by Zero. Zero closed the distance, initiating another clash of their swords. However, this time, with each swing, Aoife sensed a growing numbness in her hand, an acknowledgement of the overwhelming strength she now confronted. Faced with this revelation, Aoife made a decisive decision. "Fine, I'll take you seriously," Aoife declared, unleashing her full might as her aura and ice began to envelop the stage. She charged towards Zero, leaving a powerful shockwave in her wake. The force was so powerful that Artemis, Reiko, and Ravel had to combine their efforts, creating a protective barrier to withstand the impact and prevent themselves from being blown away by the sheer magnitude of Aoife's unleashed power. In a twist of fate, as Aoife's sword, the Fragarak, collided with Zero's Tachi, an unexpected reaction took place. Zero's eyes glowed with a menacing yellow, and in an instant, Aoife's beloved weapon shattered into fragments, leaving her in a state of profound shock. The sudden loss of her sword, a symbol of great personal importance, heightened the impact of the moment. Zero, displaying an eerie calm, swiftly followed up by delivering a powerful kick to Aoife's stomach. The force of the impact sent her crashing violently against the walls of the arena. Disoriented and unable to comprehend the unfolding reality, Aoife found herself on all fours, vulnerable and bewildered. The one-sided nature of the confrontation left her grappling with the harsh realization that her formidable power seemed ineffective against the mysterious strength possessed by Zero. In the aftermath of the intense encounter, Aoife found herself overwhelmed by despair. Sweat and tears intermingled on her face as she whispered to herself, "What should I do?" Unexpectedly, Zero, the mysterious warrior who had shattered both Aoife's sword and her confidence, posed a thought-provoking question. "What do you fight for?" he asked, his words piercing through the confusion. Bewildered, Aoife gazed up at him, searching for clarity. "Is it for the benefit of the people of this universe? To elevate your own pride? Simply because you desire to?" Zero pressed on, delving into the motivations behind Aoife's actions. "If it's any of those reasons, then how do you perceive the world? In stark contrasts, or with shades of gray and complexity?" The unexpected interrogation compelled Aoife to confront the deeper significance of her battles, compelling her to reassess her purpose and viewpoint. The battleground, once resonating with the sounds of fierce clashes, now served as a platform for introspection and self-discovery in the presence of a formidable opponent. As the weight of Zero's words settled in the arena, he continued to express a perspective that transcended the immediate clash of swords. They may have fought for their own reasons, values, and for their species, and to their loved ones, they were the heroes, and the resistance were the bad guys. You must have heard it before, have you not? Everyone is the main character of their own story. You are in yours, and I am in mine. With a measured tone, Zero delved into the intricacies of individual perspectives and the complexities that defined each person's narrative. However, someday, we have to choose to keep doing things a certain way or do another. One of them is clearly going to be a lot more beneficial for everyone, he explained, prompting Aoife to consider the broader implications of their actions. "I would rather make 99 happy than the one. Even if that one hates me for the rest of my existence, I would sleep well at night knowing that 99 of everyone I know is well and living happily. That's what a real king and ruler has to do," Zero declared, emphasizing a commitment to a greater good that transcended personal animosities. The enigmatic facade of the warrior known as Zero faded away, revealing the true identity as Aaron to the astonished Aoife. Kneeling before her, Aaron shed the previous persona and spoke directly to her. "As I mentioned before, do not let your current experiences define you. Continue to observe, and by the end of this journey, draw your own conclusions, just as I have." In a heartfelt gesture, Aaron embraced Aoife tightly, feeling the warmth of her tears against his shoulder. When he released her, he offered a reassuring smile before standing upright. The revelation of Zero's true identity left Aoife in a state of profound realization. Unbeknownst to the onlookers, Aaron had woven an illusion around the stage, creating a false battle that obscured his true interaction with Aoife. Resuming the appearance of Zero, Eren walked away, leaving the spectators bewildered. Dispelling the illusion, Eren declared, "I surrender," and disappeared from the stage. The unexpected turn of events left the entire arena in stunned silence, struggling to comprehend what just happened. The winner is Warrior Null. The announcer's voice shattered the silence, declaring the victory of Aoife. However, the spectators' attention remained fixed on the emotional aftermath of the stage confrontation. Aoife, who had initially been in tears, unexpectedly rose with a genuine smile and left the stage. The strange turn of events left the onlookers bewildered. Did something happen? Onagor asked, seeking clarity. They were fighting 1 second before Eren just left. Reiko offered an explanation, saying, "It was an illusion you were seeing. At some point, he had put that up, and he most likely spoke to Aoife about something, but he made sure that we couldn't hear, even if we did see him put the illusion up." Realizing the need to depart, Ravel suggested, "We should leave now since Isama is the only one left." With unanimous agreement, Igris escorted them out of the Colosseum, leaving the odd events of the tournament lingering in their minds. Eihild struggled in midair, desperately grasping for breath. Her body bore the marks of an unforgiving battle, battered and bruised, on the verge of losing consciousness. Facing her was Suzaku Himejima, Eihild's most formidable opponent yet. To her dismay, Suzaku appeared nonchalant, not even breaking a sweat in their intense confrontation. Despite Eihild's earnest efforts, Suzaku seemed indifferent, as if the battle were of little consequence. Suzaku floated gracefully before Eihild, wearing a solemn expression. By her side stood Juke, the sacred beast, taking on a human form and casting a fierce glare in Eihild's direction. "Will you not reconsider?" Suzaku implored, the question echoing for what felt like the umpteenth time during their grueling duel. Eihild, her resilience tested, responded with weary defiance. "I've lost my subordinates, and Morwenna has abandoned my cause, though she was never truly part of it. Your faction wreaked havoc upon the city, and yet you believe it'll have a change of heart?" Suzaku recognized the brutal truth in Eihild's words, having witnessed the day's events unfold below. Despite the chaos and devastation, Suzaku maintained her calm composure. "Still, I believe there is hope for your survival in this trial. Please, reconsider," Suzaku implored, her voice filled with genuine concern. Eihild, however, let out a heavy sigh in response, dismissing Suzaku's plea with a hint of scorn. I never thought the Resistance members would be so delusional," she commented, casting a resentful glance at Suzaku. "Even if I were to be reborn and start afresh, my decisions would remain unchanged. I would walk the same path. Joining the Resistance is not an option for me, so abandon this fruitless effort. I am resigned to nothing but death, as returning to Lady Fumara or my species' rulers is a shame I cannot bear. I strongly advise you to give up on this futile endeavor, Suzaku. Try to convince her is a lost cause. Even if we manage to capture her, it won't lead to anything fruitful. Let's put an end to her life," suggested Juke, his tone carrying a sense of practicality. Suzaku, though reluctant, found herself considering the suggestion. Her aversion to taking lives had shifted over the years, shaped by the experiences she had endured. Change, she understood, was an inevitable part of growth, and clinging to unyielding principles hindered personal development. With a resigned sigh, Suzaku acquiesced. "Yes, you're right. Thank you for hearing me out all this time, Eihild. I wish you tranquility in the afterlife." Eihild, displaying a mixture of disdain and amusement, scoffed but smirked at Suzaku. She raised her sword, the blade whirling into a blur. Eihild, shall now embark on my final charge," she declared, launching towards Suzaku, pain coursing through her entire being with each movement. Suzaku remained still as Eihild's blade passed through her, imprinting the shape of the weapon on her body. Instead of a wound, the marks transformed into shimmering flames, swiftly healing themselves. Turning to Eihild, Suzaku's calm demeanor seemed to catch her off guard. In their past encounters, Suzaku had skillfully evaded Ihild's attacks, using a blend of redirection, blocking, and counterattacks. However, this time, Suzuka made no effort to defend herself, leaving Ihild perplexed. Do you now see me as beneath you? Am I no longer worthy of your efforts to evade my strikes? Ihild asked, a touch of irritation lacing her words at Suzuka's uncharacteristic passivity. Suppressing the urge to speak, Suzaku refrained from words and focused her energy on action instead. She conjured several small orbs of flames and directed them towards Ihild. The Valkyrie-type woman attempted to dodge the fiery assault, only to find that the flames persistently pursued her. Reacting swiftly, Ihild countered with multiple energy slashes from her blade. To her astonishment, the fireballs not only absorbed the energy slashes but also grew in size, persistently tailing Ihild. Before she could retreat once more, Suzaku appeared behind her. A quick turn revealed Suzuka's foot dangerously close to her face, executing a swift kick that propelled Ihild towards the oncoming fireballs. The collision between Ihild and the engulfing flames created a spectacular explosion, casting a colossal ball of fire into the sky. The spectacle didn't end with the initial explosion. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Juke unleashed a formidable stream of flames towards Ihild, merging their fiery attack with Suzuku's. The combined efforts shaped the roaring flames into the majestic form of a phoenix, earning a satisfied smirk from Juke. As the fiery display faded, the aftermath revealed Ihild, her sword aglow, relatively unscathed, but marked by burns on various parts of her body due to the powerful output from both Suzaku and Juke. Breathing heavily, Ihild managed to say, "You can't use the same move twice and not expect me to counter it." Juke, however, calmly refuted, "You're right, we didn't." Censuredo, thoroughly drained from her exertions. Approaching Ihild with her flaming sword in hand, Suzaku hesitated, unable to bring herself to end the Valkyrie-like woman's life. Instead, she gracefully disarmed Ihild, taking the blade from her hand and floating away. Turning to Juke, Suzaku asked, "Can you do it?" Juke sighed and rubbed the back of her head before replying, "I suppose I can, but you need to stop doing this. Otherwise, you'll only regress." The weight of Zook's words struck Suzaku, causing her to briefly look back at Juke again with wide eyes. Without a word, Suzaku swiftly returned to Ihild, startling Juke. Gazing at the Valkyrie for a few more moments, Suzaku shook her head. Placing her hand in the middle of Ihild's stomach, Suzaku initiated a fiery transformation. Ihild burst into flames, swiftly incinerated seconds later. The ashes were carried away by the wind, leaving behind a slightly lonely and eerie atmosphere. Suzaku shut her eyes briefly, then opened them again with resolve. "Let's go join the others. I can feel Eren and the rest near the castle, which is being rebuilt as we speak." Looking down, they saw the castle-like structure, previously destroyed by Eren, rapidly taking shape again. Eren himself was leading the efforts. Nodding in agreement, Juke replied, "All right, let's go." Eren Tool's soliloquy, "The aftermath was not as devastating as expected. Many buildings were destroyed, and parts of the city were obliterated. Surprisingly, the Fashidoms mostly emerged unharmed from the chaos. While some were lost during the explosive destruction of Morwenna structures and the resulting debris, most only suffered minor injuries or escaped unscathed. Now, my attention turned to the rebuilding of the castle in front of me. Despite my efforts, the sense of futility hung over me, knowing that future events would make its restoration irrelevant. As I worked on the structure, Suzaku and Juke descended nearby. They both joined us as they approached. With the whole team together again, including Geharin and the now-conscious Eliozev, I snapped my fingers. In an instant, both the rulers of their species appeared before us, having been teleported back. I brought them back to consciousness upon their arrival. What the all right?" uttered Valagar, the king, with a touch of confusion. At the same time, Jelania, the queen, quietly surveyed her surroundings as the castle began its self-repair. Both royal gazes turned to me as I interrupted. Let's postpone our discussion until after I finish this restoration, shall we? Without hesitation, both monarchs agreed, although their agreement was expressed through subdued murmurs. Elaborating on my instruction, I said, "Please explain to your subjects that my team and I have been working independently up to this point. Tensions have understandably arisen, but I have already communicated our reason for being here. I urge you to address them." With that, Valagar and Jelania rose from their prone positions, passing by us to communicate with their people. As they addressed their constituents, I continued my repairs, listening attentively. Aoife, standing beside me, remained mostly silent, focusing her gaze on the ground. Yet, an unspoken sentiment hung in the air. The shift from her red dress to her usual blue outfit signified Aoife's return to normalcy. Although she was no longer wearing the blindfold, I could tell she was physically unharmed, but deep in thought about our earlier discussions. Despite our previous conversation, it was clear that her mind was exploring various complex realms. I knew the timing had to be just right to approach her, while her mind was absorbed in contemplating the future. Introducing her to Ihiled subordinates served a dual purpose, not only as a practical measure, but also as a strategic move for my long-term goals. While some may argue that I manipulated them, they fulfilled their roles, making it a justifiable course of action from my standpoint. Suddenly, Aoife grasped my left hand, abruptly bringing attention to our interaction. With a puzzled look, I gazed at her as she spoke. "You hit me earlier, didn't you?" I acknowledged the action with a nod. In response, she closed her eyes, a smile gracing her face before she launched playful slaps on my shoulder. "You actually hit me. A kick to the stomach. I demand recompense for what you did," she declared, transitioning from playful banter to tearful sincerity. Resting her head against my shoulder, she continued, "It really hurt, you know? Being overpowered so effortlessly, it felt similar to the vulnerability of a child. Expressing regret, I confessed, I apologise." Similar to my encounter with Sarorg, both words and physical confrontation proved instrumental in overcoming my challenges. I understand that this approach might require more understanding from you. However, I firmly believe what transpired was necessary. Feel free to admonish me if needed. "No, it's fine. Thank you," Aoife graciously acknowledged as the final touches of my repairs on the castle concluded. "Now, let's proceed to converse with the king and queen. By the way, did any of you come across their son?" I inquired. A collective exchange of glances transpired within my team before unanimous head-shaking ensued. Both Valagar and Jelania approached me, and I relayed the disconcerting information, stating, apparently, "Your son has disappeared." None of my teammates encountered him during our infiltration. Shock registered on their faces, and Valagar interjected, "But he was here when the alarm sounded." Amidst the ensuing confusion, I decided to use my abilities to uncover the truth. Once discerned, I proposed, "Let's delve into this matter in more secluded confines." Swift agreement followed, prompting our departure from the current site. Sitting in the designated meeting room, I began the conversation with a solemn revelation. "To start, it seems your son fell victim to Morwenna's charm and made the choice to align himself with them. She has facilitated the transfer of his consciousness and abilities to a different physical form, driven by his yearning for a human body." The revelation brought a deep shock from both Valagar and Jelania. After a moment of stunned silence, Valagar cried out, "What?" "Our son held a profound love for our kind and revered our species' bodies. He held his sisters in the highest esteem and sought vengeance on their behalf. I cannot comprehend this betrayal." "I understand your confusion," I expressed with a subtle gesture. The story unfolds with a detailed account of the events that led to their son's departure to Morwenna's hidden base. The magic circle vividly depicts their son's journey, first to Morwenna's hideout, engaging in conversation, and then being teleported away by the clones. Centuredo, whether it be affection or Morwenna using her influence to secure another ally. In any case, Both the king and queen find themselves completely astonished by the revelations, fixating their gazes on the table, grappling with the reality they've just witnessed, unable to come to terms with it. This is unbelievable. How could he betray us like this? How could Elang do this to us? Valagar exploded in anger. He turned to me and demanded, "Where is he? Where is that planet?" Their current abode is a celestial body known as Kirisdale Nexus. Your son Elang, along with Morwenna, her duplicates, subordinates, and their replicas, resides there. A team from the Resistance is on their way, and once they arrive, I will join them to take necessary actions, I explained. I want our son brought back alive. I have some strong words for him, Jelania declared, giving me an intense look. I will do everything in my power, I responded, echoing the sentiments of the worried parents. That being said, let's discuss your strategic considerations at this point. I previously invited your race to join forces with us. But based on the intelligence gathered by my team and the information that will be shared with the rest of the Resistance and DXD, it seems unlikely that an alliance can be formed. The intense emotions of Valagar and Jelania gradually softened, giving way to a complex array of expressions that flickered across their faces as they focused their attention on me and the others in the room. Valagar let out a brief sigh before speaking. Indeed, our people are known for their history of conquest, and there are still many who hold fast to those ideals even after enduring Fumara's rule. A significant faction is determined to continue our traditions once we regain our freedom. Personally, I have yet to find a definitive answer, but challenging these views while holding on to power presents its own challenges. This was the very concern that weighed heavily on my mind. Their society, driven by a deep-rooted inclination towards dominance, may be beginning to engage in dialogue following the recent events. However, changing such deeply ingrained mindsets proves to be a daunting task, especially when dealing with an entire species. It raises the question of whether these beliefs are ingrained in their very essence, perhaps even embedded in their genetic makeup. Nonetheless, ultimately, we may find ourselves returning to those patterns. Our main goal, however, is to confront Fumara. If her location remains elusive, we will focus on the nearest planet under her organization's influence, Valagar declared, a fierce determination shining in his eyes. As the ruler of my people, I cannot ignore this offense. While our preference leans towards conquest, being conquered is a disrespect we cannot overlook. I'm obligated to honor the will of my people. We are destined for conflict against Fumara. After you leave and our son is retrieved, the war will begin. I implore you not to hinder our path, he pleaded sincerely. Once initiated, we will persist until victory or demise. If the resistance intervenes, unfortunately, we will be forced to engage in conflict with you as well. I ask you, refrain from doing so. Is there no other option? Ravel asked, her voice tinged with desperation. Valagar, wearing a solemn expression, shook his head. Unfortunately, there is not. Let me emphasize, once our son is safely returned, we will launch an attack against Fumara's organization. However, for now, I will inform my people, ensuring their preparedness. If there are any other issues you would like to discuss, please do so now, otherwise we can end this meeting here. I recognize the seriousness of the situation, while the rest of the team raised various questions. Despite the sensitive nature of some inquiries, Valagar and Jelania remained composed, responding with politeness and patience, unfazed by the potential for offense. Our discussion revolved mainly around their history of conquest, the reasons driving it, and the extent of damage inflicted on planets, races, and species. It was a discomforting exchange for both sides, ultimately leading to a resolution that left us all unsatisfied. However, it was the conclusion we were bound to, one that we reluctantly accepted. Despite our best efforts, we could not deter them from their unwavering path of war against Fumara. As we left the meeting room, the thought to retrieve their son lingered in the air, with the rest wondering if they'll join me in the escapade. Are we going with you? Artemis asked, breaking the silence that hung over us as we stepped outside the castle. I won't stop you, but it's not necessary since it won't take long. I suggest the rest of you head back for now, and you'll meet up with the Grimory team in a few hours, I replied. Actually, I'd prefer if you all could go back and inform the leaders of the situation while I deal with Morwenna and Yinlang. The group paused, Artemis locking eyes with me for a moment before nodding. All right, but I won't share certain details until you're there. We need you to answer a few more questions. Is that okay? She asked. Yes, that's fine. Feel free to explore the area or go home. I just need to wait for Contoir's signal that they're near the Curasdale Nexus before teleporting to the spaceship. I told them. We shall now make our way back, but what about you, Onegor, Iliozev, and Geharin? We didn't have the opportunity to meet your other acquaintances who may reconsider their alliances. Will you seek them out or join us? Artemis asked, directing her attention to them. I will be accompanying you back to the Resistance's planet with Iliozev. After discussing it, we have decided that we would like Aaron to reverse the transformation Ayla underwent, Onegor replied, fixing a pointed gaze on me. All eyes then turned to Geharin, who appeared lost in thought. After a brief pause, he said, I would prefer to stay here for a few more hours. Aaron mentioned returning here, correct? If so, could you transport me to the Resistance's planet when you come back? I have some matters to attend to here before considering a more permanent relocation. I'm open to both options. When I return, I'll address the transformation issue. It's a reversible process with no lasting consequences, and it may even leave Iliozev in a better state than before. Now, allow me to teleport all of you back, I reassured them. With a subtle click of my fingers, Artemis group disappeared, leaving only Geharin and me. Aaron, I intend to try convincing my other friends. If I succeed, we will join you later. If not, it will be just me, Geharin conveyed. Of course, best of luck, I wished him, and he promptly departed. Now, with a few sets of eyes on me, I muttered, all right, time to stealthily board my own ship and see what they're all up to. In the room I teleported into, I found myself in the presence of Aquino. She lay on her bed, shifting and holding a pillow. With her back towards me, she remained unaware of my sudden appearance until she suddenly startled. In a mumbled revelation, she remarked, my Aaron senses are tingling. Her gaze swiftly turned, and she discovered my presence. Attempting to convey my presence, I raised my hand, but before I could utter a word, Aquino sprang from her bed and propelled herself towards me. Aaron, she exclaimed, emotions welling up in her eyes, on the verge of tears. I held her securely, and she wrapped her arms around me tightly, burying her face into my chest like an emotional puppy. She leaned close to me, bombarding me with questions. Are you done there? Are you staying with us now? How'd it go? Can you treat me to something nice before we reach the planet? Pretty please? This somewhat unusual behavior from Aquino, so different from her usual One-Sama facade, would surely cause a stir among anyone from Kuo Academy who witnessed it. The stark contrast between her usual manner and this more genuine and spontaneous side both intrigued and worried me. It's as if she can effortlessly switch from her semi-fake persona to this more authentic version. While I'm captivated, they'll keep a close eye to see if this transformation proves troublesome. For now, the impact seems relatively harmless, but it'll remain watchful. They'll have to speak with Barato and the others. But of course, I'd be happy to, I replied, as Aquino clung to me affectionately, refusing to let go. I found myself carrying her along with me as a result. So, is this how it's going to be until the mission starts? I asked. Yes. Aquino gave me a deadpan look, confirming my assumption, before leaning closer with a curious expression. Her gaze took on a certain cuteness, prompting me to lean down, leading to a cheerful exclamation as we greeted each other. As we entered the cockpit, Barato, Rias, and Vasco Strata were there to greet us, while Krumkruch leaned casually against the nearby wall. All eyes turned towards the door as Aquino and I arrived. Hey, I'm here. We're not too far from Curasdale Nexus now, I announced, breaking the momentary silence in the cockpit. Ho ho ho. You've arrived, my lord. Indeed, we have, Strata replied. According to Contoir's estimations, we should be there in 10 minutes. How did your mission in Xenwaria go? It went well, although a bit emotional for Aoife, confirming the success of my mission. I proceeded further into the cockpit, with Aquino clinging to me steadfastly. To ease her, I began to stroke her hair, a gesture that seemed to heighten her joy while instilling a sense of tranquility. One of the Foshitums has switched allegiance and is now with Morwenna. As the king and queen's son, we cannot dispose of him as they have requested his return. I will personally go on a mission to locate and apprehend him. The rest of the responsibilities I leave to all of you. Additionally, there is a matter on that planet that I wish to investigate. I revealed, with the other's attentive gaze fixed on me. Another matter? Rias asked, her puzzled expression giving away her confusion. Yes, it's nothing urgent, but it will be the main focus on the planet. Comptoir, can you gather everyone here? I want to brief them on what to expect, I requested, and she promptly obliged, calling everyone to the cockpit. As the others arrived, Zenobia commented, "What's-o, Aaron's here," while Asia jumped towards me, joining Aquino in embracing me. Surprisingly, Aquino graciously made room for her, resulting in the unexpected scenario of two people clinging to me. Once everyone was settled, I began explaining what to expect on the planet. Morwenna has additional subordinates there. I eliminated one in Xenwaria, and two more were taken care of by Artemis and Reiko. The remaining enemies belong to a different faction, and casualties have included members from Ihild's group, including Ihild herself. Regardless, there are 8 additional subordinates on the planet, and they possess the ability to generate endless clones of themselves. Although these subordinates wield somewhat peculiar abilities, overcoming them should be relatively straightforward. However, Morwenna is nurturing some kind of monstrous entity at the planet's core. It's essential that someone swiftly deals with it, as its release would only prolong our stay, I explained. Turning to Comptoir and Rias, I suggested a division of tasks. Comptoir, can I request you and Rias to address that situation while the rest focus on eliminating the other enemies? I plan to bring Aquino with me to explore certain aspects of the planet. Before any objections could be raised, Aquino interjected with enthusiasm. Yes, let's go with that plan. Her excitement preemptively overruling any potential disagreements from Rias or Comptoir. While initially contemplating going solo, I opted for this alternative approach to accommodate Aquino's preferences. Asia expressed her dissatisfaction with a pout, but I reassured her we'll cross paths during it. So come with us when we do, but ensure you complete your tasks in your designated area. Satisfied with the compromise, Asia happily agreed. Link questioned, Then we don't need to recruit them. Aaron Payson? I shook my head in response. No. Similar to the ones we encountered in Xenwaria, they are reprehensible individuals who have forfeited any chance of redemption. They've not just crossed the line, they've performed acrobatics over it, disdainfully spurning any assistance or goodwill directed towards them. I explained, infusing a hint of disdain into my voice, catching them off guard. As our conversation continued, we found ourselves on the outskirts of the detection zone of Kirisdale Nexus. All right, let's begin, I announced, prompting everyone to form teams or go alone as I teleported them to their destinations. Once the cockpit was empty, with only Aquino and I remaining, she asked, "Are we not leaving yet?" I just need to take care of something first," I answered, tapping specific buttons on the control panel. After a brief pause, the interior lights of the ship changed to a striking red hue. "Okay, now we can leave." Aquino took a look around the cockpit, curious, and asked, "What have you done?" It's a feature I added earlier, but hadn't needed to activate until now. It's an upgrade I intend to incorporate into the other ships as well. Basically, it's an auto-defense mode. The ship will retaliate against any hostile entities that come near or target it. While it'll be notified, it'll usually let the ship handle the defense. Since its weaponry is designed with a nearly foolproof one-hit kill function, I clarified, revealing the ship's enhanced defensive capabilities. "Anyway," I said, reaching out my hand to Aquino, "are you ready to go?" With a joyful expression, she eagerly took my hand, and in the blink of an eye, we teleported away to begin the upcoming mission. After teleporting, we found ourselves in the southern region of the planet, a considerable distance from the central city. The world bore a striking resemblance to Xenwaria, with a colossal city dominating its core. While the central area boasted advanced structures, the rest of the planet appeared desolate, with only a few scattered locations, including this one, showing any signs of life. Releasing Aquino's hand, I extended my own and dispelled an illusion that had hidden a modest shack-like structure made of metal. Surrounding was electrical fencing, which I promptly deactivated before we proceeded towards the intriguing building. Why is this all the way out here? Is this the other matter you were talking about, Aaron? Aquino asked, her eyes scanning the surroundings with intrigue. Yes, it is. Truth be told, it doesn't belong to Morwenna. How she acquired it remains a mystery to the original owner, but I have the details. It was a rather careless, or one could say neglectful move on Eleanor's part, and a result of meticulous planning on Morwenna's behalf, I explained, causing Aquino to tilt her head in response. Don't worry, you'll soon understand what I mean, I assured her as I deactivated the alarms within the structure. With a tap on the metallic door, it slid open, revealing the mysterious contents concealed within. Upon entering, we stepped onto a lone, circular platform. We can get around it. Come here, I instructed Aquino, and she followed. As the scan began, I quickly deactivated it and activated the elevator myself, which started its descent. This is quite speedy, Aquino commented, gripping my arm for support. Yes, but we are descending deep underground, so the speed is necessary. The lack of walls around us is peculiar, though. I assume Morwenna avoids teleportation to this location to avoid attracting attention to her secret project, I explained, shedding light on the interesting aspects of the descent. As we continued to descend into the planet, the metallic surroundings expanded beyond the initial shack, revealing a vast underground complex. Numerous tubes adorned the ceiling, walls, and even the floor, each holding different colored liquids, adding an intriguing element to the mysterious project hidden beneath the planet's surface. In the distance, rows of large monitors stood, surrounded by an array of defense systems, robots, and various obstacles meant to hinder intruders. Strangely, there were no signs of any living beings. After a 2-minute descent, the elevator gently landed on the ground, and we disembarked as it swiftly ascended back to the surface. As Aquino tried to take another step forward, I stepped in, snapping my fingers to deactivate all the defensive measures. Aquino blushed and stammered, "Sorry, I saw all that, but still don't worry about it. Let's keep going." I reassured her, holding her hand as we made our way through the eerily silent underground facility. Disabled robots, frozen in mid-motion or scattered lifelessly on the ground, added to the surreal atmosphere of the hidden complex. Leading Aquino into a particular room, she took in the surroundings, noticing the towering height of the space yet. Oddly, this room had no ceiling at all. The center of attention, however, was 3 large holographic screens displaying various data, charts, and what seemed to be a heartbeat monitor. "What is this?" Aquino asked, clearly confused. Eventually, her eyes focused on what had captured my interest, eliciting a gasp of shock from her. In front of us stood a substantial cylindrical container filled with a mix of green and purple liquid. Suspended inside was the motionless figure of a woman, with an oxygen mask covering her mouth and nose. Despite the artificial aid, there were no visible signs of life, heightening the strange aura surrounding this strange discovery. The figure inside the tube had long, blonde hair and one eye that seemed to be open, showing a light blue iris. Her form, partially covered, bore the marks of a harsh ordeal, with parts of it carefully stitched with metallic components. It was clear that this woman had met a violent end, and Morwenna was deeply involved in the grim task of reconstructing her. Using my heightened observational ability, now known as ASOT, formerly Observe, I gathered more information. The woman was Alyssa from the Ancient Era and a former member of the initial Resistance iteration. Shockingly, she was also revealed to be the former lover of Lucius Benevolentia. Aquino, having used the powers of her ring, appeared even more surprised. Turning to me, she asked, "Is this what you meant?" Her question reflected the seriousness of the revelation we had just uncovered. "Yes, Morwenna managed to sneak away with the remains of Alyssa, Lucius Benevolentia's former lover and a crucial member of the Resistance's founding cohort. Originally in Eleanor's possession, Morwenna somehow made off with the body, intending to revive Alyssa for her own purposes. Eleanor, on the other hand, still holds the other corpses of the original Resistance members, though not all of them. Her plan involves reviving them to use against us, I revealed. Aquino, visibly distressed, asked, "Then won't Esena?" She stopped herself, horror written across her face as she looked at me, seeking confirmation. I nodded solemnly. Yes, Eleanor is likely targeting Esena with this scheme. Additionally, she hopes to undermine our morale by presenting the revived original members of the Resistance to us at some point, I explained with a hint of disdain. She seriously operates on a different level, doesn't she? What are our options here? Do you think her soul is still lingering around? Should we consider laying her body to rest? Aquino asked, her expression filled with genuine worry. I suggest we bring her body back with us, so we can give her a proper farewell. We owe the same respect to the other members of the original Resistance group once we find their bodies. They deserve closure, even if their souls have already departed, I suggested. Aquino agreed and prepared to dispose of the container, but I stopped her. Extending my arm, I teleported Alyssa's body to the ground. With a snap of my fingers, her injuries were healed. However, her condition began to worsen rapidly. I halted the decline and proceeded to return her to her original state, removing the metallic fragments in the process. She looks so peaceful like this, Aquino murmured, gently touching Alyssa's face. Shall we lay them to rest at the giant mass graveyard? No, let's place them by the tree. I have a sense that whatever it transforms into will be something extraordinary, and that would be a suitable resting place for them, I suggested. Aquino silently agreed once again. Anyway, let's get going. This was all I desired from this part of the planet. Let's head to the other facilities. Morwenna has other crucial notes there, as well as copies of Eleanor's. As I lifted Alyssa's body, I initiated our departure. Stepping onto the elevator as it returned, I simultaneously reactivated the defenses in the facility and left a decoy body of Alyssa behind for good measure. Although it might not make a substantial difference, given our intention to destroy this planet once our mission concludes. Third-person point of view Gasper and Barato found themselves standing before an expansive shopping complex adorned with numerous replicas of a prominent figure from Morwenna's group. Plushy representations of Morwenna and other individuals were conspicuously showcased, some fashioned as airborne balloons drifting throughout the entire area. The moment Gasper and Chiron traversed the entrance, an intense focus descended upon them. Simultaneously, a cacophony of alarms resonated, not only within the confines of the mall, but reverberating across the entire planet, serving as a clear alert to Morwenna regarding their unanticipated arrival. Oh, who might these interlopers be? Exclaimed the woman, accompanied by her myriad duplicates, all exhibiting equal curiosity. Before Gasper and Chiron stood a humanoid rabbit figure, with long braided white hair and distinctive white rabbit ears. She was draped in a flowing white gown, and her appearance gave off an air of strange instability, accentuated by her disproportionately large eyes. Clutched in her hands was an oversized hammer, a motif echoed by her numerous clones in the surrounding area. An especially eerie smile appeared on her face, mirrored by her duplicates. Welcome, my exceedingly adorable guests. I am delighted to receive you here. Please make yourselves comfortable and come inside, and allow me the honor of a proper duel, she exclaimed with an unsettling enthusiasm. Gaspy, prepare yourself, Barato warned her companion. Barato, Chan, I'd rather face her alone. Can you handle the clones? Gasper asked, surprising Barato. Despite the unexpected request, Gasper looked at her friend with unwavering determination and pleaded. Please? Smiling, Chiron agreed. All right, Gaspy, I'll leave her to you. She's Wurrit, a fusion of a rabbit yokai and wolf, with formidable power, likely at least god class. But he'll manage. Just be cautious of the hammer. It has the strange ability to induce momentary unconsciousness, leading to vivid dreams lasting 2 days, even though they happen in mere seconds, Gasper explained, giving a brief insight into the upcoming encounter. Chiron cast a mildly astonished look at Gasper, but quickly returned to her smile. All right, Gaspy, we'll keep that in mind. Best of luck, she conveyed before transforming into her Nikomata level 2 and gracefully leaping into the midst of the numerous clones surrounding them. Meanwhile, Gasper surrounded himself in an ominous darkness, his eyes emanating a luminous gleam. Shall we get going, Bela? I've been yearning for some action. I'm prepared whenever you are, Baylor replied with a hint of eagerness, ready for the impending confrontation. Chapter 21, Part 6, Downfall and Packed Third-Person Point of View. Chiron elegantly glided through the air, skillfully avoiding the multiple clones of Wurret and their powerful hammers. Her small size, combined with her unmatched speed, athleticism, and sharp senses, made it relatively easy for her to evade Wurret's attacks. When a clone tried to strike her with a powerful swing, she effortlessly performed the splits, dodging the attack with ease. With a quick and agile movement, she used her arms to pivot and spin, delivering powerful kicks that not only pushed back numerous clones, but also created shockwaves, dispersing even more of them. Retreating strategically, Chiron evaded another wave of clones, who, in their frenzy, destroyed the spot where she had been standing. The strength of their blows, however, caused a crater whose size seemed disproportionate to the force used. Aware of the potential hidden abilities of the clones' hammers, Chiron, undeterred, thought to herself, are there secret powers Gaspy failed to mention? Well, dwelling on it won't help me much. With a determined mindset, she enveloped her body in 10k, preparing for more of their attacks. Chiron advanced with astonishing speed, her punch carving a deep crevice beneath her that split a section of the mall in half. This powerful move proved fatal for more of Wurret's clones, but the remaining replicas, undeterred and almost frenzied, continued their relentless charge. Perplexed by their seemingly mindless pursuit, Chiron wondered, Aaron didn't mention them being mindless monsters like this. Could it be a result of Wurret's unique personality? I hope Gaspy is handling it well. Unfazed by the persistent onslaught, Chiron leaped away once more, skillfully dodging their attacks. Releasing a barrage of 10k bullets, each 50 times the size of regular ones, she took aim at the approaching clones. The massive projectiles destroyed large sections beneath her, leaving devastation in their wake and obliterating even more clones in the process. Unexpectedly, a series of events transpired as multiple clones began consuming each other, noticeably increasing their strength. Recognizing the strategy at play, Chiron quickly understood their plan and, with determination, moved towards the cluster of clones. Leaping into the air, she delivered a powerful punch to the center, unleashing a massive shockwave that transformed into a colossal tornado. The clones, trapped in the vortex, met their demise swiftly. However, Centuredo successfully eliminating the empowered clone. Yet, the disconcerting realization dawned upon her as more clones rapidly reached comparable levels of strength. Clicking her tongue in frustration, she voiced her concerns. How many are there? And how does she keep up their creation? Do I wait for Gaspy to kill the original and stop this continuous cycle? Chiron's swift reflexes came into play as she suddenly spun, delivering a powerful punch upwards. The resulting shockwave intercepted another airborne clone of Wurret, stopping its descent as it tried to strike Chiron with its formidable hammer. Thinking about the nature of the hammers, Chiron recognized their potential as potent psychological weapons. The mystery surrounding their abilities lingered in her mind. Those hammers are unquestionably more than just physical threats. They wield a psychological advantage. Yet the tactic in my mind seemed merciless. If a target succumbs to the momentary sleep induced by the hammer, the remaining clones could capitalize on the vulnerability, beating them to death as they fall unconscious. Gracefully dancing through the relentless attacks launched by the clones, Chiron delved into contemplation. What are the specifics of the hammer's ability? Does one need to be directly hit for the power to activate? Or could mere contact with it trigger the same effect on oneself? Confronted with the mysterious power of the hammers, Chiron chose to proceed cautiously, unwilling to test their effects through personal experience. She launched a barrage of 10k bullets, strategically targeting the clones without exhausting her reserves, preserving her stamina, and keeping her demonic power in reserve as a last resort. However, a particularly strong clone, wielding an even larger hammer, rose up with a powerful swing aimed at Chiron. Reacting quickly, she countered with a forceful punch, creating a shockwave that thwarted the oncoming attack. Yet, the treacherous battlefield held another surprise as a hidden clone approached from behind, launching a sideways strike. Using her free hand, Chiron released a demonic ball, eliminating the ambushing clone and several others in the process. She then stepped up her offensive, conjuring a massive stream of flames that engulfed the surroundings, reducing both foes and the immediate terrain to ashes. Chiron exhaled a deep sigh before smoothly shifting into another combat stance. "Well, keep going until Gaspy kills the original," she declared with a stern gaze. Prepared to withstand the unyielding assault of clones until the source of the problem was eliminated. The vicinity where Gasper stood was enveloped in a complex dance of darkness. Countless blades and tentacles of shadowy energy formed an imposing barrier, freezing several clones in their tracks as Baylor assumed control with a third eye on Gasper's forehead. A legion of bats immobilized even more clones, while the time-stopping eyes on the blades and tentacles further tilted the battle in Gasper's favor. Undeterred, the original Wurret found herself engaged in combat with Gasper, who advanced with casual nonchalance. Her attempts to strike Gasper were effortlessly repelled by a protective shield of darkness. "Can we stop this charade already? I want to return home and spend time with my loved ones and be out here dealing with psychos like you," Gasper demanded firmly. Cuckoo, who would have anticipated that the once cowardly Damper would exhibit such prowess. If the version of you from a year ago witnessed your current state, had likely deemed you an entirely different entity or perhaps believe you to be possessed, remarked Baylor, his commentary a blend of amusement and acknowledgement of Gasper's transformative journey. A wry smile graced Gasper's face as he confidently approached the slightly flustered Wurret. Unfazed, he maintained his composed demeanor amidst the chaotic battle unfolding around them. Why should I stop? My existence is devoted to my own ambitions and the service of Lady Morwenna. She generously grants me the resources I need to pursue my goals. As long as I fulfill the occasional task, freedom is mine to savor," exclaimed Wurret, her declaration accompanied by a powerful leap towards Gasper. The force of her jump left a substantial crater in her wake, a testament to the formidable strength housed within her legs. Swiftly, she swung her hammer in an attempt to strike Gasper. A gargantuan fist, forged from the depths of darkness, rose from the earth with perfect timing, thwarting Wurret's hammer swing. The shadowy limb not only parried her attack, but overpowered her, forcefully hurling her into a nearby store. Despite the impact, Wurret sustained only minor injuries. Swiftly recovering and springing back into action, the scene replayed itself as another fist of darkness appearing, delivering a powerful blow that sent Wurret sprawling to a different section of the mall. Gasper, undeterred, continued his relentless advance, seamlessly melding the might of his darkness and time-stopping abilities. The frozen clones became easy targets for his calculated strikes, whether cutting them down with blades of darkness or overwhelming them using the shadow appendages at his disposal. Cuckoo Wurret's ominous laughter reverberated through the chaotic scene, sending chills down Gasper's spine. He watched as she unsteadily rose to her feet, a mysterious proclamation lingering in the air, leaving him bewildered. A maniacal grin adorned Wurret's face as she hefted her hammer with both arms. Suddenly, an unseen thunderbolt struck the hammer, only to be absorbed into Wiret's body. Without warning, she crumpled to the ground, the thunder within her growing in both size and ferocity. Violent convulsions shook her form, and foam frothed at her mouth. Perplexed by the unfolding spectacle, Gasper conjured additional tentacles crafted from darkness and directed them towards Wiret. To his amazement, the thunder surrounding her acted as a strong barrier, thwarting his initial attack. Undeterred, Gasper intensified the strength of his tentacles until finally breaking through, hitting Wiret with tremendous power and destroying the surrounding section of them all. Gasper's intuition was proven correct when a strong surge of thunder erupted from the site where Wiret had been hit. To Gasper's annoyance, the aftermath revealed Wiret standing there, a wide grin on her face. Thunder crackled around her, an ominous aura extending to her now empowered hammer. Pointing her charged weapon at Gasper, Wiret declared firmly, "This is where the battle truly begins." In a burst of energy, she leaped towards Gasper, her hammer arcing through the air with thunderous power. Sporting a calm expression, Gasper's middle-eye gaze locked onto Wiret, causing her to halt in her tracks. With a sigh that seemed to emerge from the depths of his entire being, Gasper moved closer to her, ascending a staircase of darkness that materialized beneath his feet until he stood eye to eye with Wiret. At another time, I might have given in to panic, shedding tears and pleading for help. But in this moment, such emotions evade me, declared Gasper, leaving Wiret bewildered. His attention then shifted to where Chiron grappled with more clones of Wiret, and a faint smile appeared on his face. None of us would have reached this strength if not for Aaron and I. Our collective strength owes its existence to him. We haven't even formally thanked him yet, which is surprising. Though Wiret tried to form a response, her voice faltered. What the hell is he talking about? Gasper firmly gripped Wiret's face, his hand shrouded in darkness. After witnessing this phenomenon multiple times in this universe, and being inspired by Natsum San's own version of it, I thought to myself, why not try it myself? Ah, yes, the incantation is Amplifica, right? Kuka inopi I energize, I ain tenericuloi, cage of forbidden night and darkness, Gasper muttered, and the surroundings plunged into an abyssal blackness. As the darkness closed in, Gasper himself seemed to fade away, leaving Wiret with a sense of newfound freedom. She descended to the obsidian ground, surrounded by an endless void. Searching the area revealed no signs of life. Not even her clones or the familiar features of them all were present. A single bead of sweat rolled down Wiret's face as she pondered. That boy said Amplifica, right? So this must be his own dimension then. All I have to do is destroy it. Raising her hammer with a maniacal grin, Wiret brought it crashing down upon the ground, pouring every ounce of her strength into the strike. Much to her bewilderment, the ground remained the same. Undeterred, she repeated the process, each strike resonating with frustration and growing confusion. The relentless assault continued, a testament to her efforts, until weariness took its toll, forcing her to collapse onto all fours, utterly drained. Why isn't it breaking? She exclaimed in exasperation. I can't use that technique yet. Despite attempting it repeatedly in the past, I can't. What on earth am I missing? As a result, I lack the means to counteract this, darn it. Suddenly, tentacles of darkness unfurled from all directions from below, above, and the surrounding expanse. Alert to this encroaching threat, Wiret, fatigued but unwilling to succumb, leapt away, evading the ensnaring darkness. Yet, despite her efforts, a colossal hand of shadows appeared from behind, ensnaring her in its grasp. Darn it! What in the world? I didn't sense this at all. Wiret bellowed in anger, her attempts to extricate herself from the shadowy restraint proving futile, given her lingering exhaustion. An immense figure, a disturbing embodiment of darkness, rose suddenly from the earth, and standing upon this eerie creation, Gasper appeared, fixing his gaze on Wiret. As their eyes met once again, a hint of a smile played across Gasper's face. I haven't perfected this technique yet, but the experiment is proving to be quite useful. I have a multitude of ideas to explore further. Allow me to express my gratitude, were it, for willingly serving as my guinea pig. Unfortunately, this is where we part ways. I will take that hammer from you. Maybe Aaron and I can use it in some way, given its resemblance to Mjolnir, but well, crappier, declared Gasper while staring at the hammer. Huh, what the heck did you just say, you jerk? Word exploded in a fury, unleashing a torrent of curses at Gasper with an unexpected fervor, given her recent exhaustion. Mildly taken aback by the sudden surge of energy in Waret's verbal assault, Gasper mused, I suppose cursing taps into a different reserve of energy, doesn't it? He observed her for a moment before posing a question. How did you find yourself on this path? What led you down this trajectory? You had other choices, so why did you choose this one? Do you really think I'm just going to open up to you and spill all my woes? Guess again. I didn't end up like this because it's my default mode. Let me clue you in, pretty boy. The truth is, not everyone is dealt the same hand in life. We're thrown into situations that push us to adapt. Just like me, Warrett declared boldly. Her roots can be traced back to a world shaped by a deeply difficult home environment, one marked by hardship and neglect from those who should have cared for her. Warret's journey began with a rocky start, as the toxic mix of inherited traits and the haunting memories of her parents' cruel actions left an indelible mark on her psyche from a young age. At the young age of 5, Centuredo, this dark journey continued until she encountered Morwenna, a figure who not only came dangerously close to ending her life, but also granted her a twisted lease on existence. Ever adaptable, Warrett seized this newfound opportunity with a fervor that defined her chaotic journey. Gasper leveled a gaze at Warrett, tinged with a hint of pity, an expression that filled her with disdain. She struggled against her restraints with even more rage, but, as before, it was in vain. I had choices, Gasper mused, his tone reflective. I could have walked a similar path, perhaps not identical to yours, but certainly shrouded in darkness. Maybe your circumstances were even more desperate than mine, but the fact remains life presents us with choices. You had the opportunity to break free from the cycle of hatred, yet you embraced it, taking it to unprecedented depths. It's truly amazing, albeit in a twisted way. Granted, words are just that, words. People have differing levels of endurance and willpower, but I can't help but wonder, why didn't you try harder? Gasper probed. Huh, Warrett muttered, the words from Gasper igniting a fire within her. Try? I did try. But who cares now? It's all in the past. Stop. She screamed in a burst of unleashed fury, brimming with the desire to release all the pent-up frustration accumulated over the years. She hesitated for a moment. However, determined to deny Gasper the satisfaction of making her open up, Word intensified, hurling even more venomous insults at Gasper, who sighed in response. Summoning additional hands of darkness to gently hold her head still, Gasper placed his hand softly over the barato of her head. I hope Aaron and I grant you a normal reincarnation, one into a loving family, he said calmly. A few seconds later, a surge of dark energy enveloped her, releasing her spirit peacefully into the cycle of rebirth, bringing about her demise. The dimension Gasper had carefully woven together crumbled in an instant when he deactivated his powers. Surveying the aftermath, a heavy sigh escaped him as he took in the sight of the once standing mall, now in ruins. The roof had been obliterated, and the majority of the shops and structures lay in a decimated state. To his left, Gasper noticed Chiron, arms crossed and wearing a pout. Her glare, directed at him, sparked confusion. Moving towards her, he inquired, what's wrong, Chiron-chan? His question was accompanied by a nervous stutter. Upon reaching her, however, Chiron seized his cheeks, pinching and stretching them. Gaspy, Igriegalles, do you have any idea how long you made me fight those things? Chiron queried. And no? Gasper nervously responded, unsure of the consequences of his actions. I've been fighting them for too long. And now there are even more, Chiron said, pointing behind Gasper. Wait, I thought they would stop being created once Warrett was killed. Gasper asked, his confusion evident as he watched additional clones of the now-deceased Wurrit. The clones, with a sinister laughter, advanced menacingly towards the duo. It seems that wasn't the case. We should have asked more specific questions about the clones, but I suppose we'll just have to dispose of them all before we can move on from this location, Chiron explained. She sighed and shifted into her Chiron mode. Let's get this done. I don't want to stay on this creepy planet for too long. Creepy planet? Is this planet giving you the creeps? Gasper asked. After a brief pause, Chiron looked around and replied, I can't quite put my finger on it, but something feels off about this place. It's like I'm being watched by invisible eyes. Maybe it has to do with the planet's history before Morwenna took over. Perhaps there was a civilization here before her, and she wiped them out. Either way, let's take care of these clones quickly and get out of this eerie place. Gasper released a sigh and embraced the darkness around him. All right, let's do this, but how about we explore this place? There might be something we can uncover. What do you think? He suggested. Chiron cast an unamused glance at Gasper before reluctantly adding, Aaron and I may appreciate it too. Why, with how he is and all. And maybe we can help them pass on, or something if your theory is correct. As she cloaked herself in 10k, Chiron continued, they'll keep that in mind, but for now, let's get rid of them. If by the end of this, I change my mind, then I'll tell you. If not, we'll just leave, all right? Fine by me. Gasper replied as both he and Chiron unleashed formidable attacks toward the horde of Wurrit clones, obliterating them. Gasper, however, observed with surprise, Huh? Did your 10k just kill them? My attack didn't do much. Chiron was struck by a revelation about the purification effect of her 10k, prompting a shake of her head. Purification. In this mode, my attacks will usually purify anything that comes into contact with it. That means, wait, these aren't clones of Wurrit, but ghosts. Then who's controlling or making them? Gasper exclaimed, visibly shocked. Closing her eyes to focus on the task at hand, Chiron realized that she had been so absorbed in combat that she hadn't noticed the subtle distinctions in some of the clones' properties. Silently scolding herself, she pushed those thoughts aside for the moment. Found it. It's someone else? I don't think they're a subordinate of Morwenna, but something else. Why didn't Aaron tell us about this? Chiron asked, a frown etching her features as she surveyed the ground. He just didn't want to reveal the details? Gasper cautiously proposed, earning a piercing glare from Chiron. I mean, he forewarned us about the mission, but maybe he intentionally kept us unaware of this planet's history, so we could discover it ourselves. Why, he has a tendency to do that, right? Other me. Why do you fear her so much? In theory, we could match her strength, right? Questioned Baylor. I can't help but see Chiron in any other light. It's just the way she has always been, and I suppose it continued even after I stopped being afraid of everything else. Gasper confessed guiltily, acknowledging the deeply rooted dynamics of his relationship with Chiron. Sighing, Chiron beckoned, come with me. Let's go meet them, before quickly darting away. In response, Gasper quickly ran to the hammer that Wurrit left behind, storing it in his necklace, and ran toward Chiron, leaving behind a maze of dark tentacles to impede and slow down the ghostly apparitions of Wurrit as they pursued. To Gasper's surprise, Chiron led them into a nearby building, prompting him to quickly follow. After briefly scanning the surroundings, she activated her ring's functions, identifying a specific candle. With a swift motion, she pulled it down, producing clanking sounds within the home. This triggered the revelation of a concealed staircase, prompting both of them to descend without hesitation. Gay, why is it so long? Gasper exclaimed, his frustration evident as the staircase seemed to stretch indefinitely. The prospect of an extended descent prompted a grimace at the thought of traversing it for an extended period. Let's just ignore the staircase and take the leap, Chiron proposed, plunging into the hole at the center. Resigned to the unpredictable nature of their adventures, Gasper followed suit, exclaiming, why does it always have to end like this? His words echoed the familiar sentiment of their previous escapades with Aaron and the rest of their group when exploring different pantheons and sites. Unlike their past experiences, their descent came to an abrupt end, as they passed through a barrier, finding themselves in an eerie forest. The surroundings were bathed in a pale green hue, with a distinct chill lingering in the air. Each breath they took turned into visible vapor in the frigid atmosphere. It's just like the Amplifica that the people of the Phantasma use, but I sense no evil here. How did Morwenna overlook this? Or perhaps the wielder of this technique had never used it before, choosing only now to get our attention? Gasper pondered, wrestling with the curious circumstances of their current location. Chiron, on the other hand, remained silent, opting not to engage with Gasper's speculation. Instead, she set off in a specific direction, drawn by a particular life force that called out to her. The eerie forest they journeyed through was populated by towering mushrooms resembling trees, intermingled with contorted, regular trees. As they pressed on, they came upon a small river, and Chiron followed its path northward. Gasper, silent but for his thoughts, trailed behind, unable to resist stealing glances at the peculiar dimension they now found themselves in. Approaching the destination guided by Chiron, Gasper felt a distinct presence in the air, prompting him to be on guard for any potential developments. As they reached a small clearing, they were met with a sight that heightened Gasper's alertness: a large throne crafted from shattered stone, occupied by a woman. The woman had long, gray, curly hair, red eyes framed by a black crown, and earrings adorning both her ears. She wore a long black dress, complemented by a red pendant around her neck. At first, she seemed fixated on the ground, but then she raised her gaze, revealing a tranquil yet eerie smile. "Welcome, Chiron Gasper. I have been watching you since you fought Wurrit, and I finally gained your attention. Please listen to my plea before leaving my last Amplifica," she implored, capturing their focus with a request that carried an air of urgency. Chiron gave a solemn nod as Gasper stood steadfast by her side. The woman, the once ruler of the planet, took a deep breath before speaking to them. "I am Ysivi, the former queen of this planet. As you may have already deduced, Morwenna, that despicable woman, took control while exterminating all of my people. I managed to escape, and with the aid of an unknown power several months ago, I managed to conceal myself. I had been gradually fading away until I sensed both of you in close proximity to me. I observed your battles and eventually witnessed Gasper's victory against Wurrit, prompting me to reach out to both of you. I have only one plea: please put an end to her and all those who stand with her. That woman deserves nothing less, and make sure she faces the full consequences," Ysivi implored, her words laden with the weight of an unyielding desire for retribution. "Well, that was the plan, but why not?" Aaron's voice echoed through the clearing, taking the trio by surprise. They looked around until Aaron and Aquino appeared, revealing themselves by dispelling their invisibility. "Hey," Aaron greeted casually, raising his hand in greeting. Ysivi, struck by a sense of familiarity, gazed at Aaron, trying to remember where she had met him before. But Aaron interrupted. "Did you mean this?" A small pulse of his powers radiated from him, causing Ysivi's eyes to widen in shock. "Why you? You were the one who helped me escape?" she asked, seeking confirmation. Aaron nodded, but quickly explained, maintaining a sense of humility. "Your people didn't die. I simply put that illusion in front of you and Morwenna back then. I transported them to a different planet that's been shrouded in illusion since, so they wouldn't be detected. For the last few months, they've been living relatively well under the guidance of one of my shadow soldiers. If you want, I can bring you to them after I heal you," Aaron explained, unraveling the truth that had been concealed behind her perceived tragedy. Ysivi, visibly shocked, absorbed the revelation. This act was one of the things Aaron had undertaken after evolving, utilizing the pulse that resonated throughout the Omniverse to affect Ysivi and her people. Despite her perceived suffering, Aaron had subtly extended help over the months, attempts that had gone unnoticed, ultimately leading to her current state. "Wait a moment, does that mean you?" "Huh?" Ysivi stammered, still grappling with the revelation, but a wave of overwhelming joy began to surface within her. Does that mean the king is over there too? Chiron inquired, directing her gaze at Aaron. As far as Aaron explained to me, there's no king in the picture, right? Aquino asked, turning towards Yasivi for clarification. The king and my former husband died before all of this happened. He succumbed to a disease to which I believe the Abstian purgers were responsible for. We tried very hard to find a cure, but didn't succeed, or at least when we came close, it suddenly disappeared or didn't work. According to them, Yasivi explained, her tone tinged with bitterness as she recounted the tragic fate of her spouse. Aaron and I, what do you think about that? Gasper asked, but Aaron shook his head, dismissing the idea. I checked, but he has reincarnated, unfortunately, Aaron replied with a frown directed at Yasivi. The former queen understood the implied meaning, and a single tear fell from her eye as she looked downward. To shift the conversation, Aaron suggested, I could teleport you there now and have a shadow. I will stay. I want to see, she interrupted, trying to stand but stumbling. Chiron and Gasper quickly came to her aid. Thank you. She expressed her gratitude before turning to look at Aaron. I want to see Morwenna's downfall. Please let me do that, even if I can't be the one to bring about her demise. Aaron let out a sigh and gently tapped Yasivi's head, using his healing touch to restore her well-being. Very well, stick close to me then, he directed, his tone now more accommodating. Turning his attention to Chiron and Gasper, he offered words of commendation with affectionate pats on their heads. Good job and good work. Can you two join the rest? Aquino and I still have a few places to check out before we join you. We'll take Yasivi from here. Good luck, Chiron purred in response. Aaron and I, can I make a request? Gasper sought permission, receiving an affirmative nod from Aaron. I want to fight with Valagar and Jelania's son. So, can you teleport us there? After a brief contemplation, Aaron agreed, with a condition. Zenobia and Asia are currently battling him, so you may need to team up with them. Are you fine with that? That's fine, Gasper confirmed. Aaron nodded once more, clicking his fingers to teleport the duo away. Yasivi, now standing on her own, gazed at Aaron with a mixture of admiration and determination. Where are we off to? She asked. We're heading to a few secret spots that Morwenna created. We just left one of them and found some fascinating plans she's been developing in private. Anyway, let's go. 3 more to visit, Aaron explained, urging them to quickly leave the dimension as Yasivi skillfully reversed the technique. Vasco Strata and Lint Selzen made their way through the city, systematically destroying structures and defeating an assorted number of clones of an unfamiliar individual. This mysterious figure had short, light blonde hair, reddish-orange eyes, and wore a black shirt paired with a white military jacket casually draped over her back. A long white skirt extended to her knees, complemented by long black socks and white moccasin shoes. A sudden pause in the clones' movements caught their attention. All at once, the clones turned their gaze towards a building where the same woman, undoubtedly their source, raised her hand in a friendly wave. Hi, she greeted, prompting a contemplative exchange of glances between Lint and Vasco Strata as they deliberated whether to return the greeting. Undeterred, the woman gracefully leaped from her elevated perch, halting her descent just above the clones. A warm smile graced her face as she introduced herself. Invinalia, one of Lady Morwenna's subordinates. I've been assigned the task of preventing you from causing further havoc. No hard feelings, okay? Okay, Lint exclaimed with excitement, unleashing holy purple flames towards Vinalia using her incinerate anthem. To her surprise, the clones swiftly positioned themselves in front of the original Vinalia, meeting their obliteration. That's not very kind. We haven't even started a countdown, remarked Vinalia, expressing her disapproval. However, Vasco Strata suddenly appeared behind her, directing a holy fist toward her back. To his astonishment, the woman vanished in a puff of white smoke before his attack could land. The shockwave of Vasco's attack reverberated, obliterating a multitude of clones and prompting Lint to swiftly conjure a protective magic circle in front of her. Vasco landed on the ground, swinging his Durandal X in a circular motion, eliminating more clones in the process. I apologize, Lint, he expressed regretfully. It's quite all right, Your Eminence, Lint replied, maintaining her composure. I certainly didn't expect to encounter the legendary Holy Fist so unexpectedly today, she added with a laugh, trying to lighten the mood. Their brief exchange was abruptly interrupted by the sudden appearance of expansive clouds across the sky. A colossal humanoid creature rapidly formed from the converging clouds and descended to the ground with a resounding thud. Perched atop the creature's head was Venalia, once again waving in a nonchalant manner. She winked mischievously before releasing a substantial stream of white smoke from her mouth, directed at both Lint and Vasco Strata. Vasco Strata swiftly swung his sword, cutting the stream in half. However, the separated smoke segments exhibited unexpected resilience and continued toward them. Take this then, Lint declared, unleashing her holy purple flames at the smoke. This time, the flames proved effective, incinerating the smoke and earning a satisfied smile for Venalia. Well, my sacred gear works on it. Perhaps due to its holy properties? Why not channel that through your Durandal X, Your Eminence? Suggested Lint, offering a strategic idea. I will give that a try, replied Vasco Strata. With determination, he leapt towards the cloud monster, and Venalia, accompanied by Lint who gracefully ascended, engaged the clones surrounding them, leaving Vasco Strata to confront the primary threat. As Vasco Strata reached the creature, he imbued his Durandal X with holy energy, executing a powerful swing aimed at both Venalia and the cloud monster. The creature attempted to shield itself with its hand, but the slash cut through it, forcing Venalia to dodge as the rest of the cloud creature was bisected by Vasco's formidable attack. Yet, as Venalia turned her gaze towards Vasco Strata, she was met with his sudden disappearance. Swiftly, before she could react, another holy fist found its mark, landing squarely on her back, sending her hurtling through several buildings. Vasco Strata wasted no time and pursued her, appearing in front of her once more to deliver another devastating holy fist, this time striking her face and propelling her even further. The venerable warrior materialized above the point where Venalia had crashed. With Durandal X in hand, he initiated his own rendition of the Durandal cannon. A potent stream of holy energy surged from the sword, charging swiftly as he aimed it directly at Venalia. The unleashed power was unleashed, directed with precision after a brief but effective charge. Beneath Vasco Strata, the space erupted into a colossal dome of holy energy, obliterating not only Venalia, but also the surrounding clones. Despite this display of power, Vasco Strata remained vigilant, sensing the lingering aura of Venalia. In a sudden moment, a trail of white smoke appeared behind him. Reacting swiftly, he thrust his elbow into it, imbuing the strike with holy energy. The attack found its mark, colliding with flesh, and Venalia was forcefully propelled away again. However, Vasco Strata's keen awareness detected multiple cloud-like weapons manifesting around him, hurtling towards him with intent. He swung his sword at one of them, successfully destroying it, but to his dismay, it promptly regenerated and continued its relentless assault. Vasco Strata mused thoughtfully as he once again charged his blade with holy energy, sweeping it around himself with precision, dispelling the cloud-like weapons for good. His demeanor conveyed a blend of acknowledgement and introspection. As expected, these are imbued with darkness and shadows, amplifying the potency of any holy or light energy attacks. Lord Aaron may have mentioned this before, but I had assumed that only certain individuals would possess such abilities, not everyone with access to different innate powers, he reflected quietly. Suddenly, Vasco Strata swiftly leaned to the left, skillfully deflecting a stream of swirling clouds directed at him. His gaze sharpened in the direction of the attack, only to find Venalia wearing an expression of both fury and annoyance. I don't appreciate being hit. Men don't usually hit women, do they? Venalia questioned incredulously. challenging the traditional norms with a hint of defiance in her tone. Such norms hold no weight in a battle, young Venalia. Once on the battlefield, everyone becomes nothing but a warrior, and the only thing warriors need to do is face each other. The victor is the one who determines the next move, Vasco Strata replied with confidence, meeting Venalia's glare with a steadfast smile. Ah, so you're just a brute. I understand now, she retorted with a scoff. Without hesitation, she snapped her fingers, summoning swirling serpent clouds around them. These ethereal snakes were colossal, their cloudy bodies coiling around the city's large buildings. Get him, she ordered. The cloud snakes lunged towards Vasco Strata, who moved with a grace that defied his imposing stature. Swiftly avoiding one of the snake's strikes, he executed a rapid turn, slashing through it and cleaving it in half. Another snake approached, but Vasco Strata skillfully sidestepped its attack before delivering a powerful holy fist, obliterating a portion of its form and dispelling the threat. I can't comprehend it. This man possesses an overwhelming level of strength and speed. Centurato, the former cardinal, swiftly descended and stood before her, waiting for her to rise. Why do you align yourself with Morwenna? I have been informed of your deeds by my lord, so I am intrigued to know why. Vasco Strata inquired as he observed Venalia getting back on her feet. Despite her broken nose and partially disfigured face, Vasco anticipated her to speak, but to his astonishment, her features began to rapidly mend. Vasco then activated his necklace to discern her true nature, discovering that she belonged to the same vampire race as Esselin, native to this universe. If we consume our victims, we augment our strength, especially if we consume the vitality of a youthful. Lady Morwenna presented me with a compelling proposition, which I accepted. The longer I live, the higher the probability of my ascension to greater power, Venalia elucidated, her gaze fixed upon Vasco Strata. Upon hearing her rationale, the former cardinal's face darkened, prompting him to query, do you not perceive the ethical dilemmas inherent in such a philosophy? There exist alternative paths to strengthen oneself and prolong your existence. Why should I expend effort on difficult methods when simpler alternatives are around? Work smarter, not harder. That's always been my motto, and I see no reason to change it, Venalia retorted with disdain. Yet a subtle grin graced her lips as she added, although I have started doing other things too, which serve to alleviate the burdens of this demanding job, you understand? Vasco Strata's expression darkened even further, but he held his tongue, fully grasping the weight of Venalia's words, which unsettled him to the core. With a resigned sigh, he unsheathed his blade, the Durandal X, once again. Very well, I shall rid the world of the evil before me, for I cannot tolerate such depravity any longer. A smirk curled on Venalia's lips as she replied, my regeneration knows no bounds. I will simply keep regenerating until your strength and stamina run out, as I have done countless times before. With a quick motion, she drew her sword, enveloped in ethereal white smoke and swirling clouds. Venalia charged forward, closing the gap between herself and Vasco Strata, her sword slicing down with deadly intent. But her anticipation turned to horror as Vasco skillfully caught her blade between his fingers. Despite her attempts to retrieve her weapon, it remained trapped, and before she could react, a sudden wave of dread washed over her. Glancing at her left arm, she saw something terrible. It was badly injured and no longer usable. In a frantic effort to fix the situation, Venalia let go of her sword, clutching her injured arm as she leaped away. With desperation, she tried to recover, relying on her regenerative abilities to quickly heal the wound. To her shock, however, her powers failed her, leaving her gazing in disbelief at her incapacitated arm. Vasco Strata moved forward with precision, his unwavering gaze fixed on Venalia. As a servant of the divine, I remain steadfast in my commitment to the teachings of our church and the will of the Lord. However, in the ever-changing flow of time, adaptation becomes necessary. We move forward in collaboration with various factions, Centuredo, as God in Christ forgave you. Ephesians 4 verse 32. With that, he left to reunite with Lint Selzen, leaving Vinalia bewildered. As she tried to move, her life suddenly ended, bringing her story to a quiet close. Though her end was sudden, Vinalia held no regrets for her actions. Her final thoughts lingered on the unfinished meal awaiting her in her quarters in this earthly realm, a poignant reminder of the fleeting nature of life. Ah, Your Eminence, you're finished? Lint asked as Vasco Strata appeared before her. Surrounded by towering angelic beings wreathed in holy purple flames, Lint stood among the activation of her balance breaker, lovely heavenly angels. The trio of majestic angels diligently incinerated the clones of Vinalia that were around her. I have finished my battle, though it confuses me that these clones are still here even after the demise of their original, remarked Vasco Strata as he joined Lint's side. It is conceivable that their functionality doesn't rely on their original being alive. Perhaps they operate independently. Thus, their continued presence suggests. In order to put a stop to these clones, we need to find and eliminate the source, declared Lint passionately, prompting a chuckle from Vasco Strata, who agreed with her analysis. It seems likely that Morwenna's minions are working under the same principles. It's possible that they are being sustained by some kind of mechanism or technique that keeps generating them. Regardless, we need to thoroughly search this area before we move forward, suggested Vasco Strata, his tone determined. Roger, Lint exclaimed, her voice echoing as she summoned her angelic wings and ascended into the skies. Channeling a powerful blend of light energy and her signature holy purple flames, she condensed them into a small sphere and propelled it skyward with a resounding cry. Fly! Flaming and shimmering lines erupted from the sphere, homing in on the clones of Vinalia below and swiftly dispatching them. The combination of piercing light energy and engulfing flames left no trace of the clones in their wake. Silently observing the spectacle, Vasco Strata watched as Lint systematically eradicated the clones surrounding her, aided by her formidable flaming angels who intercepted any attempting to evade her onslaught. In the chaos, Vasco's keen gaze detected a peculiar anomaly, a figure lurking within a nearby building. Without hesitation, he leaped towards the structure, swiftly cleaving the building in twain. Amen! The man cursed, narrowly avoiding being cut in half as he crouched low. Suddenly, a shadowy figure appeared behind him, unleashing a barrage of dark tentacles towards Vasco Strata. Reacting swiftly, the former cardinal infused his sword with holy energy, effortlessly dispersing the ominous tendrils. Unfazed, the man gritted his teeth and hurled crimson projectiles towards Vasco, only to have them expertly sliced in two by the cardinal's blade. In a decisive move, Vasco delivered a powerful blow to the man's abdomen, sending him through buildings. Meanwhile, Lint entered the fight, leaving the task of dealing with the remaining clones of Vinalia to her relentless barrage of energy and her angelic summons. Rushing to Vasco's side, she aimed her light gun at the spot where the man had been knocked back and unleashed a torrent of light energy, obliterating the area in a brilliant explosion. To their astonishment, the man emerged relatively unscathed, his minor injuries swiftly healing before their eyes. With short brown hair neatly parted in the middle, gray eyes, and clad in a long red coat paired with black pants and boots, he presented an enigmatic figure. Hovering behind him, the shadowy entity brushed against his cheek, eliciting bewilderment from both Lint and Vasco Strata. I shouldn't have underestimated the intruders upon learning of Wurrit and Vinalia's demise. That error falls squarely on my shoulders, the man muttered, redirecting his gaze towards Lint and Vasco Strata. Centuredo. My apologies, Gliha. You know you're my favorite, Pugator chuckled, leaning in to share a kiss with the shadowy entity, further perplexing the duo. In silence, Lint aimed her light gun at Pugator and Gliha, firing a single shot that Gliha intercepted with a low growl. Taking in the strange scene, Lint commented, yeah, this is really weird. Maybe even stranger than the time I saw Aaron Payson acting very oddly around his mother, though nothing inappropriate. Affection takes on many forms. It is not our place to judge, Vasco Strata remarked sagely, nodding in understanding. However, our duty demands that we rid this universe of the malevolence that plagues it. Forgive us, little ones. Vasco Strata directed his sword towards Pugator and Gliha, harnessing a tremendous surge of holy energy from both his weapon and his body. Without hesitation, he charged forward, racing towards the mysterious pair with resolute determination. As his blade descended upon them, Pugator and Gliha agilely dodged the attack, aided by their combined abilities. Nevertheless, the force unleashed by Vasco's strike left behind a massive fissure, tearing through the very surface of the planet. The immense chasm exposed glimpses of the planet's core, filling both Gliha and Pugator with a sense of unease as they gazed upon the foreboding sight before them. "You're quite the daring one yourself, aren't you?" Pugator remarked with a smirk, meeting Vasco Strata's gaze with a hint of admiration. In an instant, both Pugator and Vasco Strata vanished, leaving behind a resounding shockwave that rippled through the atmosphere. The clash between Pugator's crimson sword shrouded in darkness and Vasco Strata's legendary Durandal X erupted in a spectacle of power and intensity. From her vantage point on the ground, Lint observed the titanic struggle, witnessing Vasco Strata's overwhelming dominance over his opponent. "Even with all our strength, we're still being pushed back. You must be out of your mind, you hulking brute," Pugator exclaimed incredulously, his frustration evident as he and Gliha were driven back by the formidable might of the man before them. Lint turned to Vasco Strata, concern etched on her face. "Your Eminence, do you need any help?" she asked, as Vasco Strata landed gracefully beside her. Vasco Strata thought for a moment before replying, "I have taken care of the previous subordinate. However, how about this? Engage them on my behalf. I will observe and provide guidance as necessary. As teammates, we should acquaint ourselves with each other's abilities. Our training prior to and during our time here may have developed new techniques and skills." A grin spread across Lint Selzen's face as she summoned a light sword, enveloping it in purple holy flames. Dual-wielding the blazing blade and light gun, her eyes gleamed with eager anticipation. "Roger that. I will gladly put on a show for His Eminence," she declared with confidence, ready to demonstrate her prowess in battle. Lint Selzen soared towards Pugator and Gliha, her radiant wings spanning wide. Pugator shifted his focus to the imminent danger as Gliha unleashed a flurry of dark tendrils from his back. With skill and grace, Lint adeptly cut through the approaching darkness with her blade of light, the flames of justice consuming the severed strands. Closing the gap with unparalleled speed, Lint continued her relentless assault, her determination unwavering. In a quick and unexpected move, she delivered a forceful headbutt to Pugator's midsection, sending him backward. Yet, Pugator swiftly regained his footing, stopping his momentum with a surge of crimson energy, his resilience shining through despite the strength of the impact. Pugator's offhand comment earned him a sharp rebuke from Gliha, prompting Lint to assert with fervor, "I am not a child." With determination burning in her eyes, Lint surged forward, directing a swift kick at Pugator. However, he skillfully dodged her attack, using his crimson energy to propel himself out of harm's way. Yet, to his astonishment, Lint's agility exceeded his expectations as her foot connected with his face in a lightning-fast maneuver, catching him off guard with her impressive speed. Propelled backward, Pugator felt the intense heat and force of the holy purple flames unleashed by Lint, engulfing him and Gliha in a searing blaze. Both enemies screamed in agony as they were forcefully propelled away by the explosion. Not finished yet, Lint landed firmly on the ground and took aim with both her light sword and light gun. unleashing a devastating combination of light energy and purple flames directly at the retreating duo. With precision and intent, she incorporated anti-healing and anti-regeneration techniques into her attack, ensuring that Pugator and Gliha would not emerge unscathed. The combined onslaught collided with its targets, erupting into a cataclysmic explosion that tore through the surrounding cityscape, leaving destruction in its wake. Lin's determination to neutralize the threat posed by Pugator and Gliha was evident in the sheer magnitude of the devastation unleashed upon them. As Pugator emerged unscathed from the devastation wrought by Lin's attack, a sense of confusion washed over her. What in the world is happening? She muttered to herself, her gaze shifting to Vasco Strata in search of guidance. Meanwhile, Vasco Strata's expression bore a hint of concern as he observed Pugator and Gliha's resilience in the face of Lin's attack. Though typically composed, the former cardinal couldn't conceal his unease at the duo's seemingly invincible nature. Facing Lint once again, Pugator posed a question that piqued her curiosity. "Would you like to know how I managed to survive?" he asked, his tone carrying a hint of amusement. Lint responded with a casual shrug. "I highly doubt you'll share your secrets, but go ahead, entertain me." A cryptic smile appeared on Pugator's lips as he gestured for them to look around. To their surprise, they saw numerous lifeless clones scattered around the area. Pugator tapped his temple, summoning crimson orbs that formed into various weapons around him. "Let me make it clear for you," he declared proudly. "I have the ability to redirect the damage inflicted on me to the countless clones created by Lady Morwenna. Therefore, I am virtually immortal with infinite lives. In this state, I am invincible." Vasco Strata nodded in understanding, putting together the pieces of the puzzle regarding Pugator's seemingly indestructible nature. "I understand. That's why my previous attacks seemed useless," he murmured, realizing the seriousness of their situation. As Lint pondered their choices, a bold idea sparked in her mind. Why not just launch him into space? She proposed, met with a brief silence as everyone present processed her daring plan. Vasco Strata studied Pugator with a determined look, noticing the flicker of unease on his face. "Yes, that could lead us to victory," the former cardinal stated, his tone unwavering. "I have the strength to carry out such a maneuver." The thought of being thrown into the endless expanse of space appeared to unsettle Pugator, his confidence faltering in the face of this unexpected strategy. Nevertheless, with a new plan in mind, Lint and Vasco Strata prepared to execute their bold plan, ready to seize victory by any means necessary. "I mean, I can certainly handle as well, but your strong presence makes it quite obvious," Lint admitted with a nervous chuckle, acknowledging Vasco Strata's impressive capabilities. Pugator's defiant response cut through the tense air, his confidence masking a hint of nervousness at the prospect of their plan succeeding. "Huh, as if I would ever allow you to do that. Sure, it's a way to take me out, but it's not very practical," he exclaimed, his defiant nature shining through despite his apprehension. Glia's sudden attack diverted their attention, her relentless onslaught of darkness leaving no room for hesitation as Lint and Vasco Strata focused on defending themselves against her unyielding assault. Pugator's efforts to comfort Gliha were met with a continued outpouring of sorrow, her distress evident in her anguished cries. He understood her response as that of an upset child, lashing out in retaliation against their perceived threat. "Dori, Gliha, well, come out victorious. And if not, we'll simply run away like we always have," Pugator reassured her, his tone soothing despite the seriousness of their situation. Mindful of his ability to redirect damage to various objects, including the ground or nearby items, he remained confident in their ability to withstand their opponent's attacks. Yet, Pugator was acutely aware of his vulnerability in space. Unlike his ability to redirect damage to other objects, he couldn't redirect harm inflicted upon him in the vacuum of space. This vulnerability made him susceptible to instant death techniques and abilities, making it a surefire way to eliminate him. Summoning crimson constructs beside him, Pugator watched as they swiftly transformed into formidable lines and appendages, charging towards Lint and Vasco Strata in the middle of the chaos of Gliha's relentless onslaught. Taking note of Pugator's actions, Gliha replicated his constructs, mimicking his offensive maneuvers. With their combined assault closing in on their enemies, Pugator seized the chance to flee, prioritizing the safety of both himself and Gliha above all else. Unconcerned about potential retribution from Morwenna, Eleanor, or Fumara, Pugator fled without hesitation, focused solely on ensuring his survival and that of his companion, Gliha. Despite his despicable behavior and inclination to inflict suffering on the vulnerable, Pugator held a deep and genuine love for his cherished companion, Gliha. Their connection dated back to their childhood, as they had been inseparable since they were young. Coming from the same planet, their families shared a strong bond and envisioned a future where Pugator and Gliha would marry and start a life of happiness together. However, tragedy struck when Fumara's organization conquered their planet, subjecting them to enslavement and hardship. From the tender age of 16, both Pugator and Gliha were forced into a life of labor and servitude, their once promising futures dimmed by the oppressive forces that held them captive. Despite the challenges they faced, their unwavering bond provided them with comfort and strength amidst the turmoil that surrounded them. Once again, tragedy befell Pugator as Gliha met her demise on a mission, taken from this world by none other than a member of the Resistance, specifically Chow Chow. The loss of his beloved companion ignited a deep-seated hatred within Pugator, directed towards the one responsible for her untimely end. In a desperate attempt to keep Gliha by his side, Pugator made a solemn oath with her corpse and soul upon retrieving her body. Bound by their love and grief, they swore that if either of them were to die, both would perish, their souls annihilated in the process. Gliha readily agreed to the pact, unaware of the unseen manipulation wrought by Eleanor upon her body prior to its return to Pugator. Unbeknownst to Pugator and Gliha, Eleanor's meddling led to Gliha's transformation into a shadowy entity, her essence altered by mysterious forces beyond their comprehension. Thus, the bond between Pugator and Gliha endured, albeit tainted by the darkness that now enveloped her form. Much to the astonishment of Pugator and Gliha, Lint suddenly appeared before them in a dazzling burst of silvery white and purple wings, a mischievous grin on her face that belied the danger she posed. Leaving already lovebirds? She taunted, her weapon trained on them, as she unleashed a storm of bullets. Reacting swiftly, Gliha extended her hand towards the incoming projectiles, effortlessly obliterating them with a wave of her fingers, though it appeared to cause her great discomfort. Meanwhile, fueled by determination and anger, Pugator summoned a crimson sword and charged at Lint, underestimating her skill with the blade. With a confident smirk, Lint skillfully parried Pugator's strike, revealing her proficiency in swordsmanship much to his surprise. "Oh dear, too bad. I'm quite skilled with swords as well," she teased before delivering a swift kick to his stomach, sending him staggering backwards. Pugator quickly realized that he had underestimated Lint's abilities, a serious mistake on his part. Dismissing her light gun, Lint charged forward, her silvery white and purple wings fluttering as she lunged at Pugator with fierce determination. Brandishing her light sword with reckless abandon, she clashed with Pugator's crimson blade in a frenzied duel of energy swords. Keeping her focus on Pugator, Lint used her holy purple flames to keep Gliha at bay, continuously peppering her with relentless barrages of flame bullets whenever she tried to intervene. Despite Pugator's ability to redirect damage, he found himself slowly succumbing to the pain inflicted by Lint's sword and flames, a sensation that deeply puzzled him. I'm feeling pain, but I automatically redirect this kind of damage away. Why am I feeling the pain? Pugator pondered, his growing unease evident as panic began to take hold. Sensing his distress, Gliha attempted to reach out to him, only to be thwarted once more by Lint's flames. Lint's grin widened as she observed Pugator's realization, her taunting words cutting through the chaos of battle. "Oya, did you notice something strange? Let me give you a hint. We asked for help. Sorry, I chose the other option." She jeered, reveling in the moment as she outmaneuvered her enemy with cunning precision. Pugator found himself in a dire situation, perplexed by Lint's cryptic remark, but acutely aware of the trouble it foreboded. Unbeknownst to him, Lint had reached out to Comptoir, seeking assistance in neutralizing Pugator's innate abilities. Pugator possessed two innate powers: the ability to redirect damage and the capacity to manifest constructs with his crimson energy. Unlike the darkness and shadow manipulation inherent in others of their universe, Pugator's crimson energy lacked unique properties but remained a potent force nonetheless. His reliance on his power to redirect damage was such that he had developed it to operate automatically, instinctively warding off perceived threats, including the sensation of pain itself. This adaptation had served him well in countless battles, allowing him to navigate through perilous situations unscathed. However, Lint's intervention had disrupted this automatic defense mechanism, leaving Pugator vulnerable and exposed to the pain inflicted by her relentless assault. As he grappled with this sudden realization, Pugator understood the gravity of his predicament and the imminent threat posed by his enemy. In a devastating twist of fate, Pugator's crimson blade splintered under Lint's relentless assault, leaving him vulnerable to her impending strike. With a heavy sense of inevitability in the air, time seemed to slow as Lint's blade inexorably descended towards him. Undeterred by the barrage of holy purple flame bullets raining down upon her, Gliha surged forward in a desperate attempt to reach Pugator, her sole focus on protecting him from harm. Despite her valiant efforts, she too succumbed to the onslaught, her body pierced through by the deadly holy projectiles. As Lint's sword pierced Pugator's chest and the bullets found their mark upon Glia's body, time appeared to come to a standstill, the weight of the moment hanging heavily in the air. In the eerie silence that followed, Lint's voice broke through the stillness, her words laden with solemnity and purpose. "I not commanded you? Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid. Do not be discouraged, for the Lord your God will be with you wherever you go." Joshua 1 verse 9. She whispered, her voice carrying the weight of finality as the realization of their fate settled upon them. Witnessing the holy purple flames engulf Pugator and Gliha, sealing their fate, Lint was struck by a poignant moment unfolding before her. Despite the looming demise, Glia's final act of love towards Pugator cut through the chaos. Unable to hear the words of the shadowy entity, Lint watched their lips, catching the silent declaration of, "I love you," uttered by Gliha before the flames consumed them both. In that fleeting moment of tenderness in the turmoil, Lint couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt wash over her. With a heavy heart, Lint offered a quick prayer for the departed souls, her hands clasped together in silent reverence. Though she acknowledged Pugator's past transgressions and the atrocities he had committed, she couldn't shake the sense of sorrow that gripped her, the tragic tale of love and loss that had unfolded before her. With a solemn resolve, Lint turned away from the scene, her thoughts weighed down by the weight of the events that had transpired. As she made her way back to where Vasco Strata awaited, she carried with her the burden of witnessing the final moments of Pugator and Glia's tragic saga, a reminder of the complexities of the human heart and the enduring power of love, even in the face of darkness. Continuing his barrage attacks on the clones of Venalia and Pugator, Vasco Strata became aware of Lint's nearby presence, also engaged in the same task with a heavy heart. Driven by compassion, he approached her, offering a sympathetic ear to her thoughts. "Warrior Lint, I can see the burden weighing on your heart. If you would allow it, this old man will lend an ear to your thoughts," gently proposed Vasco Strata. In response, Lint offered a faint smile, touched by his kind gesture. Even those considered evil must have had reasons for becoming so, right? Not all of them began that way. It makes me wonder how they reached that point. Their lives must have been difficult. Censuredo all they can do is make the most of the given or forced choice imposed upon them. They either find a way to overcome it or succumb to it. There is seldom a middle ground. Over the years, we have witnessed numerous perspectives on this, and I have personally experienced it many times in my life, Vasco Strata explained, his voice reflecting the weight of his experience and wisdom. I see. Thank you, Your Eminence, replied Lint, her voice infused with comprehension as she took in his words. With a nod of acknowledgement, she flew away, determined to continue her task of dispatching the clones. Vasco Strata observed Lint as she continued her relentless assault on the clones, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of their recent enemy. That man surely didn't just come here to observe or fight us. So, why did he come here? Did he know where this machine was? A blunder on our part for not asking. He seemed like the type to answer truthfully once given a bit of compassion. He pondered aloud, his voice tinged with a hint of regret. Turning his attention to the gaping crevice he had created earlier, Vasco Strata felt a strange energy emanating from its depths. Sensing the presence of Comptoir and Rias below, he concluded that they were likely handling whatever lay at the bottom. With a resigned nod, he decided to leave the task to them for the time being. For now, I will leave it to them, he murmured to himself, a sense of calm settling over him as he resumed his relentless slaughter of the clones. Comptoir and Rias weaved their way through the intricate corridors of metal and concrete, the faint light causing eerie shadows to dance across the walls. The recent tremor in the underground complex had caught their attention, as well as the sight of the ground being torn apart nearby. Comptoir revealed to Rias that Vasco Strata was behind the disturbance, and that Lint Selzen had reached out to her for help, although it was for minor issues. As they continued to explore the underground network, Comptoir expressed her desire to obtain certain items from the facility, prompting Rias to question why she didn't just teleport them to herself. Why not use your powers to teleport them to you? Rias asked, intrigued by Comptoir's unconventional approach. Exploration is half the fun. Comptoir replied with a mischievous grin, a sentiment that Rias suspected was influenced by Aaron, her fiancé, who shared a similar enthusiasm for discovering new places. The pair stepped into a new room, where they were met with a legion of clones resembling Veve, Venalia, and Wurrit. Each clone unleashed a barrage of attacks and techniques in their direction. Rias prepared herself to counter the onslaught, but Comptoir unexpectedly intervened, halting her with a raised hand. This is a leisurely stroll and vacation, Rias. Leave the fighting to me, declared Comptoir, her demeanor strangely composed despite the chaos. Perplexed but trusting in her companion's judgment, Rias acquiesced in silence. As the impending attacks closed in, Comptoir winked in their direction before vanishing into thin air. A smile graced her lips as she reappeared in the middle of the bewildered clones, her presence seemingly commanding their attention. With a flourish, she clapped her hands together, which made the attacks sent towards them disappear, and also prompting the clones to mimic her actions in unison, creating a surreal display as she and Rias calmly crossed the room after the gesture. Confusion clouded Rias' expression as she followed Comptoir toward the exit, the bizarre sequence of events leaving her at a loss for words. Upon reaching the door on the other side, Barato turned back to address the clones with a final decree. Vanish and never return, she declared with a calm yet authoritative tone. In response, the clones collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Their forms blipped into nothingness without a sound, leaving behind an eerie silence in the chamber. Rias strolled alongside Comptoir, her mind still whirling from the unorthodox display she had just witnessed. Isn't it fun to do things unconventionally? Comptoir asked, her tone playful. Do you mean what you just did? Rias asked, a touch of unease in her words. Comptoir chuckled softly, sensing Rias' apprehension. Don't be afraid, Rias. I simply tapped into powers Aaron tends to avoid using. He's more inclined toward direct combat, as he showed a year ago. He prefers to rely on his fists rather than obscure abilities. Though he may not admit it, He's a bit of a battle enthusiast himself. Rias nodded, her weariness easing a bit. Yes, you're right. While he would like to avoid life-or-death battles, he does enjoy the competitive nature of raiding games. They're like a sport to him, in a way. Rias cocked her head in curiosity, prompting her to inquire, when you killed the clones, what did you mean by never return? Kuntor provided a pensive explanation. Those clones are being churned out at a rapid pace by a machine crafted by Morwenna, and we're in close proximity to it. Before we confront her, we'll need to eliminate it. However, she likely has contingencies in place, including additional clones and inventions, to impede our progress. When I said never return, I meant that it would be impossible to create them by that machine or any similar technique again, Kuntor clarified. Except, of course, by Azathoth, Aaron, myself, and other outer gods. To put it in simpler terms, if the clones were characters in a game, I would be the owner, and I'd have nuked my entire house along with everything associated with the game, rendering it nearly impossible to recover the data. While you could recreate them, they wouldn't truly be the originals, if you know what I mean. Rias nodded in acknowledgement of Kuntor's explanation, though she thought it might be a bit extreme. They made their way into another room, walking through a lengthy hallway that was free of any enemies. Inside the room, there was a large apparatus with 11 capsules. Interestingly, the word error glowed above 3 of these capsules, which were responsible for the creation of Veve, Venalia, and Wurit, indicating malfunction, while the others were working fine. Among the remaining clones were Frazee, Pugator, a young boy. This young boy had short white hair, black horns, and was dressed in a black and gold shirt with a white vest underneath, black shorts, socks, and matching black and gold boots. He also had bat-like wings extending from his back and a long black tail. That little thing is Fandrin, Kuntor remarked in a matter-of-fact tone. A mix of vampire and demon within this universe. I'm surprised he survived this long. His survival is indeed remarkable. Intriguing, mused Rias, her curiosity piqued. So, there are demons in this universe. And why do you find it remarkable that Fandrin has lived for so long? She inquired further, her gaze sweeping over the grinning clones around them, poised for attack. Kuntor explained, similar to the dynamics within the Draconic Dais, vampires here, with a few exceptions, tend to avoid interaction with individuals outside their species. However, under Fumara's dominion, they were coerced into amicable coexistence with other beings. Similarly, the demons of this realm lack the hierarchical structure found in the underworld, instead emphasizing power as the primary determinant of influence. Those possessing both intellect and formidable strength wield significant sway over the affairs of their planet. In light of these circumstances, the prospect of peaceful coexistence for such beings seems almost unfathomable, let alone the possibility of love or intimacy, given their inherent aversion to one another, elaborated Kuntor, delving deeper into the complexities of their situation. Even if, by some unlikely chance, they were to reproduce. The fate of their offspring is often grim, marked by a swift demise due to the intense animosity between their parents or succumbing to a range of afflictions. Her observations continued. Regarding Fandrin, based on my estimation, he must be at least 27 years old. However, his small stature of just 47 underscores the extent of his physical limitations. Moreover, he grapples with respiratory issues, alleviated by Morwenna's ingenuity and fragile bones, strengthened through her interventions. Kuntor's expression darkened with concern. It appears probable that he may have been sold to Morwenna and subjected to these alterations against his will. Rias was taken aback by the harsh truth that Fandrin was facing, struggling with the idea that he had been forced into a life that he didn't choose. So, he was forced to live a life filled with such hardships, she said with empathy in her voice. Is there really no chance for the offspring of these species to be born without these afflictions? Kuntor offered a glimmer of hope in the midst of the darkness, explaining, while Fandrin represents the typical outcome, there are exceptions where the offspring of these species are born without these afflictions. One such exception holds the esteemed position of rank 5 within Fumara's eradicators. If fate and cosmic forces align favorably, a rare prodigy emerges, a powerful entity similar to a rank 5 eradicator. However, the usual outcome tends to be similar to Fandrin's circumstances. Refocusing on their mission, Kuntuar steered the conversation towards disabling the mysterious device. As she approached the clone, a confrontation seemed imminent. Yet, to their surprise, Kuntuar gave the command, sleep. In an instant, their enemies crumpled to the ground, unconscious from her directive. Rias hurried to catch up with Kuntuar, her mind racing with questions. Would Rias started tentatively, only to be interrupted by Kuntuar's pointed question. Would Aaron be able to do something about it? Is that what you're going to ask me? Kuntuar questioned, her focus unwavering as she manipulated the controls before her. Caught off guard by Kuntuar's perceptiveness, Rias nodded in confirmation. Yes, she admitted, meeting Kuntuar's gaze with a serious expression. Kuntuar's scrutiny intensified as she delved deeper, probing into the underlying motivations behind Rias's concern. Is Gasper and Valerie's involvement influencing your desire for Aaron's intervention? I understand your fondness for your junior and your close friendship with Valerie and the other vampires of the new faction. What is at the extent of it? Tell me the truth, Rias, she pressed. Rias hesitated, her gaze faltering momentarily before she exhaled a resigned sigh. A conversation close to Fandrin's circumstances came up among myself and some of the girls a few weeks ago, and it has lingered in my thoughts since. Valerie was present. Among others, she admitted, her tone tinged with a mixture of contemplation and remorse. Rias broached a sensitive subject, grappling with moral dilemmas and uncertainties. I understand it's a difficult situation, but if there were complications during Aaron's involvement with one of us, could he potentially intervene to mitigate them? She pondered aloud, her words heavy with concern. Our moral compasses have been called into question. If a child were to have defects, would Aaron or we take measures to address them? Would such actions be ethically justifiable? For example, if we were aware of the possibility of a child being born with Down syndrome, Censuredo both present and anticipated in the future, we wonder whether such interventions would be feasible. While a few hybrids in our world lead relatively normal lives, there have undoubtedly been instances of others perishing at birth or succumbing to early demise due to unforeseen complications and diseases, haven't there? Kuntuar's fingers maintained their steady dance across the controls as Rias finished her heartfelt explanation. Taking a moment, Kuntuar turned to meet Rias's gaze, her expression resolute yet empathetic. Yes, Aaron is capable of anything, she confirmed, echoing Rias's sentiments. But, as you pointed out, his actions are guided by his moral compass and ethics. The decision to intervene is ultimately up to both of you. While your intentions are undoubtedly in the best interest of your child, the final choice lies with both of you. No outside influences should sway what you decide as parents. Rias felt a wave of relief wash over her, tinged with a lingering sense of shame. I understand, she murmured gratefully. Thank you for your insight. He'll pass this along to the others. Kuntuar nodded affirmatively, indicating the completion of her task. She pressed a button decisively, prompting an audible beep to echo throughout the chamber. With a mischievous giggle, she added, I was tempted to destroy it outright, but I decided to have a bit of playful mischief with Morwenna instead. Rias felt a surge of unease at the cryptic remark. What exactly did you do? She inquired cautiously, her apprehension evident. Kuntuar waved off Rias's concerns with a playful scoff, her eyes sparkling with amusement. Oh, just a harmless prank, she reassured, her tone lighthearted. You're making it sound like I committed a heinous crime. I simply adjusted the clones to be less effective, making it easier for our team to handle them. Rest assured, the originals remain unaffected by my tinkering. Rias asked, would it not be more beneficial if we stop production by destroying it? Kuntuar waved her finger in response. TSK, 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 don't you believe I consider that? Rias? It will only last for 5 minutes, and then self-destruct. So yes, this prank will not last for long. So let's get away from this place, she exclaimed before taking Rias by the hand and leading her away. Rias smiled awkwardly at the situation, her mind wandering. My companion is much more playful these days. She appeared more rigid in the past. Maybe it is because she was finally freed from Azathoth and became her own person. As they neared the final room of the underground network, the core loomed not too far below, a testament to the profound impact of Vasco Strata's sword-wielding prowess, which had cleaved open the earth and revealed the depths to which humanity could reach. Rias, a few feet from the towering metallic door leading into the chamber, voiced her question, by the way, who in our team is facing the original Fandrin? Yumi. Crom Crutch spent a bit of time with her, but after encountering Fandrin, he lost interest and went off on his own, Kuntuar explained as she effortlessly disintegrated the metallic door with a touch. As for Crom Crutch, well, he's currently locked in combat with 2 other opponents, and he seems to be thoroughly enjoying himself, she added, gesturing upward. Rias followed Kuntuar's gesture and looked upward, noticing slight vibrations in the surroundings. Had she not focused on them, they might have gone unnoticed. He's engaging them both in aerial combat, which is why the vibrations are barely perceptible. Aaron, Aquino, and their new ally will face the final opponent. Morwenna awaits beyond this door with her brilliant invention, Kuntuar further explained. Fufufu, welcome, welcome. I've been eagerly anticipating your arrival, Morwenna greeted, turning to face Rias and Kuntuar as they entered the expansive room. As they stepped inside, their attention was drawn to a sizable metallic egg positioned behind Morwenna. Periodically, it trembled, and to Rias' astonishment, she noticed an eye embedded within its surface, fixating on them with eerie awareness, indicating its sentient nature. Do you like it? Morwenna inquired with a playful grin. I find it rather charming. I stole the blueprint from Eleanor and made a few modifications to suit my tastes. The assistance of the Eevee was invaluable, particularly their advancements in technology, she explained, twirling around before winking mischievously at the pair. Didn't Aaron cut off communication with the Eevee? Rias asked, her brow furrowed. Before that happened, they had already received blueprints and guidance from the Eevee. They've been trying to replicate them with varying degrees of success. On the other hand, the mechanical gods have been incorporating elements provided by Fumara, making them even more powerful, Kuntuar explained, shedding light on the intricate dynamics at play. Rias' frown deepened at this revelation. The lack of prior knowledge left her feeling unsettled. She wondered if Aaron intended to disclose it in due time, since her teammates had not mentioned this development, despite her absence from some of the meetings between the leaders and Aaron. Now let's proceed, shall we? Morwenna interjected, clapping her hands together. Suddenly, a holographic bar appeared in the sky, bearing Morwenna's name atop it along with a health bar beneath, resembling a feature from video game. Morwenna clapped her hands once again, summoning her own replicas that encircled Rias and Kuntuar. But these duplicates were different, clad in shimmering blue armor and standing tall, with wispy blue tendrils trailing behind them. Adorned with cannons mounted at strategic points across their frame, the clones presented a startling sight that left Rias feeling both astonished and bewildered. Well, that's quite strange, Barato commented, Centurato forming a gun-like shape with her fingers and unleashing bullets of power of destruction at the clones. The projectiles hit the clones, causing them to disintegrate upon impact. However, this did nothing to dissuade the relentless advance of the clones, as some of them countered by launching translucent blue missiles, firing energy shots, and using their tendrils to try and ensnare the duo. Kuntuar reacted swiftly, exhaling a gentle breath toward the incoming attacks. Moments later, the projectiles erupted in a sudden explosion, catching the clones off guard. Those who were struck by the tentacles cried out in pain as the appendages latched onto them, weakening their resistance. Despite the setback, the clones pressed on with their assault. A sizable contingent leaped toward Rias and Barato, their armor shifting into drill-like appendages aimed directly at the duo. Kuntuar remarked, "The armor around them appears to be quite versatile. Perhaps Aaron can replicate something similar with his sacred gears, even though he already possesses Ascalon alongside the boosted gear." With the appendages and clones closing in, Kuntuar playfully poked the space in front of her, causing them to vanish without a trace, which disturbed Morwenna. As Rias prepared to unleash more bullets, she was taken aback by Kuntuar's action. However, her attention was swiftly redirected when Morwenna suddenly fell to her knees, clutching her head in apparent distress. Despite the evident pain, Morwenna refrained from making any audible sounds. "Ah, she did that, didn't she? My apologies, it slipped my mind," remarked Kuntuar, a subtle smirk gracing her lips. Observing the confusion etched on Ria's face, Kuntuar felt compelled to elaborate. Morwenna utilized a machine she created to make clones of herself, in addition to her innate ability to generate duplicates. Some of the clones I killed were manifestations of her own technique. However, she is now unable to use that ability, regardless of how much she tries. Morwenna, visibly taken aback, struggled to articulate her disbelief. "No one mentioned that the Resistance harbored an individual of your caliber, comparable to the Outer Gods." With deliberate slowness, Morwenna expressed her astonishment. Kuntuar, responding with a snap of her fingers, promptly alleviated Morwenna's distress, a gesture met with both shock and bewilderment. Fixing her gaze upon Morwenna, Kuntuar calmly stated, "Your relief from pain facilitates a clearer explanation. To be blunt, I embody aspects akin to an outer god, albeit lacking a definitive classification within any species. Maybe I could humorously suggest a connection to Aaron's species? The irony is not lost on me, even though our differences are quite obvious. Nevertheless, let us stay focused on the matter at hand," remarked Kuntuar, gesturing towards Morwenna. "All of your secretive projects have been destroyed by Aaron. They are no longer useful to you." Morwenna, visibly shocked by this revelation, quickly activated a device strapped to her wrist, conducting a rapid assessment. Her shock soon turned into furious anger, displayed in the forceful stomp of her foot on the ground. "How? No, he's an outer god. The details are irrelevant. Damn it all. I should have moved it to another planet." With a grimace etched on her face, Morwenna gritted her teeth and delivered a resounding clap, causing the forceful rupture of the large container housing the metallic egg. As the egg split open, a strange yet imposing metallic entity emerged, taking up 3/4 of the room's expanse. Its appearance was decidedly unconventional. The creature boasted a large metallic frame adorned with numerous azure glowing orbs. Its slender wings, marked with Roman numerals, extended from its back, while it moved gracefully on 2 legs. Transparent, light blue lances encircled its appendages, including its arms and tail, giving it an imposing visage. A smug smile played on Morwenna's lips as she directed her command towards Kuntuar and Rias, her finger pointing with hatred. "Eliminate them, BX7. Their mere presence aggravates my discomfort," she ordered, her voice dripping with disdain. In response to her command, the mechanical behemoth known as BX7 emitted a deafening roar before charging towards the duo with lethal intent. In retaliation, Rias conjured 2 large orbs of power of destruction, unleashing them with precision towards BX7. Instead of dodging the attack, the mechanical monstrosity chose to thrust its transparent lances at the incoming attacks. Yet, this turned out to be a grave miscalculation, as Rias' attacks obliterated both its appendages and the lances around its arms. To Rias' astonishment, the creature quickly reconstructed its lost limbs using the same translucent, light blue ability it had used to create its lances. This time, it fashioned its reconstructed arms into sharper, broader versions of the previous iteration, ready to resume the confrontation with renewed ferocity. Target the core, and its functionality will cease, much like a heart. Though the semantics are inconsequential, Kuntuar remarked with a dismissive wave of her hand. With effortless nonchalance, she dispatched the powerful BX-7, reducing it to irreparable shards, leaving Morwenna visibly dumbfounded. While Morwenna stammered, shock etched across her face as she struggled to articulate her disbelief. Her vehement headshake betrayed her incredulity as she once again pointed towards the enemies, summoning a legion of clones to attack the duo. In perfect synchrony, Kuntuar initiated a clap, triggering a concussive explosion that rippled throughout the underground complex. Instantaneously, a portion of the clones collapsed lifelessly, while the remaining replicas were destroyed. "Ah, it appears the cloning apparatus has met its end," Fufu Barato remarked, a hint of amusement in her voice as she delicately rested a hand upon her cheek. "Did you time that?" Rias asked, her voice betraying a mixture of disbelief and astonishment. Kuntuar responded with a simple smile, devoid of words, yet carrying a weight of tacit acknowledgement. Soon after, a brilliant silvery white light of immense power engulfed the entire planet, leaving the world in awe and wonder. This display of power prompted a sigh of relief from Kuntuar, who couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction at the sight before her. And another subordinate meets their demise. "Your schemes are unraveling, Morwenna," she remarked, striding purposefully towards the bewildered woman who had sunk to her knees, her entire demeanor reflecting the shock and disbelief she was experiencing. Barato gently raised Morwenna's chin with her hand, her calm composure a stark contrast to the stillness she brought upon her. The act of forcing eye contact served to ensure Morwenna's undivided attention, and also showcased the extent of Kuntuar's control over the situation. "Were you aware?" Kuntuar queried, her voice filled with curiosity as she sought to uncover the extent of Morwenna's knowledge about the events that had unfolded. Aaron manipulated his enemy's perception of reality. "Hence, your underestimation of both us and him," she elucidated, her words a deliberate attempt to further enlighten Morwenna about the true nature of the situation at hand. Upon hearing Kuntuar's explanation, a look of incredulity washed over Morwenna's face, her eyes widening in disbelief at the revelation that had been presented to her. It was clear that the full extent of the situation had not been fully comprehended by her, and now she was left to grapple with the newfound information that had been bestowed upon her. "It matters not what you do," said Kuntuar, catching the attention of Rias and Morwenna. "If Aaron decrees your demise, it shall be so. If Aaron grants you life, then life you shall receive. Yes, if Aaron," Kuntuar gestured towards the readers and continued, "commands their death, it shall be done." Such is the extent of his power. He is the Alpha, the Omega, and everything in between, as well as that which is yet to be discovered or created. Any notion, any force presented before him, any entity, all become irrelevant, futile, and devoid of power. Your attempts are meaningless. The only thing restraining Aaron from wreaking havoc is his sense of morality, the bonds of friendship he has forged, and the contentment he currently enjoys. Step out of line, and he will obliterate you and everything you hold dear across all timelines, universes, and alternate realities. You underestimate the extent to which he restrains himself from doing anything. "Who did you just point to?" inquired Morwenna, bewildered by Kuntuar's actions. Kuntuar simply smiled in response. "You need not concern yourself with that. I overstepped my authority, so pay me no mind." Kuntuar leaned in closer to Morwenna, a sinister grin twisting her face. "Now, then, Morwenna, shall we negotiate a pact?" she proposed, her tone dripping with calculated menace. Left with no recourse but to heed Kuntuar's offer, Morwenna found herself compelled to entertain the terms of this proposed agreement, knowing full well the consequences of defiance. Chapter 21, Part 7. Unexpected Alliance. Third-person point of view. The young girl had endured countless hardships in her brief life. Forced to flee danger and turn to theft, she lived a harsh reality. Survival was her only instinct, driving her to persevere each day and push for a better tomorrow. Before her life took a turn for the worse, she had experienced the love of a caring family. But tragedy struck when her loved ones fell victim to a brutal attack by ruthless outlaws, devastating her peaceful hometown and leaving only a few survivors. With other orphaned children, she sought refuge in a bustling city, but the promise of a better life remained out of reach. And so began her current struggle, a never-ending cycle of theft, trickery, and deceit, each day a precarious balance to ensure her survival. Despite her young age, her intelligence shown through her departed family had recognized her remarkable skill, a quality she now used as her most powerful weapon in this unforgiving world. Not every orphan who sought refuge with her chose to follow, but her persuasive prowess prevailed, rallying a significant portion to her cause. Thus, her cadre was formed, a small yet formidable group unified under her strategic guidance. Leveraging her sharp intellect and cunning, they gradually amassed a modest fortune, which they judiciously used to enhance their quality of life. As their circumstances improved, many found solace and stability, forging connections, entering into marriage, and embracing a semblance of normalcy. However, their newfound peace was short-lived, shattered by the oppressive arrival of the Eradicators, an imperial force that subjugated the planet, conscripting its inhabitants into servitude. Tragedy befell the young girl once more as comrades and kin alike fell victim to the Eradicators' iron grip. Deprived of her trusted circle, she found herself alone once more, relying on her keen intellect to navigate the treacherous landscape. Her unique talent for generating clones of herself proved invaluable, affording her a tactical advantage in her quest for survival and advancement amidst the turmoil. In time, Morwenna's exceptional talents caught the attention of the Eradicators, particularly one influential figure, Eleanor. Through Eleanor's personal invitation, Morwenna became associated with this formidable organization, thus forming a significant bond between herself and Eleanor. As their partnership deepened, Morwenna found herself increasingly swayed by Eleanor's manipulative plots and convincing persuasion. Gradually, her once unwavering sanity, principles, and moral direction began to falter, reshaped by Eleanor's subtle influence. Intent on shaping Morwenna's outlook, Eleanor carefully introduced new ideas that gradually led Morwenna away from her former beliefs. Eleanor's scheming went beyond simple manipulation. It was a carefully calculated experiment in psychological control. Determined to assert her authority without using overt methods or abilities, she orchestrated a fabricated bond with Morwenna to test the extent of her influence. To Eleanor's surprise, her tactic was incredibly effective. Morwenna, caught in the intricacies of Eleanor's web, remained unaware of her true intentions for a prolonged period. It was only after a significant amount of time that Morwenna began to unravel the facade, realizing with growing clarity the extent of Eleanor's deceit. However, by then, the damage was irreversible. Morwenna, ensnared in Eleanor's web of lies, had undergone a profound transformation, straying far from the principles and identity of her former self. The realization of her exploitation came too late, leaving her adrift in a sea of disillusionment. A mere shadow of her former self, irreversibly changed by Eleanor's insidious influence. Morwenna, realizing the necessity of breaking free from Eleanor's grasp, devised a covert plan to emancipate herself from her influence. Skillfully pretending obedience, Morwenna played the role of an obedient subordinate, all the while secretly preparing for her departure. With meticulous precision, she orchestrated the transfer of her possessions to a distant planet, while also building a team of loyal followers to support her independence from Eleanor's control. In a final act of rebellion, Morwenna secretly obtained sensitive plans and information from Eleanor, ensuring that her departure would not only be swift, but also deal a significant blow to her former mentor. When the time was right, Morwenna executed her plan with precision, cutting ties with Eleanor and leaving her in a state of confusion and betrayal. Although initially surprised by Morwenna's daring move, Eleanor ultimately saw it as a triumph. Despite Morwenna's departure, Eleanor acknowledged the enduring impact of her influence. as evidenced by the lingering remnants of Morwenna's beliefs and methods. In Eleanor's view, the experiment had achieved its intended outcome, leaving an indelible mark on Morwenna's psyche and ensuring that her legacy lived on, even in her absence. Despite her persistent efforts to carve out her own path, Morwenna found herself constantly drawn back to the teachings and ideologies instilled by Eleanor, much to her frustration and fury. However, with time, Morwenna came to a sobering realization. Perhaps it was futile to try to eliminate these lingering remnants of Eleanor's influence entirely. Instead, Centurato, it had been dismissed outright as inefficient. Despite the rejection, Morwenna held onto a seed of resentment, pushing back against the boundaries of Eleanor's authority. With Eleanor no longer in the picture, Morwenna found herself free to pursue her own endeavors, unhindered by the constraints of her former mentor's judgment. And so began Morwenna's descent into moral ambiguity, her bold experimentation marking a significant departure from her previous self. No longer bound by the dictates of another, she embraced her newfound independence with enthusiasm, forging ahead into uncharted territories of scientific inquiry, heedless of the ethical implications that once held her back. As Morwenna knelt before an unconquerable enemy, a humbling realization washed over her like a tidal wave. For the first time, doubt crept into her mind, casting shadows upon the decision she had made. Despite her amazing intellect and strategic prowess, she found herself faced with a foe against which her cunning and ingenuity proved futile. Throughout her challenging journey, Morwenna had navigated past numerous obstacles, utilizing her meticulous plans and sophisticated equipment to evade trouble and emerge unharmed. Yet, today marked an exception, an impasse that defied all her previous triumphs. In this moment of vulnerability, Morwenna grappled with the weight of her choices, questioning the morality of her actions and the consequences they had brought. The walls that loomed before her, seemingly insurmountable, served as a stark reminder of the limits of her power and the fallibility of her judgment. "Shall we make a pact, Morwenna?" Contoir's voice shattered the silence, her smile concealing a mysterious intent. Still reeling from her recent defeat, Morwenna struggled to comprehend the proposal before her. "And what would this pact entail?" she asked, her gaze fixed upon Contoir, her body still paralyzed by the power used on her by Contoir. Contoir's response sent a jolt of confusion through Morwenna's mind, bringing forth the image of a devil named Astaroth. "I have a certain person in mind," Contoir explained, her words filled with intrigue. "Would you be willing to become a pseudo-sacred gear for her?" Morwenna's bewilderment only deepened at the mention of sacred gear, a concept entirely foreign to her. The revelation left her momentarily stunned, her mind racing to grasp the implications of Contoir's proposition. With a chuckle, Contoir proceeded to enlighten Morwenna about the nature of sacred gears, detailing their significance and revealing that Fumara had already developed her own iteration of the sacred gear system. However, she cautioned that these creations were still in their early stages, lacking the stability of their counterparts in their universe. Morwenna's contempt was evident as she considered Contoir's proposal. "So, you're expecting me to give up my independence and become just a tool?" She shot back, her voice filled with bitterness. "I've already been through the humiliation of being used by someone else. Do you really think he'll agree to this so easily?" Undeterred by Morwenna's doubt, Contoir offered a different viewpoint. "Consider it more like this," she began, her tone persuasive. "This pseudo-sacred gear is like a spaceship. While you may be confined within it, the interior can be made to feel like a familiar home. The wielder will only use its power when necessary, mainly for creation. I see your pseudo-sacred gear specializing in creating various objects and entities." Morwenna thought over Contoir's explanation, grappling with the implications of her potential role. "So, you'll be sharing my knowledge," she observed, seeking clarification. Contoir nodded. "Essentially, yes. With Aaron and my help, your ideas will be channeled through the pseudo-sacred gear. working with its wielder's abilities to bring to life both inanimate and animate creations. Think of it as a fusion of the Annihilation Maker, any independent type sacred gear, and Innovate Clear. Am not familiar with those concepts, Morwenna retorted bluntly, earning a snigger from Comptoir. Nevertheless, trust my judgment. Now, what is your decision? Barato's threat hung in the air, accompanied by a disconcerting grin. Keep in mind, if you decline, you will not survive. So, choose your course wisely. The exaggerated grin on Comptoir's face belied the severity of the ultimatum. That's just blackmail right there, Rias thought to herself, unable to interject in the middle of the tense atmosphere. Morwenna started, but Comptoir swiftly cut in once more. I could always revisit the past and strike a deal with your parents, Comptoir mused aloud, her tone tinged with a hint of mischief. Aaron is against the idea, pointing out the complications that come with time manipulation. Normally, changing the past creates alternate timelines, making any alterations irrelevant. However, due to my unique link to Aaron, I have the ability to bypass these consequences. I can utilize his powers to prevent new timelines from forming and stop any ripple effects from my interference. As a result, the events will play out the same, except for the return of your parents, Comptoir explained, casting a heavy silence over the room with her words. Morwenna's gaze remained fixed on Comptoir, her expression betraying a mixture of uncertainty and disbelief. The notion of time travel had occupied her thoughts on numerous occasions, but she had always been met with staunch opposition, particularly from Fumara, who adamantly forbade any tampering with the past. Morwenna had even broached the subject with Eleanor, only to be met with a resounding rejection. The mention of Fumara's ability to detect and stop unauthorized time travel attempts sent a shiver down Morwenna's spine. The consequences of defying such a formidable power were not to be taken lightly. And no, Fumara can't do anything to me. I'm stronger than her, Comptoir asserted confidently, punctuating her statement with a self-assured smile directed at Morwenna. So what do you say? Following a moment of silence, in which Morwenna carefully considered the implications of being used as a mere pawn in someone else's plans of prospect, she vehemently opposed, she ultimately reached her decision. Morwenna started, her voice holding a hint of unease as she gathered her thoughts to express her answer. Crumcrutch's grin widened as he savored the unfolding 2-versus-1 scenario in the skies of Kirisdale Nexus. Sue Royal and Edoria commanded his respect as they had survived fighting against him this long. Sue Royal, his long blonde hair tied back, possessed piercing gray eyes and wielded a spear with practiced skill. Centurado clad in an ensemble of white, blue, and gold, her attire exuded elegance, complemented by navy blue boots adorned with a solitary golden guard on her right hip. Her weapon of choice, a rapier, spoke of her finesse and precision in combat. Crumcrutch floated with confidence, effortlessly intercepting Sue Royal's spear and Edoria's rapier, sending shockwaves through the planet's atmosphere. His grin widened as he taunted his enemies, urging them to push their limits. Come on, you can do better than that. Crumcrutch's excitement was palpable as he reveled in the intensity of the battle. Sue Royal, frustrated by Crumcrutch's seemingly impenetrable defense, voiced his exasperation. You reckless battle maniac, what is wrong with you? He demanded, his irritation evident. Meanwhile, Edoria remained silent, her gaze fixed on Crumcrutch with a mixture of determination and animosity. With a resolute exhale, Crumcrutch launched a counterattack, unleashing a forceful strike that propelled both opponents away in opposite directions. With his grin widening, Crumcrutch swiftly closed the distance with Edoria, delivering a powerful straight punch aimed at her face. Though she managed to block the blow in the nick of time, she felt the impact of an almost imperceptible fist-shaped aura slamming into her, sending her reeling backward. Crumcrutch's laughter resounded through the air as he swiftly reappeared above Edoria, his hands clasped together before delivering a powerful strike to her stomach, sending her crashing to the ground below. As Edoria struggled to rise, Crumcrutch drew in a deep breath, his mouth and belly swelling with gathered energy before unleashing a ferocious torrent of flames towards her. Reacting quickly, Edoria rose from the crater formed by Crom Crutch's previous blow, her determination unwavering. With a hasty motion, she imbued her sword with a radiant light blue energy, preparing to counter her enemy's fiery attack. With a resolute thrust, Edoria directed her sword towards Crom Crutch's oncoming flames, creating a mesmerizing swirling vortex of blue energy. The clash between their attacks ensued, each power vying for control. Beneath Edoria's feet, the earth began to tremble and crumble under the immense pressure, a testament to the overwhelming force displayed against her. Despite her valiant effort, Edoria could not withstand the absurd strength of Crom Crutch's onslaught. As her swirling vortex of light blue energy faltered and was ultimately consumed by the raging flames, she couldn't help but mutter in disbelief, "What absurd strength! If this is the power of one of DXDS members, then what about the leader and outer god? How ridiculous!" Beneath Crom Crutch, the earth erupted into a raging sea of flames, devouring everything in its path and reducing buildings to ruins. The destructive power of the fire showed no mercy. In the middle of the chaos, Crom Crutch felt the life energy of Edoria, indicating her survival. Despite the devastation of the inferno, Edoria emerged from the flames, her body marked with burns and her attire in tatters. Yet, her spirit remained unbroken, her eyes filled with fiery determination as she looked up at Crom Crutch. Though battered and injured, Edoria's resilience only served to feed Crom Crutch's satisfaction, his grin widening at the sight of her fiery resolve. Determined to defy defeat, Edoria made a solemn vow to continue the battle until her very last breath, regardless of the toll it took on her healing abilities. With a fierce determination in her eyes, she declared her vow to Crom Crutch. "I, Edoria of the fallen kingdom of Jayuniaza, will not yield in my fight against you until the end," she proclaimed, her voice firm despite the odds stacked against her. In response, Crom Crutch chuckled dismissively, his amusement evident as he addressed Edoria. "Jean mentioned that you might be somewhat unstable if you were associated with Morwenna's group, given her experiments with children. However, you don't strike me as one of those types," he remarked casually, referring to the earlier encounter. "The same goes for the pretty boy making his way back towards me." Right on cue, Suroil re-entered the battle, his spear surrounded by a swirling red and golden energy that resembled a mysterious creature, catching Crom Crutch off guard. Despite the unfamiliar aura, Crom Crutch remained unfazed and easily blocked Suroil's attack with a smirk. With incredible speed, Crom Crutch delivered a devastating headbutt to Suroil, breaking his nose and following it up with a powerful punch to his chest, sending him crashing to the ground once more. But before he could fully take advantage of the situation, Edoria charged forward, launching a relentless series of thrust attacks at the evil dragon. Undeterred, Crom Crutch effortlessly countered Edoria's assault, his fingers shrouded in draconic energy, deflecting each strike with ease. His confident smirk only fueled Edoria's frustration as she continued to press the attack. Seizing the perfect moment, Crom Crutch struck with precision, targeting a still-healing wound on Edoria, causing her to wince in pain. Swiftly following up, he delivered a punishing kick to her face, sending her crashing back to the ground with a resounding thud. With a wicked grin spreading from ear to ear, Crom roared, "Is this all you bring to the table? A pretty boy with a spear and a noble lady with a rapier? Come now, aren't you both from the same place, the same kingdom? Is this the limit of the strength and honor you are willing to show for your fallen people?" The taunt proved effective as both Suroil and Edoria stood up, the energy surrounding them growing even more intense. "Don't you dare," Suroil began, anger evident on his face. His eyes narrowed to sharp slits, and his nails extended as a mixture of crimson and golden energy surrounded his body. "Mock our people!" Edoria burst out, unleashing her full power. Swirling light blue energy formed into armor around her arms and legs, with wings spreading out behind her. Charging at Crom Cruch with the fury of 1,000 suns, Sue Royal and Edoria confronted his menacing grin head-on. Shimmering azure blue wings enveloped Edoria's rapier as she directed it towards the evil dragon, while simultaneously, the tip of Sue Royal's spear took on the form of a creature's head as he thrust it towards their opponent. Crom Cruch's smirk widened as he observed their efforts. Not bad, but still too weak. He taunted before unleashing his formidable aura and wings, causing ripples in the fabric of the cosmos. Both Edoria and Sue Royal found their attacks, stopped by Crom Cruch's overwhelming aura and intimidating gaze. Retry in your next lives. He bellowed at them before reappearing behind them, gripping their heads in his hands. Well, weren't entirely bad. I simply grew bored. Unfortunately, neither of you managed to unlock your full potential. The conclusion was sudden and befitting for both of Morwenna's subordinates, in line with their wish to meet their end in honorable combat. Crom Cruch stood as their most formidable adversary yet, although neither Sue Royal nor Edoria could decisively determine if he surpassed the strength of Ive or Fumara. Both Sue Royal and Edoria hailed from the kingdom of Jayiniaza on their home world of the same name, and they held deep ties to their land. Edoria was on the brink of ascending to the throne upon her mother's abdication, while her brother Sue Royal had no ambitions for rulership. Therefore, the responsibility of succession rested solely on Edoria's shoulders. However, before this transition could take place, their planet fell victim to an assault orchestrated by Eleanor, driven by motivations independent of Fumara's organization. Spared by Eleanor for being amusing, Sue Royal and Edoria found themselves teetering on the brink of survival. Eventually, they were drawn to Morwenna's faction, captivated by her defiance against Eleanor. While they supported Morwenna's cause, they refused to condone the atrocities committed by her group, maintaining a passive stance as Morwenna granted them significant leniency. In a cruel twist of fate, their hopes for revenge went unfulfilled as Aaron and the Gremory team arrived on the planet with their own agenda. Their lives, filled with turmoil and hardship, ended in futile demise, their chance for retribution extinguished in the midst of conflicting interests. Crom Cruch let their fallen forms drop to the ground before him. He then cast a contemplative gaze upon them. With a quick motion of his hand, a large fireball consumed their remains entirely. Now, then, with no worthy opponents left, I shall make my way to the designated meeting place, he muttered to himself, departing with a complex expression adorning his features. Notoriously known for acting solely in his self-interest, Crom Cruch had been captured by the Cow's Order and subsequently accepted into the ranks of DXD. Within this new organization, he encountered a myriad of new experiences and peculiar occurrences. However, of late, he found himself grappling with unfamiliar sensations he struggled to comprehend. As he dispatched both Sue Royal and Edoria, a peculiar sensation stirred within him. Centuredo and Asia found themselves locked in a relentless struggle against the son of King Valagar and Queen Jelania. Despite their best efforts, it seemed as though they were barely making a dent in his formidable array of abilities. In fact, it would be an understatement to simply call them powerful. They were thoroughly and incredibly annoying. Throughout the confrontation, neither Zenobia nor Gasper suffered any discernible damage from the onslaught, while their enemy, Yinlang, remained unharmed as well. Cloaked in a new corporeal form, Yinlang sported short, white hair and wore an open-chest white kimono decorated with yellow tattoos, with a pair of majestic jet-black feathered wings unfurling behind him. A deluge of black and white orbs materialized in abundance around the battlefield, accompanied by the emergence of white slime. Centuredo, as Zenobia skillfully dodged yet another attack and swiftly cut through another with her trusty Durandal EX, a chuckle escaped her lips. A year ago, I doubt I would have ever heard such words from you, Asia. But I understand your sentiment. Killing him and then relying on Aaron to resurrect him would indeed be more convenient for us. Gasper, adeptly using his appendages of darkness to shield the trio from the onslaught of Yinlang's attacks. Interjected, Aaron and I never specified whether such actions were permissible or not. Maybe we should call him and ask? Recognizing the wisdom in Gasper's suggestion, Zenobia nodded in agreement. You make a valid point. Asia, could you call Aaron and ask him about it? She inquired, even as they continued to evade and counter Yinlang's relentless barrage of attacks. Asia concurred, swiftly initiating communication with Aaron through the transceivers embedded within their rings. Gasper, ever vigilant, enveloped her in a protective shroud of darkness, shielding her from any stray attacks that might threaten to disrupt their conversation. Such futile attempts. Yinlang taunted in a disdainful tone. You truly need to wield more power if you wish to inflict any harm upon my new and magnificent body and abilities. We could easily do so, but there's a matter we need to clarify first, Zenobia retorted, her words dripping with sarcasm, much to Yinlang's chagrin. Nonsense, Yinlang exclaimed defiantly. However, before he could react, Zenobia swiftly closed the distance, appearing behind him in a blur of motion. With a resolute strike, she swung her sword at his back, only to find her path obstructed once again by the white slime that had previously shielded him. "Ha! I told you," Yinlang began, his tone brimming with confidence. To his astonishment, Zenovia's smile widened as her strength surged, her demonic aura enveloping her blade with newfound potency. With renewed force, her sword pierced through the slime, shattering it, and striking Yinlang down with a single swift motion. With a graceful landing, Zenobia rejoined her companions, prepared to continue their battle with renewed vigor. Was it really necessary to tease him like that, Zenobia-senpai? Gasper asked, giving her a sideways glance. Zenobia responded with a mischievous grin. I was just teasing him a bit. Maybe we should take a moment to evaluate the current situation, suggested a woman's voice, causing Gasper and Zenobia to turn their attention towards her in surprise. Standing before them was a woman they had not encountered before. She had long gray hair, pale yellow eyes, and was dressed in a long white lab coat over a gray business suit. She wore red earrings and sleek black pump heels, and held a holographic clipboard in one hand while raising the other in a greeting. Hey there, you must be Zyra's comrades, am I right? She addressed them in a casual yet inquisitive tone. The tension hung heavy in the air as Zenobia and Gasper stood ready for action, but their anticipation wavered at the mention of Zyra's name. Zyra? You know Zyra? Zenobia asked cautiously, her guard still firmly in place. Confirming their suspicions, the woman known as Elira nodded, pulling out an identification card from her breast pocket and handing it to Zenobia. Elira. I work with Zyra, and recently I've been hired by Morwena, acting as a spy, a double agent, or whatever term you prefer. I wasn't expecting any confrontations today, since I wasn't given that information. Aaron and I said it was supposed to be kept confidential, Gasper replied, his defensive instincts prompting him to conjure an even larger shield of darkness to protect them from potential threats. Elira casually shrugged her shoulders. Well, here I am. And just so you know, that Comptoir person, they're on their way here with Morwena. They shouldn't be too far now. I'd appreciate it if you didn't just refer to me as Comptoir person. Thank you, came Comptoir's voice from behind them. Turning around, Zenobia, Gasper, and Elira found themselves face to face with Comptoir, accompanied by Rias and Morwena, the latter looking subdued, her body language betraying her inner turmoil. Ah, they've arrived, Elira remarked casually as she tossed a holographic clipboard to Comptoir, who caught it effortlessly. Everything you need is there. It's from my personal database. I've meticulously documented everything Morwena possessed, including her secret projects. Aaron Person should have access to the remainder. Thank you for your diligence, Comptoir responded cheerfully, eagerly delving into the data collected by Elira. Meanwhile, Morwena observed her with a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. As the wall of darkness lifted, Asia turned to the group and began, Arano, hello Comptoir Riasain Soma. Anyway, Aaron has given the green light. We're clear to take him out and then bring him back. Aaron, Aquino-san, and another person are on their way to Yumi. Before she could finish her explanation, the wall of darkness created by Gasper shattered, and Lang burst through with a look of fury on his face. You, huh, Morwenna? You've been captured? Ill. Quiet down and go to sleep? Kuntuar murmured dismissively. Suddenly, a large object fell toward Lang, startling him and causing him to stumble and collapse to the ground. The unexpected turn of events left the onlookers stunned, their gaze on the woman, who remained unfazed by the chaos. She glanced up briefly, offering them questioning and confused looks before returning her focus to the data at hand, seemingly unperturbed by the commotion. Everyone, gather at the assigned meeting spot and await Aaron's group there. I've already passed on the message to the others. Rias commanded with authority. In agreement, Zenobia took charge of carrying the sleeping Lang, while Elira guided the absorbed Kuntuar alongside them. Yumi adeptly deflected a flurry of projectiles, including blood bullets, balls, and spears, as well as demonic bullets and swords. Her opponent, Fandrin, the sole surviving member of Morwenna's followers, appeared determined to persist in the battle despite his obvious distress. Yet, Yumi couldn't shake the sense that something was not right. With each movement Fandrin made, he showed visible signs of the intense pain he was enduring. Despite Yumi's plea for him to stop, he persisted, driven by the belief that he was still under Morwenna's influence. Please, Fandrin, put an end to this, Yumi implored, her voice filled with concern. You're only causing yourself more suffering. I can't, Fandrin responded, anguish evident in his voice as more blood spilled from his wounds. I don't want to die or be discarded. I want to keep on living. As Fandrin launched another barrage of attacks, his strength waned and his vision blurred. Just as he was on the verge of collapsing, a comforting presence caught him, preventing his fall. Aaron, Yumi exclaimed, her relief evident as she witnessed the unexpected rescue. Hurrying to their side after evading Fandrin's attacks, she joined them with a mix of concern and curiosity. Good job, Yumi. The task is done now. So let's leave, Aaron instructed calmly, his reassuring tone comforting Fandrin, who remained bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Fandrin, was it? Aaron inquired, addressing the disoriented subordinate. He'll give you a full explanation later. For now, rest assured that everything is under control. Fandrin looked at Aaron for a moment, processing his words before succumbing to exhaustion, closing his eyes in resignation. As he did, a soothing sensation enveloped his body, relieving the relentless pain that had plagued him for so long. It was a sensation alien to him, a semblance of normalcy that he had never experienced before. Grateful for the respite, Fandrin finally surrendered to unconsciousness, his troubled mind finding solace in the embrace of sleep. Aaron Toole's soliloquy, I let out a sigh as the small hybrid drifted off to sleep in my arms. Another brother seemed inevitable as I looked at the peaceful face of Fandrin. Standing up with his weight held in my arms, I glanced over at Yumi. Is everything settled? Are we ready to go? She asked, putting away her gram. Yes, he'll explain everything later. For now, let's head to the rendezvous point as others are gathering there too, I replied, and she agreed as I teleported us away. We arrived at our destination quickly, getting there before the others. Moments later, the rest of the group appeared. I signaled for them to step into the teleportation circle I had set up earlier, and they followed. Vasco Strata took the sleeping Fandrin from me and joined the others in the circle, leaving Aquino and Yasivi with me. Why is Morwenna still alive? Yasivi demanded, her voice shaking with anger. Your people are safe and unharmed. While I understand your anger towards Morwenna, one of my companions has chosen a more fitting punishment for her. Essentially, I explained the complexities of sacred gears to her, as well as Kuntuar's plan to trap Morwenna in a pseudo-one. After absorbing the explanation and gradually calming her anger, Yasivi asked, so she will be condemned to laborious toil for eternity? Essentially, yes. She will be restricted to perpetual labor, unable to leave her confinement or interact with the outside world. as a possessor of the pseudo-sacred gear will prevent it. As I mentioned, your people are unharmed on another planet, giving you the chance for a reunion. Firstly, I will take you to the Resistance Stronghold, where you can have a meal, get new clothes, and receive a more dignified grooming than your current state. Then, I will facilitate your journey to that distant planet. Does this proposal meet your approval? I inquired. Yasivi conveyed her gratitude, her words dissipating into the air as Aquino led her towards the teleportation circle. With a smile, Aquino and Yasivi vanished from sight, leaving me to contemplate the planet before me. I held the fate of this world in my hands, torn between the impulse to erase it from existence and the reluctance to waste the potential it held. Annihilating everything seemed excessive, almost gratuitous. It was in this moment of uncertainty that Drake floated the unconventional idea. How about turning them into trinkets? Drake's suggestion lingered in the air, stirring up a whirlwind of conflicting thoughts. Isn't that just kind of out of taste? What if someone gets offended or gets triggered by the mention of a planet because of the suffering it made its people go through? Albion voiced the concern that had been lurking in my own mind. Point taken. It's up to you, partner, said Drake, leaving the decision in my hands, weighing heavy with consequence. For now, I began extending my right hand towards the planet. I will replicate the method I used with those 18 planets. With the use of my powers, the planet below me dissipated, condensing into a tiny sphere held in my palm. With casual click of my fingers, I fashioned a delicate necklace, carefully enclosing the celestial body within its intricate design. Upon our eventual return, I intend to have a thorough discussion with Yasivi about her future plans. I am prepared to assist in facilitating their return to this planet, striving to restore it to its former glory. Similar to the ongoing efforts with Cosmosilica Terraflora and Titan Crest, both under the diligent supervision of myself and my army of shadow soldiers. The possibility of situating it close to the Resistance's headquarters is being considered. Taking a moment to contemplate the pendant, I let out a thoughtful sigh before securely placing it within my inventory, and then initiating the teleportation sequence back to the familiar confines of the spacecraft. It had been about an hour since our journey back began. Centuredo, but Yinlang was securely bound. I had also taken steps to seal his powers, reducing the likelihood of him being a threat when he woke up. But, as expected, Yinlang woke up in a frenzy, struggling against his restraints and screaming curses at everyone there. His eyes, filled with rage, were fixed on Morwenna, taking her by surprise. I realized that Morwenna truly cared for Yinlang, a revelation that caught me off guard. Contrary to what I had assumed, she hadn't manipulated him, but had put safeguards in place to protect against any potential betrayal by embedding a failsafe in his new body. Outer God, Morwenna's voice cut through the tense air, drawing the attention of everyone in the room. Even Yinlang paused his rant, directing a hostile glare at her. I didn't see you with Frazee and Veve earlier. Where are they? Did you kill them? Her tone carried a hint of distress and unease. I met Morwenna's gaze, struggling to find the right words to convey the truth. Glancing at Comptoir, who gave me an encouraging but uneasy smile, I silently took her advice to be honest. Gathering my courage, I took a deep breath before speaking. I have them in my custody. Morwenna's brows furrowed in confusion, her face filled with uncertainty. I see, she responded cautiously, her voice tinged with trepidation. Can I not know the truth? I interjected, causing Morwenna to look at me with bewilderment. Truth? What do you mean? Her confusion deepened, causing a weary sigh to escape my lips. Veve and Frazee were nothing more than manifestations of your own psyche. I began, my voice steady but infused with a solemn gravity. In the wake of Eleanor's manipulation and the subsequent psychotic episode, she preyed upon your vulnerability. It was during this chaotic period that she conceived two distinct entities, Frazee and Veve, each possessing their own physical forms. These entities were instructed to remain in your constant company. I paused, allowing my words to sink in. Have you not noticed any resemblance between them, in yourself? The weight of my revelation hung heavy in the air, evoking expressions of astonishment upon the faces of Morwenna, Fandrin, Elira, and Ianlang. Their collective gaze shifted between me and Morwenna, who appeared utterly taken aback by the disclosure. Did you never experience a sense of disconnection following that psychotic episode? A lingering sensation that something was missing? Or perhaps you were too preoccupied with the challenges of life after breaking free from Eleanor's grasp to introspect. Morwenna's eyes slowly widened, betraying the whirlwind of thoughts swirling through her mind as she grappled with the revelation about Phrazy and Veve. Beads of cold sweat formed on her brow, a physical display of the internal turmoil provoked by the sudden realization. Moments later, she clutched at her head, an instinctual response to the overwhelming flood of emotions crashing over her. Gut-wrenching screams tore from her throat, echoing in the sterile confines of the medical bay. Some regret consumed me as I witnessed Morwenna's raw reaction, but upon remembering what she did for years, I didn't feel too bad about this, but there were some regrets to it. Looking back, perhaps my decision to reveal such a profound truth had been rash. To discover that her most trusted confidants were mere figments of her own psyche, manipulated into existence by Eleanor's schemes, was undoubtedly a devastating blow. They had been her devoted companions, her unwavering allies, but beneath it all, they were nothing more than extensions of her own consciousness, twisted into existence to surveil her at the command of another. The depth of Morwenna's anguish spoke volumes about the significance she had attributed to Phrazy and Veve. They had likely been more than just loyal subordinates to her. They had been companions, perhaps even friends. Yet, in an instant, their identities had been shattered, revealing the stark truth lurking beneath the facade. As Morwenna's anguished cries filled the room, she was quickly brought out by Kuntuar with the help of Elira to bring her somewhere else. Ianlang interrupted, his voice composed yet tinged with curiosity as he sought confirmation of my words. "Are you serious?" I met his gaze with a steady nod, acknowledging his inquiry before proceeding to explain the circumstances that led to the discovery of Veve and Phrazy. Yes, indeed. During our exploration of Morwenna's secret underground bases, Aquino, Yasivi, and I encountered Veve and Phrazy. It was then that the truth was brought to light. Ianlang's demeanor shifted, his expression softening as he absorbed the gravity of the situation. With a sigh, he turned his attention to the sheets covering his bed, his demeanor reflecting a mixture of regret and understanding. I may have only had brief interactions with them, but even in that short time, I could sense the depth of Morwenna's attachment to them. Ianlang confessed, his tone laced with remorse. Despite her outward facade, there was a genuine bond between them. To learn that they were nothing more than pawns in Eleanor's manipulative game, it undoubtedly dealt her a devastating blow. Ianlang's penetrating glare bore into me as he stood his ground. Let me be clear, I will not change sides to join the resistance. I would honestly rather die. However, I am open to being returned to my planet. There are matters I must attend to with my parents. Acknowledging his reasoning, I responded calmly, understood. But be aware that your species may soon find itself in conflict with Fumara. We have liberated them from their oppression, and tensions are rising, or maybe on the horizon within a week or two. Ianlang nodded in acknowledgement before reclining on his bed, signaling the end of our conversation. Turning my attention to Fandrin, I approached him with concern. "How are you feeling? Any discomfort or abnormalities in your body?" I asked. He looked at me for a moment before conducting a brief self-assessment. After some reflection, he shook his head. "No, everything seems to be fine. I'm not sure what you did, but thank you. This is the first time I've felt normal throughout my entire body. No aches, no pains, just nothing," he admitted, his voice tinged with emotion as tears welled in his eyes. "Don't worry, just concentrate on getting better for now. We'll be reaching the Resistance's headquarters soon," I reassured Fandrin, receiving a nod of agreement from him. As I turned to leave the room with the others, Fandrin stopped me with a question in his voice. Why did you help me and spare me? I was part of Morwenna's group. Memories of my past encounters with ostracized or manipulated individuals flashed through my mind, the bonds I formed with my juniors, the camaraderie shared with Gasper, Valerie, and the other vampires, as well as the empathy extended to Vivi and other devils who faced discrimination. Drawing from these experiences, I replied sincerely, I helped you because I wanted to. Besides, given your current situation, I highly doubt that you committed any truly wicked deeds while under Morwenna's influence. You were simply a pawn in her game. Anyway, rest assured and focus on recovering. Fandrin responded with a grateful smile before settling back onto his bed, signaling the end of our conversation. Noting Asia with a slight nod, I observed Zenobia and Yumi entering the room, carrying a collection of books. Good luck, and thank you, I expressed sincerely. In unison, their response was laced with playful insistence. I expect some compensation after this, they declared, prompting a chuckle from me. Of course, anything you need, just ask, I reassured them before taking my leave, allowing them to attend to Fandrin and Yinlang. With a final glance over my shoulder, I left the room, trusting in their care for our comrades. Departing from the scene, I made my way to Morwenna's whereabouts, where Comptoir and Elira had previously escorted her. Rias accompanied me, her concern evident as she voiced her thoughts. Do you think she will recover from this? Comptoir mentioned plans to place her into a pseudo-sacred gear. Looking out of the spaceship's window at the drifting celestial bodies in the vast expanse of space, I deliberated for a moment before responding. Only time will reveal the answer. But I have faith in Morwenna's resilience. She possesses a strong mental strength, and I believe she will overcome this ordeal. Perhaps she may even undergo a partial return to her former self, although the outcome remains uncertain. Rias regarded me with a scrutinizing gaze, detecting a hint of ambiguity in my words. Are you merely speculating, or do you possess knowledge of the truth? She inquired, her suspicion palpable. With a mischievous glint in my eye, I locked eyes with Rias and playfully retorted, Who knows, Grimmery-sama? As I picked up my pace, almost breaking into a run. She made a strange sound before hurrying to catch up with me. Upon reaching the spare room where Morwenna was staying, we discovered her curled up in a fetal position in one corner, her eyes wide with shock and tears streaming down her face. Elira and the helper sat on sofas nearby, their expressions unreadable as they observed Morwenna's distress. Noting our presence, Elira remarked, She has been in this state since we arrived. Perhaps she has suffered a mental breakdown? If she is incapacitated, is she still of value to us? Should we consider leaving her behind? Censuredo. She possesses limited utility beyond her accumulated knowledge. However, given her current condition, even that may not be readily accessible. For now, let us monitor her progress and await signs of recovery before proceeding with Comptoir's plan to transform her into the pseudo-sacred gear. Are you in agreement with this approach, Comptoir? I inquired, seeking Comptoir's input on the matter. Comptoir's eyes closed momentarily, her head tilting in contemplation before fixing her gaze on Morwenna once more. In practical terms, the plan can proceed. Censuredo, the mental anguish she now endured paled in comparison to the suffering she had inflicted upon others over the years, both physically and emotionally. As such, proceeding with the plan to transform her into the pseudo-sacred gear seemed justified, albeit with a lingering sense of moral conflict. Currently, Latia has no eager desire to pursue a power-up or sacred gear. She is quite content with her present abilities. So, let's proceed with my plan for the time being, all right? I proposed, speaking to Comptoir with confidence. Her demeanor softened as she agreed to my suggestion. Fufu, I simply wanted to gauge your decision, dear. But why are you both so tense? We were simply having a quiet chat. Surely, you've had similar moments, Rias? Barato teased, her tone light-hearted. We don't usually get quite this serious. Rias replied, her voice tinged with stress as she clutched my arm tightly. With a tired sigh, she leaned her head against my shoulder, seeking solace in the midst of the tension-filled atmosphere. Elira released a heavy sigh, her nervousness nearly palpable as she looked away. Yet, she chose to remain silent, offering no additional words. As I observed Morwenna's motionless figure, I turned to Elira, who flinched slightly before giving a small nod. "I'll keep an eye on her for now," she whispered softly, her attention immediately drawn to a blue holographic screen that appeared before her. Focused on her task, she began typing away, fully engrossed in her duties. Watching Eliras back, I discreetly sent 2 shadow soldiers in her shadow before leaving the room with Comptoir and Rias. However, before we could make our exit, I paused and repeated the action with Morwenna's shadow. Only once we were safely outside did Rias stop us with a serious expression. "Is there a chance that she's feigning her condition?" she asked, her tone reflecting genuine concern. "No, Morwenna's breakdown seems to be authentic. Though she is skilled in deception, her current state is a result of genuine emotional turmoil," I reassured Rias, noting the relief in her expression. As we continued walking, Rias shifted the conversation to Veve and Frazee. "And what about Veve and Frazee? Where are they?" she asked. "They're in another dimension." I felt it was inappropriate to confine them to my usual dimension, inventory, I explained. "However, I can show them to you. They're currently in a catatonic state, so there's no need to fear any retaliation. Let's move to another room, and I'll bring them out. I've already taken precautions to seal their powers, just in case too," I added, leading the way to an empty room nearby. Entering the room, I retrieved the lifeless bodies of Frazee and Veve from the different dimension. Both of them crumpled to the floor. They were quite literally lifeless, resembling nothing so much as discarded dolls. I approached the 2 of them, slowly raising Frazee's limp figure up from the ground. Her eyes were closed shut, her pupils rolled back into her head, leaving nothing but stark, unblemished white in their wake. I spoke, my tone casual yet laden with a nonchalant air of authority. "They start to move and exist when I bring them back. I guess they're currently off, and if I turn them on, they wouldn't just be lifeless forms anymore. They sink into a sort of dormancy that resembles a toy that's been left off," I explained. "Anyway, it'll do that to Frazee, but it'll restrain her first," I continued. With a sharp click of my fingers, anti-abilities cuffs materialized around their wrists, their metallic sheen glinting in the room. Another click of my fingers, and Frazee's eyes flickered back to life, their irises snapping back into place with an audible click. Surveying her surroundings, her gaze eventually fixated on me. Alert and determined, she tried to harness her powers and formidable strength, only to have them rendered ineffective by my prior actions. Reduced to the capabilities of an ordinary woman, her futile strikes posed no threat as they were stopped by my infinity. "Have you forgotten about our prior conversation?" I asked, addressing Frazee directly. The question brought her struggles to a halt, leading her to ponder our previous conversation. Gradually, recognition dawned upon her, her eyes widening in realization. Giving up her resistance, she looked down at her own hands before exhaling heavily. "Yes, our purpose is clear," she admitted, acknowledging the truth of what had happened. "We were created by Lady Eleanor to monitor Lady Morwenna, our identities mere fragments of her consciousness inhabiting separate bodies. Our duty is to observe Morwenna's actions and report them faithfully to Lady Eleanor." Quite impressive, I must admit. I mused, considering Frazee's creations. She's created bodies with a range of capabilities. But what truly struck me was the absence of what some might call a soul. Despite inhabiting bodies and possessing unique abilities, neither of you seemed to possess a soul. My voice trailed off as I found myself drawn into a silent exchange with Frazee, her gaze meeting mine with unwavering intensity. The debate about whether our personality is synonymous with the soul has caused a division among people. This age-old question delves into the depths of our being. Put simply, some believe that our personality, encompassing our actions, thoughts, and emotions, is intricately linked to something more profound within us, the soul. They argue that the soul is the essence of who we are, transcending our physical existence. On the other hand, some view personality as a product of genetics, upbringing, and life experiences. They are skeptical of the concept of the soul and prioritize scientific observation and measurement. Religion and spirituality are also key players in this discourse. Certain faiths assert a connection between personality and the soul, while others perceive the soul as distinct from our personality traits. Ultimately, this is a complex and multifaceted topic that has been scrutinized through various lenses over time. It delves into philosophy, psychology, and spirituality, with no one-size-fits-all solution in sight. In the instances of both Frazee and Veve, it became clear that they could function independently of what some might consider a conventional soul. Nevertheless, they unquestionably developed distinctive personalities over time, influenced by their experiences alongside Morwenna. Yet, a newfound intensity filled my gaze as I focused on Frazee, who trembled with fear within my grasp. A thought-provoking question lingered in my mind. Could individuals with split personalities, inhabiting separate bodies, eventually create their own unique soul? As I kept my eyes fixed on Frazee, a faint glow began to emerge, indicating the early development of her own soul. The realization filled me with immense astonishment. Shifting my focus to Veve, I noted a similar phenomenon taking place. However, there is a noticeable difference between the two. Frazee's soul radiated a vibrant brightness, brimming with vitality and warmth, while Veve's appeared slightly obscured, tinged with a murky darkness. Contemplating Morwenna's crucial role as the original and the balancing force between the personalities, a compelling understanding dawned on me. Frazee embodied the light and benevolent aspect of Morwenna's personality, while Veve represented the dark and malevolent facet. This contrast was reflected in the evolving nature of their souls, manifesting as differing hues of luminosity and shadow. Was Morwenna's instability mostly due to Eleanor creating these two? Would she find stability if I returned them to her? But it seems that she is even more distressed about the idea. The more I think about it, the more it gives me a headache. Frazee, I said calmly, noticing the fear in her eyes begin to lessen as my own intensity dimmed. Do you know how Morwenna is doing? If not, I'll explain soon, but I need your honest acknowledgement first. Frazee nodded, a mix of curiosity and apprehension on her face, showing she was ready to listen. I turned to Veve and woke her up with a quick burst of energy. Like Frazee, she reacted with initial alarm, but then accepted my explanation with cautious interest after realizing she couldn't do much in her current situation. After explaining Morwenna's condition and outlining my plan, I sensed a mix of concern and skepticism in their reactions. The plan was unconventional, involving merging them back into Morwenna to restore stability. But I had doubts about whether this action was necessary, since Morwenna seemed to be maintaining equilibrium in her current state. However, the revelation of their true nature had left her in a state of shock, almost catatonic. As I waited for their response, uncertainty hung in the air, burdened with the weight of impending decisions and their potential consequences. My king, Morwenna, as I heard the voice of my shadow soldier trying to warn me of something, but it was too late. All of a sudden, Morwenna burst into the room, immediately commanding the attention of everyone present. Her eyes darted around before settling on Veve and Frazee, who nervously awaited her reaction. Rias and Contour exchanged looks of uncertainty with me, mirroring our collective bewilderment as we watched the scene unfold. To our surprise, Morwenna rushed forward and embraced Veve and Frazee tightly, catching them off guard with her sudden display of affection. Eliara, in response to my silent question, could only shrug, indicating her own confusion. Morwenna's voice reverberated with vulnerability and defiance as she spoke. I don't care animore. I refuse to lose either of you. I'll endure whatever turmoil my mind and heart may have. Her proclamation filled the room, emphasizing the depth of her commitment to her companions. Turning to me with unwavering resolve, Morwenna articulated her decision. Merge them into the pseudo-sacred gear with me. With their presence, this wielder will undoubtedly gain additional abilities, correct? In the middle of Morwenna's revelation, Veve and Phrazy remained surprisingly composed, much to our astonishment. Although I hadn't yet explained the complexities of sacred gears to them, they showed no signs of being perturbed by Morwenna's words. I may not fully comprehend the implications, but I am devoted to following Morwenna's decisions, declared Phrazy with conviction. Likivise, ehod Vevein a nonchalant manner. Once again surprised by their unexpected compliance, I regarded all three with a hint of skepticism. Morwenna, however, shook her head, her expression resolute. We are prepared to spend eternity within that tool. Repenting for our transgressions, she asserted earnestly. We pledge to assist the wielder in any way possible. I understand that mere words hold little weight without action, but believe me, we are sincere. Our past deeds have caused much harm, but I implore you to grant us the opportunity to demonstrate our remorse through our actions. Mulling over her words, I took a brief moment to ponder before taking any action. Sensing the need for protection, Kuntuar swiftly created a barrier around herself, Rias, and Elira. As I opened my eyes, I felt a subtle yet noticeable shift in the atmosphere, accompanied by a gentle, silvery white glow surrounding me. Are you prepared to risk everything for your dedication? I asked, my voice slightly changing to be a tone lower. The pressure in the room became more intense, causing all three individuals to kneel under its weight. Yet, to my surprise, Morwenna found the strength to stand, meeting my gaze with unwavering defiance. We offer our entire existence as a pledge across all time, space, and realities. Erase us if we betray our word, in any form of existence, she declared, her sentiment echoed by Veve and Phrazy, though with visible struggle. A faint smile appeared on my bravado. Very well, let us formalize this with an oath, I suggested, approaching them with purpose. Upon reaching out, Morwenna firmly clasped my hand and placed her other hand over it, sealing our pact with a solemn vow. Her gaze met mine with a mix of defiance and determination. Although her bold move momentarily caught me off guard, I remained composed. Veve and Phrazy followed suit, each gripping my other hand, standing close beside me in solidarity. In the middle of this exchange, I heard a snicker from Barato behind me. With a glance, I swiftly silenced her amusement, causing Rias to regard us with incredulity. Despite the momentary distraction, earlier I looked into the multitude of potential future paths they go down, each one remaining true to this course of action. However, as I've emphasized before, the fabric of this timeline is fluid, subject to change. Thus, I remain vigilant, recognizing that nothing is set in stone, and continue to keep a watchful eye on them. I, Morwenna, solemnly swear to uphold my pledge to dedicate eternity to assisting the wielder of the pseudo-sacred gear. If I ever break this vow, I willingly accept the consequence of immediate demise. Alongside Phrazy and Veve, she declared with unwavering determination. In a synchronized manner reminiscent of the church trio, Veve and Phrazy echoed her words, a gentle glow emanating from their forms as the oath sealed. Moments later, Morwenna discreetly pulled aside her collar, revealing a symbol emblazoned upon her left shoulder, a union of a dragon and a flower. Confirming the completion of the oath, I sought clarification, to which she nodded, promptly covering herself once more. Veve and Phrazy mirrored her actions, displaying their respective insignias on their uniforms. Suddenly, Barato wrapped me in a playful embrace from behind, causing my aura to scatter. With a teasing tone, she quipped, breaking your own rules already, you mischievous dragon. Suppressing a hint of irritation, I countered, your interpretation couldn't be further from the truth. It's uncomfortably misleading, so please don't ever say it again. With a swift motion, I turned to deliver a light karate chop to her head before refocusing on the trio, who sported subtle blushes. I directed, for now, go find rooms aboard the ship. There's ample space. You're now part of the Resistance, but he'll personally watch over you three until the creation of the pseudo-sacred gear in which you'll be placed. Understand? The trio nodded in agreement, acknowledging their new roles within the Resistance and the forthcoming vigilance I would uphold over them. Yes, Lord Aaron, they chorused in unison as they bowed before me. The sound of it was unsettling, but I brushed off the sensation and exited the room. Once outside, I turned to Elira and inquired, did Morwenna snap out of her trance immediately after Veve and Frazee returned from the alternate dimension? I'm not sure, but shortly after you departed, she suddenly sprang to her feet and bolted out of the room, Elira responded. I trailed her, but she didn't seem intent on leaving the ship. Instead, she led me on a chase until she burst into your room, and, well, you know the rest. By the way, is there any truth to the rumor that you have a fondness for randomly stealing women's personal belongings? Eliara's question came with a curious tilt of her head. Rias and Barato burst into laughter as I released a frustrated sigh and shook my head. No, that's completely untrue. Who on earth told you such nonsense? Zyra brought it up, she replied. Although, considering how you've behaved around me, I suppose there's some truth to your denial. Cinchuredo, but I wouldn't engage in such behavior randomly in public. With that, we continued our stroll, our conversation persisting until we finally reached the cockpit, where our discussions carried on for the next several hours. It had only been about 2 hours since our arrival on the Resistance's planet. Immediately after landing, we gathered everyone together for a crucial meeting. The purpose was to brief everyone about the alarming situation on the planet of Xenwaria and the plans of the Foshidums. Making sure to include Lang in these crucial discussions, I planned to return him to his people after the meeting concluded. Not to anyone's surprise, Lang expressed his agreement with the information I shared with the leaders of the Resistance. Despite my warnings and the advice of many others, he adamantly stood by his belief that his race and his parents should confront Fumara in warfare, even in the face of likely defeat. According to Lang, his people were unwilling to endure the shame of retreat and preferred the possibility of annihilation over living in disgrace. Despite our best efforts to dissuade him, his and their resolve remained unyielding. It was becoming increasingly clear that their species was headed for a collision course with imminent destruction. As for Yinlang's predicament, I took steps to modify certain aspects of his reality to ensure that he wouldn't inadvertently disclose the location of our base. In addition, I chose to erase a small portion of his memory upon his return to his home planet of Xenwaria. With these preparations in place, I allowed Lang some time to compose himself and enjoy a meal, giving him the opportunity to settle his nerves before our departure. Once he was prepared, I planned to accompany him back and have one final discussion with the leaders of his planet before returning to our base. Following that, I intended to consult with Yasivi before setting out on our journey to her planet. I found myself sitting on the stands on the training fields, watching Draig and Albion as they instructed the members of the Resistance. At the same time, Artemis had not yet approached me to address certain matters. I knew that she would do so in due time. She mentioned that there had been other discussions during my absence. Nevertheless, I embraced the peace of the moment and planned to stay there a bit longer. The tranquility was short-lived, however, as someone sat beside me. When I looked over, I saw Sona quietly absorbed in a book. We exchanged no words as she leaned against me, and I naturally wrapped my arm around her, finding comfort in her presence in the middle of the lively activity of the training grounds. After a few moments of silence, interrupted only by the sounds of the training session unfolding before us, Sona broke the quietude. Lang mentioned that he'll be ready to depart for his planet in 2 minutes. It should take us the same amount of time to return to that rendezvous point. I was wondering why you decided to come here. The constant shouts of "huh" aren't exactly what I'd call calming white noise, I remarked, earning a chuckle from Sona. True enough, she agreed, stowing her book away in her ring before rising to her feet. I followed suit, but I offered to fetch you, so here I am. With a gesture of her hand, Sona indicated that it was time to depart, and we swiftly made our way out of the training area. As we made our way to our designated spot, Sona began to speak. I'm not sure if you're aware, but both my team and the Slash Dog team are partaking in the infiltration mission to Atos Rurlera. Savina and Lysenvar are keen on capturing Taphalis as well and have requested your assistance in creating a tool to facilitate the task, something akin to those capture balls. Are those the only teams involved? I inquired, and I don't mind making those items. They're relatively straightforward. Sona nodded. Centuredo, we intend to leave a puppet decoy leader behind. Kuntuar has assured us of her assistance in that aspect as well, so you can focus solely on your task without concern. Hand in hand, we strolled, and I couldn't help but chuckle softly. It was impressive to see how well prepared they were for a mission I wasn't directly involved in. But I had my own plans, especially concerning Eleanor and the tournament in Fonyan Foodie. Scratching my head, I inquired, is Sarorg's team not participating in this mission? Sona shook her head, responding, Artemis-sama has indicated that an upcoming mission to Fonyan Foodie will require their full cooperation and assistance. Ravel and Reiko-san also agreed with her decision, so they opted out of this mission, leaving us to take their place. Those two, they're really set on having Sarorg and Rank 4. Virion Demon go head-to-head, huh? I'm not against it at all. In fact, I've been hoping for the same outcome. But now, the question is, when should I make my move? Do I go to the planet where Raria used to be in charge first? Or do I prioritize Fonyan Foodie? And should I bring Raria along to that planet too? I had a general idea of what needed to be done, but the specifics still eluded me. Upon arriving at the spot where Ian Lang stood waiting for us, he leaned against a small pillar, his gaze fixed on the sky, a touch of melancholy shading his expression. It appeared as though he was lost in contemplation, perhaps pondering various matters. Before approaching him, Sona and I exchanged our farewells. I'll see you soon, I reassured her. As we shared a fleeting kiss, she hesitated before speaking. There's something I'd like to discuss. A date? I teased, eliciting a blush from her. She nodded, and I chuckled, sure thing. Let's plan one soon, perhaps before our missions begin. Sona agreed, and with that, we bid each other goodbye. As I approached Ian Lang, I raised my hand in greeting. Are you ready to go? Without hesitation, he responded with intensity. You, he exclaimed, striding over with a fierce glare, his eyes bloodshot with anger. Did you put a hand on Morwenna? I met his gaze evenly, offering an explanation. We made an oath. Centuredo, I complied, and with a swift teleportation, we departed for his planet, bracing myself for what I anticipated would be a challenging discussion ahead. The area we arrived in was just beyond the castle grounds. Sensing a shift in the atmosphere, I quickly took hold of Yinlang's arm and transported us to the location where my companions had gathered earlier. Why did you do that? Ian Lang started, cut off by my raised hand as I took in the scene unfolding before us. What had once been a peaceful view was now filled with frantic activity and swirling smoke. An unsettling feeling of discord hung in the air, even palpable to Ian Lang, who wore a slight frown. Everyone is getting ready, he said, his voice showing resignation. My parents have probably gathered them for war, prompting each person to prepare in their own way. Some train rigorously, others arm themselves with tools and supplies, while some seek comfort in the company of loved ones. His explanation revealed the urgency filling the atmosphere, each person's response a sign of the impending conflict looming on the horizon. You've surely been through your fair share of conflicts, haven't you? You and your companions sound like busybodies from the short time I was with them, Ian Lang remarked, giving me a quick glance. Well, you're not wrong. But the only war we truly experienced was rather brief, at least from my perspective, since I was asleep for most of it, I replied with a wry smile. Regardless, it's time for us to head back. With another snap of my fingers, Ian Lang and I reappeared in front of the imposing castle. Taking the lead, Ian Lang and I walked purposefully into the Grand Hall. The guard stationed there glanced warily in our direction, but did not try to stop us. Whether this was out of recognition or mere trepidation in my presence remained uncertain, though I suspected the latter. As we entered the ornate throne room, Yinlang pushed open the towering doors, drawing the attention of the assembled rulers and courtiers. Confusion flickered across their faces at the sight of Yinlang's new body, but recognition dawned quickly as they saw me at his side. "Yinlang, is that really you?" Jelania's voice rang out, her expression a mix of astonishment and disbelief as she hurried forward to meet him. "I have come back. Mother, father," Yinlang announced, his voice dignified as he spoke to the rulers. "Aaron has safely brought me back and refrained from causing me any harm during our visit to Morwenna's planet. However, I did encounter some members of the Resistance in combat," he confessed, tactfully leaving out certain details. Cinchuredo, Yinlang started, effortlessly transforming back to his original form with a simple gesture. "I still retain the ability to change back. Earlier, a member of the Resistance assisted me in this transformation. It was clear to me, but not to everyone, that Comptoir was likely the mastermind behind this accomplishment." Given the intricate nature of the transformation, Yinlang exchanged glances with his parents and then turned to me expectantly. "It was most likely the advisor," I confirmed, acknowledging their gazes at me. Then, addressing the two rulers once more, I continued, "I'm here to make one final attempt to dissuade you. I'm even willing to go as far as bringing back your daughters. What do you say?" Their reactions were a blend of shock and disbelief. I had considered proposing this solution earlier, but the timing never seemed right. Now, with Yinlang safely returned and their attention focused, it felt like the right moment. Although I had doubts about whether they would accept it, their pride often clouded their judgment, a fact that had been pointed out to me many times. I made sure to confirm their ability to be revived beforehand. I interjected, carefully observing their reactions. Valager's skeptical gaze bore into me as he asked, "Why wait until now to offer this?" I met his gaze directly, providing an honest explanation. It slipped my mind in the chaos of the moment. My thoughts were consumed by various concerns before. Now, with a semblance of calm restored, except for the preparations for war outside, I felt it was the right time to present this option. The declaration held elements of truth and deception, a paradox of sorts. My mind did swarm with countless thoughts, yet I consciously chose to keep certain truths concealed. The scrutinizing gazes of both parents were fixed upon me, their intensity almost tangible. Valager, in a measured tone, suggested moving the discussion to the meeting room for a more in-depth conversation. Our departure from the throne room was swift, marked by Valager issuing instructions to those present. As we gathered in the meeting room, seating arrangements defined our positions. Valager and his family at one end, and myself at the other. Valager's interrogation carried a harsher edge this time, his sharp gaze demanding clarity. "Are you truly capable of bringing them back to life?" he asked, his demeanor fitting a king. "Yes," I affirmed, my own voice sounding serious. "The process is easily within my reach. However, in putting a condition, an end to your campaign of conquest. Peace remains out of reach in the middle of such ceaseless aggression. This also includes the current war efforts." My response matched his severity, a testament to the seriousness of the situation. Valager's piercing gaze bore into me, his expression inscrutable as silence filled the room. Deliberately, he closed his eyes, signaling the beginning of a deep contemplation that lingered for a full minute. Observing his son, Yinlang, I noticed a similar pose of contemplation, with arms crossed in deference to his father's judgment. Similarly, Queen Jelania, though maintaining a vigilant gaze, deferred the final decision to her husband, the king. Upon opening his eyes, Valager's resolution was clear, tinged with a tangible hint of sadness. "I shall decline," he declared, his voice filled with conviction. "Our daughters, if they were here, would surely reject the idea of being exploited in such a manner. They would undoubtedly advocate for military action against Fumara. Thus, I choose to forego the possibility of their revival, opting instead to bear the risk." Our war shall continue. With unwavering determination, Valagar affirmed his commitment to the ongoing war, acknowledging the potential consequences of his decision. I will ask the question once more, offering you one final chance at salvation. I repeated, my tone serious and unwavering. I stand firm in my decision. Valagar confirmed, his voice steady, drawing a sigh of resignation from me. With a resigned murmur, I rose from my seat. Very well. The choice is yours, I muttered under my breath as I made to depart. I did my best, but it seems like you want to change your mind. If you're hell-bent on war, then so be it. But heed my warning, it won't end well for you. Before I could leave, Valagar's voice stopped me in my tracks. I realize it may seem selfish, but please return our daughters to us, he implored from behind me. Turning to face him, I raised an eyebrow in contemplation. There seems to be little incentive for me, I pointed out. Bringing them back yields no benefit to me, and they may meet the same fate again once war starts, you understand? Even now, I ask you to return them, Valagar pleaded, bowing his head, catching both me and Eanling off guard with his earnestness and desperation. Considering the seriousness of the situation, I weighed my options carefully, my gaze lingering on Valagar and his wife before letting out a heavy sigh of resignation. Don't get me, DXD, or the resistance involved with your war. If you agree to this, I will ensure their safe return, I reassured him before making my departure. Why did you agree, partner? Drake asked, his curiosity evident. I saw the inevitability of coercion, and so I chose this path. Regardless, their fate hangs in the balance. If they decide to end their war efforts, it is likely they will revert to their terroristic ways again, and we, the resistance, will be forced to confront them once more, I explained to Drake, acknowledging the complexities of our predicament. Where are you heading? Albie inquired. These two guys still kept the ability to communicate with me after I enhanced our communication infrastructure with their sacred gear. As a result, we can engage in conversation regardless of their physical proximity. This new capability allows us to converse from distant locations, even on different universes. To my surprise, I hadn't expected such a strong attachment between us, even though they also fulfill the role of elder siblings, which I was fine with. In making my way to Xena and Lyena's bedrooms, I will revive them there and then return to the meeting room before traveling to the Resistance planet to speak with Yasivi. I responded promptly, making my way towards Xena's room first. Upon arrival, I tapped my foot against the ground, conjuring a magic circle onto her bed. Xena's body appeared on top of it, and I conducted a thorough assessment to ensure her well-being, verifying her previous abilities and overall health before departing. I replicated the process in Lyena's room, ensuring everything was in order before retracing my steps back to the meeting room. It did not take long for my return, and addressing the assembly, I announced, the task is complete. I will take my leave now. The path you choose from now is your own, but heed this warning. Aggression towards any planet outside of Fumara's jurisdiction will mark the Resistance as your enemies. With that, I departed, leaving them to contemplate their next course of action. Stepping outside, a young Foshidums approached me, brimming with enthusiasm. You are that big cool guy from before. You have a lot of power. Can I have your autograph? He asked, his eyes glittering with excitement. Taking in the tense atmosphere around us, I noticed the worry etched on the faces of the others, especially his parents, their expressions bordering on dread. Despite this, I knelt down to his level and obliged, signing the paper he presented to me. You have potential, I said softly. Keep on training, but always remember to stay humble. His eyes widened with excitement. Yes, it'll surpass even that null person and you someday, he exclaimed before dashing off, leaving behind a faint sense of melancholy. I couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness, knowing all too well the fate awaiting his species. With a heavy heart, I let out a final sigh before departing from the planet. Returning to the underground base, a chaotic scene caught my attention in the distance. But before I could delve deeper, Esena suddenly appeared beside me, her hand reaching out to grasp mine with unmistakable excitement. Aaron, she exclaimed, her face beaming with happiness. It's happening. The tree is changing, she declared, her voice filled with anticipation as she eagerly led me towards the surface of the planet. Excitement swelled within me as I realized that the long-awaited moment had finally arrived. Danu, Esena, and Ebekin had diligently monitored the tree's transformation, and now, at last, it was unfolding before our eyes. As we emerged onto the surface, the spectacle of the tree's metamorphosis became even more apparent. Esena swiftly teleported us to a location closer to the tree, where we joined Danu and Ebekin in witnessing the awe-inspiring event. Quickly, we joined Danu and Ebekin, and I gave Ebekin a reassuring pat on the shoulder. He grinned at me and exclaimed, "It's giving birth." Danu couldn't resist interjecting with a light smack, accompanied by a playful reprimand. "No, it's not. Why do you always insist on saying that?" She pouted slightly, prompting me to affectionately pat her head in consolation. "It's all right. That's just his way," I reassured Danu before turning my attention back to the tree. "But how long has it been in this state?" I inquired, observing the ongoing transformation. "About 10 minutes, given its immense size. The process may take a while to fully unfold, but my instincts suggest that once the transformation commences in earnest, it will progress rapidly. At the moment, it seems to be preparing itself," Danu explained, her voice tinged with anticipation and confidence in her assessment. As we stood in anticipation for those 10 minutes, a growing crowd gathered, captivated by the spectacle unfolding before their eyes. The glow surrounding the tree intensified with each passing moment, casting a mesmerizing aura around its towering form. Then, at the exact mark of 10 minutes, the entire body of the tree was enveloped in a brilliant ball of light, illuminating the surrounding area in a dazzling display. The metamorphosis continued before us, with the roots extending outward from the tree's base, delicately weaving around the surrounding structures without causing harm. Some of the roots seamlessly integrated into the existing architecture, adding a unique and enchanting touch to the surroundings. Meanwhile, the leaves on the tree began to emit a radiant rainbow glow, bathing the area in a kaleidoscope of colors that seemed to dance in the air. The newfound tree emanated a palpable sense of light and positivity, almost reminiscent of divine energy. Even the gods standing beside me could sense the remarkable transformation, their eyes widening in astonishment. "It's like," Esena gasped, her hands instinctively flying to cover her mouth in shock. "Well, it'll be damned," Ebekin muttered, removing his glasses to get a clearer view of the breathtaking scene unfolding before us. "Aaron, it's like," Danu stuttered, struggling to find the words to convey the magnitude of what we were witnessing. I nodded in agreement with Danu's sentiment, understanding the profound significance of the moment. "Yes, it's the birth of a new divine tree. I never imagined that the combination of those three elements would lead to this," I admitted, unable to contain my grin at the astonishing sight unfolding before us. As the metamorphosis reached its conclusion, a powerful and expansive pulse of pink energy surged forth from the newly transformed tree, engulfing the entire planet in its radiant glow. The tree now stood twice as tall and wide as its predecessor, its roots sprawling across the surrounding towns and villages, intertwining with the buildings in a mesmerizing display of symbiosis. Colorful, rainbow-hued fruits adorned its branches, hanging tantalizingly within reach. Using my abilities, I plucked one of the fruits from the tree and brought it to me. The three gods accompanying me stared at it intently as I took a bite. However, Danu's expression quickly shifted from awe to horror as she snatched the fruit from my hand. "Why did you eat it?" she exclaimed in dismay, clearly alarmed by my impulsive action. Savoring the fruit, I gave Danu a reassuring thumbs up. "It's delicious and boosts your stamina, so it'll be useful for a variety of tasks," I explained, hoping to ease her worries. "Huh?" Ebekin pondered, intrigued by the information, before impulsively grabbing the fruit from Danu's hand and devouring it whole. However, his eyes widened in alarm as he started to choke on a large piece of fruit stuck in his throat. Esena wasted no time in delivering a swift punch to his stomach, causing him to cough up the fruit with a grimace of discomfort. Ugh, he grumbled, slightly wounded in pride by the experience. Don't be reckless. Ebikin, Aaron only took a small bite, while you try to swallow the entire fruit, which is twice the size of an apple, scolded Esena, her tone tinged with exasperation. Amused by the spectacle, I suggested, let's go check the core then. With a snap of my fingers, we were instantly transported to our destination. At the same time, I made sure to close the entrance to the tree, stating the need to inspect it for safety reasons to prevent any accidents. Upon reaching the heart of the tree, a surprising scene unfolded before us. Two small green creatures, one airborne and the other grounded, leisurely stretching and yawning. Upon noticing us, they eagerly approached, but Ebikin, unable to contain his excitement, rushed forward to greet them before anyone else. "Oh, they're absolutely adorable. Come here, you little munchkins," he exclaimed, attempting to embrace them, only to be taken aback as they evaded him and instead leapt into the arms of Danu and myself. "What in the world?" Ebikin exclaimed, utterly bewildered by the unforeseen turn of events. As I cradled the creature that had come to me and Danu held the airborne one, it became clear that these endearing beings were physical embodiments of the tree itself, guardians brought to life by its transformative energy. Somehow, in its wisdom, the tree had chosen us, its caretakers, likely due to our significant roles in its transformation. It was a peculiar coincidence that Danu and I were the ones chosen for this special bond. "At least let me give him a hug," Ebikin grumbled with a pout after the animals turned him away. I chuckled and offered the creature to him, but as he got close, it suddenly stood on its hind legs and delivered a powerful uppercut to Ebikin, sending him flying and crashing into the core. We braced ourselves for a reaction from the core, but to our relief, it just emitted a soft glow before returning to its peaceful state. However, Ebikin was still out cold, so I went to check on him. For a little guy, you can knock out gods from the ancient era. I marveled, impressed by the creature's unexpected strength. Upon closer inspection, I discovered that its current power rank was labeled as Multiversal EX, a revelation that caught me all off guard. Well, that does make sense, I pondered, impressed by the unexpected power exhibited by the little creature. In the following hours, we dedicated ourselves to bonding with the two endearing guardians and keeping a close watch on the core and the stability of the tree. Once we were satisfied that everything was in order, we opened up the area to the rest of the gathered crowd, and it quickly became a popular attraction. As dusk settled in, there was a palpable sense of anticipation in the air, mixed with a touch of chaos stemming from the recent events surrounding the transformation of the tree. Nevertheless, in the frenzied activity, preparations were in progress for several crucial missions, both for the Resistance and for my own pursuits. The upcoming significant mission entailed 2 teams from Team DXD going on a covert operation to Atos Rurlera, with the goal of discreetly capturing Taphalis and Weyboro's member. As for my own mission, it was scheduled for a later time, focusing on investigating the potential traps set by Eleanor on Raria's planet, Stellonium. In the company of Raria, I contemplated who else would join our expedition, as the composition of the Slashdog team was still being considered. Lavinia and Suzuku had been invited to join the mission, and while they showed both eagerness and reluctance, as they also wanted to accompany me, they ultimately agreed to the invitation. Seated in my office in Pywalvin, I watched as Ravel and Yasivi entered. Ravel gave a polite wave and bow before taking her leave. Turning my attention to Yasivi, I greeted her with a nod. "How can I help you, Yasivi? We've postponed your return to the planet until tomorrow, correct?" Yasivi confirmed, "Yes, that's correct. However, I wish to discuss some details about my planet with you. I overheard discussions about your plans for our previous planet, and I'm curious, would it be feasible to merge the 2 planets, consolidating them into one and having it orbit this planet?" Her unexpected proposition made me pause, but upon considering it, I saw its merit. "I see. Let's explore this possibility further. I can provide you with the layout of the new planet and you can share everything you know about the old one. Together, we can collaborate to create a new one." Yasivi readily agreed, and we delved into our discussions, exploring the potential for merging the two planets into a cohesive whole. Chapter 22, Part 1. Kritnukla, third-person point of view. Eleanor contemplated Morwenna's passing while playing with a holographic globe, her thoughts shrouded in a somewhat solemn mood. "It seems Morwenna's departure is permanent. A regrettable loss indeed. She was one of my most favorite pieces," she murmured quietly, her fingers gliding across the globe's surface. A full day had passed since the events at Kirisdale Nexus. Eleanor remained watchful, her attention fixed on the vanished planet. The sudden disappearance, coinciding with Ihild's demise, revealed a clear understanding within Eleanor's mind. Rising from her seat, Eleanor walked toward a modest shelf, taking a book with deliberate grace. I wonder about the impact on her species. Despite her position as a societal outsider, will her species hold resentment toward the resistance? Will they declare war? She mused aloud, her gaze wandering into the distant realms of thought. Returning to her desk, Eleanor started a holographic video playback, her demeanor composed, yet she had a grin on her face. Another holographic display sprung to life, endlessly looping a video of Valagar's declaration of war against Fumara's organization. His sudden announcement to launch immediate attacks on their conquered planets filled the room, infusing it with an undeniable sense of urgency. Valagar wasted no time in carrying out his fervent intentions, swiftly mobilizing his forces to fulfill his promise. Reports began to trickle in, confirming the actions on at least 4 planets, each lacking the presence of the Eradicator, Wayboros, or Umbra, making them susceptible to rapid conquest by Valagar's species. In the aftermath of these quick and resolute actions, Fumara, the central figure of the targeted organization, remained conspicuously silent. Despite the urgency of the situation, her lack of response left her associates and allies in a state of obvious anticipation, eagerly awaiting her next move with bated breath. Settling back into her chair, Eleanor wore a thoughtful expression. "It's glaringly obvious," she remarked, her voice tinged with a hint of admiration. Fumara's silence in response to Valagar's declaration serves a calculated purpose to allow the enemy to extend their reach, fostering a facade of false victory. And when the time is ripe, shall extinguish their hopes without mercy. A wry grin played upon Eleanor's lips, an indication to her appreciation for Fumara's strategic cruelty. "She possesses a cunning ruthlessness that I personally love," she added, her amusement evident in her widening smirk. With a hearty laugh, Eleanor delved into the surveillance feeds from other planets under Valagar's new jurisdiction, each one proof to her meticulous monitoring. Despite the temptation to intervene, Eleanor, like Fumara and her loyal allies, chose a path of calculated restraint. Ekthyrois, the leader among Fumara's subordinates, had made it clear to the others: hold back and await the opportune moment. This directive found support in the lack of action from Infersos and echoed in Eleanor's own decision. Thus, a collective agreement emerged among Fumara's associates to bide their time, observing with poised patience as events unfolded according to plan. Only time will reveal the outcome of these events. "We will watch with great interest," Eleanor stated, lounging comfortably in her chair, her gaze drifting to the holographic displays that adorned her workspace. "As for those persistent insects, they may hover around, but they will not attack me or this planet. The instructions of their outer god will make them hesitate." A mischievous glint appeared in Eleanor's eyes as she shifted her attention to another display, considering the potential reaction of her unsuspecting target. "But will you take that bait?" she reflected, a playful grin playing on her lips. "Your compassionate nature may lead you to visit the planet once ruled by Raria. The changes I have arranged there will be quite a spectacle." With a chuckle that filled the room, Eleanor looked forward to the unfolding of her carefully planned schemes, savoring the anticipation of the unwitting individual's descent into her web of manipulation and intrigue. In the desolate expanse of an unknown planet, Ecthrois, Rank, one of the Eradicators, stood and watched as Valagar's forces once again extended their dominion over a newly conquered world. His gaze narrowed in contemplation, a tinge of frustration creeping into his voice as he muttered, "Why do you withhold your hand, Fumara? Unless this is by design." A sudden presence cast a looming shadow behind him, announcing the arrival of an enraged assailant. With a ferocious cry, the man swung a massive club towards Ecthrois, intent on delivering a devastating blow. However, his strike was abruptly halted by a powerful barrier of dark blue darkness, emanating from Ecthrois himself. Turning to face his would-be attacker, Ecthrois regarded him with a quiet air of observation, his piercing eyes revealing a hint of curiosity. "I've been expecting your inevitable confrontation," he remarked calmly, his voice carrying an undercurrent of intrigue. "You've trailed me for a week, yet you choose this moment to strike. Truly, you are strange." Shifting his focus effortlessly, Ecthrois commanded the potent darkness around him to swiftly eliminate his assailant, extinguishing the intruder's life without the need for physical exertion. Returning to his silent watch, Ecthrois resumed his meticulous observations of the unfolding events on the conquered planet below. His mind turned to the strategic pursuit of Valagar's species, a calculated endeavor aimed at gathering vital intelligence for a future counterattack sanctioned by Fumara. Despite the inherent challenges and risks, Ecthrois remained resolute in his commitment to track and monitor their movements, poised to strike when the opportune moment presented itself. "How bothersome," he murmured, his voice barely above a whisper, as he settled onto the ground. Aaron Toole's soliloquy, "The morning crept in with a calm presence, leaving me with an unusual surplus of time before the day's scheduled activities began." In the middle of the hurried preparations for the upcoming mission to Atos Rurlura, I found myself momentarily free from any pressing obligations. Sitting alone outside, I took a moment to reflect, letting my thoughts wander aimlessly through the peaceful surroundings. With detailed plans in place for the immediate future, there was little cause for concern or immediate action. The endless expanse of the azure sky provided a tranquil backdrop to my idle ponderings. A soft sigh escaped me as I considered the peculiar sensation that surrounded me. Was this, perhaps, what one might categorize as boredom? The sudden appearance of a pair of oversized plush cushions took me by surprise as they landed on my face, leaving me momentarily bewildered by the unexpected encounter. Why am I being suddenly pushed up against? I expressed my confusion, my mind quickly trying to identify the person based on what I could perceive. "Zenobia, is that you?" With an amused chuckle, Zenobia pulled back, her expression a mix of amusement and mild disbelief. "I'm not sure whether to be impressed, embarrassed, or horrified that you could tell it was me," she quipped, giving a playful salute. "But yes, Aaron, it's me. I'm also here for that." I couldn't help but furrow my brow in confusion, puzzled by her unexpected presence and the bold declaration that followed. Sincerado, I found myself momentarily at a loss for words. Regaining my composure, I offered a wry smile in response to Zenovia's straightforwardness. "Well, I have to praise you for your directness," I remarked, a hint of amusement coloring my tone. "As for Irina, it seems a similar arrangement may be in store, though perhaps postponed until the following day, given my prior commitments." Zenovia's confident statement took me by surprise, but her playful expression suggested she wasn't entirely serious. "You've hit the nail on the head with that assessment," she said, her light-hearted tone matching the sparkle in her eyes. "That friendly angel Irina is definitely looking forward to spending time with you as well." With a quick and playful gesture, Zenobia took my arm, her excitement evident as she declared, "Let's make the most of this outing. I'm really looking forward to it," she added with a bright smile. Despite her playful suggestion, I couldn't help but chuckle at her enthusiasm. "Let's stick to the plan and enjoy a proper date first." "I owe you that much," I responded, feeling her warmth as she hugged my arm in return. Together, we set off, the anticipation of our upcoming date blending with the lively banter between us. I should have known you'd bring us here, I chuckled, taking in the familiar surroundings of Hephaestus' smithy. As Hephaestus emerged from the back, her presence elicited a warm smile from both Zenobia and me. "Aaron, Zenobia, welcome." Hephaestus greeted us warmly, her smile genuine as she approached. Returning her embrace with a fond hug, I inquired about the coffee she had received from Agravesta. "How was the coffee from Agravesta?" I asked with genuine interest. Returning the hug with equal affection, Hephaestus beamed up at me. "It's been absolutely wonderful. Kyoko and Sherry have been enjoying it too. Thank you for the generous supply you arranged." She expressed her gratitude sincerely. With a nod of acknowledgement, I explained I made some tweaks to it when I sampled it earlier. It was good, but I felt inspired to infuse it with a bit of tool magic. "I would love to have some, if you don't mind," Hephaestus eagerly requested. "Of course, Hephaestus. They'll gladly brew some for you." I agreed with a nod, appreciating her interest in the tool-infused coffee. As Zenobia expressed her intention to join us shortly and wandered off to explore the armors on display, she added, "Please make me some too. They'll join you in the back in a second. I like these, and maybe you'll buy them." "Sure thing, Zenobia. I prepared some food for when I leave with Yasivi to her planet. But sharing some coffee right now wouldn't be a bad idea," I explained before leading Hephaestus to the back of the smithy. Once we arrived, Hephaestus and I found Kyoko and Sherry seated at the table, their weariness apparent. "Hey there, you two. Feeling a bit worn out?" I greeted them warmly. Jean-san. Welcome," Sherry replied with a lazy wave, her exhaustion evident in her movements. Kyoko, immersed in a book on blacksmithing, flashed me a grin before returning to her reading. Their presence added to the cozy atmosphere of the Smith's backroom, and I looked forward to sharing a moment of relaxation with them before the day's activities resumed. I brewed a fresh batch of coffee in a nearby kettle, making sure there was enough for all of us, including Zenobia's share. As we settled in and took our first sips, expressions of surprise and delight lit up their faces. "What in the world is this? It's amazing. I can feel my energy coming back and soaring," Kyoko exclaimed, her eyes widening in awe. Beside her, Sherry nodded vigorously in agreement. Hephaestus chuckled softly before inquiring, "You did more than just alter the flavor, didn't you?" Nodding in acknowledgement of her observation, "Yes, Graphia started adding special ingredients to the coffee and tea she makes for me, and the others followed suit. It's turned into a bit of a silent competition to create the best tea and coffee whenever I'm in my office," I confessed with a sigh. Kyoko glanced at Sherry and Hephaestus before teasingly commenting, "His powers of persuasion are getting stronger." I couldn't help but chuckle at her playful jab. "And what exactly do you mean by that?" I asked, amused by her teasing. "Your abilities, Aaron, are getting stronger, you know? They're helping you work better with your teammates in new ways," Kyoko said, her voice filled with excitement, as if she had just uncovered some incredible secret. "I do things for them too. It's a give and take also. That's just a normal part of being in a relationship, helping out your significant other," I explained to her. She nodded her head, a big grin on her face, like I had just given her some mind-blowing piece of advice. It felt like she was teasing me. But at the same time, Kyoko seemed to be a bit of an airhead, or maybe she just wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed. Zenobia suddenly strolled into the room, lugging a full set of armor. "I want to buy this armor set before we head out. I think my future son or daughter would find it useful." "Aaron, I was hoping you enchant and modify in the future," she said, her voice filled with enthusiasm. A little taken aback, I agreed and said, "Sure thing, Zenobia. I've done that kind of thing before, so I'm pretty confident I can pull it off. But yeah, you're definitely thinking way ahead into the future. Centuredo, I think. Does it count if I try something completely different?" Zenobia mused, tilting her head in contemplation. "We haven't done that before, Zenobia," I interjected quickly, feeling compelled to clarify. Zenobia cocked her head to the side, pondering for a moment before responding, "Maybe it was just a dream then." Nonetheless, Consider it a preference of mine for future reference. Hephaestus shook her head, a hint of disapproval in her voice. This conversation is veering into overly explicit territory. Let's keep things more subdued. However, she continued, rising from her seat, it'll ring up your armor set. Follow me. Zenobia readily agreed, and they departed from the table. How are the hammers I provided you with? And what are your impressions of this universe thus far? If you want to return to ours, simply inform me. I've facilitated Valis' return for a brief visit, making the transition quite straightforward, I inquired. They serve their purpose well, streamlining our work and yielding superior results. Nonetheless, the expertise and skill of a seasoned master blacksmith still hold sway in crafting superior works. It looks that Hephaestus-sama reaps the greatest benefits from their usage, Kyoko explained. I offered a comforting smile and a nod. That was indeed my intention in creating them. Skill, confidence, and experience are crucial to craftsmanship. Hephaestus' expertise naturally leads to exceptional results, but both of your creations possess admirable quality, I explained, receiving nods of understanding from the group. I see. That makes things clearer. Although, I have to admit, it does feel like my creations surpass my current level of expertise, remarked Sherry with a touch of self-awareness. The hammers also takes into account your potential and innate talent in the craft. So even those at a lower skill level may create something remarkable or even legendary through chance, I added. It does have a resemblance to a gaming mechanic, mused Kyoko thoughtfully. I can't argue with that. I chuckled in agreement, the atmosphere lightening with shared amusement. After Zenobia and Hephaestus returned to the room, Zenobia exclaimed, "Let's continue our date. I know the perfect place at Cosmosilica Terraflora." Very well, let's not linger then. I'm sorry for unexpectedly intruding into your workshop. We'll take our leave now, I conveyed to Hephaestus and the others. No need for apologies, as I mentioned earlier, today has been rather uneventful, Hephaestus reassured before giving me a quick peck on the cheek, and we departed. So, our destination is Cosmosilica Terraflora? I asked Zenobia once we were outside. Yeah, that's right. But be warned, it will require considerable energy. Are you ready? She exclaimed, her eyes filled with anticipation. Amused by her excitement, I chuckled and nodded in agreement, before teleporting us to our destination planet. The destination Zenobia guided us to was none other than the grand basketball arena that I had designed for the planet weeks ago. It was filled with eager spectators, capturing the passion with which the inhabitants of this universe embraced the sport. It seems quite crowded, Zenobia commented with a hint of disappointment, taking in the crowds of people. We could simply watch the matches. After all, there appears to be a small tournament happening, I suggested. True. Let's find some seats, she replied, and we held hands as we weaved through the bustling crowd, eventually finding a place to sit. As we settled in, we became absorbed in the unfolding games. Everything progressed, as usual, until the climactic showdown between the final two teams. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred when one of the players suffered an injury, leaving their team in need of a substitute. I volunteer as tribute, Zenobia declared loudly, getting up from her seat with excitement. Zenobia was recognized by the spectators and warmly welcomed into the team fold. Both men and women were part of the teams, promising a dynamic and entertaining game, especially given the allowance for the utilization of their inherent abilities. With gusto, Zenobia donned the team's jersey before stepping onto the court. Before the game resumed, I offered a cautionary reminder. Remember, moderation is key. Zenobia responded with a mischievous grin and a thumbs-up gesture. However, as soon as the game commenced, she wasted no time in showcasing her prowess, effortlessly sinking a three-pointer from the opposing end of the court. Didn't I just warn you about overexerting yourself? I quipped, albeit with a hint of amusement. Undeterred, Zenobia continued to dominate the game, using her superior physical abilities to outmaneuver and outclass the opposing team. Despite her individual prowess, she remained cognizant of the collaborative nature of the sport, frequently facilitating scoring opportunities for her teammates. As a result, the opposing team found themselves confounded and overwhelmed by the unforeseen turn of events. As the game advanced, the opposing team started implementing more sophisticated strategies to diminish Zenovia's impact, thus limiting her chances to score. Yet, a subtle glint of mischief shimmered in Zenovia's eyes, hinting at a concealed plan waiting to be unleashed. And then, the perfect moment arrived. Receiving the ball in the middle of the tight defense of 3 opposing players, Zenovia's smirk revealed her intentions. With lightning-quick dribbles and calculated movements, she skillfully maneuvered past her markers, leaving them stumbling in her wake as she effortlessly executed a breathtaking slam dunk. The crowd erupted into a frenzy of cheers and applause, while I couldn't help but chuckle at Zenovia's strategic display. So she was holding that back, huh? Ankle breaking them, I mused to myself, thoroughly entertained by her cunning. As Zenovia resumed her commanding control of the court, a sudden realization dawned upon me, prompting me to pause and reassess the situation. As Zenovia flawlessly replicated moves from the basketball show I had introduced her to, a realization struck me. I did show them those videos, didn't I? And even that knockoff version of Kuriko, no basket in this universe. I murmured to myself, a sense of recognition sweeping over me. It seems Zenovia and a few others took a keen interest in basketball after that little showing. I suppose she practiced in secret, Drake remarked with laughter resonating in his voice. Returning my focus to the game, I marveled at Zenovia's ability to flawlessly execute intricate maneuvers from a show. With her innate powers, remarkable flexibility, and lightning-fast reflexes, she effortlessly recreated each move with precision. The crowd's excitement reached a fever pitch as Zenovia even replicated Kuriko's vanishing drive, eliciting thunderous applause and cheers. I sighed in resignation and shook my head. All that's missing is... "Oh dear," I muttered under my breath, observing as blue electricity crackled in Zenovia's eyes. She's actually using the zone, isn't she? I realized, albeit with a sense of awe. While it wasn't the true zone technique, Zenovia's utilization of blue electricity and her own powers created an effect eerily reminiscent of it, amplifying her abilities to astounding levels. Lounging in my seat, I couldn't resist letting out another sigh, coupled with a chuckle of awe. Zenovia always managed to leave me speechless with her energy. As the game came to an end, it was evident that her team held a commanding lead of at least 200 points. The crowd, her teammates, and even the opposing team erupted into cheers and applause. Despite the one-sided outcome, it was clear that this tournament was all about enjoyment and friendship. The opposing team, despite their defeat, couldn't help but be in awe of Zenovia's exceptional display of skill and prowess. Consequently, the atmosphere shifted to one of celebration and admiration, with everyone joining in the festivities to honor the thrilling game. You really are something else. I meant for it to be a fun, carefree game, you know? But you turned it into a full-fledged competition. I teased Zenovia, playfully tapping her head. Zenovia laughed heartily, raising her fist in triumph. I just wanted us to have a good time playing basketball before we go for a well-deserved meal. But hey, I didn't expect all of that to happen. But it's all good, right? Well, there are free outdoor basketball courts on the planet, you know? We could have easily gone to one of those instead. I informed her, causing her to freeze in disbelief. Why didn't you mention that earlier? She exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. Tilting my head slightly, I replied, well, you never asked. Although, you were certainly invited to play before I could finish. Zenovia seized my hand and pulled me along. No more excuses. Let's go find one and play. I want to take no for an answer, she declared with determination, and we quickly located a vacant court to indulge in a friendly game of basketball. We entered the court, and with a quick flick of my wrist, I summoned a basketball, prepared to partake in a friendly match. Zenovia made the first move, but I swiftly intercepted the ball with my sharp reflexes, dribbling to the other end with a smirk on my face. Maybe you should approach this as seriously as you did in the game, Zenovia. How about this? You playfully taunted, pointing at. Score just 1 point on me, and he'll agree to anything, absolutely anything. A surge of determination emanated from Zenobia, her eyes burning brightly with resolve. He'll score that point, no matter what, she declared passionately before charging towards me with renewed energy. Pregnancy is definitely out of the question for now, I exclaimed, dribbling the ball around while dodging Zenovia's attempts to catch me. She seemed more interested in chasing me than the ball itself, adding to the amusement. Darn it, why not? She fired back, frustration evident in her tone. Because we're still students, you goofball, I retorted, laughter bubbling between us as we continued our playful banter. Despite our efforts, neither of us managed to score until I took a step back and launched the ball into the air, sinking a three-pointer. No, Zenobia wailed dramatically, clutching her head in mock despair before collapsing to the ground in an exaggerated display of defeat. Baffled by Zenovia's dramatic response, I couldn't help but question her apparent distress. Why are you reacting like this? Remember, I told you that you could ask for anything you want if you score. There are no rules saying that I can't score, I clarified. Realization illuminated Zenovia's face, her expression changing from despair to determination. I get it now. I can still get the ball, she exclaimed, darting towards it with renewed enthusiasm. As she retrieved the ball, a wide grin spread across her face, though with a slightly unsettling edge. Taking a deep breath, Zenobia prepared to take her shot, only for the ball to inexplicably collide with an invisible barrier in the sky, rebounding back to the ground. Perplexed, Zenobia retrieved the ball and attempted another shot, only to encounter the same obstacle once again. This repeated several times, much to Zenovia's growing frustration. What the heck? This is rigged. I demand a refund, she protested loudly, her frustration reaching a boiling point. Chuckling softly, I made my way over to Zenobia and retrieved the ball, causing her to playfully pout and cross her arms. You totally planned this, didn't you? I can't win under these conditions, she sighed, with a hint of sadness in her voice. Well, yes, but actually no, I replied, grinning. Pointing to the court floor, I directed her attention to a series of markings. See those? Each one triggers a different effect on the court when stepped on. The one you stepped on activated an effect that makes any three-point shot impossible. Only close-range two-point shots or slam dunks are doable. It's all about enhancing the game experience. Stunned by this revelation, Zenobia eagerly explored the court, examining each marking to uncover its unique effect. After thorough investigation, she returned to me with a renewed determination, grabbing the ball once more and sprinting towards the basket to execute a powerful slam dunk. Cinchuredo, cinchuredo, cinchuredo. We still have some time left, so how about we visit one more place before grabbing lunch, I began, only to be cut off by Zenovia's exuberant shout. CX, she exclaimed with unabashed enthusiasm, causing me to burst into laughter at her bluntness. Yeah, we can totally make that happen towards the end of our date before I head off to meet Yasivi, I explained in a relaxed tone. Mind if I join you? We could put that plan on hold until after we're back from visiting Yasivi's planet. That way, we can make the most of our time together, suggested Zenobia after calming down. Considering her suggestion, I replied, sounds good to me. I don't see any problem with it, and I doubt Yasivi would have an issue, so let's do it. Would you mind if I asked the others if they would like to join us? She asked eagerly, reaching for her phone. I couldn't help but chuckle softly as I nodded for her to go ahead. Without hesitation, she reached out, and after a short while, received positive responses from a few, while the rest were unable to join. Rainier and Ravel were the ones who agreed to join, promising an interesting trio to accompany me later in the day. Sadly, Lavinia wanted to join, but found herself tied up with Sisu, pulled into a meeting with the Slash Dog team. It seemed they were likely going to join on the mission to Itos Rurlera. Anyways, let's head to the final spot before grabbing some lunch, I said to her before teleporting us away. Taking Zenovia's interests into account, I teleported us towards a location that aligned with her passions, an establishment showcasing a variety of sports equipment and motorcycles. The unique fusion of these interests was further complemented by the presence of a nearby restaurant. Upon reaching the destination, Zenovia's eyes lit up with excitement. At first, I considered upgrading your current motorcycle, but then I thought, why not buy you a new one and then upgrade and enchant both? This way, you'll have a pair to choose from in the future. A mischievous grin spread across her face as she teased. You certainly know how to cater to my preferences, Aaron. Nicely done. With a knowing smile, I replied, that wasn't exactly my intention, but I appreciate the sentiment. Zenovia eagerly grasped my arm, pulling me through the store as she immersed herself in browsing through countless items. Finally, she came to a stop, turning to me with a mixture of horror and disappointment as her wallet was mostly empty. "Hey, Aaron," she exclaimed while staring at me pleadingly. She didn't have any money to buy the items. I reassured her, I didn't say you had to pay. Feel free to get whatever you want, especially the sports equipment. But let's limit ourselves to one, maybe two motorcycles. That's the maximum. Okay? Her triumphant fist pump showed her delight as she continued to pull me through the store, making me carry the weight of her numerous purchases. The scene played out like something from a quirky anime or cartoon. After paying the bill and discreetly hiding the purchases within my ring, we turned our attention to the motorcycle section. Zenovia, bubbling with enthusiasm, carefully examined each two-wheeled vehicle. Having no prior knowledge about motorcycles, I found myself in uncharted territory, clueless about the specific type that might appeal to Zenovia. While I entertained the idea of learning to ride one, the allure of motorcycles had never captivated my interest. Surveying the vast array of options, I sought Zenovia's input. What kind of motorcycle are you looking for? I've just done a quick search, and there seem to be numerous types. Are you leaning towards an all-rounder, or is there a particular style you have in mind? I inquired, rattling off a list that included cruiser motorcycles, sport bikes, touring motorcycles, standard motorcycles, dual sport motorcycles, and many more. Before receiving an answer, Zenovia suddenly darted away. Quickly following her, we came to a stop in front of a particular model. The Kawasaki Versys 650? I queried, prompting her to turn around, her eyes still gleaming with enthusiasm, eliciting a chuckle from me. With a nod of approval, I said, go ahead and pick out another one. There's no harm in indulging a bit. Zenovia's face lit up at the suggestion, and she made her way to another motorcycle, the Suzuki GSX S1000 GT, a choice that piqued my interest. The Suzuki GSX S1000 GT. Quite an interesting choice, Zenovia. I can't say much since I've only familiarized myself with these machines in the past few minutes, I remarked, letting out a chuckle. Amused, Zenovia saw the chance to enlighten me with a barrage of information. She delved into the intricate details, offering a thorough analysis of the Kawasaki Versys 650 and Suzuki GSX S1000 GT almost as passionately as when I discussed the nuances of cooking. I stood there, attentive, recognizing her love for motorcycles paralleling her enthusiasm for the church, training, and God. After her detailed exposition on motorcycles, Zenovia took a breath, her cheeks tinted with a hint of embarrassment. Sorry, I rambled on there for a bit too long. No need to apologize. I've been guilty of similar lengthy speeches, especially about cooking and various other subjects in the past. Is it safe to assume that this newfound interest in motorcycles is on par with your dedication to training and your devotion to God? I asked. Zenovia nervously smiled and nodded in agreement. There's nothing to be ashamed of, Zenovia. Just ensure it stays in moderation and doesn't consume you like some hobbies can, I advised. She playfully retorted, like your collection of rare kitchen gadgets? My bravado twitched, acknowledging the truth in her retort. Yes, much like me, one of those peculiar enthusiasts, I admitted, prompting laughter from Zenovia. It was an undeniable reality. I had crafted 2 special spatulas over the course of my reincarnation, and they held a special place in our kitchen, wielded regularly by Reiko, Grafia, and Ine. Engaging in some light-hearted banter, Zenovia and I went forward to negotiate a deal for the 2 chosen motorcycles. Spotting a promising candidate, presumably the owner, Zenovia took the lead in the discussions, with myself lingering in the background. It was vital to ensure we weren't taken advantage of given our recognizable status. Yet, the negotiation took an unexpected turn as the conversation shifted from the deal to an enthusiastic discussion about motorcycles. Despite my attempts to steer the conversation back on track, the fervor of these enthusiasts seemed insurmountable. Accepting defeat, I summoned a chair, settled into it, and patiently waited for them to conclude their motorcycle discourse. After a few minutes of spirited conversation, they eventually circled back to the matter at hand. The owner, grinning, extended his hand towards Zenobia. Ah, we've been rambling. How about it? Is it a deal? He inquired. Zenobia, equally enthusiastic, replied, is a good deal for me. So, they'll take it. The handshake solidified the agreement, bringing our motorcycle acquisition journey to a successful conclusion. I'm ready to settle the payment in full with cash right now. If that's fine with you, I interrupted, shifting the focus back to the financial side of the deal. The owner, caught off guard, looked at me before bursting into laughter. Coming over to me, he playfully slapped my back. Is that right, Sir Leader? Well then, let's wrap this up in my office. You'll get the necessary paperwork, he announced, promptly leading me, with Zenobia in tow, as we made our way to the office to finalize the transaction. With Zenovia's efficient handling of paperwork, thanks to her position as the student council president, the process of finalizing the deal was expedited. As she reviewed the documents, she adorned herself with a pair of charming red glasses, a look that surprisingly suited her. I couldn't help but admire her in them, and it seemed she noticed my lingering gaze, choosing to keep them on even after we had finished. Once the paperwork was completed, Zenobia efficiently stored the motorcycles into her ring, and we made our way to the restaurant. As we walked, she linked her arm with mine and asked, "Do you like them?" Watching her exaggerated blinks and playful demeanor, it was clear that she was referring to her glasses, trying to appear endearing. "Those glasses really suit you," I said with a smile. Zenobia seized the opportunity to make a deadpan statement. "Well then, the glasses definitely stay on." I couldn't help but facepalm at her unexpected comment, but her laughter was contagious as we entered the restaurant, noticing the sparse crowd. We chose a spot to sit and rang the bell on the table after making our menu selections. As we waited for our food, a brief silence fell between us as we sat across from each other. With her elbows on the table and hands on her cheeks, Zenobia looked at me with affection and a blush on her face. "By the way, what can we expect from Yasevi's new planet? You mentioned combining her old one with a new one, right?" she asked with a warm smile. Zenobia reached out to me, and we held hands for a brief moment. She playfully tapped my hand, occasionally bringing them to her lips for a surprise kiss, which took me by surprise, but I allowed her to continue, finding it charming. I did indeed discuss it with Yasevi, I confirmed as we sat hand in hand. Our plan is to blend the old and the new, integrating modern building designs and architectural elements while preserving the allure of the old medieval style. We've already drawn up detailed plans, so the implementation process should be fairly straightforward once we arrive. I went on, along with the modern and medieval fusion, will also incorporate unique structures from both Yasevi's old planet and the other two planets she holds dear. These additions will undoubtedly enrich the charm and character of the new planet. Zenobia listened intently as I explained, nodding and playfully fidgeting with our hands. Her quirky behavior seemed to be a result of the day's events, and I didn't think much of it. However, when she occasionally rubbed my hands against her cheeks, I couldn't help but chuckle. Our conversation paused as our food arrived, and Zenovia's playful gestures came to a halt. A brief pout crossed her face, but quickly disappeared as she dug into her meal, clearly enjoying the taste. We continued our conversation in between bites. After swallowing a mouthful, Zenobia asked, "By the way, will we stay there for more than a day?" I considered the options and replied, "If everything goes smoothly, we could possibly make it back tonight. However, if there are unforeseen complications, we might have to stay overnight and potentially until the end of the day tomorrow. If you'd like, we can." "Yes," she interrupted, firmly expressing her preference to stay there with a knowing smile. Chuckling, Censurado engaging in casual conversation on various topics. Once we finished and settled the bill, we left the restaurant, heading towards Yasivi. Glancing at the time, it seemed that our date had concluded at an opportune moment. The timing is good. She's waiting. Let's go, he remarked. However, Zenobia interjected, wait, we'll go get Rainier and Ravel. I nodded in agreement, watching her depart to fetch our friends. A few moments later, Zenobia returned with Rainier and Ravel in tow, and together we made our way towards Yasivi. She was standing by a small pole, her eyes fixed on the ground. As soon as she saw us, she greeted us with a warm smile. I've been waiting for you. It seems like you've brought some of your friends, she said with a playful smile directed at Barato, Ravel, and Zenobia. While I've only seen a small part of what my new kingdom will be like, I assure you all the best of our hospitality. I gently poked her forehead. Enough with the formalities. Let's go, I said, prompting a laugh from Yasivi as she agreed to join us. I noticed the intrigued looks on the faces of Rainier, Ravel, and Zenobia, but I paid no attention and teleported us away. What in the world are those? Rainier exclaimed as soon as we set foot on the planet. Spread out before us were expansive rocky formations, housing the dwellings and structures of Yasivi's people. The structures, towering like oversized onions and eggs, were numerous and imposing. Above, large glass windows revealed the glow of lights from distant buildings. Below, the desert sand stretched out, dotted with trees, rocks, and illuminated by orange lights embedded in the ground. Zenobia, cocking her head to the side, commented, onion and egg-shaped peaks for mountains. Unconventional choices, but not a bad view, I must say. We found ourselves on a narrow ledge on the mountainside, offering us a sweeping vista of the city below. Raising my hand to get their attention, I elaborated, there's only one city on this planet, with a few towns on the outskirts, but the majority of the population resides here. Anyway, let's continue. The temporary leader knows we're coming, so someone should be waiting, I informed them, teleporting us to the entrance of the distant castle. Upon arrival, we were met with rock pillars and a metal gate. The guards, initially taken aback by our sudden appearance, quickly composed themselves upon recognizing me. I'm here to speak with him. Can you let us through? I asked. The guards nodded and proceeded to open the gate. As their eyes swept over our group, they widened in surprise upon seeing Yasivi. She responded with a warm smile, evoking a range of emotions in the guards. Though they tried to hide it by covering their faces with their hats, tears were visible, betraying the depth of their feelings. Your people hold you in such high regard, remarked Rainier with a hint of admiration in her voice as she observed the guard's emotional response to Yasivi's presence. Yasivi smiled softly and acknowledged, I've worked hard to earn their trust over the years. It warms my heart to know that they still hold me in such high esteem. I'm eager to resume my leadership role and continue serving them. As we walked through the grand halls of the castle, the ancient sandstone walls were adorned with intricate motifs and embellishments, reflecting the rich culture of Yasivi's people. Lush foliage and unique decorations adorned every corner, adding a touch of natural elegance to the surroundings. Guiding my companions through the corridors, we eventually reached a stately meeting room. With a gentle knock on the door, I announced our presence before pushing it open, ushering us into the room filled with anticipation and purpose. In the room, there stood a solitary figure, an elderly man with a long brown beard, a bald head, and draped in a flowing white robe. When he laid eyes on us, his face lit up, and despite the slight hunch in his back, he approached with a cane in hand. Lord Aaron, you have, he began, his gaze shifting between me and Yasivi, brought back our queen. Thank you, he expressed, wiping away tears that betrayed his deep emotions. Bowing to Yasivi, he declared, I, your loyal servant Barakyu, am ready to serve you once more, Queen Yasivi. Yasivi responded with a warm smile, acknowledging the faithful Barakyu. It's great to see you again, Barakyu. Thank you for looking after our people while I was away, she expressed, recognizing his unwavering dedication during her absence. Barakia's smile remained as he reflected, Oh, I've been watching over you since you were just a baby, my queen. This is nothing to me. Ever since Lord Aaron saved us, things have been slowly returning to normal. He has been keeping me updated on the plans, and I have to say, they are quite impressive. Yacivi joined in the laughter, adding, yes, I wanted it to be unique, blending this planet's structures with our old one. It will have a distinctive mix, incorporating elements of the medieval style. What Aaron's lovers showed me really piqued my interest. Raising an eyebrow, I turned to the trio accompanying me. Rainier offered a nonchalant shrug. Zenobia wore a puzzled expression, and Ravel, scratching her cheek, hinted at her possible involvement in the intriguing revelations that caught Yacivi's attention. Shall we begin our discussions? I suggested, turning to the trio with me. You are welcome to explore the city if you like. I don't want to bore you. We will try to finish this as quickly as possible and start the merging and reconstruction process, I explained. Before anyone could speak, Zenobia eagerly said, Roger. Taking the lead, she promptly guided both Rainier and Ravel away, leaving them a bit bewildered but willing to explore the city while we focused on the discussions ahead. Rainier's soliloquy as Zenobia led us through the city. Ravel couldn't hide her disappointment. Zenobia-sama, I would have loved to be part of the process. She pouted, crossing her arms. You just wanted to be with Aaron. Stop pretending, I teased, smirking at her. Ravel blushed, unable to deny the truth. Shifting my focus to Zenobia, I asked, why did you agree so quickly? Wasn't today your date? It's okay. I'm excited to explore this place, and besides, my date mostly ended before we came here. Centuredo, and you'll be completely exhausted by the next day. That guy has way too much energy at times, I advised, earning a furious blush from Ravel. Okay, you'll keep that in mind. So, Zenobia said, activating her ring to display a 3D holographic map of the city. It was a new addition that Aaron had recently included in our rings, along with other updates, such as an improved appraisal feature. Are there any specific places you guys want to visit? Zenobia asked, displaying a holographic list legend next to the map, which showed thousands of names and places to explore. From the extraordinary to the ordinary. Maybe we should bring back some souvenirs for everyone? Ravel suggested. I know we're merging this planet with another and placing it next to the Resistance's base, but it wouldn't hurt to do so, right? She added, proposing the idea of collecting mementos to remember our visit. Speaking of that, why did Aaron look at us when they mentioned the medieval architecture? I inquired, turning to Ravel for an explanation. Riissima, Latissima, and I showed her some images of the underworld structures as well as ones from different pantheons and of a human realm back in the medieval days, and she liked it. So she may have asked Aaron Sama to plan some buildings to resemble that period, Ravel explained, shedding light on Yacivi's fascination with medieval architecture. What's with people and medieval or Victorian architecture? I don't get it. I mumbled, expressing my confusion about the collective obsession with such historical styles. While those eras had their challenges, Aaron's transformative efforts were slowly making the world a better place. Didn't people toss their waste out their windows back then? I added, eliciting looks of disbelief from both Ravel and Zenobia, who seemed taken aback by my candid remark. Well, Zenobia began, you make a valid point. During the Middle Ages, the absence of modern sanitation systems led to the development of certain practices, particularly in crowded urban areas. Without the conveniences of today, people faced difficulties in disposing of waste. Unfortunately, one such coping mechanism involved the disposal of waste, including human excrement, directly out of windows. This unhygienic approach, although a reflection of the limitations of the time, had significant consequences. It not only contributed to unsanitary conditions, but also helped in spreading diseases within communities. The architectural and urban planning shortcomings of that era played a significant role in these practices. Fortunately, as societies progressed and gained a better understanding of public health, advancements in urban planning and sanitation alleviated these challenges, explained Zenobia. My gaze remained fixed on Zenobia, filled with a hint of disbelief. When did she? Ah, yes. She had been dedicating herself to studying long before Aaron and Ria's class had graduated, so it came as no surprise that she possessed such extensive historical knowledge. Still, I had not expected her to delve into the history of medieval Europe. Your memory is as sharp as ever, Zenobia-sama. Truly fitting for the president of the current student council, praised Ravel, acknowledging Zenovia's exceptional expertise. Zenobia blushed and sheepishly scratched the back of her head. Hey, you think so? I didn't want to rely solely on physical strength. I wanted to expand my knowledge, which is why I devoted myself to studying to join the student council. Anyway, how about we visit this place? She suggested, gesturing towards a souvenir shop displayed on the 3D holographic map. We all agreed with her proposal and made our way to the designated souvenir shop. This is much larger on the inside, Zenobia mumbled, visibly surprised by the expansive interior of the souvenir shop. Ravel pointed to a nearby sign, explaining, it says Aaron-sama used spatial manipulation to expand it. It's much bigger than it should be. There are 2 additional floors with many other shops, and even a cinema connected to our world cinemas. She exclaimed, marveling at the unexpected features. Sighing, I placed my hand on my head. He's already incorporating elements from our world here. Huh? But I find it hard to believe they didn't know what films were. I mean, we saw some in our base, didn't we? That's true. But I didn't expect him to link the films of our universe to this universe. It's quite surprising, replied Ravel. Surprising? We've seen him catch the attention of not 1, but 2 other outer gods. And this is surprising to you? I questioned, feeling a bit bewildered by Ravel's reaction. Ravel chuckled nervously. You're right. I shouldn't be too surprised by this. As we browsed through the store, examining various souvenirs featuring Yasivi and Aaron, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. However, my face slightly paled as I pointed out a certain keychain. HAL, look, I stuttered, drawing the attention of both Ravel and Zenobia. Their faces also paled as they followed my gaze. Reacting swiftly, Ravel rushed up to the store clerk and began to make a fuss. Cinchereto, they were undoubtedly knockoff third-party products of the dragon-themed show merchandise, bearing the names Witch Princess and Switch Princess above the respective images. It was evident that Aaron would have never approved of such photos. This meant that either they were photoshopped or someone possessed remarkable skills in creating realistic drawings. If Aaron were to discover who was responsible for these unauthorized products, consequences would be severe. A hushed conversation ensued between Ravel and the manager, their tones suggesting a heated argument. It became clear that the manager was hesitant to remove the controversial items. As I contemplated the situation, I, sounding annoyed, muttered, "Wait, how many of those have sold? Why don't I have one?" Zenobia asked, causing me to look at her in confusion. "Is that what you're really worried about?" I asked, perplexed by her reaction. Zenobia looked at me, then nodded to herself. You have a point. Never mind, I better tell former Prez about this," she said, pulling out her phone and beginning to text. I suggested to Ravel through our Rings communication feature. "Ravel, ask about how many have been sold." Ravel paused, glanced back at me, and continued talking to the manager. Eventually, she sighed in defeat and walked back to us. Former Prez now knows. She's apparently contacting Aaron now, so the fallout should be soon, Zenobia informed us, putting her phone away. Ravel hung her head, a clear signal of her defeat. They refused to remove it, claiming that none have sold because the people on this planet find them incredibly ugly, even their bodies. Zenobia and I stood frozen, trying to make sense of her words. Ugly? Rias Gremory and Lavinia Rennie considered ugly? If they're deemed ugly, what did that imply about me? An overwhelming annoyance surged through me, and I could feel my entire face twitching. Just then we felt it. The shop's door opened, as usual, and Aaron silently entered. Upon seeing the offensive merchandise, he snapped his fingers, summoning all of it. He then engaged in a conversation with a random individual who appeared out of nowhere. As their discussion progressed, the man's body began to shake, displaying sheer horror. The man enthusiastically nodded, even getting down on all fours in agreement. Aaron, carefully observing the store clerk and managers, proceeded to eliminate the offensive merchandise featuring Rias and Lavinia. The shocked man, who had appeared out of nowhere, vanished just as quickly. As Aaron finished, he looked at us, winked, gave a thumbs up, and left. He was really angry, murmured Zenobia. I hadn't seen Aaron Sama that angry since, well, never really, added Ravel. Angry, huh? Did that really look like he was angry? I pondered, recalling the instances I'd heard about Aaron's anger, such as the incident with Azrael and Kokabeel and during the war. Wasn't he angry then? I scratched my head. I don't get it. Anyway, Zenobia exclaimed, causing me to jump slightly. I glanced at her and then at the defeated store clerk and manager. Let's go to the other floors. We can pick up some souvenirs before we leave. We agreed and quickly departed from the first floor, as lingering there felt a bit awkward after the recent events. Upon reaching the second floor, it felt more like a vast mall than just a single level. It extended endlessly with thousands of shops and restaurants in every direction. A sign by the elevators indicated that the floor above us was a colossal cinema center, just as expansive as the one we were currently on, which was quite a surprise. Hey, they show films from our universe, see, Zenobia pointed out, gesturing towards posters featuring various films, some familiar from our universe, and others unique to this realm, although they seemed more like propaganda than entertainment. Forget about the first floor. We can probably find better souvenirs here, remarked Ravel with wonder. It also mentions that the rooms in a single cinema here are 3 times larger than those in our universe. And the best part? The food is free too. Free food, but there's no guarantee that it's good. I mean, the food in our cinemas was, well, subpar, I chuckled. Ravel and Zenobia nodded in agreement, remembering the lackluster experiences we'd had at the cinema a few times in the past. We rarely felt the need to go to the cinemas and spend unnecessary amounts of money since we had our own cinema back home, and Aaron always served his homemade snacks, which were delicious. Although, going out with Zenovia's classmates and other devil friends Ravel made back when she was in the underworld, and when they visit here, is something essential. But do I even have friends outside of Aaron's harem and the ones in Grigorian here? Rainier, is everything all right? Rainara-sama? Both of their voices brought me back to reality, as I had been lost in my own thoughts, staring at the wall. I stammered, turning towards them. They both greeted me with warm smiles and motions to join them. A smile crept across my face. Does it really matter? As long as I have friends, the rest is inconsequential. I used to lead such a dull life before meeting them, but now I hurried over and together. We continued exploring the second floor, eager to uncover more of its hidden secrets. How about treating yourself to something nice, Zenobia? We should celebrate tonight. Now that you mention it, I could use something new, Zenobia replied, nodding in understanding. Is it okay to do that? Ravel asked nervously. Yes, Zenobia and I deadpanned, causing the nervous girl to turn beet red. Then I'll buy some too, she said, sounding a bit more determined. Yeah, this is fine. As long as I have everyone here, it's fine. I don't need anything else. I need to seriously thank Aaron again. I don't think I did enough yet. Aaron Toole's soliloquy, is that settled then? Are we in agreement? Yasivi inquired of Barakyu, who responded with a nod of affirmation. Fufu, very well, my queen. Those seem like commendable proposals. However, I do have a question, Barakyu interjected, directing his gaze toward me. I cocked my head slightly in his direction, prompting him to continue. Might I ask as to why you left earlier? A faint sigh escaped my lips as I proceeded to clarify the events that transpired, supplementing my explanation with visual evidence using a magic circle. Barakius' expression fell as he absorbed the information, shaking his head in a mixture of resignation and disappointment. In our city, he's renowned for his skill in replicating anything through his innate drawing prowess. While he enjoys widespread admiration, his tendency to create without consent often leads to friction, Barakyu elaborated, shedding light on the individual in question. Standing up from his seat, he announced, with that matter settled, I will have a word with him to ensure he stops. Trying to ease any worries, I interrupted. No need. I've already spoken to him about it earlier. Barakius' initial surprise turned into amusement, and he began to chuckle. Very well. I will give him an additional warning. I will meet you at the designated location when proceedings begin. Until then, Lord Aaron, Queen Yasivi, Barakius said as he approached the door. But just before leaving, he turned with an unexpected teasing grin. My queen, should I keep an eye on him for you? Yasivi, taken aback, was momentarily speechless. Barakius left, chuckling to himself, leaving Yasivi with a puzzled expression and a hint of irritation. Watching her reaction, I couldn't help but remark that old man certainly has remarkable audacity. One can't help but respect him for it. My laughter, though genuine, earned me a stern glare from Yasivi. Shall we continue? I suggested, and we swiftly left the room. Once outside, the three of them lingered in the same spot. They're located at Proton's Souvenir and Mall Place. Quite an unusual name. I have to admit, my naming sense is questionable at times, but theirs is just horrible. Please refrain from criticizing my people. We've only been here for 2 hours, Yasivi interjected, Centurado. The goal is not to completely destroy it, but some restructuring may be necessary to align with our new vision. Nodding in agreement, we made our way to the mall, carefully taking in the sights around us. The streets were bustling with people, each one immersed in their own business ventures. Giving in to the temptation of the delicious food being sold on the street, I bought us a meal, and we enjoyed it while soaking in the energetic atmosphere. Afterwards, we came upon a small jewelry stall. Well, my queen, what a delight. How can I help you? The owner exclaimed, his eyes filled with respect. Then he turned to me. Lord Aaron, you're here too. Thank you for helping my family before. What can I do for you today? He said with fervor. Can I buy this? I asked, showing him a large amount of money. The man, surprised, stuttered, This is think of it as a goodwill gesture. It will surely help you out. Give my best to your family, I said, interrupting any objections before they could arise. As we walked away, the sound of his grateful thanks echoed through the bustling surroundings. Here, I presented, offering her the upgraded and enchanted bracelet. Yasivi examined it for a moment before graciously accepting. Centurado, is that infinite LUK stat working in your favor? He inquired, followed by a hearty laugh. Disregarding the dragon's banter, I shook my head and stated, No problem. Let's keep going then. We swiftly explored the bustling streets before heading to the mall to check on everyone. The scene that unfolded was nothing short of chaotic. What in the world happened here? Yasivi asked, completely bewildered by the chaos that was unfolding around us. As we made our way to the mall and souvenir shop and reached the second floor, we were met with a scene of complete pandemonium. It wasn't quite a riot, but it was chaotic, with people running around in a disheveled manner, some missing shirts, others missing shoes. Food fights would break out sporadically in all the commotion. In front of us, Barato, Zenobia, and Ravel were all sitting in a size of posture. Letting out a resigned sigh, I asked, what on earth happened here, and who's responsible for this? I had expected it to be some random individual causing the disturbance, but to my surprise, both Ravel and Rainier simply pointed at Zenobia, who flushed red with embarrassment. Nova. I directed my question at Zenobia, who visibly flinched in response. I can explain, she offered tentatively. Then go ahead, I prompted, urging her to gather her thoughts. Zenobia took a series of deep breaths, averting her gaze to the ground as she contemplated how best to articulate her account. Meanwhile, Yasivi intervened, stating, Rainier and Ravel, come with me to help calm this situation. Aaron, I leave Zenobia in your care. With a certain amount of reluctance, Rainier and Ravel left with Yasivi, leaving Zenobia and me to confront the aftermath of her actions. Clearing her throat, Zenobia adopted a more serious tone. It all started when we went into a particular store to pick out some new clothing. My intention was to be adequately prepared for tonight. Momentarily surprised, I encouraged her to continue the narrative. So, we found some clothes we liked and began a leave-we. What do you mean by that? I thought you said you were getting new outfits. I interjected, seeking clarification, to which she nodded sagely. Ravel and Barato picked up a few things, which might lead to an interesting encounter with Barato during our stay here and the chance to spend more time with Ravel after our time together tonight. Zenobia revealed, confirming her own thoughts. Very well, go on, I replied with a resigned sigh. She continued, nodding. As we went to pay, a noisy group, including both men and women, entered the store. After we finished our transaction, we tried to leave, but the group stopped us, bombarding us with questions. At first, we tried to answer them, but the questions quickly turned personal, prompting us to want to leave even more. Despite our efforts to avoid them, they kept following us from one store to another. I wanted to confront them, but Ravel convinced me to continue ignoring them. However, things got serious when one of the women forcefully took the bag with our recent purchases and said she was keeping our things. So, in response to their persistent bravado, I firmly retrieved our items from her and clearly stated that continued bravado would not be tolerated. Ignoring my warning, they attempted to take our belongings again. In the following commotion, I may have thrown a stronger push than intended, sending the instigator tumbling toward a nearby food court. The commotion knocked over tables and chairs, interrupting diners in the middle of their meal and setting off a chain reaction of chaos, Zenobia recounted, her cheeks tinged with embarrassment. Presumably, one of the men in the group, likely her boyfriend, tried to retaliate using his abilities. However, I resorted to using a similar strategy, redirecting each aggressor with well-placed punches that inadvertently sent them flying into stores or unsuspecting bystanders, ultimately contributing to the current state of chaos, she concluded, her face flushed with a blush. I found myself pondering Zenovia's account, my hand absent-mindedly scratching my head in confusion. Despite the lack of specific details, I was inclined to trust her narrative, knowing her usual honesty in such situations. My gaze wandered past her, taking in Yasivi, alongside Rainier and Ravel, diligently restoring order within the chaos that was gradually dwindling. The mere presence of Yasivi seemed to have a calming effect on the unruly crowd. Shifting my attention back to Zenobia, I asked, could you round up the individuals you sent flying earlier? I'd like to get their account on this situation. Zenobia, showing eagerness, nodded before promptly disappearing from view. In a short time, she reappeared with each unconscious individual placed carefully beside her. Resuming her Saiza posture, she waited for further instructions. Thank you. I woke the unconscious individuals, watching as they looked around with a hint of hostility towards Zenobia, only to be discouraged by the intensity of my gaze. Tell me what happened. Remember, lies will not go unnoticed by me. Flinching under my stern gaze, they went on to explain their perspective, blaming their actions on the effects of alcohol and the resulting intoxication. Afterwards, they showed remorse, offering profuse apologies to both Zenobia and myself. Just go and be more mindful of your alcohol consumption, especially at this early of an hour. I admonished them before they quickly agreed and left in a hurry. Let's go back to Yasivi and the others. And with that, we swiftly made our way to where they were. Things seemed to be calming down, I observed as I reached Yasivi, who sighed and leaned on me for support. I've heard bits and pieces of what happened, but it sounds like it all started with people crashing into others and then spiraled into the chaos that we saw, Yasivi asked, wanting more details. I confirmed her suspicions and recounted Zenovia's version of the events. Yasivi sighed and looked over at Zenobia, who blushed and began apologizing earnestly to her. It's okay. The cause was mostly understandable, but those who responded with hostility can't escape blame. They are also responsible for the chaos that followed, Yasivi explained. Not everyone reacted that way, though. There were some who tried to defuse the situation, but their efforts were only partly successful or, unfortunately, resulted in their own harm, Rainier added, providing more insight. A soft sigh escaped me as I gently lifted my arm, sending out a gentle wave of healing energy that slowly began to restore the chaotic surroundings. The bystanders, taken by surprise at the sight, collectively expressed their amazement, signaling a gradual return to normalcy. Considering the situation, let's continue exploring this area before putting the plan into action to bring everything together. After that, we'll have to move everyone to the Resistance's planet, I suggested. Agreeing with my proposal, Yasivi added, they'll make a short announcement to make sure no one is caught off guard. It's been too long since I've reconnected with my people as their queen. All right, but for now, Zenobia exclaimed with enthusiasm, grabbing my other free arm while the other was still occupied with Yasivi. Let's enjoy our time here. With that, she spiritedly led us away, leaving Ravel and Rainier with a glint of jealousy in their eyes. Movies and free food, Zenobia exclaimed in a hushed but eager tone. Having thoroughly explored most of the second floor, we realized that a complete tour of all the shops would take up a considerable 3-day span. Thus, we chose to visit only the establishments that piqued our interest, picking up souvenirs for our family and friends back home. As we ascended to the third and final floor, Zenovia's excitement filled the air as we stepped into a vast cinematic expanse. Each room resembled a theater, and although not numerous, they were built to accommodate the entire population of the planet. Thanks to my interdimensional connection, I had access to a wide collection of films from my universe, a feature that had gained considerable popularity, as Baraku had indicated. With our plan to briefly explore before beginning the planetary transformation, we ventured into the cinematic expanse, looking forward to a leisurely break before commencing the monumental task ahead. Can we eat the free food without needing to buy tickets to watch a movie? Or is it exclusively tied to purchasing tickets for a movie? Rainier asked, sparking a collective curiosity among us. Approaching the staff, we sought clarification on this matter. A chuckle escaped the staff member as she replied, the free food offer is only available when tickets are purchased. We've put this in place to prevent potential abuse. However, if it's just food you're looking for, there are food banks available on the planet. Understanding the reasoning behind this policy, Rainier agreed with a nod. That does make sense, she commented, accepting the conditions for enjoying the culinary offerings. As we continued our exploration and expressed gratitude to the staff, we were surprised to find that the expansive lobby housed a mini restaurant, a souvenir shop, entrances to bathrooms, and even a designated play area for children. The contrast with our own universe's cinemas was striking, and the novelty of these amenities intrigued us. I should remember this. Maybe incorporate similar features into my future businesses, I murmured to myself. The vision that I had bore a resemblance to the establishments owned by my biological father in my previous world, yet I had no intention of instilling fear among those involved. At least that was my hope. Planning to expand your restaurant empire? Yasivi asked, releasing my arm as Rainier smoothly took her place. Ravel's absence didn't go unnoticed, her disappointment clear on her face. Absolutely. Limiting myself to just the culinary world would be a missed opportunity. With my extensive resources and connections, venturing into different industries should be easily achievable, I stated confidently, showing belief in my own abilities and the strategic plans forming. As for our next destination, is there a specific place you'd like to visit? We can get things started, but Yasivi needs to handle her responsibilities with her people first, I suggested, motioning towards a variety of amenities surrounding us. I believe it's time to wrap up our exploration, Zenobia declared, her voice reflecting a hint of weariness. I'm excited to see the new planet and fully engage in its exploration. It will be a new adventure for all of us. I agree. It will also be valuable for the community as they need to be informed about the upcoming transition, Ravel added, echoing Zenovia's enthusiasm. Rainier, showing no particular interest in the decision, trusted our judgment and was content to accompany us for the rest of the day. Looking to Yasivi for approval, she nodded in agreement. All right then, I will go address my people. While I do that, please make the necessary preparations. Once I'm done, they'll join you, she confirmed. Got it. Let's get going, I confirmed, initiating our departure by teleporting us back to our starting point. Yasivi stood before her people, her voice amplified by a microphone for clarity. Our preparations were complete. All that was left was for her speech to end and for her people to be ready for the upcoming teleportation. The plan was to transport them to the Resistance's planet, move this planet to its new orbit, and then merge it with the Curistale Nexus planet, creating a newly formed world with diverse structures and regions. We sat on a bench that I had conjured, waiting patiently for Yasivi. Zenobia was on my left, Rainier on my right, and Ravel was nestled on my lap. To pass the time, I offered sweets to Ravel while we waited for the speeches to end, creating a light-hearted atmosphere. They always seem to go on forever, those speeches, remarked Barato, playfully pinching my side. I plead the fifth, I responded with a mock whine, followed by a chuckle, enjoying the light-hearted moment. Aaron Sama. Ravel's hushed voice broke through my thoughts. I looked over at her to find her eyes closed, her expression calm and thoughtful. Censuredo, I couldn't ignore the subtle sense of Barato's gaze on us, and when I glanced in her direction, she quickly looked away, her expression shifting. As we shared a brief Barato with Ravel, the sound of cheers and applause indicated the end of Yasivi's speech. The door began to open, prompting me to bring the quiet moment to a gentle close. Ravel sat nearby, flustered and blushing, her eyes meeting mine with a mix of embarrassment and warm affection. I have finished my speech. Please allow 10 minutes for them to prepare. They will gather at their assigned locations before you begin the mass teleportation, Yasivi informed, her eyes shifting between Ravel and me. Understood. We will wait until they are ready. Is there anything else you need help with? I offered, ready to assist if necessary. However, she declined, saying that Baraki would take care of any remaining tasks. Yasivi chose to stay with us during the wait. Now that's settled, will you consider naming the new planet as I suggested? Yasivi asked, positioning herself in front of me. Kritnukla, right? I find it acceptable. It has a uniqueness that surpasses any ideas I might have come up with, I replied, a chuckle accompanying my agreement. Thank you. Yasivi expressed her gratitude, a warm smile directed towards me. The ensuing silence, however, was a comfortable one, briefly interrupted by the passage of time, which seemed to slip away effortlessly. As the 10 minutes elapsed, we prepared for the mass teleportation and the subsequent transformation process. Baraku provided an update, confirming that everyone was nearing completion, signaling our readiness to commence. Everyone is nearly done, my queen. We can commence in a few seconds, Baraku informed. I see. Thank you, Yasivi responded, her gaze fixed upon the new planet before her. An indescribable sense of attachment emanated from her eyes, despite the brief duration of her acquaintance with the planet. The upcoming merger marked a pivotal moment for the Yasivi people, promising them not just a new home, but also a larger and less crowded living area. The new planet was set to feature 3 major cities, along with several towns and villages, ensuring abundant space for their thriving community. As we waited for the start of this transformative process, I settled onto a rock, suppressing a yawn. My eyes turned upward, pondering the well-being of those undertaking the mission that was happening soon to Atos Rurlera. Though a persistent worry lingered within me, the presence of Suzuku and Lavinia brought a sense of reassurance, instilling a degree of confidence in the safety of their mission. Despite the anticipation, a feeling of hope persisted, mingling with the natural uncertainty that comes with significant endeavors. With Yasivi's subtle signal, indicating her people were ready, I stood up from the rock and prepared for the mass teleportation. After one final look to confirm their readiness, I initiated the teleportation sequence, first moving Yasivi's people to the Resistance's planet, and then moving ourselves along with the planet. All right then, I whispered, taking out the necklace containing Kirisdale Nexus. With a deliberate throw into the air, the 2 planets began the process of merging, Kirisdale Nexus breaking free from its confined space. To protect us from any potential effects, I enacted protective measures. Watching the merging process up close, I couldn't help but be fascinated by it, the complex process of both planets merging and transforming before our eyes. It was a rare opportunity to witness this phenomenon at such close range, adding a sense of wonder to the moment. As the merging process came to an end, the newly formed planet emitted a radiant glow before settling into its transformed state. The landscape was mostly barren, with a scattering of buildings hinting at the future cities. Satisfied with the outcome, I nodded to myself before we descended onto the planet's surface. With a tap of my foot, a mesmerizing sight unfolded as the cities, meticulously planned with Yasivi, began constructing themselves from the ground up. It was an otherworldly spectacle, with buildings sprouting like plants in a rapid yet graceful dance. Those accompanying me expressed awe at the surreal display as they witnessed the phenomenon. Zenobia, standing beside me, scratched her head in mild confusion before posing a question. "How does that work?" she inquired. "Would you like a comprehensive explanation?" I responded. "And no, thank you," she quickly replied, shaking her head, seemingly content with the simplicity of the moment. This just reminds me how utterly nonsensical outer gods can be at times. Yasivi muttered beside me. In response, I playfully gave her the finger gun, saying agreed. This unexpected and somewhat irreverent reply elicited a chuckle from Yasivi. She might have anticipated a more profound response, but sometimes simplicity had its charm. Reflecting on my powers, I found them to be a blend of understanding and mystification. While I had extensively experimented and honed my abilities, the decision-making process often boiled down to a straightforward set of criteria. Is there an enemy? Do they use complex powers? Can I defeat them with a good OL punch? If yes, then I'd proceed accordingly. Sure, there were moments of deviation based on whims or emotions, but the core principle remained refreshingly uncomplicated. If this line of reasoning were to be revealed, it might be somewhat embarrassing. Still, I suspected that my closest friends were well aware of my pragmatic approach to handling challenges. Let's make sure everything meets our standards, I said as the buildings continued to rise and the road appear beneath us. I'm confident, but it wouldn't hurt to do a thorough check. And I'll give you a tour of the new castle. With unanimous agreement, we embarked on a survey of the surroundings. The emerging buildings captured the group's attention, but it soon became clear that the distant castle held a special allure. "This feels different from medieval Sama," observed Ravel as she looked at the buildings. "It's a bit of a deviation. While some buildings have a medieval touch, it's a mix of various architectural styles, making it more unique," I explained. "What do you think?" "Igrejas. They're wonderful," she replied enthusiastically, seemingly appreciating the eclectic blend of styles. Traveling through the new main city of the planet en route to the castle, we were captivated by the consistent yet graceful architecture. The buildings boasted semicircular, smooth, or flat roofs, while the roads were adorned with pristine white marble. A network of rivers and canals intersected the city, adding a tranquil charm to the scenery. Countless lamps and floating orbs bathed the surroundings in a warm glow, illuminating the cityscape. Approaching the castle, a grand marble bridge extended across a vast moat teeming with various species of fish from both our world and indigenous to this universe. The majestic structure loomed ahead, its towering walls and imposing presence commanding respect. Upon entering the castle, I swiftly led my companions on a tour of its interiors. Using enchantments to enhance our pace, I also used magic circles to showcase various rooms and features along the way. Eventually, we arrived at the throne room, where a sprawling red carpet unfurled before us. Adorned with weaponry mounted on the walls and a grand chandelier suspended from the ceiling above. The room exuded an air of regal splendor. "All right, this is the throne room, obviously. If you have any more changes in mind, now's the time to mention them, Yasivi. Otherwise, you'll have to wait until our next visit, as it will be a while before we return," I explained, turning my attention to Yasivi. She wore a wide smile as she surveyed the room, but shook her head. "We've already gone over everything, but if I do need assistance, I'll reach out to you as usual," she reassured, the ring I had given her glimmering in the ambient light of the room. "Very well. I'll take your word for it. I'll head back outside and gather everyone. Take your time coming out," I suggested. As I prepared to teleport, Ravel, Zenobia, and Rainier each grabbed onto my sleeves, and together, we departed from the throne room. Upon arriving back at the origin point, I initiated the teleportation of Yasivi's people back to the planet. Gathering their attention, I presented an overview of the transformed place, highlighting the various cities, towns, and villages that now grace the landscape. I stressed the opportunities available for those seeking a simpler life away from the bustling city. A wave of excitement swept through the crowd as several thousand of them cheered before eagerly dispersing to explore their new home. How will they return here for speeches? Zenobia asked. They don't need to. They'll watch their monitors. They will be placed in every city, town, and village. However, if they are on the move, they may miss it. Nevertheless, there are teleportation pads to various locations, making it relatively easy to return, I explained, offering a solution for their convenience. From our vantage point, we observed a group of people gathering around a raised circular platform with a small pool of water below, some eagerly taking the plunge. I had intentionally designed the pool to be shallow, ensuring their safety, but I couldn't help but wonder why they hadn't sought confirmation first. Eren-sama, I wish to explore this place as well, Ravel requested. Zenobia-sama and Rainer-sama, please come with me. Of course, go ahead. I will return to Yasivi and engage in discussions with her. More of her advisors will be coming to assist her now that the transformation is complete. Unlike the other planets we've recreated, we won't require constant monitoring here, as Yasivi and her people will be making this their permanent home. Anyway, have fun, I conveyed, prompting Ravel, Zenobia, and Rainier to depart, albeit with a hint of confusion on the latter two's faces. Returning to the castle premises, I swiftly made my way toward the throne room, only to find it conspicuously vacant. Puzzled by the empty space, I recalled Yasivi's earlier request for a designated meeting place. This memory prompted me to divert my course to the specified location. As I traversed the corridors, the bustling presence of maids, butlers, and guards caught my attention. They were engrossed in their duties, bustling about and exploring the surroundings. Their familiar nods and greetings acknowledged my acquaintance with them, adding to the sense of normalcy in an otherwise unusual situation. Hastening my steps, I finally reached the appointed meeting room. Upon entering, the occupants briefly diverted their attention from their ongoing discussions to acknowledge my presence before seamlessly resuming their deliberations. Taking my place in a chair, I patiently awaited their inquiries or invitations for input. The interlude endured for what seemed like an eternity, lasting approximately 10 minutes, before one of the advisors finally addressed me. Lord Aaron, might we propose the establishment of an entertainment district? Perhaps incorporating the amusement parks you previously mentioned, the advisor suggested, breaking the quiet with a proposal that piqued my interest. Seeking further information, I leaned in and laced my fingers together as I asked for more insights. Do you have any additional buildings, or places you want me to build, or a specific location in mind? I'm interested in details such as size and other relevant considerations, I inquired, prompting the advisor to nod in agreement. As he began outlining the desired specifications, I noticed an unexpected resemblance to certain places in the underworld, possibly influenced by Yasivi's interactions with devils. Acknowledging this observation with a subtle nod, I absorbed the details of their proposal. Our discussions expanded beyond the proposed entertainment district, covering other urban developments they hoped to incorporate. Throughout the conversation, Yasivi, with a satisfied smile, observed our interaction. The approval reflected in Barakia's expression indicated their satisfaction with the harmonious collaboration taking place. Third-person point of view Ravel took the lead, guiding Rainier and Zenobia across the uncharted terrain of the newfound planet. Yet, in the middle of the exploration, a palpable question lingered, compelling Rainier to broach the subject. Why the sudden urge to explore? While I also want to explore, the suddenness of this decision is a bit strange. Barato scrutinized Ravel, seeking an explanation. Ravel hesitated before divulging. Earlier, while I was alone with Aaron Sama, he handed me this. She produced a small piece of paper, prompting Barato and Zenobia to draw near and examine its contents. The written words unveiled a revelation that sent a jolt of surprise through them. A coup d'etat may happen soon. Please go to these places and get rid these factions. I will keep an eye on the duo in the meeting room, creating a diversion before apprehending them with the evidence I possess. The rest is entrusted to you three. Aku Raynar's abrupt hand slap silenced Zenobia, preventing the inadvertent disclosure of the paper's contents. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on their collective understanding, urging them to prepare for the impending upheaval. Zenobia, letting out a sigh of frustration, expressed her insight. It seems there's more to this place than meets the eye. I hate dealing with two-faced people. Raynar, showing no patience for delay, gave a decisive order. There's no time to waste. The locations mentioned in this piece of paper can be compared with our rings maps. Let's move forward without delay. Her directive was met with unanimous agreement from the group, propelling them into immediate action. Chapter 22, Part 2. The rebels' third-person point of view. Is everything prepared? Asked a man. In an uncharted area of the planet Kritnukla, a group eagerly anticipated this crucial moment, initially planning to carry out a coup d'etat on their newly discovered planet. A change occurred upon receiving an announcement from Yasivi. This prompted a strategic reevaluation, redirecting their efforts towards seizing control of the enhanced and revitalized planet. We need to make some organizational adjustments, but the original plan is still feasible. Individuals are currently converging on their designated locations, and we will proceed accordingly, stated another individual. Regarding their most powerful 6 fighters, a prominent figure within their ranks sought clarification. And what about the 6 Rientillians? They too are strategically positioned, ready to initiate the coup d'etat. Very well. Let the proceedings commence once all operatives are in their designated positions. The planet of Kritnukla faced an impending disruption on the horizon, despite its relatively short existence. Zenobia, Raynar, and Ravel retreated to a secluded spot to further explore their newfound knowledge. So, if I'm understanding correctly, there are 6 locations. Presumably, each one contains a different group or enemy from that group. The question then becomes, with only 3 of us, where should we direct our efforts? Zenobia mused. Ravel, acknowledging the question, nodded in agreement and addressed both Raynar and Zenobia. I just finished speaking with Aaron Sama. He expressed his dedication to protecting the citizens and ensuring the restoration of any damaged buildings. As a result, he leaves the decision-making authority to us, she explained. Why? Questioned Raynar, taking Ravel by surprise. What do you mean by that, Raynar Sama? Ravel replied, caught off guard by the unexpected question from the fallen angel. Why is he entrusting us with this much authority? It makes sense for both of you. Zenobia is a king in her own right, yet her peerage lacks the necessary pieces. As for Ravel, she has the potential to fulfill these roles in the future, serving as a close secretary figure for Aaron, hence requiring the experience and a wealth of knowledge. But I can't help but wonder what's in it for me. It all seems rather arbitrary, explained Raynar, her voice tinged with confusion and a hint of skepticism. Taking a moment to ponder, Zenobia offered her perspective. Perhaps he envisions you as a future cadre in Grigori. After all, you are regarded as one of the strongest fallen angels in history, surpassing even the gods of our world. Isn't it conceivable that Aaron sees great potential in you? He might extend the same offer to Ine and Aquino in due time. We are the next generation, and it's only natural that these responsibilities will gradually transition to us as the older generation begins to step back, Zenobia suggested, infusing her words with a sense of purpose and assurance. Zenovia's words caught Raynar off guard, causing her to mull over the idea. A cadre, you say? Well, Aaron does make it clear that we are free to pursue our dreams. We did hear that from Natsum, didn't we? Yes, Ravel confirmed. Natsum Sama is wholeheartedly dedicated to her chosen profession, and we have all been supportive of her pursuits. Some of us are considering having conversations with Aaron Sama about our own future paths. Particularly, we have seen his unwavering support for Jinshuru Saji-sama's dream of becoming a teacher. He had the opportunity to interact with esteemed educators in both the human world and the underworld, gaining valuable insights. Reflecting on the potential role of a cadre, Rainier hesitated, voicing her concerns. A cadre. Huh? I have always desired strength and recognition. But wouldn't that come with a host of responsibilities? I do cherish my free time. Zenobia let out a hearty laugh. Just look at Azazel. He still manages to pull off pranks and lays around. And he's the leader of the organization. I think it'd be fine. But all I said was a suggestion. You don't necessarily have to take it to heart, said Zenobia, her voice laced with amusement and reassurance. Rainier nodded in agreement. Anyway, back to the topic at hand. Let's strategize to take on two at a time. He'll handle two opponents, and the two of you can do the same. Given our strength, it should be relatively easy, as long as we remain vigilant and don't let our guard down, she suggested. After outlining the plan, she pointed to the map on her ring. They'll head to the north, Ravel will take the east, and Zenobia will cover the west. Once I'm done, they'll check the south and keep both of you informed through our ring's transceivers if I come across anything, Rainier added, exuding confidence and leadership. Zenobia couldn't help but laugh at the recognition of her leadership potential, responding, seems like you think I've got some leadership abilities. Well, stick to the plan. Let's aim to keep any collateral damage to a minimum, Barato said with a playful grin, adding with surprise, now that's not something I expected to hear from you, while noticing Zenovia's surprised expression. Ravel agreed with the suggested strategy and jokingly remarked on Zenovia's unusual concern for reducing damage. It's quite unexpected to see Zenobia-sama showing this level of care, considering how she usually goes all out in training and duels. Is this a sign of her personal growth? Ravel pondered, her eyes becoming slightly moist. Why, you're teasing me, aren't you? I can grow too. I just don't want all this hard work to be for nothing. Even if Aaron promised he could easily fix everything. There's, some value in it, I suppose. Zenobia stuttered, clearly flustered as she justified her position. Zenobia shifted her attention, consulting her ring and studying the designated locations on her map. West, she muttered, closing her eyes in focus. Delving into the energies resonating within that area, she discerned two powerful signatures accompanied by approximately 20 lesser ones. With a calm tone, she stated, "I'll head out then. Let's meet back here or with Rainier when we're done." Understood, acknowledged Ravel, unfurling her wings and soaring into the distance. In an abrupt motion, Zenobia disappeared from her position, leaving behind a fleeting gust of wind. Rainier, wearing a contemplative expression, faced north with a furrowed brow. As she moved towards her designated location, she pondered, "What do you have waiting for us?" Moments later, she too vanished, embarking on her mission. Aaron Toole took control over the meeting room, skillfully orchestrating various scenarios and discussions with a subtle use of his powers to ensure sustained engagement. The affected individuals found themselves inexorably drawn into the conversation, each compelled to contribute in their own way. Meanwhile, Yasivi and Barakyu, exempt from the influence, observed the unfolding events with a growing sense of intrigue and perplexity. Meeting Aaron's knowing smile, Yasivi made the decision to trust in his intentions and contribute her own insights to the ongoing dialogue. What is he scheming? There's always a purpose behind his actions, so he'll play along. Yasivi contemplated, seamlessly integrating her suggestions into the discourse. Observing Yasivi's active involvement, Barakyu chose to follow suit, recognizing the wisdom in aligning with their leader's course of action. Leaning back in his chair, Aaron sported a satisfied smile as he observed the developments. They're finally on the move. Let's see how this plays out and see the excuses they present to Yasivi and me when the truth surfaces, he remarked, his gaze fixed on the current discussion. Additionally, I'm curious about Yasivi's response to betrayal. Will it be retribution, imprisonment, forgiveness, or perhaps something entirely unexpected? Arriving at the location where she had detected the presence of the two powerful auras, Zenobia skillfully concealed her own presence by suppressing her aura, effectively rendering herself invisible. Moving with caution, she seamlessly blended into her surroundings, assuming the guise of a casual explorer. Among the crowd of people who had also gathered at the location, she maneuvered inconspicuously, maintaining a vigilant watch over her surroundings. Her deduction suggested the presence of two powerful individuals at each location, accompanied by approximately 20 followers prepared to intervene if circumstances took an unexpected turn. Despite sensing the gaze of unseen observers, Zenobia paid them no mind. Nonchalantly, she approached a vending machine, purchased a soft drink, and settled onto a nearby bench, releasing a contemplative sigh. Surveying her surroundings, Zenobia observed the familiar urban landscape with its array of shops, buildings, and a nearby park with charming small water pools, the only distinctive feature in the area. Anticipating future changes, she speculated that the evolving landscape would reflect the preferences of those in charge. After finishing her soft drink, Zenobia disposed of the empty container in a nearby trash can before settling back on the bench, her gaze drifting upward. I wonder if they'll think about adding an amusement park here? Maybe even two? She pondered out loud, her tone nonchalant as she maintained her casual demeanor. After a short break, Zenobia continued her exploration of the area. As she approached the two formidable individuals, she subtly walked past them, feeling their watchful eyes on her every move. Despite being aware of their scrutiny, Zenobia pressed forward, eventually coming to a stop in front of a closed shop. Examining the establishment, she recognized it as a dedicated manga shop, piquing her interest. She imagined the future visits she would make once it opened and found an owner, mentally noting the potential enjoyment to be found in such a place. Whether intentional or not, she spotted the vigilant pair and responded with a friendly wave, maintaining an outward demeanor of ease and openness. The two powerful figures, still keeping a close eye on her, acknowledged the gesture with a subtle nod, their expressions guarded. To the right stood a figure clad in bright blue and white armor, wielding a formidable Clubzord hybrid strapped to his back. On the left, a woman with crimson skin sported a sleek, white dress, cascading black hair that extended to her feet, and facial feathers framing her red eyes. Both of them closely monitored Zenovia's movements as she meandered through the area. Suddenly, the tranquility shattered as an ominous rumbling enveloped the surroundings, inciting panic among the ordinary inhabitants of the planet. The disturbance escalated, and before long, the two formidable individuals, along with their retinue of 20 followers, converged on Zenobia. Without uttering a word, the anonymous followers surged towards Zenobia, their intent unmistakably hostile. Swiftly responding, Zenobia forcefully stomped her foot, unleashing a potent shockwave that repelled the assailants. The impact sent several of them careening into nearby structures, rendering them unconscious. Observing the 6 remaining conscious enemies and the 2 powerful individuals, Zenobia decided to use her ring's enhanced appraisal function. With just a quick glance, she gained instant access to their detailed information, eliminating the need to directly aim the ring at them. Recognizing the armored man as Malaxia and the woman as Tehila, Zenobia summoned her Durandal EX and pointed it towards them. "Cease this coup immediately, or prepare to be defeated by my hands," she demanded with steely determination. Malaxia, adorned in his azure armor, chuckled dismissively. "No chance, you naive brat. We aim to shape this new world into our vision of an ideal planet. Our rule will surpass that of Yasivi, that naive woman. The king was the true leader, understanding the ways of governance. With her at the helm, we came dangerously close to utter destruction. We consistently advised her to prioritize military strength, but she remained obstinate, a truly naive woman." "Very well," Zenobia responded resolutely, tightening her grip on her sword with both hands in preparation for the impending clash. Malaxia sneered disdainfully, drawing his sword club from his back and assuming a combative stance. "Prepare to witness true power and mastery," he proclaimed confidently before launching himself towards Zenobia, followed by the remaining 6 followers. Meanwhile, Tehila remained on the sidelines, observing the unfolding confrontation. Anticipating the onslaught, Zenobia swiftly summoned 6 demonic magic circles, unleashing bolts of demonic lightning that incapacitated the remaining foes, rendering them unconscious. Focusing her attention solely on Malaxia, Zenobia intercepted his fierce sword swing with her Durandal EX. However, as their weapons clashed, Zenobia noticed the ground beneath her beginning to crack and give way, a sign of the immense power behind Malaxia's attack. Observing the unstable ground, Zenobia took note, but made the decision to focus on her immediate confrontation with Malaxia. She effortlessly pushed him off, swiftly closing the distance and delivering a decisive downward strike with her sword. Yet, Malaxia's disdainful sneer persisted, mocking her for what seemed like a simple attack. To his surprise, however, the impact revealed the effectiveness of Zenobia's strike as parts of his armor were effortlessly sliced apart. Enraged by the unexpected turn of events, Malaxia retaliated by pushing Zenobia back with his sword club and leaping to a safe distance. Surveying the damage to his armor with irritation, Malaxia demanded, "What have you done, brat?" Zenobia, wearing a triumphant smile, replied, "Just a simple sword swing, as you said. Let's see what you're truly made of and showcase this mastery of yours." As she raised her sword once more, her grin widened, daring Malaxia to demonstrate his boasted prowess. Fueled by a powerful, icy blue energy, Malaxia was provoked by Zenobia's words and perceived arrogance. "Don't get ahead of yourself, brat. I haven't taken you seriously yet, but I may as well start now," he bellowed, launching himself at Zenobia with heightened speed, attempting to catch her off guard. Yet, Zenobia effortlessly kept pace with his movements. A barrage of energy slashes was unleashed by Malaxia, each met with Zenobia's effortless deflection using her Durandal EX. Undeterred, Malaxia closed the distance once more, furiously swinging his sword in a series of strikes. To his increasing frustration, Zenobia didn't bother to block. Instead, she gracefully dodged each attack with ease, maintaining her unwavering smile, which seemed to irk Malaxia even more. Malaxia's sword sliced through the air, but Zenobia danced out of its path with ease, delivering a swift and powerful kick aimed at his stomach. For a moment, Malaxia smirked, thinking that Zenobia had only injured herself by striking his hardened armor. But his smirk turned to shock as the bravado of her kick caused a significant crack to form in his armor, sending him flying backward. Wounded and visibly shaken, Malaxia struggled to regain his composure. Meanwhile, Zenobia lowered her leg and turned her attention to Tehila, questioning the motives behind their rebellion. Is this really just about Yasivi's leadership and her reluctance to strengthen your military efforts? Tehila's mysterious smile remained as she answered, "I have my own personal reasons for rebelling, but many within our faction feel the same way, that Yasivi's leadership was lacking and that we were left to rely on outside help." Zenobia, with an intense gaze, continued to ask probing questions. "Even if the external assistance proves to be objectively better?" she asked, her focus unwavering on Tehila. "Some of us are too prideful, unwilling to accept aid from external sources, no matter the circumstances. The leaders and higher-ups in our faction are particularly adamant about maintaining this stance, arrogant and obstinate," Tehila explained, her tone carrying a hint of disdain. As Zenobia pressed further, questioning the nature of Tehila's personal grudge, Tehila nodded in confirmation. "I was destined to become queen, the rightful heir in line. However, that was unjustly taken from me. The previous king manipulated circumstances, orchestrating a fraudulent case that led to Yasivi ascending to the throne before his death. While the world may sing his praises, I harbor a deep resentment towards both him and Yasivi," Tehila spat, her voice laced with venom. Zenobia, her doubt evident, continued to press with her questions. "Do you have any evidence to back up what you're saying?" she asked, prompting Tehila to respond with a simple no. Zenobia's skepticism only grew as she analyzed Tehila's lack of proof. "You claim the throne without any solid evidence of the king's wrongdoing. Without proof, who will believe your accusations? It seems more like a convenient excuse to get rid of Yasivi and take the throne for yourself," Zenobia said, studying Tehila with a doubtful gaze. Enraged by Zenovia's persistent questioning, Tehila's eyes filled with hatred. She quickly ordered Malaxia to get rid of the persistent outsider. Malaxia, fueled by aggression, attacked Zenobia with his sword club weapon. But with a single graceful movement, Zenobia shattered the weapon into pieces, leaving Malaxia stunned. Maintaining her unwavering gaze, Zenobia stated, "Your silence says it all. It seems my initial suspicions were right, and your claims have no credibility." Malaxia's attempt to interrupt Zenovia's discourse was abruptly halted as she delivered a powerful elbow strike to his stomach, shattering the remaining fragments of his armor and further disorienting him. Fixing Malaxia with a cold, piercing stare, Zenobia dismissed him with contempt. "Your input isn't needed. A simple lapdog like you won't comprehend the matters we're discussing," she declared, swiftly repositioning herself above him. With an effortless motion, she brought his head down, slamming him forcefully into the ground, rendering him unconscious and causing the planet to shake in response. Dusting herself off, Zenobia redirected her attention to the still surprised Tehila. "Now, explain in great detail how you were supposedly wronged and imprisoned," she demanded, narrowing her eyes at Tehila, expecting a thorough account of the alleged injustice. Tehila's laughter echoed briefly before she fell silent, summoning a fan into her hand and pointing it menacingly at Zenobia. "Prepare for execution, along with everyone who opposes our cause. A naive girl like you understands nothing about the complexities of this world," Tehila declared with a sinister glint in her eyes. Tehila's eyes glowed, unleashing crimson energy beams in a zigzag pattern, while simultaneously emitting a white wind from her fan aimed at Zenobia. In response, Zenobia sighed, enveloping herself in 10k and delivering a powerful punch that obliterated the crimson energy. She then unleashed a single aura slash from her sword, destroying the white wind. Unfazed, Tehila persistently launched more attacks, growing increasingly frustrated as Zenobia effortlessly destroyed each one. "How? How are you destroying my attacks? They're supposed to be invincible beams of death," Tehila questioned, her annoyance palpable. In a candid and nonchalant retort, Zenobia responded, "I've taken powerful blasts to the face from an outer god and emerged unscathed. Your so-called invincible beams are nothing. So shut up, you idiot." Tehila, filled with horror, observed as Zenobia effortlessly dodged and sliced through the relentless barrage of crimson energy beams and white wind. In her frustration and desperation, Tehila's eyes widened as she exclaimed, "You're both naive and vulgar. Who openly declares such things? Are you insane? Is your mind intact?" Crimson and white skeletal wings appeared behind Tehila, intensifying the assault as they continued to unleash deadly energy beams and wind at Zenobia. In response, Zenobia skillfully evaded the attacks, expertly wielding her sword to cut through the onslaught. Nonchalant and unfazed, Zenobia retorted, "It was simply a comparison, you fool. Why are you so worked up about it? Perhaps you're the one lacking intelligence?" Infuriated, Tehila shouted, "I have class. No ordinary person discusses such private matters so casually. What kind of shameless species are you? Do you possess no sense of decency?" With a deadpan expression, Zenobia grinned and replied, as Aaron and Drake would say, "That seems like a skill issue on your part." Her calm demeanor and retort only fueled Tehila's fury. Tehila, consumed by an overwhelming fury, vehemently denied any hint of incompetence. Her frustration peaked as she launched a relentless barrage of attacks against Zenobia. In retaliation, Zenobia swiftly gathered holy energy, unleashing the powerful Durandal cannon that destroyed both Tehila's attacks and the rebellious woman herself. As the lingering energies faded, the aftermath revealed Tehila in a severely injured state, her form scorched from the intense blast. Trembling, she glared at Zenobia with a fury that surpassed words. You. Tehila muttered incoherently, seething with rage and struggling to articulate her feelings. Unfazed, Zenobia greeted her opponent with a serene smile. "Yes, Zenobia. Glad to make your acquaintance," she remarked, further enraging Tehila, whose fury only intensified in response. Tehila, fueled by her last reserves of anger, let out another scream. But, depleted and weary, she moved toward Zenobia with slow and laborious steps, blood trickling from her bravado. Her advance was feeble, each step accompanied by long and exhausted breaths, a testament to her profound exhaustion. Observing Tehila's weakened state, Zenobia remarked, "If only you directed this effort towards matters of actual significance rather than indulging in delusional fantasies." Now let's uncover the true motivation behind all this. With a radiant glow, Zenobia activated a new function in her ring, the memory reading function. This unique ability could only be used in specific scenarios, waiting until Tehila succumbed to unconsciousness due to her injuries. Zenobia then utilized this function to delve into the depths of Tehila's memories, seeking the answers to the real motivations behind her rebellion. After meticulously diving into Tehila's memories for a full minute, Zenobia stood up and sighed, taking in her surroundings. She noticed that the people had been safeguarded by thin, silver-white barriers. Turning her attention back to Tehila, she hoisted the rebellious woman onto her shoulder, simultaneously making Malaxia and the other 20 enemies float as she began to walk away. What Zenobia uncovered within Tehila's memories left her with a mix of interest and disdain. The motive behind Tehila's rebellion was surprisingly straightforward jealousy. Tehila believed herself to be prettier than Yasivi, convinced that her appearance made her a more suitable candidate for the position of queen. Despite lacking any genuine qualifications, Tehila had gained some understanding of kingdom management by observing Yasivi over the years and through her personal readings. In Zenovia's assessment, Tehila's basis for rebellion appeared shallow and, in her own words, stupid. Tehila's true motives had become evident to Zenobia. She desired recognition without any intention of shouldering the responsibilities of leadership. Her scheme was to pass off all actual work to others while she merely occupied the throne for show. Zenobia realized that if Tehila had succeeded in becoming queen, the kingdom would have plunged into ruin even more quickly than under Yasivi's rule. Additionally, Tehila's unfounded accusations against the former king only served to emphasize her delusional state of mind. It was clear that her claims lacked credibility, and her declining mental health during her imprisonment further undermined her legitimacy. As she reflected on Tehila's tragic and pitiful situation, Zenobia couldn't help but feel a sense of sorrow and disappointment. However, she understood that her role was solely to intervene physically and not to involve herself in the complexities of politics. Zenobia decided to leave the matter to Yasivi and Aaron, trusting them to handle the situation appropriately. Muttering to herself, Zenobia pondered the situation. "I wonder how the others are doing. A brief scan tells me that they are not facing any difficulties. It may have already been resolved since the rumbling stopped. It's time to make my way to the south," she resolved, getting ready to move towards the next location to ensure that the situation was under control. In the northern vicinity of Kritnukla City, Rainier found herself engaged in a fierce battle against two powerful opponents. Both enemies were seasoned combatants, each possessing distinct fighting styles, yet both excelling as ranged fighters. One of them, adorned in a predominantly green attire, sported short green hair and wielded a colossal plasma gun with apparent expertise, using it to launch relentless attacks against Rainier, testing her agility and resolve. On the other hand, the second opponent, with short white hair and striking lime green eyes, presented a more unconventional yet formidable appearance. Clad in a striking ensemble comprising of a short purple crop top paired with a furry hoodie, baggy white pants, and white and purple sneakers, this enemy wielded deadly purple yo-yos as their preferred means of combat. Known as Gahaji, the green-clad sharpshooter, and Yazoho, the agile yo-yo master, they worked in seamless harmony, displaying a skillful synchronicity that enabled them to synchronize their attacks and capitalize on each other's strengths. Yo, girl, ain't you fi? Yuzoho began, but Rainier swiftly cut him off, unwilling to engage in conversation with him. She had no interest in exchanging words with this fool. Her sole focus was on incapacitating them and utilizing her ring's memory reading abilities. Shut up, Rainier interjected firmly, silencing any further attempts at dialogue from Yuzoho. Unperturbed by Rainar's dismissive attitude, Yuzoho chuckled and remarked, "So rude. This is why you'll die single. I'm engaged, so screw you, dumb boss. I don't need your input or opinion," Rainier retorted, emphasizing her commitment to her engagement. Meanwhile, the 20 followers accompanying Yuzoho and Gahaji had already been subdued and rendered unconscious earlier. Despite Barato's initial attempts to communicate with them, seeking information, Gahaji's reticence and Yuzoho's dismissive attitude led her to give up trying to engage with them politely. She deemed them both uncooperative and ceased her efforts to engage them in conversation. Rainier released a rapid flurry of light bullets, with the intention of overwhelming the duo. In response, Yuzoho executed a coordinated maneuver, skillfully using his yo-yo to hoist Gahaji into the air. With his plasma gun aimed at Rainier, Gahaji fired a shot, only to be taken aback as Rainier deftly countered it by conjuring a beam of light from her fingertips. Seizing the opportunity, Yuzoho swiftly propelled himself toward Rainier, using both yo-yos as improvised boxing gloves with protruding spikes. A confident grin adorned his face as he aimed a punch at Rainier. However, the adept fallen angel effortlessly dodged the attack, scoffing at Yuzoho as he sailed past her. Reacting quickly, Rainier leaned backward to evade the nearly invisible strings Yuzoho manipulated with his yo-yos. Though she managed to effortlessly dodge them, the calculated move displayed by Yuzoho nearly hit her, even if it would have not done any real damage to her. "Huh, you're Amaz." Yuzoho started to express his admiration, but before he could finish, a powerful beam of light cut him off. Gahaji acted swiftly, firing a shot to intercept Rainar's attack. However, the temporary shield created by Gahaji's shot was no match for the force of Rainar's assault, and the powerful beam tore through the landscape below them. Seizing the opportunity, Rainier materialized beside Gahaji, catching him off guard. With remarkable speed, she delivered a swift knee strike to his stomach, sending him staggering. Following up with a spear of light, she hurled it at Gahaji, leaving him little time to recover. Despite the relentless assault, Gahaji managed to regain his composure and fired another shot from his plasma gun, effectively countering Rainar's attack. He quickly switched modes, propelling himself away to create distance before returning to the offensive. Firing multiple rounds in rapid succession, Gahaji unleashed a barrage of shots aimed at the nimble and evasive Rainier. "That gun looks pretty interesting. I want it. Give it to me," Barato declared to herself in a calm yet resolute manner. She then proceeded to counter the rounds discharged by Gahaji with spheres of light. However, as she skillfully maneuvered, a yo-yo whizzed past her, prompting a swift evasion. Growing increasingly irritated by the persistent duo, Rainier engulfed her hand in holy flames and, with a swift motion, struck down at the strings of Yuzoho's yo-yos, effortlessly severing them much to Yuzoho's astonishment. How did you cut through those?" "Lady, those things are as sturdy as before." Yuzoho could finish his sentence. Rainier vanished and reappeared behind him. Point blank, she aimed a ball of light at Yuzoho, stating, "I don't care, just go to sleep." With that, she unleashed her attack, intending to subdue her yo-yo-wielding foe. "Zoho!" Gahaji cried out in agony, finally breaking his silence. A reaction that brought a chuckle from Rainier. "Damn you!" he exclaimed, watching Yuzoho collapse to the ground, unconscious, with severe burns marring much of his back. In an effort to reach his fallen comrade, Gahaji swiftly switched modes, propelling himself closer to Yuzoho. However, as he flew past Rainier, she seized the opportunity and smirked, delivering a powerful foot strike to Gahaji's side. The force sent him hurtling away, crashing through several buildings in the process. "Rainier-sama, please keep the damage to a minimum." Ravel's voice chided through their rings transceivers, reminding the mission leader to exercise restraint. My bad, I forgot. He'll keep that in mind going forward. Rainier responded to Ravel with a nonchalant chuckle, acknowledging the need to minimize collateral damage as she continued with the mission. Rainier turned her gaze to the fallen Yizoho, creating a protective barrier of light around him. She then made her way to where Gahaji had crashed, her proud, jet-black feathered wings on display as she hovered above him, ready to demand answers. "Why are you rebelling?" she demanded, her tone leaving no room for evasion. Gahaji grunted and quickly aimed his gun at Barato. But to his surprise, the weapon slipped from his grasp, leaving him bewildered. Overcome by a sudden shock of pain, he collapsed to his knees. Enough with the screaming, Barato retorted dismissively before tending to his wounds, causing him to lose consciousness. She sighed, then woke him up and demanded answers. "Speak, or you'll regret it," she threatened, clearly in a hurry to extract information. Rainier let out a soft chuckle in response to Gahaji's defiance. "Why should I tell you anything?" He spat out, his glare unwavering. With a wry smile, Rainier replied, "Because I'm only doing this for Aaron's sake. He already knows, but hey, I can at least say I tried questioning you instead of just beating you up easily." "That doesn't sound like someone that's trying to make the universe a better place," retorted Gahaji, still glaring at Rainier. His words struck a chord with her. Rainier reflected on her own actions and the duality within herself. She had changed significantly, yet there were moments, especially in the heat of battle, when her more ruthless side resurfaced. It was an aspect of her that emerged in situations outside of tournaments or training sessions. She acknowledged this part of her character, understanding that Aaron was likely aware of it as well. The question lingered, though. Was he waiting for her to address it or approach him first? Raynar's stare remained as frigid as ever as she demanded answers. "It doesn't matter. Why are you rebelling against Yasivi?" she asked, her intense gaze unnerving Gahaji. Centuredo, her eyes staring daggers at him. Finally, Gahaji began to speak. "I don't have anything against Lady Yasivi, but the leader of the Rientillians holds a deep grudge against her. I don't know why, but he's willing to destroy the planet and kingdom for it. I owe my life to him, so I'm just doing a favor." He confessed under the pressure of Barato's questioning. Barato's intense gaze remained fixed on Gahaji as she pressed for more information. "What about the other man, the yo-yo-wielding weirdo?" she inquired, suspicion narrowing her eyes. "We work well together, but I don't know his motives." "You have to ask him yourself," replied Gahaji. "But I think he holds genuine resentment towards Lady Yasivi for being unable to save his parents that one time, making his family go into debt that they're still trying to pay off. But who knows?" Rainier placed anti-magic handcuffs on him and stowed his gun in her ring. "You will tell him to be truthful, or there will be consequences, understood?" she warned sternly. Gahaji nodded solemnly before being led away, his fate now in the hands of those seeking answers. Upon reaching the still unconscious Yizoho, Rainier dispersed the barrier surrounding him and roused him from his slumber. At the same time, she skillfully applied the ubiquitous anti-magic handcuffs to restrain him, quickly confiscating him of his yo-yos. As Yizoho regained consciousness, he jolted awake and surveyed his surroundings with a bewildered expression. "Heh, see ya," he exclaimed, making a futile attempt to flee. Rainier, however, foiled his escape, expertly tripping him, resulting in an undignified faceplant onto the ground. "What in the world? Speak up. Why are you rebelling against Yasivi?" Barato inquired sternly. Yizoho, with a touch of sarcasm, retorted for that amazing attitude of hers. "Woo!" His proclamation was accompanied by raucous laughter, echoing through the air. Turning to Gahaji, Barato sought insight, asking, is he always this silly, or is it a selective trait? He can be serious when the situation demands it, but mostly he's carefree and indifferent to the consequences. Gahaji responded with a sigh, observing his friend's antics with a mixture of resignation and exasperation. Barato acknowledged the response with a subtle nod and, with calculated precision, struck Yzoho's leg with a spear crafted from her light. The action elicited an anguished scream from the young man. "God darn it! Why did you do that? What's wrong with you?" He bellowed, his eyes ablaze with fury and veins pulsating on his forehead. Despite the intense glare, he obstinately refrained from answering Barato's inquiry. Undeterred, Censurado, frozen in pain, shot her a venomous glare, his anguished cries blending with the persistent agony inflicted upon him. Yasivi must pay for this, and the debt must be erased. Those conniving individuals who trapped us in this predicament must be eliminated. It's as simple as that. Why should we care about morals in this situation? They deceived us, so they deserve to face the consequences. Yzoho declared defiantly, his words filled with bitterness. Rainier, bewildered by his argument, challenged, "So you got scammed, and now you're blaming everyone else? Are you truly that naive? How is any of this Yasivi's fault?" She struggled to comprehend the reasoning behind his passionate plea, especially when it seemed clear that the responsibility lay with those who had been misled. "They deceived my elderly parents. How is that morally acceptable? Yasivi even promised to prevent such things from happening. But look at what happened to my parents. Others in our group feel the same way too. They were promised one thing, and it still happened to them." Yzoho shouted, his frustration reaching a boiling point, accompanied by a look of fury in his eyes. "Very well. Share with us the intricate details. I am willing to listen. If your accusations against them hold water, I will bring it up with my fiancée," Rainier stated. "But if it turns out that the blame lies with you, then your destination is simply prison after this rebellion." It was evident that Rainar's intention was to uncover the unembellished truth from Yzoho by using the looming threat of their existing debt, or even its escalation, as leverage. The potential for continued financial burden was meant to serve as a compelling incentive for Yzoho to reveal the complete truth, according to Rainar's perspective. As the story unfolded, Rainier unearthed a narrative of loan flipping and predatory lenders. These financial wrongdoings, she realized, were sinister methods that could cause significant harm to borrowers. Loan flipping, characterized by the repeated refinancing of a loan with exorbitant fees, inevitably led to an increase in debt for the unsuspecting borrower. On the other hand, predatory lenders exploited borrowers through deceptive tactics and unfair terms, putting the borrowers in a precarious and disadvantageous position. Delving deeper into the complexities, loan flipping was revealed as a malicious tactic where a borrower, often under coercive persuasion, repeatedly refinanced their loan. This practice typically involved accepting unfavorable terms, ultimately resulting in a significant increase in the overall debt burden borne by the unsuspecting borrower. At the same time, predatory lenders, employing nefarious tactics, inflicted financial harm through excessive interest rates, hidden fees, and deceptive loan terms. These unscrupulous actions specifically targeted individuals already struggling with vulnerable financial circumstances. Absorbing the detailed explanation, Rainier nodded thoughtfully. In simpler terms, they deceived your elderly parents, plunging you into substantial debt. Where were you in the middle of all this? Living my life? I wasn't exactly living with them during that period. But when I eventually discovered the predicament and confronted them, they simply scoffed at me, telling me to deal with it. Yzoho responded with a tone of resignation, revealing the heart-wrenching indifference with which the loaners had dismissed his concerns. This is a much more grounded tale than I expected, one without supernatural powers but full of real-life struggles. I will discuss this with my fiancée and Yasivi. However, I will keep a close eye on you until this coup is stopped. Do you understand? Rainier asked, narrowing her eyes at Yzoho. Yeah, whatever, lady, now heal me. This is way too painful, exclaimed Yzoho, eyeing his still bleeding leg. Rainier nodded, decisively removing the light spear, evoking another shout of agony from Yzoho, before proceeding to heal him. Turning her attention southwards, she spoke, "We're heading south. I sense a few powerful auras in that direction. Presumably, one of the leaders is situated there, correct?" Yeah, confirmed Yuzoho, and Gahaji silently nodded in agreement. We're going there to confront them. My two teammates should be nearing the resolution of their encounters with your other teammates as well. Cool, mate. With that, the group set their course toward the southern region, bracing for the impending confrontation with the leaders of the opposing faction. Upon the front of Ravel Phoenix, she found herself entangled in a frenzied pursuit, engaged in a chase with two formidable members of the Rientillians. Both foes were women, skilled in wielding swords for close-quarters combat. Luckily, Ravel had the experience and training to effectively confront such opponents. The first opponent, Vayan, emanated an aura of deadly elegance with her long white hair fashioned into a ponytail, piercing blue eyes, and tan skin. Clad in a sleek black professional suit, Vayan wielded a katana, showcasing a refined mastery of its deadly artistry. In contrast, the second enemy, Raylin, emerged as a dark enigma, cloaked in obsidian armor adorned with flickering flames, shrouding select portions of her jet-black attire. Her long gray tresses cascaded down her back, while a smoldering cape billowed behind her, obscuring her features beneath a black mask. Raylin wielded a sword infused with a sinister crimson and ebony glow, unleashing a relentless assault alongside Vayan upon Ravel. In a mesmerizing display of agility, Ravel deftly bobbed, weaved, and danced through the relentless barrage of attacks, all the while steadfastly attempting to engage Vayan and Raylin in conversation. Though she acknowledged the apparent futility of her efforts, Ravel harbored a genuine desire to hear their words directly from them. Reluctant to overly rely on her ring's memory-reading function, despite its proven efficacy, she continued to press for a vocal response in the middle of the chaotic clash. "Please, give me an answer," Ravel implored, her plea punctuating each graceful evasion of their strikes. As Vayan's calm, yet relentless onslaught persisted, Ravel's determination to hear their rationale firsthand remained firm. In a composed and measured tone, Vayan responded to Ravel's plea, her words cutting through the chaos of their fight. "You want an answer? Then listen closely," Vayan began, her voice carrying a hint of anger. "We were once mercenaries who arrived on this planet and seamlessly integrated into its societies, only to be ultimately betrayed by Yasivi. While she reveled in the ease of her rule, our only ambition was to strengthen our military might, preparing for any unforeseen threats," Vayan explained, her words delivering a glimpse into their underlying motivations in their fight. "I understand that her hesitation has caused significant harm and distress to all of you, but nobody is perfect. While it may seem idealistic to believe that your kingdom and people will never engage in conflict, her intentions were rooted in a desire for peace, even if it came at a high cost," Ravel countered, her tone measured. "High cost? We were on the brink of death. The king was a far superior ruler to her, and she's utterly incompetent. The fact that she's still in power is utterly disheartening. Even Barakyu would have been a better ruler than her," Vayan retorted vehemently, frustration seeping through her words as she unleashed a swirling aura slash with her katana aimed at Ravel. Ravel swiftly countered with her flames, dissipating Vayan's attack. However, Vayan wasted no time in launching numerous aura slashes in rapid succession before vanishing and reappearing above Ravel. With a burst of energy, a colossal white dragon manifested around her, hurtling towards the youngest phoenix, sibling with menacing intent. Simultaneously, a surge of dark crimson flames erupted from Raylin, forming the menacing shape of a large hound's face as it charged towards Ravel. Unfazed, Ravel let out a resigned sigh and summoned her own flames to create a powerful defensive barrier. The two attacks clashed against the shield, and as the smoke cleared, Ravel emerged unharmed. Extending her finger like a gun, Ravel unleashed the formidable hell, fire a source of pride for her clan, sending bullets of fire tearing through the air with relentless precision. Vayan and Raylin tried to defend themselves, but the fiery projectiles broke through their barriers, striking them at their weakest points and causing small explosions that sent them flying backwards. Undaunted, Ravel used her hellfire to conjure a phoenix-like entity, directing it towards her enemies. The attack split into multiple entities, homing in on Vayan and Raylan before detonating on impact. Protected by an imperceptible shield, the surrounding area remained untouched by the explosive aftermath as Ravel took control in the escalating confrontation. As the dissipating smoke revealed the aftermath, Vayan and Raylan emerged with only minor burns. They quickly drank from small glass bottles, initiating a rapid healing process similar to the renowned Phoenix tears and slime pills owned by her family and Aaron. Intrigued, Ravel muttered to herself, "They're like the Phoenix tears and slime pills Aaron Sama has. Interesting." Driven by curiosity, Ravel questioned the nature of the substances. "Were those?" she inquired. "Why does it matter?" Vayan retorted, "I'm just curious. We have items of almost the same nature in the resistance. So, seeing those made me curious," Ravel explained. Vayan, surprisingly forthcoming, responded, "They're extracted from a beast that accelerates natural healing by 100-fold. Though it does shorten your lifespan, that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make." Vayan's revelation left Ravel visibly taken aback, processing the implications of the potent but life-limiting healing substances. That trade-off seems weighty, even when compared to the longer lifespans of various species across the universe. "Why go to such lengths to fight?" Ravel asked, her body now engulfed in flames. Vayan, sharing her motivations, disclosed, "Although me and Raylan come from different species and planets. My species originated from a warrior tribe on a specific planet that fell under the dominion of Fumara. When we refused to serve them, I became a mercenary. They stripped us of our pride, heritage, and way of life, turning us into slaves. I abhorred it, so I departed. I sought revenge, a rebellion. However, after settling down here, my perspective began to change. Yet, after we were nearly killed and saved only by the outer god, I began to see Yasivi's inadequacies as a leader. It was all because of her that we were thrust into this dire scenario," Vayan explained, shedding light on the intricate interplay of revenge, rebellion, and disillusionment that fueled her determination to oppose Yasivi's rule. Ravel's frown deepened as she pondered Vayan's words. While she couldn't argue with the underlying reasoning behind her motivations, she remained keenly aware of the potential consequences. If Vayan's actions resulted in explosions and tremors, innocent lives would undoubtedly be at risk. Furthermore, the diverse mix of individuals within their organizations held a range of motivations, from self-serving to delusional, which could further complicate the situation. But by causing those explosions and tremors, you're putting the lives of innocent people in danger. And you know full well the motivations of others within our organizations, don't you? Many of them have even more selfish or delusional reasons for rebelling," Ravel remarked, her concern apparent. "That's a risk I am willing to take," Vayan responded firmly. As Raylan moved to intervene, Vayan stopped her, enveloping herself in a potent white energy. "Stay out of this," she commanded Raylan firmly. "If you want to stop me, do it now. It's the only option left for you." Vayan's words hung heavily in the air, signaling the mounting tension and the looming clash of ideologies within their vicinity. Ravel nodded solemnly and appeared beside Vayan, who reacted quickly with a swing of her sword. However, Ravel effortlessly intercepted the blade, melting it with her fiery powers. "I prefer to leave my friends and allies rather than engage in direct combat, but am not opposed to it," Ravel declared firmly. "I, Ravel Phoenix, have heard your reasons and will inform Aaron Sama about them. For now, please rest." In one smooth motion, Ravel's fist connected with Vayan's face, rendering her unconscious, or rather, delivering a fatal blow that ended her life. The sheer power of the punch overwhelmed Vayan. Although reluctant, Ravel caught her fallen enemy, intending to petition Aaron for her revival. Despite her aversion to taking lives, she recognized the necessity of ending the conflict. Setting Vayan down gently, Ravel turned her attention to Raylan, who remained motionless, observing the scene with a stoic expression. "I come from a conquered planet, but I don't hold on to sentimental attachments like she does. I joined to create chaos, and, well, I'm also drawn to the military aspect. Whether it's war or battle, you can count me in. I thrive in the chaos of combat, Raylan declared with a menacing grin. A battle maniac? You're not the first one I've encountered, sighed Ravel. She cloaked herself in a demonic aura and soared back into the sky, facing Raylan. Centuredo Ravel extended her hand, releasing several bursts of blazing flare. To Raylan's surprise, Ravel's flames effortlessly outshone hers, grazing her cheek and leaving a scorching burn. I love it, Raylan exclaimed, relishing the fiery intensity of the confrontation. As Ravel enveloped herself in an inferno of dancing flames, she soared towards Raylan with fierce determination. In response, Raylan unleashed a barrage of several large dark crimson orbs of searing flames, each one crackling with raw, potent energy. Yet, to Raylan's astonishment, Ravel expertly redirected the awe-inspiring attack back at her enemy. Despite Raylan's valiant attempts to regain control, she found herself ensnared by her own raging inferno, resulting in a semi-large explosion in the sky that quickly dissipated, leaving both combatants momentarily suspended in the aftermath. Seizing the moment, Ravel unleashed a relentless barrage of azure flames at Raylan, catching her off guard with the ferocity of the assault. Reacting swiftly, Raylan maneuvered through the air, conjuring an additional sword to dual-wield alongside her existing weapon. However, her initial blade was swiftly engulfed by the searing blaze, compelling her to wield the flames themselves as she launched a fervent attack against Ravel. Remaining composed in the middle of the chaos, Ravel adeptly evaded each fiery strike, her gaze unwavering as she pivoted gracefully. As the aerial duel reached its peak, Raylan's successive slashes sent shockwaves resonating through the air, their impact reverberating against the protective barrier that shielded the city below. As Ravel brought her hands together, her eyes shimmered with a fierce glow. It may be incomplete, but it's worth a shot, she muttered with a sly smile, her gaze fixed on Raylan. Amplifica, sanctuaire delle braccia asciutte, imberfol sanctuary, she declared. In an instant, the world around them underwent a breathtaking transformation. The entire area turned into a realm of flames, an Emberfall sanctuary. Countless fiery creatures of various shapes and sizes emerged from the flames, with a magnificent large phoenix dominating the sky. Its dark blue eyes locked onto Raylan with a menacing intensity. Horror-stricken, Raylan exclaimed, "W, you can use that." The realization of Ravel invoking an Amplifica left her in a state of panic. She tried to use a technique to escape or shield herself, but the flaming creatures descended upon her relentlessly, attacking from all directions. The Emberfall sanctuary turned into a chaotic battleground. The fiery entities relentlessly pursuing Raylan within the confines of Ravel's powerful yet incomplete Amplifica. Watching Raylan desperately fend off the relentless attacks of flaming creatures within the Emberfall sanctuary, Ravel observed and muttered to herself, "This takes a lot of power to do, but I'm glad it's already replenishing." Hovering above the chaos, she assessed the unfolding scene. Approaching the giant phoenix, Ravel stood on its head and addressed it. "Let's leave you for last and see what she does." She already explained her motivations, after all. I doubt she's remorseful for anything. Meanwhile, Raylan, in a state of panic, covered her body with dark crimson flames, attempting to ward off the relentless onslaught. To her dismay, the flaming creatures devoured her flames, rendering them ineffective. Even her first sword, known for its high fire resistance, succumbed to the overwhelming heat and melted away. Darn it, what in the world is this? No one said they could use this. Raylan shouted in frustration, her bravado slowing down as the intense heat took its toll on her. The Emberfall sanctuary proved to be an overwhelming bravado against her fiery prowess, leaving Raylan in a desperate struggle for survival. Aaron-sama probably wants to keep them all alive, despite the fact that I have already taken one life. I have to apologize to him for that. Ravel whispered to herself. Gathering her resolve, she issued a steadfast order. Let's ensure this one remains alive. Please, fire at her, but do not end her life. Preparing a slime pill, she aimed to capture Raylin without inflicting further harm. The phoenix heeded Ravel's command, and as the other fiery creatures apprehended Raylin, she began to scream in agony as her armor and body yielded to the fierce heat. Raylin's mask dissolved, unveiling her scarred face with purple eyes brimming with tears, surprising Ravel. For someone who claims to be a battle maniac, I did not anticipate her to shed tears so readily, Ravel observed, her understanding of Raylin's intricate emotions deepening. The phoenix unleashed a massive and powerful breath attack, devastating everything below them. The flames within the Amplifica intensified, further scorching Raylin's bravado as she struggled against the heat. The goal was to capture, not to harm, but the struggle for survival within the fiery inferno intensified for the battle-worn Raylin. The phoenix's devastating breath attack dwindled, allowing Ravel and the colossal creature to touch down. Ravel disembarked from the phoenix's head and surveyed Raylin, who had endured the fierce attack but was teetering on the edge of consciousness. Acting swiftly, Ravel administered a slime pill to mend Raylin's wounds and then employed the anti-magic cuffs to temporarily suppress her powers. Upon regaining consciousness, Raylin made a futile attempt to strike Ravel, only to find her restrained hands unable to break through Ravel's solid barrier. Perplexed and exasperated, she made multiple attempts, each one yielding the same result. When she tried to rise and flee, her lack of strength and the stifling heat of her surroundings impeded her efforts. What have you done to me? Raylin demanded, bewildered by the sudden limitations imposed upon her. The incomplete Amplifica was undone, and Ravel and Raylin emerged once again in the skies of Kritnukla. Breaking the silence, Ravel sought answers, saying, "Those cuffs either seal or take away your powers, then weaken you to a specific state. Please tell me why you rebelled. From those tears earlier, you don't seem like the type to want to die in a fight." Raylin averted her gaze, initially feeling embarrassed. However, after a moment of silence, and upon landing beside the fallen Vayan, she finally spoke, revealing a hidden truth. "My father forced me into it. I always liked reading, farming, and taking care of a small garden. I don't like violence, but because of my species, it was shunned upon, and I had to take up fighting," Raylin admitted, exposing the internal conflict that fueled her reluctant participation in the rebellion. Reflecting on her decisions, Raylin continued to divulge her story. "So, when this occurred, and with Vayan persuading me, I had no choice but to join them. I was unwilling to oppose them. They do possess some remarkable and powerful individuals in their ranks. But upon careful consideration and witnessing the immense powers of the outer god, it was rash of us. Nonetheless, I felt compelled to commit and attempt to confront you and proceed with the coup," she elucidated. With a wearied sigh and a shake of her head, Raylin expressed the exhaustion wrought by her choices. "It's all so draining. I simply want to retreat to a peaceful place, perhaps the countryside, and savor a quiet existence there. Hopefully this new planet offers something akin to that. The other planet was mostly just orange sand. But I suppose I'll be confined to a prison for quite some time after this," she added, conveying a sense of acceptance and weariness. Ravel, listening to Raylin's story with empathy, felt a deep sense of compassion. She had come across similar tales within DXD, where some members struggled with family pressures and expectations. After a moment of reflection, Ravel offered a potential solution, saying, "I can speak on your behalf. We have vast farms on the Resistance planet. The farmers might need assistance there. So what do you think?" Considering the proposal, Raylin hesitated and expressed her concern, "But what about my time in prison?" Ravel offered an alternative. "We can relocate you to the farming area and consider it as fulfilling your punishment through hard labor. How does that sound? Of course, I need to inform Aaron Sama about this and have him persuade Yasivi Sama and the other leaders. But I believe you have a good chance. If you agree, I will do everything I can to convince them." Ravel's proposal aimed to offer Raylan a chance for redemption and a new start in life. Then I will accept, Raylan affirmed, her mind made up. Our primary headquarters is located to the south. That's where we'll find the last member of our covert group, the leader, and 2 other higher-ups, excluding Lady Yasevi's advisors, she explained. Ravel nodded in gratitude. I understand. Thank you for informing me. I'll relay the information to my team, she said, turning to use her ring's transceivers to share the details with Zenobia and Rainier about what awaits them in the south. Once the communication was finished, Ravel turned back to Raylan. We'll head there as well. Come with me, she urged. Raylan nodded in agreement, her eyes briefly resting on Vayan before Ravel lifted her with telekinesis. Together, they started walking before teleporting to the south, guided by the aura signatures of Rainier and Zenobia waiting for them in that direction. I hadn't expected there to be so many of them, Zenobia remarked as they surveyed the defeated enemies around them. Rainier, however, made an intriguing observation. They're persistent, almost never-ending, but did you notice? She asked. Notice what? Inquired Zenobia, her head tilted in confusion. Rainier pointed out a peculiar detail. They all look the same. Look at their hair, face, and clothes. They appear to be clones of someone. Maybe they have the ability to produce them? All the other followers from the others look different from each other, but these guys are practically identical twins, triplets, and quadruplets. Zenobia blinked rapidly, processing the information before taking a closer look at their defeated enemies. She nodded in agreement. You're right. They look practically the same, she mumbled aloud, acknowledging the unusual homogeneity among the adversaries. Zenobia shut her eyes, honing in on the auras surrounding them. 3 auras in total, all of them quite powerful, at least middle-tier god class. Even those clones pack a punch, all of them reaching Satan class, she reported, assessing the strength of their vanquished foes. Rainier concurred, agreed. Let's not waste any more time just standing around. Ravel has just arrived. They both turned to see Ravel approaching, the enemies defeated in her wake. Rainier asked, Did you accidentally kill that one? Ravel hesitated. Why, yes, it was in the heat of battle. I intend to request Aaron Sama to revive her later. But Raylan Sama here is willing to work with us. Please explain who's who to them. Raylan nodded, seizing the opportunity to share intel. She introduced the remaining 3 adversaries, the last hidden operative of the Reintillians, a 7th participant, and a leader of the group named Daihaim. Raylan confessed she didn't have much information about them or anyone else other than the 2 advisors of Lady Yasevi and the 2 last higher-ups. Any thoughts on their powers? Zenobia asked, intrigued by the capabilities of their remaining foes. Raylan shook her head. He's never shown any sign of using his powers before. I suspect this strange cloning technique may be a result of orders from the higher-ups. They may not be at the same level as any of you, but their abilities are still, well, irritating to some extent. However, Daihaim give me a sense of unease. So please be vigilant, whichever one of you encounters him, she cautioned, expressing her disquiet about her mysterious leader. They all heeded Raylan's warning, acknowledging the potential threat posed by Daihaim. Meanwhile, Gahaji and Yuzoho, who were awake but keeping their distance, remained silent, refraining from speaking out of fear of backlash from their current leaders, while also doubting the likelihood of being freed. As you witnessed, one of the higher-ups may possess a cloning technique, but the clones they create are significantly weaker. However, they're produced in large numbers. Additionally, he also has the ability to manipulate water. As for the other one, I'm not entirely certain, but it is likely that he uses a massive hammer for combat and has some form of gravity manipulation, Raylan explained, shedding light on the abilities of the remaining enemies. They all nodded in comprehension and decided to encase Gahaji, Yuzoho, and Raylan in a cage of light. It was a precautionary measure to prevent any unexpected actions or disturbances from the former members of the Reintillians. Once the confinement was in place, the group departed for the underground base. Glancing at Raylan, Yuzoho couldn't help but comment, So, you're switching sides, huh? Raylan met his gaze with confidence. I've been presented with an incredible opportunity. I can't afford to let it slip away. I am willing to take the risk, she declared, reaffirming her commitment to the decision she had made. An incredible opportunity? Gehazi questioned with a raised brow. What kind? You seem different, Raylin. What's going on? Raylin turned away, letting out a sigh. I'm not one for fighting. The offer from that young noble was too tempting to refuse, she admitted. Yzoho was taken aback. Wait, what? You don't like fighting? Who are you, really? He pointed at Raylin with exaggerated disbelief. Raylin sighed again, shaking her head. You wouldn't understand, even if I tried to explain. Let's just wait and see what happens after they come back out, she said, choosing to withdraw from the conversation. As she changed her preference to women, Yzoho blurted out, earning a smack from Gehazi. Behave, that's rude, scolded Gehazi, causing Yzoho to chuckle at the response. 3 enemies, 3 of us, so who will challenge whom? Zenobia inquired as they descended the staircase, swiftly reaching the bottom. I am curious about the leader's secrets and what he has to convey. I wish to confront him, expressed Ravel. It seems we will be facing the higher-ranking ones then, replied Zenobia. I sense that 2 are located in the same direction, while the other is positioned that way. Therefore, Ravel, you may proceed in that direction while we continue in this direction. Zenobia gestured to the right, and Ravel bid them farewell before heading off. Rainier inquired, so who's fighting who? I will take on the person with the hammer and gravity manipulation. As for you, you will confront the one with clones and water manipulation, replied Zenobia, assigning roles for their imminent fights. They both nodded in unison before vanishing from their current location, reappearing in a wide and opulent chamber. Curious and unusual decorations adorned the expansive room, adding an air of mystery to the surroundings. At the center of the room loomed a grand circular metallic table, its polished surface gleaming in the ambient light. Positioned at the furthest end of the chamber stood 2 enigmatic figures, their presence exuding an aura of expectation. To the left stood a man with long, flowing pale blue hair and eyes, adorned in noble attire and framed by a pair of spectacles. In his hand, he held a book of undeniable significance, and as their gazes met, the realization dawned upon them this was Anrali, the creator of the clones and a master of water manipulation. His gaze bore into them with an unmistakable air of contempt and superiority, casting a shadow of foreboding over the encounter. Conversely, on the right stood a man of striking appearance, his short white hair accentuating his pale, almost ghostly complexion. Atop his head sat a black hat, beneath which glowed intense crimson eyes, lending an eerie quality to his visage. Clad in a slick black coat, tight white pants, and long black boots reaching his knee, he exuded an aura of enigmatic power. Adorned with white gloves, he wielded a small yet imposing hammer. This was Count Centuredo, reducing it to rubble and flinging them to different corners of the underground base. Zenobia brandished her mighty weapon, the Durandal EX, and charged at Count, who skillfully wielded his hammer, causing it to grow to an impressive 20 times its original size. As they met in the heart of the chamber, their weapons collided with a thunderous impact, sending a powerful shockwave that tore through the surroundings, threatening to bring the underground chamber crashing down. Undeterred by the chaos, Count's smile widened as he increased the gravitational force around Zenobia, attempting to hinder her movements. To his astonishment, his efforts had little effect on Zenobia, who shrugged off the heightened gravity with apparent ease, displaying a resilience that defied his expectations. With effortless grace, Zenobia pressed on, undeterred by the gravitational interference, delivering determined strikes with her sword as if unaffected by Count's attempts. You're quite the fascinating one, not succumbing to my gravitational manipulation, Count remarked, his smirk unwavering despite his surprise at her resistance to his powers. With a deadpan tone, Zenobia retorted, her steadfast resolve underscored by a challenge. It's weak. Make it 30 million times the gravity, and maybe you'll feel something, she taunted before swiftly and forcefully kicking Count in the abdomen, sending him flying. Gracefully touching down on the ground, Count deftly manipulated the gravity around various objects, sending them hurtling towards Zenobia in a futile attempt to overwhelm her. However, with remarkable ease, Zenobia effortlessly sliced through the projectiles as she closed a distance, undeterred. As Count's crackling hammer swung towards Zenobia, she intensified the force behind her own strike, unyielding in her approach. The collision of their powerful forces resulted in a resounding explosion, yet only the underground surroundings bore the brunt of the impact. An imperceptible barrier shielded the surface, preventing any consequential damage. The explosion propelled Count backward, but he managed to land on his feet, exhibiting only minimal damage from the encounter. With a sly grin, he acknowledged the prowess of the Resistance's formidable members. As expected of the Resistance, harboring truly powerful individuals. Regrettably, am operating at a mere 80 of my full strength, he taunted. Responding with a deadpan stare, Zenobia calmly retorted, "am barely tapping into one of my capabilities." In a sudden move, she appeared beside Count, delivering a powerful leg strike to the side of his head, sending him hurtling through several more rooms. Count pushed aside the debris, standing tall after the impact. Yet, he seemed to brush off Zenobia's claim, replying with a touch of arrogance. My dear, unnecessary displays won't give you an advantage. No one surpasses Lady Fumara or the Outer Gods. Your claims are nothing but a bluff." Recognizing the futility of convincing someone with such steadfast beliefs, Zenobia sighed in exasperation. Breaking the tension, she asked sharply, "Why are you rebelling? If your reasons prove to be irrational or insane, be warned that I won't hesitate to take decisive action against you." Undeterred, Count scoffed and readied his hammer once more, enveloping it in crackling lightning. "Our reasons are neither irrational nor insane. They are perfectly justified. Yasevi's governance is simply imprudent. If we were at the helm, we would usher in an era of prosperity for this world." Zenobia, with a look of blatant disinterest, countered with a raised eyebrow, "My future husband single-handedly saved your kingdom, offering not one, but 2 new planets for habitation. And this is the gratitude he receives? Talk about ingratitude. Well, it seems your motives are baseless, but I won't go so far as to end your life. Be prepared for defeat." Count, defiant and dismissive, shouted, "I'd like to see you try, you naive girl." In an instant, he vanished and reappeared above Zenobia, brandishing his charged hammer. "D," he bellowed, swinging the weapon with a surge of lightning enveloping it. However, Zenobia proved her agility and mastery, instantly appearing behind Count. A flurry of precise strikes overwhelmed him, decisively disarming his left arm. Count crashed to the ground, cries echoing as he clutched his injury, releasing his grip on the now discarded hammer. Disappointment was evident on Zenobia's face as she looked at Count, clearly unimpressed. "I expected more from a god-class being, but it seems that the counterparts in our universe are far more skilled than whatever you are," she commented with a sigh. "I am Count. I won't be defeated like this." Count defiantly roared. To Zenobia's surprise, a new arm began to regenerate from the stump, a mixture of blood and lightning forming the appendage. The discarded hammer swiftly returned to the reformed arm as Count shot a fierce glare in her direction. "Well, that's unexpected," she chuckled slightly. "I guess I get to have a bit more fun." Zenobia then proceeded to extract Excalibur from her Durandal, stowing the latter away into her ring. She wielded the complete and original Excalibur, facing Count with a determined stance. "Bring it." Count, filled with rage and an unbridled roar, charged back at Zenobia with extreme intensity. His fierce hammer swings carried immense power, each strike unleashing gusts of wind that caused chaos in their surroundings, accompanied by bursts of lightning that illuminated the chaotic scene. Undeterred, Zenobia met his fierce attacks head-on, using Excalibur to block the thunderous strikes. Taking advantage of the situation, She used Excalibur Nightmare to create replicas of herself, all armed with the legendary sword. The Zenobia clones, along with the original, converged on Kaun, delivering successive blows. Despite the onslaught, Kaun stubbornly shrugged off the attacks until the real Zenobia executed a powerful kick to his face, sending him sprawling. Continuing her assault, Zenobia unleashed a series of holy aura slashes, each one aimed precisely at Kaun. Displaying agility and finesse, she leaped into the air, using Excalibur Destruction to release a devastating wave of destruction towards her enemy. Landing gracefully, she ever so slightly increased her speed with Excalibur rapidly, delivering a single, swift strike that took down Kaun's remaining normal arm. The culmination of her attacks resulted in another explosion. As Kaun's Barato began the process of repair, his lost arm once again regenerated through the power of lightning. Despite the ongoing reconstruction, his gaze held a fierce determination for revenge. He breathed heavily as he locked eyes with Zenobia, emitting a palpable sense of murderous intent. Unfazed, Zenobia taunted him with a confident smirk, goading him into another charge. In the middle of the confrontation, she strategically assessed the battlefield, noting the ongoing skirmish involving Ravel and Rainier. Observing that only Rainier was actively engaged in combat, she deduced that Ravel was likely occupied with a mysterious figure named Daihaim, or still en route to confront him. In the heat of the battle, Kaun, frustrated by Zenovia's apparent distraction, roared, "How can you be distracted right now?" Zenobia, maintaining her composed demeanor, explained matter-of-factly, "Because you're quite boring, unfortunately. Your attacks lack strategy, you're letting anger dictate your actions, and frankly, you're not utilizing your powers with much creativity." Her words carried a hint of genuine disappointment as she analyzed Kaun's approach to the battle. The vein on Kaun's cheek throbbed visibly, a telltale sign of his mounting frustration as he continued to glare at Zenobia with unwavering intensity, persisting in his relentless assault. However, his efforts proved futile as Zenobia delivered a decisive kick, sending him crashing back to the ground with a resounding thud. With a resigned sigh, Zenobia declared, "Let's put an end to this. I had hoped to end the night on a positive note, not with conflict." A subtle smile played on her lips as she internally considered her next move, confident in her strategy. Without hesitation, Zenobia charged forward, unleashing a series of advanced techniques fueled by the power of Excalibur. Utilizing Excalibur Transparency, she rendered herself invisible, effectively obscuring her presence from her enemy. At the same time, she employed Excalibur Nightmare to summon replicas and illusions of herself, blurring the lines between reality and deception. These spectral images, aided by Excalibur rapidly, moved with heightened speed, seamlessly transitioning in and out of invisibility as they closed in on Kaun. Kaun was overwhelmed by replicas and illusions, their swords slashing with deadly precision. As he struggled to defend himself, the challenge of distinguishing between replicas and illusions weighed heavily upon him. Some apparitions disappeared upon contact, while others manifested into tangible replicas, launching relentless attacks that engulfed him in frustration. In the middle of the chaos, the original Zenobia seized the perfect opportunity, appearing behind Kaun and thrusting her sword swiftly into his chest. Harnessing the enchanted powers of Excalibur in tandem with Excalibur Ruler, she skillfully manipulated Kaun's abilities to her advantage, imposing limitations that left him unable to access his powers without her authorization. With a twist of fate, Zenobia briefly allowed Kaun to tap into his innate healing capabilities, only to promptly remove his access to this ability. In an instant, the blood and lightning arms that had sustained him vanished, causing Kaun to collapse to his knees in a state of agony and despair, his anguished cries reverberating through the room. Zenobia, watching Kaun's pain and frustration, sighed wearily. She let him scream for a moment before addressing him sternly. "That's enough. I know the injury isn't as incapacitating for someone like you." In response, Count Esperado ped, screaming, and met her gaze with a defiant smirk, enduring his pain without flinching. He declared, and here I thought my screaming was bravado notch. I won't take back my words. Even if I have to carry out this rebellion alone, I will. One day he'll escape, launch another rebellion, obliterate this planet, and end Yusivi's life, he vowed with venomous intent. Puzzled, Zenobia questioned his motives. Why? Did you despise Yusivi's rule so intensely that you're willing to go through all of this again? Count dismissed her inquiry with a scoff, retorting, a child like you won't understand. His words carried a sense of disdain, emphasizing the vast ideological divide between them. With exasperation etched on her face, Zenobia shook her head, realizing that further conversation with Count would be pointless. There's no use in trying to talk to you any longer. So, it'll stop, she declared before delivering a decisive blow, knocking him unconscious. With a practical approach, she administered a slime pill to speed up his healing process and then restrained him with anti-magic cuffs. With a sigh, Zenobia began dragging Count away, heading towards the location where Rainier was locked in battle. Curiosity lingered in her mind, eager to assess the progress of their collective efforts against the rebels and to check on Raynar's current situation. Rainier found herself in the middle of an unrelenting barrage of water attacks, alongside Amaryllis' numerous clones, all operating at a level of power that rivaled Satan class. Despite the overwhelming assault, Rainier maintained a disinterested gaze, seemingly unaffected by the chaos unfolding around her. With precise movements, she summoned a barrier of radiant light, effortlessly warding off the relentless attacks. As the battle continued, Rainier detected a distinct element of darkness or shadows woven into their offensive tactics. This realization led her to the conclusion that their attacks were inherently countered by her barrier, rendering it impervious to their onslaught. While demonstrating an outward display of calm composure, Rainier keenly sensed Amaryllis' increasing frustration with the lack of progress in their skirmish. In the beginning, Amaryllis had attempted to engage in conversation, but now the dialogue had come to a standstill. The tide had turned, and Rainier assumed a silent stance, wearing a mocking smirk as she watched Amaryllis' futile efforts to breach her formidable defense. Rainier took the lead in the conversation, her voice filled with curiosity. So, what led you to join the coup? It seems rather pointless considering the presence of an outer god on the planet. Remaining composed, Amaryllis provided his reasoning. I seek to advance the education of our people, but that seems unlikely now. Additionally, I have existing ties with Fumara, and I plan to join their ranks upon leaving this place. Staying here seems counterproductive, and I am confident that, in time, you will not be able to sustain that powerful shield indefinitely. Rainier, astonished by Amaryllis' straightforward admission, stared at him in disbelief. His unexpected disclosure shed light on his unusual confidence. Fumara and her organization acted as a safety net and last resort. With a snicker, Rainier couldn't help but show her amusement. You may seem intelligent, but you're incredibly naive. I thought that was my territory, earning her a sharp glare from Amaryllis. Amaryllis scoffed at Raynar's words, confidently stating, your arrogance will soon falter. Shaking her head, Rainier murmured to herself, the way you use your abilities can be quite odd at times, Aaron. Oh well. With a swift motion, she raised her right hand and unleashed multiple balls of light towards him. Amaryllis retaliated by shaping slingshots out of water, aiming to intercept Raynar's light attacks. To his surprise, the light projectiles managed to destroy his water defenses. Thinking quickly, Amaryllis created a multi-layered shield using his clones and water manipulation, mitigating the impact of Raynar's attacks before causing them to detonate. Observing his tactical use of clones and water manipulation, Rainier couldn't help but comment with a smirk, using your clones in such a ruthless manner. Amaryllis? Well, I can't blame you. Survival is the name of the game. She acknowledged his skill in wielding water manipulation and clones, even if complete mastery remained elusive. Anrelee's declaration reverberated across the room with unyielding conviction. I will use any means necessary to achieve victory. Whether it involves using children or other methods, victory is the ultimate objective, Barato said, her gaze sharpening with suspicion. So, was the education initiative simply a front to indoctrinate them? Anrelee replied with a condescending tone. You possess both beauty and intellect. Yet I assumed you to be utterly foolish. You have now proven me wrong, woman. Barato cryptically smiled in response before abruptly disappearing from sight. In an instant, she reappeared, delivering a swift and powerful strike to Anrelee's midsection. The sudden assault caused Anrelee's eyes to roll back in his head as he collapsed, clutching his side. The pain, delayed momentarily, surged through his Barato, eliciting agonized screams of profanity. Aya! Barato you! Barato you! Barato you! Anrelee's curses reverberated through the air as he desperately attempted to heal himself, struggling against the pain from the unexpected attack. Barato observed his suffering with a hint of satisfaction, the tide of battle momentarily swaying in her favor. Maintaining her cheeky demeanor, Barato replied, I'm not interested in your offer, sorry. Her snicker only served to further aggravate the already infuriated Anrelee. Despite the pain and frustration, Anrelee managed to stand up, glaring at Barato with undeniable hatred. With a quick gesture, he summoned several large monsters made of water, each charging at her with distinct attacks. Streams of water, water blades, and one attempting a body slam, a coordinated assault designed to overwhelm. Undeterred, Rainier acknowledged his persistence, remarking, You're persistent and stubborn, I'll give you that. But I need you alive since I need to read your memories. She grinned, displaying a certain confidence in her abilities. Rainier, channeling a seemingly carefree demeanor, conjured several light-shaped yo-yos and began skillfully swinging them around. In a display reminiscent of Yzoho, she effortlessly destroyed the water-based attacks aimed at her. Laughter accompanied her actions, leaving Anrelee dumbfounded by her unexpected prowess and the mimicry of his subordinates' own techniques. Anrelee, frustrated with the turn of events, exclaimed, What in the world, Arg? If it's come to this, then I will use that. Dark blue energy surrounded his body, initiating a swift and intense transformation. Rainier, intrigued, allowed the process to unfold, observing as the energy spread and initiated a metamorphosis. As the transformation continued, the dark blue energy mixed with the surrounding water, creating an elaborate suit of armor around Anrelee. Large, sharp gauntlets and formidable armor appeared, shaping his appearance into a more imposing form. After the transformation was complete, Rainier, unimpressed, remarked with a hint of disappointment, I thought it would be a cool transformation. But it's just armor. How boring. Anrelee, now taller by about 5 inches and significantly bulkier, emanated a snarl, his armored form exuding an air of increased menace. Various watery and blue appendages emerged from his armor, adding to his menacing presence. Fueled by his transformed state, Anrelee snarled at Rainier as countless millions of dark blue energy attacks and water-shaped weapons materialized behind him, ready to be unleashed in a power barrage at Rainier. Rainier wore a mischievous grin as she began spinning the yo-yos rapidly, locking eyes with Anrelee. With a quick stomp on the ground, she summoned several turrets armed with large plasma guns through her manipulation of light, reminiscent of Gahaji's own one. A tense silence settled over the room as both of them prepared for the impending clash. Without hesitation, Anrelee unleashed a barrage of attacks, channeling the full force of his transformed state towards Rainier. In response, she mirrored his actions, firing back with equal intensity. However, it quickly became apparent that Rainier possessed the superior firepower. Anrelee, caught off guard, watched in disbelief as her turrets unleashed a torrent of projectiles, obliterating not only his attacks, but also a significant portion of the underground base. In the middle of the chaos of smoke and debris, Reynar's yo-yos of light tore through the remnants of the attacks, finding their mark on Anrali's gauntlet and appendages. Resolute in his resolve, Anrali had anticipated this outcome and prepared to block her attacks before they even appeared. Though he knew deep down that the odds were against him, he refused to concede defeat in a manner devoid of dignity. Anrali's attempt to fend off Barado's yo-yo attacks was valiant, but ultimately unsuccessful. With grace and agility, she managed to evade his charge, only to have her counter-strike intercepted as Barado sent a yo-yo hurtling back toward her. Barado seized the opening with a wicked grin and delivered a swift kick, sending Anrali sprawling, causing him to recoil. The persistent yo-yo struck Anrali once more, leading to a bizarre and oddly comical series of events. Anrali found himself trapped in a repetitive cycle of being bounced between Raynair and her light yo-yo, creating a surreal spectacle in the middle of the chaos of the battlefield. In the heart of this ridiculousness, Anrali, undoubtedly frustrated and humiliated, couldn't help but scream in exasperation, "Will you stop already?" But Barado's relentless taunting continued, demonstrating her unconventional yet effective tactic to maintain control over the situation. Centuriado using jets of water and blue energy. Landing at a distance, he panted heavily, his injuries beginning to take a toll. Staring at Raynair, he grappled with the realization that his attacks had proven ineffective against her. In a desperate shift of strategy, Anrali opted for emotional attacks. With a heated outburst, he shouted, "You unrefined woman! I hope your fiancé cheats on you." The words hung in the air, a last-ditch effort to provoke a reaction from Barado. Is he insane? Does he really think? Barado's thoughts trailed off into an unspoken question as she heard the vehement and malicious barrage of insults being hurled her way. "Get lost, you worthless pest. That's all you're good for," the aggressor repeated, his voice dripping with venom and contempt. Oleg's no thought. Barado's expression twitched momentarily in response to the relentless onslaught of disparaging remarks. However, she remained resolutely composed, refusing to let such petty insults break her spirit or diminish her self-worth. She knew, deep down, that she was better than this. Centuriado, her eyes ablaze with an unspoken fury. "That's going too far, you jerk. Leave my future kids out of this," she snarled, the very air around her seeming to crackle with the intensity of her fury. Barado then brought her foot crashing down hard upon the aggressor's head, her movements displaying a lethal grace. The force of her axe kick resounded throughout the chamber, the sheer power behind her strike causing the aggressor's armor to shatter into countless shards. As Anrali crumpled to the ground, his head bearing the unmistakable signs of the brutal impact, Raynair could not help but feel a fleeting sense of vindication. With Anrali subdued and incapacitated, Raynair quickly restrained him with anti-magic cuffs, nullifying his powers. Administering a slime pill to expedite his healing, she issued a stern warning. "Say anything like that again, and I'll make sure you regret crossing me." Anrali, still dazed, mumbled a response, but Barado's swift strike silenced him, eliciting a shouted acknowledgement. "Fine, you jerk." She continued to deliver a series of strikes, each blow leaving his face swollen and rendering him unable to speak. Satisfied with the punishment, Raynair began dragging Anrali away, only to encounter Zenobia, who had also emerged victorious in her own confrontation. "Ah, you're finished, Zenobia?" Raynair inquired. "Yeah, I witnessed the conclusion an appropriate reaction to threatening your future children with Aaron," Zenobia affirmed, nodding in agreement with Raynar's actions. With Anrali subdued and their focus now on Ravel, Raynair and Zenobia pondered their next course of action. It's just Ravel left now, right? Let's go find her. I think she's with that person now. I can sense their energy signature nearby," Raynair proposed. "True. We can either observe their conversation or intervene if necessary, but I doubt Ravel will allow it to escalate too far," Zenobia replied as they started to walk away. "What do you think is driving him to do this?" "I'm not sure. According to what we've heard, some of them were not satisfied with Yasivi's ruling, but Aaron assured us that she did her best, so I'm not sure. I'm more inclined to trust Aaron, Rhaenyra responded. As Rhaenyra and Zenobia strolled off, they continued to converse, delving into the motivations of the final player in this unfolding saga Daiham, the mysterious leader of the Reintillians. Chapter 22, Part 3. Grievances. Aaron Tools soliloquy. Lounging in my seat, a faint smile adorns my face. Only one person remained in this unfolding drama, approaching its end. I strategically put in place numerous protections throughout the city, shielding it from imminent destruction. The only exception was the underground base I carefully arranged for the rebels, allowing them to unleash their chaos without worry. The underground stronghold, despite bearing the brunt of their rebellion, did not affect my composure. It was a mere temporary inconvenience, easily fixable. Yasivi watched me with an intrigued expression, to which I replied with a sly wink, prompting a curious raise of her eyebrow. Meanwhile, Barakyu, in silent amusement, chuckled at the scene unfolding before him. In the middle of the chaos, the other leaders constantly babbled on about their visions for the planet, a cacophony that I casually tolerated. The two instigators of the coup displayed particular enthusiasm, under the belief that their scheming was succeeding. Little did they know, I had subtly manipulated their perception of reality, cutting their ties to the rebellious faction, making communication with their comrades impossible. "What are your thoughts on the matter, Lord Aaron?" asked one of the insurgent leaders, easily recognizable by their long black hair, pink eyes, and intricate black and white military attire. Echoing the sentiment, the second rebel leader, with short blue hair and unique star-shaped pupils within green eyes, and adorned in a flowing green and blue robe, sought my agreement. Nodding in apparent approval, I nonchalantly endorsed their proposals, my attention only halfway engaged. Why not? I pondered, allowing for the addition of new structures and expanses without delving into the intricacies of their suggestions. Pleased by my casual approval, the rebel leaders delved into a more detailed discussion of their plans. Yasivi and Barakyu, perceptive to the anomaly in my usually calculated responses, began to sense a shift in the dynamics. Yasivi, in particular, raised her eyebrow further, signaling a growing suspicion about the unfolding situation. With a subtle smile, I conveyed reassurance to Yasivi, silently assuring her that everything was going as planned. Her implicit trust in me led her to release her suspicions, settling back with a watchful eye on the proceedings as they continued to unfold. Another soft sigh left my lips as I leaned back in my chair, patiently waiting for the right moment to begin discussions with the two leaders who were blabbering on about their plans. Third-person point of view before Ravel, there stood a man shrouded in mysterious aura, exuding an icy demeanor that enveloped him like an impenetrable cloak. His blonde hair added to the air of mystery, while his ruby-red eyes held an intensity that hinted a concealed power. Clad in a formal white military uniform adorned with gold accents, he emanated an undeniable presence, further heightened by a crimson cape trimmed with black for a practical garment. Ravel deduced, with magical properties providing both waterproofing and heat insulation. Daiham, fixating his gaze on the young blonde woman before him, conducted a discreet appraisal. Despite his imposing stature at 61, a realization crept into his consciousness she surpassed him in strength, making any potential confrontation a precarious endeavor for him. Yet, the remnants of pride from his past as a noble and warrior compelled him to maintain his stoic composure. Confronting her with a question that carried the weight of acknowledgement, he inquired, "So, it is your handiwork that ruined our attempted coup?" The words lingered in the air, his demeanor unyielding even in the face of potential defeat. Ravel responded with a measured tone, "Yes, we are the ones responsible for this disruption. But what motivates you to partake in this coup?" Daiham maintained his gaze on her, pondering the question before delving into the intricacies of his reasons. "I come from a distant planet and a noble lineage, witnessing the efficient and effective rule of my parents. While I may not fully support Lady Yasivi's governance, it is far from inadequate, despite the narrative perpetuated by many of my peers. Perplexed by this discrepancy, Ravel sought clarity. If you see no flaws in her rule, why join the rebels? With a hint of conflict in his expression, Daihame explained. They were aware of my background and intentions before I arrived, seeking a peaceful existence. I may have agreed with certain aspects, but not all. However, they deluded themselves into thinking I was completely loyal to their cause. Despite my reservations, one of the leaders aided me significantly upon my arrival, creating a sense of obligation and prompting me to repay the debt. To settle a debt, I understand. However, are you unwilling to relinquish your allegiance to the rebellion? If you disapprove of the coup, would you consider laying down your sword and accompanying us to Lady Yasivi's castle for a discussion? You stand as the last remaining member of this faction, Ravel inquired, her tone tinged with a sense of diplomacy. With a burdened sigh, Daihame drew his blade with a reluctant acknowledgement. I am in agreement, but the terms of my pact demand that I engage in combat against you, futile though it may be. The resolute glare he fixed upon Ravel betrayed a conflict within, a clash between loyalty and an impending acknowledgement of futility. A frown etched itself onto Ravel's features as she responded, "There's no need for that. We can simply leave this place together and align ourselves with Lady Yasivi and Lord Aaron." Her appeal held a note of genuine concern, urging a reconsideration of the impending fight. "Allow me this indulgence, fair lady of noble bearing. Though in accord with your proposition, my contract compels me to engage in combat. Additionally, my pride as a warrior yearns for this confrontation, especially against one as formidable as the Eradicator I once beheld." Daihame retorted with a sense of resolve, his demeanor tinged with a hint of anticipation. His golden sword ablaze with fiery tendrils of red electricity, Daihame poised himself for the impending clash. Sensing the inevitability of the confrontation, Ravel emitted a resigned sigh as flames enveloped her form. "Very well," she agreed. "I shall entertain your request for a brief battle before ending." "Your willingness is appreciated," Daihame acknowledged with a smile, his body vanishing momentarily before reappearing above Ravel in a quick motion. With a resounding crackle of energy, he brought his flaming sword down towards her, the combined aura of flames and electricity heralding the commencement of their duel. Ravel gracefully dodged Daihame's initial strike with fluidity, keeping her steady gaze on him. In response, Daihame pivoted swiftly, unleashing a combination of flames and electricity. To Ravel's amusement, she countered with her own hell fire, extinguishing the incoming attack with practiced precision. A smile played on Daihame's lips as he descended gracefully to the ground, summoning fiery avian entities that surged towards Ravel. Observing the unexpected spectacle with a hint of amusement, Ravel countered with her own fiery manifestations, resulting in a small explosion that pushed them both back. Suddenly, electric serpents surged forth, darting menacingly towards Ravel with an eerie slither. Evading with agile leaps, she found herself pursued relentlessly as the serpents twisted and turned, closing in on her with persistent fervor. Summoning her fiery wings, Ravel took to the skies, attempting to outmaneuver her electric creatures. Yet, despite her efforts, the serpents persisted in their ruthless pursuit. At the peak of the chase, Ravel suddenly turned, releasing a flood of blue flames that engulfed the electric serpents, turning them into smoldering embers. Landing on the ground with calculated precision, she instantly appeared beneath Daihame, catching him off guard. With a quick motion, she extended her hand and unleashed a powerful stream of flames that surged upwards, consuming everything in its path. Daihame, with his finely honed reflexes, managed to evade most of the attack, but the intense heat left him visibly perspiring. Leaping away to create distance, he expelled electric eels from his barato in a surprising display of sorcery. Taken aback by the unexpected attack, Ravel quickly countered with her blazing inferno, reducing the eels to nothing but wisps of smoke. Seeing the disgust evident on Ravel's face, Daihame seized the opportunity to retaliate. He deftly dodged her fiery projectiles, and, in a flurry of movements, his cherished cape bore the brunt of the attacks, its fabric singed and smoldering. This prompted a grimace of dismay from Daihame, as the cherished memento from his parents was now marred by the intensity of battle. Reassurance dripped from Ravel's words as she approached him in flight. "We can have that fixed. Please don't worry." Daihame responded with a calm acknowledgement, a smile gracing his lips. In an instant, a golden shield materialized before him, a testament to his family's powers. However, the shield's durability proved short-lived, shattering unexpectedly, leaving him momentarily stunned. That's Unexp's sentence abruptly ended as Ravel's flaming fist connected with his chest, propelling him backward to collide with the unforgiving wall. The flames enveloped him, creating a spectacle of fiery intensity. As the flames dissipated, Daihame, now severely burned, coughed up blood and emitted a pained grunt, the aftermath of the impactful strike. Ravel, standing before the defeated Daihame, noticed a fatigue in his eyes that contradicted his earlier combat fervor. With genuine concern, she suggested, "You don't seem fully committed to this battle. Shall we put an end to it now?" Exhausted chuckles escaped Daihame as he wearily sat up, choosing to sheath his sword. "I have met the terms of fighting my opponent. I have been defeated, and now you have captured me," he admitted with a weary sigh. A bittersweet smile appeared on Ravel's lips as she proceeded to restrain him, offering a slime pill to hasten his healing. Daihame accepted the remedy, and the pill worked its swift magic, restoring him to full strength. As he stood, prepared to accompany Ravel out of the room, his attention was caught by two additional women standing near the entrance. "He seems cooperative, doesn't he?" remarked Barato, her gaze fixed on Daihame. "Daihame-sama had his reasons, but he's agreed to work with us. In reality, he didn't do much except wait for it to end and fight me to fulfill his contract with the leaders." "Shall we head to Eren-sama, then?" Ravel proposed, seeking agreement from her companions. They nodded in agreement, quickly departing the underground base as it began its process of repair. Emerging back into the open air, they were greeted by the sight of the trio and their assorted followers engaged in conversation. Upon noticing Reynar's group, their interest peaked, particularly upon seeing Daihame in restraints. "Damn, he got beat too? Who did it?" Yasuo inquired eagerly, his curiosity piqued by the defeat of their enigmatic leader. "I defeated Daihame-sama. If you're interested to know," Ravel responded, her tone tinged with a hint of amusement as she regarded Yasuo with a raised brow. "Little flaming chick. Wow, I didn't know you were that strong," Yasuo remarked, earning a reprimand from Gohaji with a stern glare. "Behave," Gohaji admonished firmly, silencing Yasuo's insolence with a reproachful gaze. "Zenobia and I will handle them. Ravel, go with Daihame to Eren and conclude matters." On our way up here, he informed me about the location of the prison. "We'll confine them there for now," Barato commanded with authority. "Understood. Daihame-sama, please come with me," Ravel responded promptly, and the two swiftly departed, leaving Barato to manage the remaining rebels. "Prison? We didn't exactly hurt anyone, though," Yasuo exclaimed in horror, his apprehension palpable. "You initiated a coup. If you think there won't be consequences, you're dead wrong," Raynair retorted, her stern gaze fixed on Yasuo, who instinctively recoiled. "But, as I mentioned earlier, I will address what you said. I've informed Ravel during our return, and she will convey it to Eren, as well as Lady Yasivi," Raynair explained, establishing a framework for the repercussions of their actions. "Damn everything," Yasuo muttered with evident disdain, expressing his dissatisfaction but wisely refraining from resistance. "Let's go already. If there's a bed there, I'm fine with it." Raynair, in a straightforward manner, elucidated Eren's approach to the new prisons. Eren, in these new prisons, believes in rehabilitation. The fact that you're not dead indicates he sees potential for redemption in you. So yes, he's going to work on rehabilitating your sorry ass to become a better and productive member of society. I had a normal job before all of this, you know? Yasuo retorted, attempting to justify his actions. It was just Bika Gahaji swiftly intervened, placing a firm hand over Yasuo's mouth to silence him. Shut up. You want to go back to your parents, right? So don't say anything that will jeopardize that chance. The stern warning reflected the gravity of the situation, urging Yasuo to tread cautiously in the face of potential redemption. Raynar's smirk lingered as she gestured for them to rise. Raylin, maintaining a composed silence, followed instructions, as did the rest of the now-awake followers. They chose compliance, collectively deciding to avoid prolonged imprisonment. As they left the scene, their eyes landed on the fading figures of Ravel and Daihaim, vanishing into the distance. Aaron Toole's soliloquy seated in that moment of contemplation, I found myself engulfed in sheer boredom. The incessant prattle of these individuals, fixated on topics that failed to capture my interest, left me disinterested. The two I deemed unworthy continued their ceaseless chatter, while the others, proposing ideas with a more pragmatic yet resource-intensive approach, held my attention. Their focus was on suggestions beneficial to the citizens rather than self-serving interests, a perspective I found praiseworthy. As the monotony persisted, the arrival of Ravel at the door behind me, accompanied by Daihaim, brought a welcome change. An impromptu surge of enthusiasm prompted me to rise abruptly, seizing the attention of the assembly. With a nonchalant flick of my wrist, I deftly restrained the incessant prattlers, eliciting astonishment from the subdued duo. What is the meaning of this, Lord Aaron? I can't use my powers, exclaimed Hinmin, his long black hair betraying his disconcertion. Beside him, Xinxian, with short blue hair, mirrored the sentiment, a palpable panic in his voice. Yasivi, Barakyu, and the gathered advisors fixed their gaze on me, waiting for my signal. With a decisive motion of my raised arm, I granted permission, saying, "You may enter now." In response, Ravel entered, escorting the apprehended Daihaim, who remained remarkably calm and composed. The revelation prompted an immediate reaction from Hinmin, who exclaimed, "Wa Daihaim." His widened eyes revealed a deep shock at the unexpected turn of events. Maintaining a respectful posture, Ravel conveyed, "The coup d'etat has been foiled, Aaron Sama. We have apprehended all the key conspirators, leaving only him and Sama and Xinxian Sama." A collective astonishment swept through Yasivi, Barakyu, and the others upon hearing the term coup d'etat from Ravel's lips. All eyes then turned to Hinmin and Xinxian, seeking an explanation. Demanding answers, Yasivi addressed the two implicated individuals, their apprehension palpable. "What is the meaning of this, Hinmin, Xinxian? Explain yourselves," she demanded, casting an air of urgency and expectation over the nervously fidgeting men. To my left stood Ravel, with Daihaim on her other side. A quick glance in Ravel's direction prompted me to repair Daihaim's disheveled attire. Despite his surprise, he showed his gratitude with a brief bow. Shifting my focus back to the subdued figures before me, I stated if they're not going to explain, they'll provide a brief overview. During the recent city tremor, a coup took place. Using a barrier, I shielded us from detecting it to trick these two. Ravel, Zenobia, and Raynair were tasked with putting down the uprising, and they fulfilled their duties successfully. Addressing the intrigued yet silent assembly, I added, the surviving conspirators have been moved to the new planetary prisons. Yasivi, I will take you to see them later. For now, let us deal with the aftermath of this turmoil. I concluded with a light-hearted chuckle, directing a smile at both Hinmin and Xinxian, who found themselves caught in the consequences of their ill-fated actions. Hinmin's anger erupted, and he turned it towards Yasivi, sending a piercing glare her way. His booming voice filled the room, leaving everyone in stunned silence. "It's all because of you," he roared, the power of his words reverberating off the walls. "If you hadn't been so incompetent and unwilling to strengthen our military, we wouldn't be in this mess. Our planet, our people would be thriving." His eyes, now bloodshot, revealed the depth of his fury as he breathed heavily. The intensity of his anger towards Yasivi caught her off guard, causing a sudden shift in his demeanor. When the king passed away, you took the throne, and everything has been spiraling out of control. You're unfit to rule. You should have let us take the reins, serving as a queen in name only, allowing us to make the decisions. Hinman's accusing words hung heavily in the tense atmosphere, casting a shadow over Yasivi, who appeared shocked by the vehement condemnation. Hinman's outburst grew more intense, each accusing word slicing through the tense atmosphere. Even if we couldn't completely stop it, we could have at least fought them on more equal terms. We pleaded with you, but your stubbornness prevented us from taking any action. His passionate reprimand reverberated in the room, filled with frustration. We had to resort to secret operations because of your refusal to listen to our pleas, and even then, our efforts were hindered by limited resources. We are now trapped in this situation because of your lack of action. His complaints continued, emphasizing Yasivi's supposed shortcomings. And not only that, you failed to fulfill so many of your promises. We had to remove several corrupt leaders until we were the only ones left. Hinman's voice reached a peak, every accusation fueled by tangible frustration. We did all this for the benefit of our people, so they could prosper. There's so many corrupt businesses as well. Do you realize how many of your people are in debt because of those scoundrels? One of my subordinates only joined because of that. His pointed accusations painted a bleak picture of discontent, leaving Yasivi to confront the weight of perceived failures. Upon reflection, I found myself unable to ignore the legitimacy of Hinman's grievances against Yasivi's leadership. Although it was tempting to criticize her decisions from a distance, I refrained from voicing such thoughts, mindful of my own failures and shortcomings. From my current perspective, removed from the immediate pressures, I could better understand the complexities Yasivi encountered in dealing with the challenges of governance. Leading the kingdom after her husband's recent passing, with no one to turn to, undoubtedly presented a difficult task. It was understandable that she would prioritize decisions based on what seemed feasible at the time, accompanied by the chaos and sorrow. Given the weight of her responsibilities, it was clear that Yasivi struggled with a delicate balance between her personal emotions and her duty to her people. While some may argue that she should have set aside her personal struggles to focus on governance, the reality was far more nuanced. Words and actions are indeed separate, and navigating such complexities in real time is riddled with challenges and uncertainties. Truly, deep down, we are all undeniably human, susceptible to the highs and lows of emotion, each with our own individual challenges and viewpoints. The search for the perfect choice in any given moment escapes us all. Acknowledging the complex nature of the human experience, Yasivi, confronting the loss of her partner without a way to express her grief, wrestled with the gravity of her decisions, carefully navigating the balance between personal strife and the responsibilities of leadership. As I look back on the corrupt figures from my past life, it becomes clear that some actions appeared to lack empathy, humanity, or even a soul. Their pursuit of personal gain, while disregarding the well-being of others, painted a disturbing picture of moral decline. The stark difference between genuine human connection and the heartless pursuits of the corrupt serves as a testament to the various aspects of our shared humanity, prompting one to contemplate the essence of empathy and the true nature of soul. Refocusing on the meeting, I saw Hinman still deeply entrenched in his fiery rant against Yasivi. Her stern expression betrayed a mix of acknowledging her own faults and the toll taken by the fervent accusations. It was clear that Hinman's words had struck a nerve, visibly impacting her. As his anger reached a boiling point, I stepped in to intervene. With a quick gesture, I halted his advance and issued a firm warning. "Stop right there. This is a conversation, not a physical confrontation," I stated firmly, fixing a stern gaze on him. He flinched, a visible shiver running through him, before reluctantly agreeing. Turning my attention to Sinshin, I asked, "What about you? Do you have something to add?" I wanted to give him the opportunity to express his perspective in a more composed manner, so I waited for his response. After a moment of contemplation, Senshin met my gaze and then lowered his eyes to the ground, signifying his agreement with Henman's perspectives. I align with Henman's points and views, believing in everything he expressed. Admittedly, being in your position is undoubtedly challenging, but it often felt like our advice was disregarded. Censuredo, the blatant dismissal of other counsel didn't yield favorable outcomes for the rest of us. "Do you recall, Kurvan?" he inquired, prompting Yasivi's nod in acknowledgement. Kurvan, one of my previous advisors, who mysteriously disappeared. "What about him?" Yasivi responded, her tone tinged with curiosity and concern. Senshin unraveled a shocking truth, revealing the deep-rooted corruption of Kurvan. Portrayed as one of the most deceitful figures in their land, Kurvan had manipulated and exploited everyone around him, including Yasivi. His malevolent actions had reached a critical point, leading to the need for drastic measures. Senshin revealed the grim reality, stating, "Ultimately, we were forced to eliminate him to prevent further harm. We have gathered documents and evidence proving his corruption, having tracked him for 2 years. However, the extent of his sinister influence remains uncertain." Taken by surprise, Yasivi stared at Senshin in profound astonishment. "How," she began, her voice reflecting a mix of shock and disbelief at the enormity of the deception that had unfolded right under her nose. After dropping the bombshell about Kurvan's corruption, Senshin revealed a preparedness for his revelation. His gaze met mine, and with a simple click of my fingers, documents appeared in front of him. Methodically, he began presenting the damning evidence, a comprehensive account of Kurvan's evil deeds, supported by incriminating pictures and recordings. Yasivi, left in a state of profound shock, absorbed the revelations with disbelief etched on her face. As Senshin continued, she cast a questioning look in my direction. Confirming the authenticity of the evidence, I nodded reassuringly. "These aren't fake. They're quite genuine," I affirmed, providing a confirmation that added weight to the gravity of Kurvan's deceit. Senshin nodded appreciatively, underscoring the authenticity of the evidence presented. Senshin, after expressing his main concerns in line with Henman's, acknowledged the presence of minor issues. Despite being part of the faction that initiated the coup, he nuanced his position, stating, "Even though I joined this faction and initiated the coup, I didn't see your ruling as the worst. However, it could have been significantly improved if you had taken our opinions and thoughts more seriously, Lady Yasivi." Yasivi, deep in thought with her arms crossed, absorbed the feedback. Henman's silent seething persisted, underscoring the depth of his dissatisfaction. Eventually, Daheim sought permission to contribute to the discussion. Both Yasivi and I nodded in agreement, prompting Daheim to share his perspective. "If I may," he inquired, gaining the attention of the room. Proceeding to speak, Daheim provided a more tempered viewpoint. "I hail from a noble lineage, and my kingdom prospered before it fell to Fumara. Having observed your ruling, while there is room for improvement, it wasn't as dire as portrayed. Admittedly, my exposure is limited, but it's important to acknowledge the nuances." His contribution added a measured perspective to the multifaceted discussion. Henman's retort to Daheim's perspective reverberated through their tense exchange with a sharp and cutting edge. "You were barely part of this planet's history. You only saw around a quarter of the things she's managed to mess up during her time of ruling. What we're saying right now is just a small portion of it. And we're keeping some of the details away, since they were that horrific. Just because you came from a noble background means nothing. You never ruled. Only your parents," he snapped, his frustration palpable. In response, Daheim exhibited a calm assertiveness that stood in stark contrast to Henman's impassioned tirade. "I may have never ruled, but I was heavily involved in the process and contributed significantly. While I didn't wield direct influence over decisions, I offered suggestions alongside my parents' advisors and aides. It was a collective effort, as my father used to say," he explained, emphasizing the collaborative nature of his involvement in governance despite not holding an official title. As tensions rose and Henman's annoyance grew, I stepped in decisively. Regardless of your feelings, you instigated a coup and it didn't end well for you. For now, we'll detain you, and Yasivi will determine your punishment later. That concludes our discussion for now, I stated firmly, affirming my resolution. Shifting my focus to Senshin, I acknowledged his comparatively composed demeanor. You seem to be the more calm and collected of the two. We will bring you back for further discussions in the future, but for now, you will be placed in prison, understood? I suggested. Senshin nodded solemnly, accepting his impending confinement. However, Hinmin, unwilling to concede without a fight, erupted in defiance. No, I refuse to accept this, he exclaimed, directing his anger towards Yasivi. In a surge of anger, he charged towards her. As chaos erupted and others moved to intervene, Yasivi deftly sidestepped his attack, taking the opportunity to grab his head and elegantly slam it to the ground. The swift finesse of her counter-move left the room in stunned silence. With Hinmin incapacitated by Yasivi's adept response, she stood up, brushed herself off, and turned to address the assembled group, particularly her advisors. I am the queen, and I am far stronger than many of you gathered here. I am not a damsel in distress. Please do not view me as such. I will devise fitting punishments for all involved. For now, we will bring this meeting to a close, she declared with a calm yet determined demeanor. Acknowledging her authority, everyone complied, and the meeting came to an end. The aftermath was handled smoothly, and the short-lived coup was stifled without significant damage or loss of life. While a few individuals needed revival, the situation was brought under control, allowing for a resolution to the turbulent events that had transpired. 2 hours later, I led Yasivi and the girls to the underground prisons. Since I designed them, the cells were well equipped with beds, tables, bookshelves, and a television. The majority of the shows broadcasted were educational and aimed at rehabilitation, creating a sense of ease among the inmates. Out of consideration for the recent events, we chose not to make a public announcement in order to prevent unnecessary panic among Yasivi's people. As we walked through the cells, we eventually reached Yizoho's cell. He was sitting on his bed, completely absorbed in a book about yo-yo tricks. When he noticed us, Yizoho's face lit up with excitement. "Yo, Ray, did you tell them?" he eagerly exclaimed, moving closer to the glass panel that separated us. "Yizoho, was it?" Yasivi asked, and he nodded solemnly, keeping his eyes fixed on her with a serious expression. Yasivi then addressed his situation with a tone of sincerity. "During the past 2 hours, I have carefully reviewed various matters, and Rainier specifically requested that I look into your case." Yizoho remained silent, prompting Yasivi to continue. "With Aaron's assistance, debts, including your parents and many others, have been forgiven. Those who committed crimes will face consequences, and compensation has been given to your parents and others affected by my neglectful actions. I take full responsibility for them, and I hope that you can find it in your heart to forgive me in the future," Yasivi said, offering a slight bow as a gesture of humility. Rainier chimed in, echoing Yasivi's words. "You heard her. We have witnessed the changes too. Aaron even made improvements to your parents' house and made adjustments to suit their needs. It's time to let go of any lingering concerns, all right?" Rainier urged, appealing to Yizoho's understanding. The room seemed to exhale along with Yizoho as his tense shoulders sagged, and he sank to the floor, releasing a long and dramatic sigh of relief. "Finally, I don't care if I have to stay here for the rest of my life. As long as they're living well, that's all I ask," he expressed, a chuckle escaping him. "It's commendable that you prioritize your family, Yizoho. Given your circumstances, rehabilitation might not be necessary at the moment. You can stay here for now, and he'll make sure to provide you with more books about yo-yos," I assured him, understanding the depth of his devotion and the solace he derived from his simple joys. "He'll take you up on that deal, Outer God man. You're the man," Yizoho exclaimed, his eyes brightening as he picked up a yo-yo I left in his cell. With a simple flick of my fingers, countless yo-yo books materialized on his previously barren shelves. He flashed me a grateful thumbs up before immersing himself in a book and happily engaging with his yo-yo, creating a moment of lightheartedness in the recent turmoil. As we walked away from Yuzoho's cell, Zenobia mused, "Some people really have no choice but to adapt to their circumstances, don't they? It makes me wonder how many opponents I faced and killed in the past without knowing their full stories." Ravel joined in, stating, "While some individuals may have valid reasons for their actions, others do not. Even if you were to hear their justification, more often than not, it's not justifiable. Understanding their circumstances doesn't excuse their choices. Ultimately, it's up to them, unless they were coerced." Rainier added, sharing a personal story. "Furthermore, some people pretend to feel remorse and guilt to manipulate situations. I have been guilty of that in the past, using deceit to avoid trouble. However, meeting Erin brought about real change within our group." She blushed slightly, acknowledging her past actions and the transformative impact of encountering me. I chuckled at Raynar's confession and asked the question that had been on my mind: "Flattery won't get you anywhere. By the way, I've been meaning to ask, why didn't you attack me back then? Even after I smacked our cell, you had the chance to strike in the park." Raynar's face turned crimson as she stuttered, I thought you were cute and really liked you, but I felt conflicted after I supposedly killed you." Zenobia couldn't help but snort at the revelation. "Love, the strongest plot armor in history," she remarked, earning a blushing glare from Rainier. Zenobia continued to chuckle, asserting, "It's true, though." This prompted Rainier to grab my arm, burying her face in it without uttering another word, eliciting more laughter from Zenobia. We finally reached Raylan's cell, where she sat quietly, completely absorbed in a book. Similar to Yuzoho's confinement, the cell contained the usual fixtures, but this time, Raylan's collection included an array of books from various genres. Noticeably absent was her armor, and she was dressed in regular clothes without her mask. "Raylan Sama." Ravel's voice shattered the silence, capturing Raylan's attention. She set her book aside and approached us. Taking the lead, I addressed Raylan. "I've been presented with an intriguing proposition from Ravel regarding you. Honestly, I didn't object, but I sought Yusivi's opinion first, given your previous attack on our planet." Raylan acknowledged my words with a nod, turning her gaze to Yusivi. A silent exchange unfolded between Yusivi and Raylan, each observing the other's movements. Although Raylan mirrored the examination, an undercurrent of nervousness was evident. While I hadn't delved into Raylan's past, my curiosity about it lingered. Ravel had given me a brief rundown of the limited information she had on Raylan's past and the proposed arrangement. While the details were not new to me, it was clear that they stirred up strong emotions in Ravel. Seeing Raylan in such a vulnerable state for the first time, it became apparent that she was not naturally inclined towards combat, but rather forced into it by her circumstances for survival. Yusivi took control of the situation, speaking to Raylan regarding your confinement to labor on the Resistance's planet farms instead of staying here. There will be additional rules to follow. Let me outline them for you. Is that okay? Raylan responded with a silent nod, indicating her agreement. First, your abilities will be suppressed, followed by the confiscation of your armor and weaponry. And lastly, you'll be fitted with an ankle bracelet restricting your movement to a designated area of the planet unless authorized. If you require items not within that zone, a request system will be available for essentials, including books and clothing. Do you understand? Yusivi articulated the terms. After contemplating the conditions, Raylan nodded in acquiescence. Very well. These terms seem just considering my actions. I agree to this arrangement, Lady Yusivi. Lord Aaron, she responded, inclining her head in a deep bow, a trace of anticipation coloring her tone. And Ravel, I extend my gratitude to you as well, she added, expressing her appreciation. Yusivi and Ravel spoke to Raylan for a bit more before we walked away to a different cell. We had 2 more to go before we stopped for the night. I could see from the corner of my eyes that Zenobia was getting a bit fidgety, but I knew why and also looked forward to it. In the adjacent chamber, an individual by the name of Tehila stood out, her red skin giving her a distinctive and striking appearance. As my gaze settled on her, Cinchuredo, quipped Drake. Vermara would have your head if she heard you speak about other women like that, added Albion. Those two did seem to be getting along more than usual lately, Fufu, teased Rudra. SS shut up. Drake erupted, abruptly falling silent, evidently embarrassed. It's nothing, don't worry about it, Aaron, reassured Rainier, releasing her hold on me, mirroring the actions of the others. Although I sensed the undertones, I chose to feign ignorance, allowing the moment to pass without further acknowledgement. So, Tuila, Ria. Her sudden scream pierced the air as she flung herself towards the glass window. Cinchuredo, I utilized my abilities to stop her self-inflicted harm and initiated a healing process, though it did little to quell her incessant screams. Despite my efforts, she continued to vent her frustrations, unleashing a torrent of shouts, curses, and rants, primarily directed at Yasivi, who observed the spectacle with a hint of surprise. I would have transformed this subpar kingdom into a thriving one if I were at the helm ruling. When that foolish old ruler passed away, it was my destiny to ascend the throne. Not you. Me. I possess greater allure. I am more astute, and I would have governed with a different approach. Tehila roared, directing her vehement tirade at Yasivi. If this kingdom is not mine, then it will be no one's. She screeched, a wicked grin stretching across her face. Now, watch it all go up in flames, she declared, but to everyone's astonishment, nothing happened. A tense silence loomed as we anticipated the imminent explosion, only to be met with bewilderment when it failed to occur. In the middle of the uncertainty, I offered to Gila a comforting smile. You may have planted those devices throughout the old planet and its structures, but I have disarmed them. I must admit, it was a shrewd move on your part, but you know my capabilities. I took care of them, I informed her. A look of pure fury twisted Tehila's features as all of her eyes bore into me. Like a cliché movie scene, she had set up various explosives across the old city and planet, intending to detonate them simultaneously to cause chaos and assert her dominance. However, her plans were foiled by my proactive measures. Curse you, outer god! Tehila's fervent cry rang out once more as she fruitlessly struggled against the unseen bravado that held her captive. I'll just end it myself then. You'll never possess me, she defiantly declared, making a desperate attempt to harm herself. Once again, I intervened to prevent her from causing herself harm. Her mental instability appeared in a disturbing manner, prompting me to delve into her history and species for a deeper understanding. As my eyes momentarily glowed, I sought information about her background and anything else that might be relevant. Upon completing my investigation, I found the findings to be nothing short of fascinating. I was astonished by what I discovered. It seemed that Aurelia had encountered an individual from Tehila's species during our mission to Ardvoria Deferils. If my memory served me correctly, his name was no smike, a distinctive figure with a massive arm. The connection added an unexpected layer of complexity to the situation. In simple terms, members of Tehila species seem to be divided into two distinct groups. Those with exceptional intelligence, but also plagued by suicidal tendencies and delusions, and those inclined towards extreme stupidity, aggression, and narrow focus and violence. Tehila clearly fell into the former category, displaying remarkable intelligence overshadowed by delusions and mental instability. However, her cognitive abilities did not measure up to individuals like Latia or Ravel, limited by the constraints of her mental illness. In a hypothetical scenario where she was free from this mental affliction, a rarity among her species, Tehila would have been a formidable threat. Yet, this potential remained untapped, as her delusions led her to see herself as the perfect queen, convinced of her superiority to Yasivi. I even explored a future where Tehila was the queen of the previous planet. The outcome revealed a more quick and brutal downfall for those around her compared to the events involving Yasivi in this timeline. It became clear that she would have relied more on her beauty than her intelligence, underscoring her unsuitability for a leadership role. Foe. Unfortunately, entrusting you with the kingdom would lead to its ruin, I commented, snapping my fingers to reveal one of many potential futures where Tehila did ascend to the throne. What unfolded before us was a depiction of sheer chaos and destruction. Tehila stood transfixed, her mouth agape in disbelief as the alternate reality unfolded. From the outset, she remained delusional, convinced that her actions were for the greater good. However, as chaos ensued and problems escalated, she resorted to blaming others for her failures, refusing to acknowledge her own shortcomings. In the end, she witnessed firsthand the consequences of her misguided leadership, realizing that her tendency to deflect blame onto others only perpetuated the cycle of chaos and despair. Accountability? I should have known better. After witnessing the catastrophic outcome of your rule, worse than what Yasivi's endured, what say you now? Will you own up to it? Or will you, I started to ask, only to be met with a sudden burst of rage from Tehila. Veins popped on her body as she vehemently rejected the harsh reality before her. Lies, lies, lies. I am flawless. I am the perfect being, the perfect woman. That could never happen. It's all lies. She screamed, trying to break free. Centuredo, I asked Yasivi, who looked at Tehila with a mixture of disbelief and concern. Are they still in existence? I mean, their species? Rainier asked, her eyes fixed on the turbulent Tehila. Yes, they are. However, like the other planets and species, they're under Fumara's control. She's been slowly altering some of them, trying to extract the best traits without the drawbacks. She has succeeded with only one so far, while the rest have been failures, I explained. Are they an eradicator or Wayboros or something? Zenobia inquired, tilting her head in curiosity. No, they don't currently hold any of those titles. They're undergoing training in specific environments, but the possibility of such titles in the future isn't ruled out, especially with many vacant spots now, I replied, and Zenobia acknowledged the information. So, it's not out of the realm of possibility. Well, we just need to deal with these things as they come. With that said, what is your plan, Yasivi? Zenobia redirected the question to Yasivi, who entered a contemplative state. ID like, to make her better, but I want to ask you to do it, Aaron. You could say, I want to experiment on her, Yasivi revealed. She then turned her gaze to me, seeking my opinion, and asked, does that make me a bad person? If it's for her benefit, I would personally say no. The approach also plays a role, I suppose. But I'll leave the decision to you. She will need to be restrained, though. Even without her powers, she still has the ability to bring about her own end. I replied, and Yasivi nodded in understanding. I'll entrust them to a new group of scientists and researchers then. Perhaps I can seek help from Azazel and the researchers of the Resistance? She suggested. Why not? I highly doubt that Crow has much to keep him occupied. Although, considering this is a whole new universe, he may be preoccupied. Nevertheless, he will likely take an interest in Tehila once you explain what you intend to do with her, I added. Yasivi nodded in agreement, and we dove into a discussion about potential approaches. Among the suggestions, one stood out when Yasivi expressed a desire to open Tehila's head to examine it, a notion that bordered on the disturbing and slightly amusing, given its almost cartoonish quality. May I make a suggestion? Ravel interjected, catching our attention. We nodded, curious to hear her proposal. How about removing the mental illness and delusions now? Aaron Sama, then do what you did with Avetsa and Sadnal. Surely shall become an asset for Yasivi Sama? Ravel suggested. A brief exchange of glances occurred between Yasivi and me before redirecting our attention to Ravel. Even Zenobia and Rainier displayed surprise at her bold suggestion. Performing that was a step I only took when I deemed it absolutely necessary. However, considering the profound impact it could have on Tehila's mental state and potentially her usefulness to Yasivi, I found myself intrigued by the proposition. What does she mean, Aaron? Yasivi asked, her eyes fixed on me with anticipation. I hesitated briefly before explaining Ravel's suggestion in detail. As Yasivi processed the information, her eyes widened with a mix of horror and fascination. To think you could change someone to that extent, and they wouldn't ever revert back or remember those memories. Outer gods are truly terrifying, she said in a shaky voice. But I am interested in seeing how she will act. If I do agree to it, may you change her to my specifications? She requested. Her openness to the idea caught me off guard. I had not expected such willingness from Yasivi, considering her initial hesitance. However, her curiosity and eagerness to try new things with Tehila seemed to override any reservations she may have had. I let out a sigh and considered her request, swaying my head from side to side as Tehila called out excitedly in the background. Very well. Let me know your specifications. I haven't done this in front of an audience before, but it won't be anything extravagant. I informed them, to which they nodded in agreement. Yasivi leaned in close to whisper her specifications in my ear, and after considering them, I agreed, turning my attention to Tehila, who continued to scream and glare at us. I began the process. Yasivi's specifications included enhancing Tehila's intelligence and wisdom threefold, making her fiercely loyal to Yasivi as a right-hand woman and the chief researcher of their new group, eliminating any mental illnesses and delusions, and nurturing a generally positive and helpful demeanor. Raising my right arm, I pointed my palm at Tehila, initiating the transformation. A momentary silvery white glow surrounded her body and the room. What are you doing? Stop it. I demand that you cease this at once. This is emotionally and mentally violating me, she shouted, vehemently protesting against the change. A fleeting burst of silvery white light flooded the room, causing everyone to shield their eyes or look away, except for me. I observed the transformation without blinking, as the brilliance lingered momentarily before fading, leaving Tehila motionless, no longer struggling against the invisible restraints. Did you make her? Drake began, but his words were swiftly halted by Albion's warning. Red One, do you want me to tell Vermara? Albion threatened, prompting Drake to fall silent. As everyone cautiously looked back at Tehila, she gradually regained consciousness. I gently released her from the invisible restraints, and as she looked around, she bowed to us, as if emerging from a trance. Forgive me for my actions, Lady Yasivi. It seems like I got way into my role as a double agent, she expressed, seemingly unaware of the drastic alterations to her being. Yasivi was visibly surprised by the sudden change in Tehila's demeanor, observing in amazement as Tehila humbly knelt before her, seeking further forgiveness. Still trying to process the situation, Yasivi finally cleared her throat awkwardly before speaking to Tehila. It's all right. You put on a very convincing performance for them. I will release you soon, but for now, remain here to make it seem authentic. We will begin an experiment shortly, understood? Yasivi instructed. Tehila bowed even lower, conveying her understanding. Yes, of course, Lady Yasivi. I will stay here until I am contacted, she confirmed, retreating to her bed and closing her eyes. As we walked away, Yasivi wore a look of disbelief. That? Was it just an act, was it? She asked, turning to me as we approached the final cell. No, she genuinely believes that reality now. Even if someone were to show her memories of her past self or reality, she would not believe them at all, I explained, deepening Yasivi's fascination with the extent of the transformation. The final name on the list is Anrilisama, the one defeated by Rainer Sama. According to her report, he had connections to Fumarisama, so hopefully he'll be cooperative, but we mustn't set our expectations too high, Ravel remarked. Right? Many who align with her, especially willingly, are only looking out for their own interests. Let's hear what he has to say, I responded. I had placed him at the very end of the prison, isolated. Given his nature and connections, I didn't want him influencing the minds of the other inmates. We reached the end of the prison facility, and in that solitary cell was Anrali. The cell still had the same basic amenities, but he was just standing there, facing away from us and staring at the wall. I could sense his heightened emotions, and he was clearly disturbed and furious. I have been eagerly anticipating your arrival, Outer God. He spoke in a menacing whisper, slowly turning to face us. Centuredo, Was it the isolation that had driven him to such extremes, or did he do this deliberately to shock and spite us? I pondered his ultimate objective. Was it all just for the sake of causing shock and disbelief? Haha, I can feel the surprise emanating from all of you, he gloated. Lady Yasivi, I hold a deep hatred for you. I long for your death. Because of your actions, our kind has suffered unnecessarily, leading to our current predicament. Once I die, an alert will be initiated and a spacecraft will be on its way to this location, he declared with a wicked grin. A snicker escaped my lips in response to his ominous proclamation, leaving those around me bewildered. What's amusing, outer god? He questioned, venom lacing his words. The smirk on my face persisted as I retorted, do you genuinely believe I'd allow such a thing to happen? This corner of the cosmos remains concealed from the prying eyes of Fumara and others. I've already manipulated reality to my advantage. Altering the fabric of existence is a trifling matter for me. So, whatever schemes you create, even beyond your death, they hold no significance within this place. Unfortunately, I clarified, rendering Anrali momentarily silent. Surely, this is a jest, he queried, uncertainty tainting his tone. Why lie about such matters? It's an irrefutable reality. No matter how frequently they navigate this space or approach this sector, even with Eleanor duly informed, they'll notice nothing but emptiness. Exploration would be in vain. They won't encounter any obstacles. It's futile, whatever course you choose, I elaborated, destroying any hope that lingered in his wavering skepticism. Anrali fell into a reflective silence, taking in the weight of my revelations. Before he could express his thoughts, I asked, anticipating his answer, why did you reach out to them, and what drove your actions? Remember, I have the ability to detect lies. A wry smile appeared on his face as he let out a sigh. Isn't it clear from what I said earlier? I despise the direction our people have taken. The sensible choice was to thrive on our own, not yield to Morwenna's control. I would have preferred a different outcome, even destruction, after putting up a fight, but unfortunately, events unfolded this way, he admitted. Another sigh emphasizing his confession. That's a rather self-centered point of view. You know very well that our people reject violence, which is why I didn't push for a more militarized approach, despite the many requests. Yasivi countered, her response resonating with a deep understanding of the community's principles. It matters not. Our choices were driven by the necessity of securing the well-being and prosperity of our people as a whole. Fondness for combat or aversion to it holds little influence when survival is at stake in the harsh reality of our universe. Weakness invites destruction, and only the strong endure and thrive. Your path, Yasivi, was misguided, he asserted. And because of that, you failed our people, leading to reliance on an external god for salvation. Yasivi, unwavering in her convictions, replied, nevertheless, I do not regret the decisions I made. We were saved by Aaron, and the outcome was favorable. Anrali scoffed dismissively. If it were not for him, we would all be dead. His intervention was merely a coincidence that brought us here. Luck played a part, and now you seek to absolve yourself from the consequences of your mistakes? Unacceptable. You must face the repercussions, he stated, his words filled with a vindictive resolve. What's done is done, and the past cannot be changed. I told him, even though I had the power to do so, I chose not to use it at this time. No one is perfect. It's unreasonable to expect flawless behavior just because of someone's royal status. He scoffed at my statement. And what about you? Your track record shows flawless decision-making. So your words don't matter? A seemingly perfect being like you has no right to judge us mortals, he said with obvious disdain. I couldn't help but smile at his words. It amused me that he saw me as flawless, which was far from the truth. But I decided not to correct his mistaken belief. Turning to Yasivi, I asked, how do you want to handle this situation? We know his intentions and the potential consequences if he were to die, but they don't have much influence on the current situation. Yasivi pondered my question for a few moments, a pensive look adorning her face, before pronouncing her final judgment. Zenobia quoted his soliloquy as darkness fell. The new city was enveloped in a deep sense of peace. A collective euphoria swept through the streets, as if the city itself was celebrating its rebirth. In the middle of the lively atmosphere, Rainier, Ravel, and I wandered through the streets, immersing ourselves in the flourishing nightlife of Kritnukla. An hour had passed since Yasevi's final decision, and she was deeply engaged in conversation with Aaron, leaving us free to enjoy the unfolding festivities. Zenobia, you seem unusually restless. It will happen soon. Just keep your composure, Rainier remarked, breaking my introspective thoughts. I looked at her with a hint of anxiety. Was I really showing signs of restlessness? I asked, puzzled by her observation. You tend to fiddle with your fingers when you're feeling anxious. Even when you try to keep them still, they move in an unusual manner. Censurado, maybe Aaron had mentioned them to her before. No, it was more likely that Rainier, in her earnest pursuit of self-improvement, had keenly observed these things. Despite being on a new planet, we haven't had the opportunity to explore much of the city or other regions yet. Let's inquire further with Aaron Sama. Maybe we can contribute to shaping this world. Personally, I'm inclined to establish a town or city focused on hot springs. My visit to Izu last year left a lasting impression, proposed Ravel. Izu, huh? That was a rather unusual trip, I murmured, thinking back on the journey that Azazel had proposed. And we all went on. The journey itself was quite thrilling, although not everyone in our group felt the same way. Most of my memories from that time centered around the constant competition for Aaron's attention, a fair share of daring incidents, indulging in delicious food, and the enjoyment of the beach. There were also a few friendly competitions with Irina, but overall, it served as a well-deserved break from the chaos that unfolded, especially during the simultaneous attacks by the Cow's Order on 3 different pantheons. Wait, isn't that? Ravel interrupted, pointing ahead. Ha ha. Yes, I am the fire dragon god. Praise me. A lively voice echoed, capturing our attention. Ignia-sama? Ravel exclaimed, immediately drawing Ignia's attention. He smirked and saluted us with a casual 2-finger gesture. Ignia, one of Aaron's offspring with Nyarlathotep, akin to Meruem, was notorious for his love of engaging in battles across various locations. His unexpected presence here intrigued me, and I couldn't help but wonder about the reason for his visit. Oh, yo, it's you 3, huh? Is father here? I can't really sense him, he asked, scanning the city for any sign of Aaron. Ravel nodded and replied, Aaron Sama is currently at Yasevi Samus Castle, deeply immersed in discussions with the other advisors. If you wish to speak with him, you'll find him there. However, I would advise waiting. Over there, huh? All right, see ya, Ignia said before vanishing in a burst of fiery brilliance. He remains quite the free spirit, doesn't he? I wonder what brought him here. Hopefully, he isn't causing any trouble. If Aaron didn't teleport him, then Ignia must have traversed the multiverse to get here. I wonder how much time that took, pondered Rainier. Well, considering Ignia's previous interdimensional travels to find Lapis, locating us probably wasn't too challenging for him, but I began, only to be interrupted by Ravel. I will go join them. I'm uncertain of Ignia's intentions, but I want to be present in case matters take a serious turn, declared Ravel, and we concurred. After she obtained some food and indulged in a quick meal, she departed. Now what? I asked Rainier, who responded with a nonchalant shrug. Most of the shops are closed by now. Waiting until tomorrow seems more logical. So, I suppose you should go and get ready unless you're keen on enjoying the festival a bit more, she suggested. We'll take a moment to unwind and then make my way to his room. He did give us the location beforehand. I replied, and Rainier agreed. We strolled through the city, soaking up the lively atmosphere created by the locals. Aaron Toole's soliloquy, his sudden appearance, caught me off guard. Though I had sensed his energy nearby, I hadn't expected him to actually show up in this universe. Ignia stood on the table with folded arms, exuding authority as he looked down at me. Please come down from there. It's not polite, I scolded him. Ignia snorted, but obediently hopped down from the table and took a seat. So, what brings you here, Ignia? I asked, aware of the curious glances directed at him. Pretty cool place, Dad. Anyway, "I've got some interesting news from our universe for you," he said, lounging in his chair with a grin. "And what would that be?" I inquired, keeping my focus on him. While the others seemed captivated by his presence, I remained fixated on the matter at hand. "Impregnant," he declared proudly, shattering the room's tranquility. A deep silence engulfed the space, only to be interrupted by Ravel's entrance, her expression mirroring the collective astonishment. "Well, I was joking. I was waiting for Ravel-chan to get here," he clarified, punctuating his statement with laughter. Igneous settled back into his chair and let out a sigh. "So, the abyssal constellations are in the process of creating some sort of artificial god in our universe. Not just one, but more, and they're utilizing something akin to Samel, the Dragon Eater. I have no clue about the intricacies, but that's the message Alicia and Antares instructed me to convey. They're quite fascinating, just a tad more cunning than the cow's order," he explained, revealing the gravity of the situation. A frown furrowed my brow as I contemplated the gravity of Ignea's revelation. The abyssal constellations, an organization I had only vaguely acknowledged, were emerging as a genuine threat in our home universe. I had placed trust in the capabilities of my comrades, particularly in Daniel and the collective strength of Electa and the smaller DXD. Nevertheless, the notion of an artificial god being created raised concerns. "An artificial god? Similar to Esana-sama?" Ravel asked, her gaze shifting between Ignea and me. "Most likely, yes. However, their methods are rather unconventional. It's worth noting that Eleanor is also an artificial god," I responded, addressing Ravel before turning my attention back to Ignea. "So, why bring this information to me? I'm aware that you're affiliated with DXD, and our allies back home are powerful and reliable, with Daniel among them. What brings your presence here?" A mischievous grin spread across Ignea's face as he revealed more information. "They haven't quite succeeded yet, but they're attempting to access those pillars that were initially intended for summoning Descadora. You're aware of their locations, right?" he asked, to which I nodded in affirmation. "According to my sources, they might be able to craft something akin to an artificial primordial god or dragon god with those pillars. Quite intriguing, huh? It's hilarious how Mother's items are being used like this." A sigh escaped my lips as I placed a hand on my face. The unexpected persistence of Nyarlathotep's influence, even after her death, was proving to be a source of ongoing annoyance. I glanced back at Ignea, removing my hand. "They won't be able to reach those pillars. They'll simply instruct more shadow soldiers to guard those locations, and the issue will be resolved," I declared with a sense of assurance. "Oh, I know I'm just keeping you in the loop. Also, something odd occurred regarding that connection to Velgrind's universe," Ignea revealed, accompanied by yet another grin. "What?" Rudra interjected, his tone carrying a hint of concern. "Let me know the details," I urged Ignea, adopting a more serious demeanor. "No need to be so serious. The WN and LN merged. So, the universe you're heading to is going to be a bizarre combination of both. A complete reset is currently underway, and by the time you arrive, ITLL essentially be the second-to-last arc of the WN, blended with a few other odd elements. This is what you refer to as those anomalies, right?" Ignea explained, prompting my eyes to widen in surprise. It wasn't supposed to change. What could have caused this deviation? Was it merely an unforeseen anomaly? Utilizing my powers, I delved into the situation, my expression growing more serious as I absorbed the unfolding changes. As Ignea had mentioned, an unexpected and significant anomaly had taken place. In an instant, the world of the web novel underwent a complete transformation, merging with the light novel and resetting the timeline. I could envision Chloe, in the middle of this sudden shift, feeling bewildered and likely experiencing a sense of panic. When I opened my eyes, I focused on Ignea, who wore an even wider grin. "We'll be joining you there. I'm looking forward to fighting some people there. Of course, only when you eventually make the journey there," he declared. "Very well. You have informed me of this, so I will allow your presence. Just remember, don't force them, ask them," I stated, to which he chuckled and agreed. "Well, that's all for me. They'll be on my way." The abyssal constellations seem quite entertaining, so they'll keep me amused for a while, he remarked, rising from his seat. Oh, and by the way, Vivi-chan is doing well. Bye. With that, he vanished in a burst of flames, leaving behind the echoes of his departure. I will inform Rainier-sama and Zenobia-sama. Pardon me, Ravel murmured before bowing and quickly exiting the room. What was that about? Yasivi inquired, her curiosity sparked. Don't concern yourselves with it. It's a matter pertaining to other universes. Let's direct our attention back to the affairs of your planet. I won't involve you in this, so there's no need to worry, I reassured them, prompting hesitant nods of agreement. However, I noticed the lingering curiosity in Yasivi's gaze, indicating her desire to delve deeper into the matter. With a subtle nod, I silently conveyed my consent for her to inquire further, should she wish to do so. After the meeting ended, Yasivi and I made our way to a balcony with an expansive view of the bustling city below. We stood there in comfortable silence for a few moments, taking in the vibrant atmosphere of the festival, the gentle breeze, and the illuminating moonlight. So, what did that entire conversation mean? I'm familiar with the concept of the multiverse, but what was he talking about with Velgrind? And what's this WN&LN? Yasivi asked, her voice tinged with confusion. Don't trouble yourself too much with the WN and LN details. Think of it as two parallel worlds, different timelines, merging together to form a peculiar new one where everything is entwined. Velgrind belonged to the WN timeline, and then this anomaly occurred. I intend to visit that universe at some point, but I trailed off, sighing as I contemplated the complexities. This won't be a straightforward thing, will it? Yasivi let out a chuckle and shook her head. Most likely not. However, the idea that Velgrind, one of your close companions, is from a different universe, it seems quite complicated. Yeah, she wasn't this calm, sweet, or caring when we first met. Honestly, she was a bit of let's just say she had a challenging personality, I shared with a chuckle. Yasivi seemed surprised by my choice of words and stared at me, prompting me to offer a nonchalant shrug. We lingered in silence for a few moments until she inquired, what will you do now? Are you asking about immediate plans or for tomorrow? I sought clarification. Both, she replied. Tonight, you'll be spending some time with Zenobia, and tomorrow, I plan to tour the planet. I have a few ideas that might be well received. For instance, I'm thinking of transforming one of the towns, perhaps in the south, into a dedicated hot springs destination. After that, I'll attend to other matters and ensure everything is in order. I detail my upcoming agenda. I've heard about hot springs before. Many people in DXD seem to really enjoy them, so I hope to experience them someday, Yasivi said, her eyes fixed on the ongoing festivities. Yeah, they're quite enjoyable. We visited a place called Aizu last year, known for its hot springs. When I build them in that town, I'll aim to capture the same atmosphere. I think you'll like the design I have in mind. I replied with a smile. Will they be for both men and women, or will they be separate? She asked politely. Well, there will be the main hot springs with separate areas for males and females. There will also be a hotel area with rooms available for guests. Sincerado, I respected her demeanor, knowing that she likely had her reasons for being so shy. Glancing at the time, I realized it was time for me to leave. Sensing Zenovia's departure, I commented, I should head off as well. I felt Zenobia leaving just now. We'll see you tomorrow, Yasivi. Yes, good night, Aaron, she replied, her gaze lingering on me. Thank you again for saving my people and giving us another opportunity. I wave Yasivi off. Don't worry about it. Use the opportunity well. And when you're ready, go find yourself a new king, I counseled her, shifting my focus back to the ground. When I saw Barato waving at me, I waved back, but my attention was diverted when I felt something lightly touch my cheek. Turning back to Yasivi, I saw her smirking at me. I think I found mine. So brace yourself, Tool, she proclaimed. Well, shoot, lady. You got me there, I replied, and we shared a laugh. Sincerado, I couldn't help but tease her, remarking, Oh, why the sudden shyness, Zenobia? It's rather endearing. After all, This isn't the Barado we've trained together like this. I'm just nervous about doing this for the Barado. TT, that's all, she said, averting her gaze from me. Approaching her, Cincherado, 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 I just wanted to change the setting we had planned to go out tonight, I replied, smiling at her. My words bring her back to reality, and she looks at me with wide eyes, her face turning red. Oh, all right, she almost exclaimed as she rushed to get ready, which made me laugh. So much for keeping that outfit. Geez, I teased her, and she blushed again. I still have the outfit. It's fine, now come and join me, she declared before jumping onto the bed excitedly. Her playful and impulsive nature always catches me off guard, but I love it. I couldn't help but chuckle at her sudden change in demeanor, the way she can go from shy and flustered to bold and confident in a matter of seconds. It's one of the many things I adore about her. Zenobia lay on the bed, a playful smile on her face as I sat beside her. Cincherado, why you'd be nervous if you knew something big was coming. If you say otherwise, you'd be lying. I couldn't help but chuckle at her words, teasing her even further and enjoying the playful moment. Although she shot me a glare, I continued to tease her. Cincherado, 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 it's not surprising. Are you embarrassed about that, Zenobia? I asked, pausing for a moment to let the question sink in. Her cheeks flushed, and she cast a shy glance to the side. Some guys care about that, right? She asked with a cute, almost pouting expression. I couldn't help but smile at her and replied, some do, but it really doesn't matter to me after all this time. It never bothered me before, so please don't stress about it too much. Leaning in closer, I shared a tender bravado with her, holding her close. With each moment, Cincherado. Her presence brought a sense of calm and mutual understanding. I could feel our connection growing stronger as we spent time together, sharing meaningful moments side by side. The bond between us deepened with every shared experience, our spirits united in a powerful and lasting friendship. Cincherado Aquino had never been shy about sharing our past memories with the other girls in our group, so Zenovia's bold request didn't catch me off guard. What did catch me off guard, however, was her eagerness to join us on our next adventure. I paused and looked at her, seeking reassurance. Are you sure? I asked, searching for confirmation. She met my gaze with determination, her eyes filled with a sense of hope. Yes, please, she said, her voice wavering slightly but her intent clear. In that moment, I knew that I needed to fulfill her request. Cincherado, 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 Cincherado. The thought crossed my mind, was she secretly someone who faced challenges with remarkable resolve? The intensity of our connection seemed to suggest that possibility. As the tension around us kept rising, I was left to ponder if, perhaps, Zenobia held within her a dormant inclination towards perseverance. Cincherado, a dance filled with energy and enthusiasm that sparked a strong feeling of teamwork between us both. This wasn't the Barado. I had experienced this kind of connection, this level of closeness. The other girls on my team had joined in before, and Zenobia was no exception. Her flexibility matched their own. Cincherado, pausing our embrace, I held her tightly. Please, let's start a family and have a child together, she said, her words catching me off guard. Although she had rarely voiced her desire to have a child so earnestly, Cincherado. Not even by Asia, she declared, eagerness shining through her weariness. I couldn't help but laugh in agreement, and we continued our lively discussion for several more hours. The next day broke, and I awoke before Zenobia. Clad in a pristine white robe, I stepped out onto the balcony adjoining my room. The crisp morning air greeted me, and I observed the stirring city below. The residents were already busy, some making their way to the upgraded buildings and shops I had influenced, while others set off to explore the city. Drake asked about our plans for the day, specifically mentioning the hot spring town. If all goes according to plan, then yes, the hot spring town is on the agenda. However, You know as well as I do that trouble tends to follow me wherever I go. I replied to him with a hint of anticipation in my voice. Drake probed further, seeking clarification on my cryptic statement. So, did you use your future-seeing powers, or just assume that some challenges await us down there? He inquired, intrigued by the mysterious nature of my words. Ah, a bit of both, I murmured, letting out a soft exhale. It didn't appear to be too serious from the quick glance I had taken, but past experiences had taught me to always expect the unexpected. Both? Zenovia's voice broke through my thoughts, causing me to turn and see her sitting up in bed, stretching as she wiped her eyes. What are you talking about, Aaron? Just discussing our plans for the day with Drake. I replied nonchalantly, glancing back at her. How are you feeling? We stayed up working for an extra 4 hours last night until you finally fell asleep in the middle of the project. She looked at me, then down at her own hands before nodding to herself. You really pushed hard. I also noticed you were a bit more relaxed with me. Cinchureto will have plenty of time for more exciting adventures as we go along. Your first experience was just a taste. Shifting my attention, I continued, but for now, let's get ready for the day. The hotel offers complimentary breakfast, lunch, and dinner, I suggested, to which she nodded and got up from the bed. Cinchureto, prompting me to wonder if they had used some form of invisibility magic to reach my room, despite its close proximity to theirs. I can't do this. It's too much, Ravel exclaimed, hastily covering her face with her hands. Barato, on the other hand, wasn't having it. You've literally trained with him before. Cinchureto, I left the balcony and closed the door behind me upon re-entering the room. Just as I was about to address the strange situation unfolding, two distinct magical circles appeared simultaneously. Pausing their approach, I answered the call from the red-hued circle, hearing Savina's voice. Aaron? I'm sorry for contacting you so early, but something has happened on the planet concerning Esselin and his small group. The situation is more complicated than we thought. I have Valerie, Gasper, and Fandrin here, along with Morwenna and Elira. Please come back as soon as you can. The urgency in her tone indicated a matter of great concern, leading me to prioritize this unexpected development over the current peculiar encounter. Very well, let's head back and investigate. Please provide us with more details when we get there, I replied to Savina, and she agreed before the magic circle vanished. Following that, I connected to the second magic circle and found Alicia on the other end. Aaron-sama, they'll be sending some packages to you from Vivi-sama, Cindy-sama, Ain-sama, and Royson-sama. May I confirm if that's acceptable? She asked. The shift to a more mundane matter was a welcome change. Of course, go ahead. Teleport them to my room, and he'll take care of it shortly. They'll send you the coordinates, I assured her. Thank you, she replied, and the magical circle disappeared. With the immediate matters addressed, I refocused on the peculiar situation in my room. Exhaling wearily, I took in the room and, with a tired smile, commented, more trouble, just when I thought the hot springs were the only thing on the agenda. The others returned a weary smile, indicating the suspension of the strange and unexpected situation. They quickly abandoned their unconventional plan and began to get dressed, aligning themselves with the seriousness of the current situation. It was time to return to the Resistance's planet and unravel the mysteries surrounding this universe's vampire species. Chapter 22, Part 4. The Vampires of the Resistance. Valerie Teep's soliloquy. The unfolding events took an unexpected turn from our initial expectations. Based on our prior encounters with him and the bits of information we had gathered, the intention was for a modest gathering, one that Laronia could easily handle. However, a report had been filed, and an air of uncertainty now hung in the atmosphere. After the revelation, communication took place, involving not only myself, but also Gasper and the hybrid Fandrin. The gathering included select leaders and other notable figures. Though not a comprehensive assembly, Savina was of the belief that a swift resolution was within reach. Nevertheless, the gravity of the situation was unsettling, leaving both her and me taken aback. As I observed Gasper, Impatience manifested through the rhythmic tapping of his foot, arms tightly crossed, and a palpable sense of concern etched on his face. Addressing him, I inquired with genuine concern, "Gasper, are you all right?" "Ashu." Gasper responded, emerging from the depths of his contemplation. Meeting my gaze, he offered a wry smile. "I'm fine, Valerie. I just didn't think this was how those vampires in this universe operated. It's kind of disgusting." A nervous chuckle escaped my lips as I agreed with him. "Yeah, it's really, really strange." According to Laronia, they took it a step further, right? He even mentioned there was no guarantee it would work for them, but it did. Although the increase in strength is so marginal. Esselin, one of the few vampires aligned with the resistance in this universe, can be described as somewhat delusional. Initially displaying kindness and respect, he and his group eventually transitioned into a state of stalking toward Gasper and me. Given our hybrid nature, we initially attributed their behavior to curiosity, which, to some extent, was accurate. However, their true intention emerged as they sought to recruit us into their peculiar cult or faction. The mere thought of Elmenhild, a pure-blood vampire, being present fills me with dread. The situation reached a tipping point when Fandrin arrived, his presence being a rarity due to the perpetual conflict between demons and vampires in this universe. So, there was an attempt to kidnap him. One of the vampires possessed the ability to duplicate things and people they touched, so they attempted to create a duplicate of Fandrin, only to consume the clone with the intention of using him as a source of power. The outcome was disastrous for some, while others gained only marginal power. As I mentioned before, most met their demise due to the unusual nature of the vampire's powers. They had never fully comprehended the depths of their abilities and wrongly assumed that they functioned like other similar powers. Now, the situation has escalated irreversibly. As a result, they have barricaded themselves in one of the large storage rooms underground, attempting to wait it out. However, this might not be the wisest decision at this point. Instead of putting an end to it ourselves, Laronia has opted to seek Aaron's input. Consequently, Savina has reached out to him, and now we are all waiting for his group to arrive. "Laronia, do you think we can resolve this quickly?" Gasper asked, focusing on the matter at hand. Considering Gasper's question, Laronia looked at him and then down, taking a moment to reflect. After a pause, he replied, "Several factors will come into play. Ideally, we can resolve it quickly. However, if the vampires continue to consume Fandrin's clones, it could lead to mutations and the awakening of enhanced abilities, making the situation more challenging. But with Boss involved, a quick resolution is still possible." Gasper sighed, showing a mix of concern and resignation. "Aaron and I is going to try to negotiate with them, right?" Gasper shook his head. I expected as much from him. True to his nature, he will ask questions and most likely deliver a strong message for making him come back here prematurely when he has unfinished business on the new planet, Laronia replied, capturing Aaron's characteristic approach of using diplomacy with force when necessary. "You make me sound like a brute," Aaron's voice interjected, causing all of us to turn towards him. Ravel, Barato, and Zenobia stood by his side, the latter now carrying a brighter, more confident presence. "It looks like she finally went through with it," I mused to myself, studying Zenobia with a smile as she gave a nod in my direction, confirming my earlier suspicions. Her gesture prompted a giggle from me, solidifying the accuracy of my intuition. I chose not to rely on my abilities to figure out the situation. "Can you give a detailed explanation?" Aaron inquired, joining us with his group, his demeanor a mix of curiosity and nonchalance. Savina, accompanying us, approached Aaron and began to explain the complex details of the unfolding situation. Laronia joined the conversation, adding a focused dynamic. The rest of us Gasper, Fandrin, Morwenna, Illyra, Astrid, and Ilyovan stood in anticipation, waiting for their discussion to conclude. When Savina finished, Aaron nodded and let out a sigh. "People and power, I swear," he muttered, expressing a mix of exasperation and resignation. Another sigh followed, emphasizing his sentiment. Aaron then casually rolled up his sleeves and announced, "All right, let's do this." He'll get the answers out of them through a bit of persuasion. With a casual stride, he began walking away, prompting the rest of us to exchange glances before following suit. Despite the seriousness of the situation, Aaron's nonchalant demeanor struck a peculiar note, bordering on the casual. He seemed more annoyed by the inconvenience than really enthusiastic about addressing the issue, yet a strange feeling of curiosity lingered beneath the surface. Aaron turned his attention to Fandrin, his concern evident as he asked, "Are you okay? They didn't harm you too much, did they?" "No. One of them just held onto my arm and created a bunch of duplicates of me. They didn't even seem alive, just like a lump of flesh that looked like me," Fandrin explained, trying to reassure him. Understanding Fandrin's words, Aaron gently patted him on the head, offering comfort and support. Together, we made our way to an elevator, taking us down to the storage facility. The descent lasted about a minute, and when we arrived, I was surprised to see Azazel and a few others already there. "Oh, you're finally here. We've been hearing strange noises from inside, and it sounds like something violent and gruesome happening in there. I guess they gained some powers? There are still 10 of them left in total from what I can tell. What's our next move?" Azazel asked, turning to Aaron for an answer. Aaron began, only to have his words cut off before he could express his course of action. Accompany Morwena and Elira both chimed in at the same time, creating a moment of surprise and laughter from Azazel. "They're not too strong, but go ahead. If anyone else wants to go, then feel free," Azazel remarked, giving his approval. A selected group of us, including Aaron, myself, Gasper, Fandrin, Morwena, Elira, Zenobia, Raynair, Ravel, and Iliovan, entered the expansive storage facility. As we entered, Zenobia couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my God, what is that smell?" She recoiled, covering her nose in horror. "There's a mess everywhere, signs that they've been busy. I didn't think they'd turn this place into such a disturbing scene," Aaron responded, providing a grim explanation for the unsettling experience. A deafening scream suddenly pierced the air, capturing our attention as we watched a massive creature hurtling toward us. It was a terrifying combination of shadows and blackened bones, with a glowing purple center on its face and a protruding crystal of purple rock from its chest. Its menacing appearance was accentuated by razor-sharp claws adorned with purple tips, and it emitted growls as it soared toward us. "Is that a mutation?" Iliovan gasped in shock at the grotesque sight. "Vapolito, that was one of the names of the vampires from Esselin's group, right? My necklace is showing that name for this thing," Gasper revealed, leaving several of us astounded. "He certainly changed into something weird." Gasper extended his hand, his eyes glowing as he exerted control, causing the now monstrous Vapolito to freeze midair. He turned to Aaron, asking, "Spare or destroy? Do you want to revert them, Aaron and I?" The decision hung in the air, awaiting Aaron's response. Aaron fixed his gaze on the wailing creature, its cries echoing in the chamber, restrained by Gasper's sacred gear's time-stopping ability. In a decisive tone, Aaron declared, "Out of the remaining 10, only 3 will survive. The rest will be removed. I checked each of their histories, ambitions, and multiple futures. It's grim for the 7, and only 3 of them will be allowed to remain. Remove him." Gasper, with closed eyes, summoned a colossal hand crafted from darkness, ensnaring Vapolito and gradually crushing him to his death until he vanished into the surrounding shadows. The purple crystal, however, fell to the ground. It floated towards Aaron's outstretched hand, where he stared at it. "It's his heart. It was exposed and crystallized. How peculiar. I want to meet that vampire with the strange ability to duplicate anything," he mused, and the crystal vanished from sight. The ominous verdict had been delivered, and the fate of the remaining vampires hung in the balance. Esselin, Marillua, and Vurilu, those 3 will survive. The rest can be disposed of. I will head towards Vurilu. He's the one with the power. The rest is up to you," Aaron conveyed before disappearing into the shadows. "Then let's go in groups of 3. How shall we form them?" I suggested, and everyone turned their attention to me. We were already a trio, so well stay together, Rainier asserted, with Zenobia and Ravel nodding in agreement. All right, the small guys trio it is. Gasper, Fandrin, you two come with me, Iliovan proposed, eliciting a chuckle from Gasper at the name of their group. Then I'll go with Elira and Morwenna. Let's get going, I declared, and we began our separate paths, each trio prepared to confront the designated vampires and carry out Aaron's decision. Third-person point of view navigating through the horrific scene, the trio of shorter individuals, led by Iliovan, made their way through a seemingly haphazard section of the underground storage facility. The surroundings were a horrifying mess, emitting an overwhelming stench. Ugh, this heightened sense of smell is not doing me any favors right now, Gasper grimaced, trying to shield his nose from the repulsive odor. Agreed. Fandrin nodded in discomfort, also covering his nose. Although visibly disgusted, Iliovan didn't struggle with the same overwhelming scent as his companions. He shook his head and commented, "Yeah, it's disgusting, but having that ability would come in handy in other situations. You guys are like dogs." "That's a bit rude, Elio," Gasper replied, managing a chuckle in the middle of the unpleasant situation. "Sorry," but Iliovan started to respond, but the trio suddenly froze, sensing three powerful auras. Iliovan gestured for silence, placing his finger in front of his lips, and the trio stealthily advanced toward the mysterious energies. Behind a set of shelves, the trio stumbled upon three distinct beings. One had the appearance of a man, another that of a woman, and the third resembled a flying creature. Despite their previous knowledge that these were the former vampires, the extent of their transformations left them in awe. Using the analytical capability of his necklace, Gasper examined the trio and confirmed, the one on the left is Rugisliv, the woman in the middle is Barbarossa, and the flying creature, a brief pause built anticipation for an imposing name. But Gasper's revelation left Iliovan and Fandrin in a state of disbelief. "Kevin," Gasper announced, his expression almost devoid of emotion. The tension that had gripped Iliovan and Fandrin dissipated, replaced by dumbfounded stares at Gasper. "Kevin?" Iliovan echoed with disbelief. "How is that supposed to strike fear into anyone?" he questioned, shaking his head in disbelief. Gasper shrugged, his own disbelief evident. "I can't say. Maybe that was their given names at birth, or so I assume. We can't simply change them at will," he responded, equally puzzled. "Well, the specifics hardly matter. Since they're not Marillua or Esselin, these individuals must meet their end, unfortunately. Farewell, mighty Kevin," Fandrin lamented, his tone tinged with sorrow. Suddenly, all three of them leaped away as the area they had occupied was obliterated by a swirling black wind that coalesced into a miniature tornado. They landed safely on the ground, a distance away from the three transformed vampires. "Well, it appears we're going to fight them now," Iliovan remarked, readying gloves with nearly invisible strings attached to them, while his body became enveloped in Tuki. "I'm ready whenever you two are." Fandrin and Gasper nodded in agreement. "Very well, I'll confront." Kevin then declared Iliovan confidently. "I'll engage Rugisliv, and Fandrin can handle Barbarossa," suggested Gasper, assigning roles swiftly. "Wait, I'd like to suggest something first. What if we contact Aaron afterwards and request him to modify them so that I can consume them? Wouldn't that be more practical?" Fandrin proposed timidly, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Gasper and Iliovan exchanged surprised glances at the unexpected idea. While hesitant at first, they couldn't deny the potential benefits of the proposed arrangement. Gasper nodded, agreeing to the plan. "I'll contact him immediately and explain the situation," he affirmed, before turning away momentarily. When he turned back, he nodded again. "It's possible. We only need to leave a small portion of them intact, and Aaron can modify them accordingly. That way, consuming that piece will grant you access to all their powers," Gasper explained, confirming the plan's viability. After their discussion, the trio quickly vanished to face their foes. Iliovan wasted no time in beginning the battle, landing a powerful kick on the flying creature known as Kevin. Kevin's piercing screech filled the air as he was sent hurtling backward, crashing through shelves filled with various items. Iliovan immediately pursued Kevin, standing firmly in front of the creature. Kevin, with his small frame adorned with 6 delicate wings and a long tail, had small protrusions on his head and a single piercing purple eye. Dark shadows emanated from his form as he rose back into the air, fixating a piercing glare upon Iliovan. Kevin unleashed a barrage of black wind blades and purple energy beams from his eye. Iliovan skillfully evaded the onslaught with minimal movement, skillfully dodging the attacks. Undeterred, Kevin conjured miniature black tornadoes with the flapping of his wings, directing them towards Iliovan. With skill and precision, Iliovan raised his right hand, steadying it with his left, before unleashing a relentless torrent of large 10k bullets aimed at the oncoming tornadoes. In the middle of the clash between opposing forces, a sudden explosion erupted, engulfing the immediate area. Iliovan, skillfully evading the blast, leaped backward. To his surprise, Kevin, undeterred by the explosion, swiftly flew past it, seeking to bite into Iliovan's shoulder. Reacting with agility and resourcefulness, Iliovan used his strings to wrap around a nearby pillar, skillfully pulling himself out of harm's way, narrowly escaping the menacing bite. Kevin, relentless in his pursuit, changed course to continue the attack. In a clever maneuver, Iliovan fired a compact 10k bullet towards the overhead lights, shattering the supports and causing them to crash down upon Kevin. While the falling debris didn't cause significant damage, it successfully diverted Kevin's attention, allowing Iliovan to swiftly reposition himself, circling around a pillar and launching himself back at the airborne enemy. Before Kevin could fully comprehend the situation, Iliovan's 10k-infused foot struck his face with tremendous bravado, propelling Kevin backward and crashing into the rain Barado D walls. Seizing the opportunity, Iliovan reshaped his strings into a makeshift dagger and closed the distance, driving the improvised weapon into one of Kevin's wings. Kevin writhed in agony, his injured wing causing him immense pain. Furiously flapping his remaining wings, he created a powerful gust that sent Iliovan tumbling backward. Kevin hoped for his wing to heal, but to his dismay, it showed no signs of regeneration. Little did he know, Iliovan's gloves and strings, crafted by Aaron, possessed unique properties that hindered healing and regeneration abilities. With these unconventional weapons, Iliovan had gained a formidable advantage against foes reliant on recuperative powers. Fueled by frustration and anger, Kevin unleashed a furious scream, followed by a massive purple beam of energy emanating from his eye. Determined to evade the attack, Iliovan leaped away, trying to outmaneuver the relentless attack. Unyielding in his pursuit, Kevin redirected the beam with unerring accuracy, tracking Iliovan's movements. Desperate for survival, Iliovan sprinted behind pillars and sought refuge among shelves in a bid to shield himself from the destructive force of the relentless energy beam. Despite his efforts, the sheer power of the attack proved overwhelming, obliterating obstacles in its path and leaving Iliovan with dwindling options for evasion. "This won't go anywhere. I gotta finish it up," he muttered to himself. His gaze shifted to his gloves and strings, and he proceeded to infuse them with 10k and his own energy. They're already tough and strong enough, but this should make an instant kill. Iliovan discreetly attached strings near the location where Kevin had moved and readied his plan. He continued to maneuver around the area, almost tracing a circle, taking advantage of Kevin's rage, which had narrowed his focus solely on this task and prevented him from considering alternative methods to attack Iliovan. The young blonde man discharged several 10k bullets at the flying creature, aiming to lure it to a more advantageous position, and the tactic proved effective. Gradually and methodically, Iliovan guided Kevin to a spot where executing his plan would be more feasible than in their previous positions, carefully positioning himself for the end of this confrontation. Reaching his strategic vantage point, Ilyovan unleashed a relentless barrage of colossal 2k bullets aimed at Kevin. In response, Kevin quickly redirected the vibrant beam of purple energy to obliterate the incoming attacks, resulting in explosions that draped the vicinity in a haze of swirling purple and white smoke. Seizing the obscured surroundings to his advantage, Ilyovan deftly fashioned a sword from the threads of his glove. Infusing the newly formed weapon with both 2k and energy, he propelled himself forward with his strings and powerful thrust from his legs, hurtling towards Kevin with firm intent. Arriving in close proximity to the airborne entity, Ilyovan wasted no time and quickly darted past Kevin. Kevin, momentarily suspended in a state of bewilderment, gradually comprehended the suddenness of Ilyovan's actions. As Ilyovan pivoted to survey the aftermath, Kevin collapsed to the ground, realizing the devastating impact of the encounter. Centuriato, his gaze fixed on his defeated opponent before approaching him with a mix of deep thought and regret. "This should suffice, right?" he muttered, recalling Gasper's instructions on the minimum requirement. Staring into Kevin's empty and lifeless eyes, Ilyovan couldn't help but question the morality of his actions. Was it really justifiable to end their life? He pondered aloud, wrestling with doubts despite his trust in Aaron's judgment. Yet, Aaron's firm assertion about the irredeemable nature of the other 7 beings, even after careful consideration of countless potential outcomes, lingered in Ilyovan's mind. Maybe it was, he reluctantly admitted. Thinking back to the day they first arrived on the planet, battered and scared, Ilyovan felt a pang of guilt. While acknowledging their need for help and work at the time, he recognized their inability to adequately support them in the prevailing circumstances. Despite their sincere efforts, he couldn't shake the regret of seeing many of them slowly give in to despair despite their meager support. Mindful of their reluctance to discuss their past before coming to the planet, Ilyovan couldn't help but wonder about the hardships they must have endured in their society and species. However, seeing their varied states upon arrival, some haunted, some agitated, and others seemingly devoid of vitality, left him amazed by their apparent resilience. Nonetheless, considering their current situation, he couldn't help but question the true extent of their comeback, suspecting it may not have been as healthy as it seemed. Considering his next steps, Ilyovan decided to seek answers from Aaron about the mysterious circumstances surrounding their arrival and subsequent descent into despair. Pondering the possibility of questioning the remaining trio of survivors. "He'll ask Aaron or those 3, he murmured to himself, reflecting on the unresolved mysteries that lingered after Kevin's death. After offering a silent prayer for Kevin, Ilyovan cast a final glance at his lifeless form before turning to investigate the whereabouts of Gasper and Fandrin, leaving behind the battlefield and the weight of unanswered questions. Locked in combat with the solitary female vampire mutated within the group, Fandrin grappled with a subtle unease brought on by past encounters with women of her kind, especially Morwenna and the like. However, unwavering in his resolve, Centuriato, despite the apprehension eating away at him, Fandrin steeled himself, drawing upon the strength he had regained through Aaron healing his body. Taking a deep breath, Fandrin embraced the encroaching darkness, enveloping his form in a mixture of obsidian shadows and a pulsating crimson aura, tinged with a hint of demonic energy. Locking his gaze on the female vampire with a firm resolve, he squared his shoulders, ready to face the imminent clash with a mutated woman. A ruthless swarm of shadowy serpents, accompanied by a barrage of glowing crimson spheres, surged toward Fandrin with menacing intent. Reacting quickly, he pounded his foot against the ground, sending a cascade of concrete hurtling towards the approaching threats in an attempt to disrupt their advance. Despite the increased strength of the assailants' attacks, as evidenced by their ability to tear through the concrete barrier, Fandrin remained undeterred. Using his own formidable powers, he intercepted the incoming onslaught with larger, more powerful crimson orbs, neutralizing the attacks before they could inflict harm. Showing agile prowess, Fandrin reappeared behind Barbarossa before she could fully react, delivering a devastating blow with his fist infused with darkness directly to her back, propelling her rapidly away. Seizing the advantage, he unleashed a barrage of small demonic spears aimed at his flying enemy, some finding their mark while others were intercepted and devoured by the elongated, serpentine strands of her hair, which had extended to become annoying defensive appendages. Undaunted by Barbarossa's regeneration and defiant smirk, Fandrin quickly arrived beneath her as she touched down, taking her by surprise. With ruthless precision, he unleashed a devastating point-blank stream of crimson energy directed at her vulnerable form. The force of Fandrin's attack ripped through Barbarossa, inflicting significant damage to her shoulder and abdomen. Despite the severity of the wounds, her regeneration promptly healed the injuries, her smirk widening in defiance as she countered with a large, shadowy serpent poised to strike. In response, Fandrin unfurled his vampiric and demonic wings, their imposing presence overshadowing his once unassuming demeanor. Emitting a menacing aura from his transformed visage, he unleashed a relentless barrage of crimson vampiric and dark demonic energy beams from the tips of his wings, aiming to obliterate the approaching shadowy serpent before it could strike. Undeterred by Barbarossa's cunning tactics, Fandrin boldly confronted the escalating attacks as two additional shadowy serpents, brimming with crimson energy, emerged from the depths of her shadows. Overhead, dark portals unleashed a barrage of blood-red ice, hurtling towards Fandrin with deadly accuracy. Continuing his unrelenting attack, Fandrin's wings continued to emit a relentless stream of energy, skillfully deflecting the onslaught of blood icicles with precision. Adapting quickly to the increasing danger, he fashioned a saber from a fusion of his demonic energy and blood manipulation, preparing to engage the serpents in close combat. Mindful of the fragile underground surroundings, Fandrin held back from unleashing large-scale attacks that could risk triggering a catastrophic collapse. Despite considering the possibility of Aaron's intervention to prevent such a disaster, he hesitated to burden his ally with unnecessary complexities, aware of the implications of his true nature. With increased speed and precision, Fandrin quickly closed in on the remaining shadowy serpent, his blade cutting through its form until he reached its tail, severing it in a decisive strike that obliterated the creature. Quickly shifting his attention to the lingering threat posed by the still active portal, Fandrin skillfully dodged its ominous manifestations, recognizing the need to neutralize it before proceeding further. Evading a barrage of incoming attacks, Fandrin strategically retreated to address the lingering menace of the ice barrage and portal. Understanding the impracticality of dealing with both enemies simultaneously, especially with one already defeated, he resolved to eliminate the hindrance posed by the portal to ensure an unhindered engagement with the remaining serpent. Hovering above the portals, Fandrin pondered on the most effective means of neutralization. Choosing containment over destruction, he enveloped the portals in a thick veil of impenetrable darkness, effectively nullifying their menacing influence. With the immediate threat contained, Fandrin redirected his focus towards the final serpent. Gracefully maneuvering towards the final serpent, Fandrin skillfully dodged Barbarossa's crimson projectiles, taking her by surprise as he zipped past the shadowy serpent and quickly nullified the remaining portals with a cloak of impenetrable darkness. Seizing the opportunity presented by Barbarossa's momentary lapse in defense, Fandrin delivered a punishing blow, driving his foot into her face, surrounded by swirling darkness, and sending her staggering backwards. Unyielding in his attack, he unleashed a barrage of crimson blades and relentless energy beams from his wings, bombarding Barbarossa from multiple angles with unrelenting ferocity. In the middle of the onslaught, Centuredo only to discover that her wound stubbornly refused to close, an anomaly that left her bewildered. This lack of healing prowess was a peculiarity she hadn't encountered before, especially given Fandrin's lack of proficiency in anti-healing and regenerative arts. Prior to their arrival, Aaron had entrusted Kuntuar with the task of safeguarding the group and providing assistance as needed. It was this responsibility that now seemed to hinder Barbarossa's innate ability to heal. Meanwhile, Fandrin remained oblivious to this development, absorbed in the task of conjuring a sphere of energy between his palms. With little time for contemplation, Barbarossa quickly shifted her focus to defending against Fandrin's relentless attack, summoning a shield crafted from intertwining streams of blood and shadowy serpentine forms to ward off his attacks. However, her efforts proved futile against the relentless onslaught, as the attacks continued to rain down upon her, quickly dismantling her feeble defenses. Despite her hair's attempt to absorb the onslaught, the sheer magnitude of the assault overwhelmed her, sending her hurtling away from her initial position. Without delay, Fandrin pursued Barbarossa, ceasing his barrage of attacks as he descended to the ground. Retrieving his weapon with practiced ease, he swiftly swung it forward as he passed her, the momentum of his strike knocking her down. As Fandrin landed on the ground, Barbarossa remained suspended in the air for a fleeting moment before gravity took hold, her fate sealed in a horrifying moment. As reality caught up with the shock of what had happened, Barbarossa's anguished scream pierced the air. To Fandrin's astonishment, he observed her own snake-like hair thrashing wildly in the aftermath, a sight that left him momentarily stupefied. Shaking his head in disbelief, Fandrin's gaze lifted to the looming sphere he had conjured earlier, now hurtling downward with deadly intent towards Barbarossa. Despite her hair's valiant attempt to intercept the impending strike, it proved futile, as the sheer force of the impact caused one of the serpentine strands to detonate upon contact. The resulting explosion tore through a sizable portion of the underground storage facility, leaving destruction in its wake. Unfazed by the chaos unfolding before him, Fandrin observed with a sense of detachment as the facility's ceiling and walls miraculously withstood the force of his attack. It dawned upon him that Aaron, in his foresight, had engineered these structures to withstand such assaults, a realization that briefly puzzled him as to why similar precautions weren't extended to the rest of the facility. Nonetheless, he dismissed these thoughts with a casual shrug, choosing to focus instead on the immediate task at hand. Fandrin approached Barbarossa's lifeless body, taking in the scattered remnants of her once formidable presence. As he considered the potential utility in salvaging what remained, he contemplated the possibility of repurposing her remains for the immediate future. His focus then turned to the portals and the shroud of darkness that had surrounded them, only to find them vanished in the aftermath of Barbarossa's death. "It seems like they vanish once she dies," he muttered to himself, grappling with the weight of his actions. Though unaware of her motives and intentions, conflicting emotions stirred within him, a mix of sadness and a tinge of remorse. Along with the mayhem of conflicting feelings, Fandrin ultimately chose to reconcile with the reality of the situation, shaking his head in resignation as he came to terms with the events that had transpired. With a sigh, Centuredo, Iliovan looked at Fandrin with a hint of disbelief. "You brought that with you?" he questioned incredulously. "Of course. It might be useful," Fandrin replied, matter-of-factly. "What about you?" Iliovan hesitated briefly before nodding in agreement. "I guess I should have thought of that. Just give me a moment." But as he spoke, their conversation was abruptly cut short by a deafening explosion, followed by a suffocating darkness that engulfed their surroundings. Fandrin's composure faltered, a tremor running through him as he struggled to make sense of the sudden chaos unfolding around them. This is," he stuttered, his voice trailing off. "Amplifica," Iliovan interjected, his expression hardening as he narrowed his eyes. "So Gasper really did create his own, after all. He mentioned it, but this seems much more refined than he let on." Fandrin nodded in agreement, quickly refocusing as Iliovan vanished briefly before reappearing with his own prize. "Got it. Let's go," he declared, urgency infusing his tone as they hurried toward Gasper's whereabouts. Gasper Vladi found himself locked in a fierce duel with Rugasliv, a foe of great complexity. Using his powerful technique, the Amplifica, Gasper trapped Rugisliv in the Kuka Nopiae Innerzais, in Tunaricului, cage of forbidden night and darkness. But as the battle raged on, Gasper realized a disturbing truth. Rugisliv seemed to embody more than just one individual. Instead, it seemed like numerous entities had merged within him, a convergence that bewildered him. Pondering on the nature of Rugasliv's existence, Gasper considered the possibility of an innate ability enabling such fusion. However, the harsh reality unveiled a blend of approximately 15 distinct entities, giving rise to the mysterious entity known as Rugisliv. Wrapped mostly in shadows and darkness, intertwined with Rugasliv's own pulsating purple energy, its form defied conventional understanding. Faces, mouths, and eyes adorned its massive frame, a grotesque mosaic of different beings. With rabbit-like ears, twin circular voids for eyes, and a jagged mouth, Rugisliv presented a visage both eerie and unsettling. Rugisliv, unrelenting in its assault, unleashed a barrage of glitch-like attacks, weaving dark purple shadows and darkness into large projectiles aimed at Gasper. Yet, Gasper, fortified by the power of his Amplifica, wielded dominion over his surroundings. Countless tentacles of darkness and other appendages emerged from the earth, intercepting Rugasliv's onslaught before it could breach Gasper's defenses. Empowered by the Amplifica, Gasper commanded his dimensional realm with unparalleled mastery. In this realm, he stood as an indomitable force, far surpassing the strength of Rugisliv, whose composite nature paled in comparison. Victory seemed assured for Gasper, his superiority evident in the clash. However, unbeknownst to Gasper, or perhaps overlooked in the heat of battle, lay Rugasliv's ability to harness the diverse talents of those merged within its being. As the intense battle raged on, large, sharp, swirling circles formed around Gasper, accompanied by towering jet-black wooden entities resembling humanoid logs, all converging menacingly upon him. Alongside these formidable constructs, elements of fire, lightning, and blood coalesced into various weapons, propelled forth in a relentless attack. Undeterred, Gasper maintained an indifferent expression, his gaze fixed upon the approaching onslaught. Within his personal dimensional, his defenses reacted with instinctive precision as tendrils of darkness emerged from both earth and sky, intercepting and neutralizing each incoming threat. In a display of frustration, Rugisliv emitted a primal roar before hurtling toward Gasper with renewed ferocity. Positioned squarely before Gasper, Rugisliv unleashed a potent manifestation of its power, a colossal, dark purple orb crackling with volatile energy. As the sphere pulsed with increasing intensity, it assimilated the disparate elemental attacks, swelling in size and potency with each passing moment. After completing the quick process of charging its devastating attack, Rugisliv stood ready as Gasper remained steadfast, unmoving in the face of imminent danger. With a strange shriek, Rugisliv unleashed a cataclysmic wave of dark purple energy, infused with elemental forces, directly at Gasper. The powerful attack obliterated everything in its path, save for the sturdy confines of Gasper's personal dimensional. The walls, ceiling, ground, and a scattering of pillars stood resolute against the onslaught. In the aftermath of the devastating attack, Rugisliv let out an exultant cry, believing victory was assured. Showing a strange semblance of joy, Rugisliv gyrated in a peculiar dance of satisfaction, thinking Gasper had died by its overwhelming might. Yet, the euphoria quickly gave way to bewilderment as the smoke dissipated, revealing Gasper standing unscathed in the wreckage, his expression unchanged. Confusion and shock gripped Rugisliv, mirrored by the myriad faces, mouths, and eyes adorning its grotesque form. Frustration surged through Rugisliv, its bizarre physique contorting in agitation as it emitted a primal screech directed at Gasper, who remained stoically unfazed by the spectacle unfolding before him. Gasper, with a sly maneuver, created a barrier of swirling darkness right in front of him, effectively deflecting Rogasliv's attack. With careful calculation, he dispelled the illusion of his own defeat, allowing Rogasliv to briefly revel in its false victory. Watching Rogasliv's behavior, Gasper couldn't help but notice a regression, a descent into primal instincts without higher cognition. The combined creature seemed driven by basic impulses, lacking the refinement of rational thought. Considering the mysterious nature of Rogasliv's existence, Gasper reflected on Aaron's words, contemplating the potential strategies needed to overcome such a complex opponent. Recognizing Aaron's expertise, Gasper entrusted him with the task of unraveling Rogasliv's complexities. For now, Gasper focused solely on the immediate goal, defeating Rogasliv. With a decisive move, tendrils of darkness emerged from the ground, ensnaring Rogasliv in a tight grip. As the shadowy extensions tightened around its form, Gasper prepared to capitalize on his advantage and bring the confrontation to a definite end. "Can you articulate coherent words?" Gasper asked, moving closer to Rogasliv with a steady stride. In response, Rogasliv let out an unintelligible screech, its attempts at harming him blocked by the protective veil of darkness created by Gasper. Letting out a sigh of resignation, Gasper considered an alternative approach. "Well, let's just use that new function in my necklace. Let me show you what I can do," he murmured, channeling the newfound abilities of his accessory. Using the time-stopping power granted by his sacred gear, Gasper immobilized Rogasliv, leaving it completely unable to move or resist. He made contact with the peculiar entity, delving into its memories and experiences. Moments passed as Gasper absorbed the vivid impressions gleaned from Rogasliv's strange existence. After withdrawing his hand, he looked at Rogasliv and the remnants of the vampire group with a mix of empathy and disappointment. "And you resorted to this? Aaron and I could have helped another way. You were aware of his capabilities, so why?" he questioned, his tone infused with compassion, tinged with criticism. Rogasliv continued its frenzied outbursts, struggling to form coherent responses due to its compromised ability to communicate. Undiscouraged, Gasper persisted in attempting to establish a dialogue, resorting to simpler forms of questioning. "I suppose yes and no questions would be easier for you? Just nod or shake your head," Gasper suggested. But Rogasliv remained obstinate, emitting another cacophony of screams in defiance of Gasper's instructions. Refusing to be discouraged by Rogasliv's resistance, Gasper released a resigned sigh before pressing on in his efforts to bridge the communication gap. "I'm a hybrid, you know? A vampire and human. They're called dampiers in my universe, although you're already aware of that. So just try to communicate with me already," he urged, hoping to elicit some form of response from the strange being before him. As Rogasliv persisted in its futile struggle, its screams echoed in the confines of its entrapment. Gasper remained steadfast, his gaze unwavering. With a heavy sigh of resignation, Gasper acknowledged the inevitable conclusion of their encounter. "It's unfortunate, but I had hoped you would at least try," Gasper remarked, his voice tinged with regret as he closed his hand, commanding the appendage of darkness to constrict around Rogasliv. Rogasliv's anguished cries intensified as the pressure mounted, ultimately ending its existence in a powerful blast. In the aftermath, the cacophony of voices emanating from the various faces and mouths continued, and eyes displayed a spectrum of emotions: relief, despair, and everything in between, a testament to the involuntary fusion forced upon them. With a mixture of reluctance and solemnity, Gasper carefully retrieved a memento connected to Rogasliv, keeping it close within his necklace. Despite his discomfort, he recognized the necessity of retaining evidence of their encounter, albeit with a heavy heart. "Nice work. Did you manage to get a piece of it?" Ilyovan asked as he and Fandrin approached Gasper. Gasper turned to face them, his expression remaining serious as he confirmed, "Yes. But I discovered the reason behind their actions. It's a bit concerning. Aaron and I will probably brief everyone about it later. He's already dealing with a lot. I hope I'll be okay. Iliovan offered reassurance, acknowledging Gasper's use of the necklace and assuring him of Aaron's strength. You? Oh, so you use a necklace, huh? I should have thought of that. It slipped my mind. But yeah, let's wait for Aaron to update us, and he'll be all right. He is all of us. He's not handling this alone. Anyway, let's go and regroup with the others. I think they'll be done with their battles soon, Iliovan suggested, prompting them to join their allies and wait for further instructions from Aaron. Aaron stood in the circular confines of the facility, facing a figure wrapped in mystery and concealed by darkness. His counterpart, Vuorlu, possessed in strange presence, marked by his predominantly black hair with a striking white fringe. Adorned in a white shirt and a grand robe of black, blue, and gold, Vuorlu exuded an aura of otherworldly authority, with dark blue pants and white gloves completing his formidable visage. "So, you have come for me, Outer God?" Vuorlu remarked, his voice tinged with resignation. "I would have preferred you to simply kill me rather than coming here to confront me. I have nothing more to say. I acted under Esselin's orders, but I am still willing to face punishment or death." Acknowledging Vuorlu's admission with a solemn nod, Aaron maintained his unwavering composure. "At the very least, you can admit to this and not try to make strange justifications or logic," Aaron responded evenly. "Was a reason for kidnapping Fandrin simply to duplicate him, to feed yourselves in hopes of gaining power or mutation?" he inquired. "Cinchuredo, although Lironia did seize him after we let him go, many of us perished, but 10 persisted. Now I feel only 7 remain. What will you do now?" he inquired, his gaze fixed upon Aaron with a mixture of apprehension and resignation. Nodding in understanding, Aaron acknowledged Vuorlu's account before posing his own question. "I know the reason for your group coming here and what's to come, but I want to hear it from your own mouth, tell me," he requested, prompting Vuorlu to contemplate his response. For a moment, Vuorlu fell silent. His gaze locked with Aaron's before he eventually relented, his demeanor shifting as a chair appeared behind him. Taking a seat, Vuorlu met Aaron's gaze once more. "Where do you want me to begin?" he asked, his voice carrying a weight of introspection. "The beginning would be preferable, but you can start wherever you see fit," Aaron replied, granting Vuorlu the opportunity to share his perspective on their past and how everything unfolded. Well, as Valerie's group pushed forward through the underground landscape, they came across a grim sight of death and decay, with corpses scattered along their path. However, in the middle of the somber scene, they felt the presence of 3 distinct auras drawing near. "Morwenna, have you been put inside of that pseudo-sacred gear yet?" Valerie asked, her eyes fixed on the woman. Morwenna's expression turned solemn as she replied, "Yes, I have, along with Vey and Frazee. However, we have been given permission by Latia Astaroth to move freely. Of course, this is after consulting Aaron and Kuntuar, and they approved." Illyra, walking alongside them, chimed in with a note of skepticism. "Most of the people in the Resistance still dislike you, though. So she and the other 2 haven't exactly been warmly welcomed. Some tolerate them since Aaron and Kuntuar gave approval, along with the leaders and, of course, Latia," she added, highlighting the lingering tensions within the group despite official approval. Morwenna accepted the weight of her past actions, knowing that forgiveness would not come easily. Their conversation came to an abrupt halt as they came upon a chilling scene. 3 mutated vampires hovering over a pile of Barado. Valerie quickly assessed the situation with her ring, identifying the 3 enemies in front of them. From the left, we have Explodida, in the middle is Lariel, and on the right is Dendon, she explained before giving her orders. Then, as Aaron suggested, keep a small piece for Fandrin, she instructed before disappearing with Dendon. Illyra locked eyes with Morwenna and vanished with Explodida, leaving Morwenna to face Lariel alone. Ready to confront the challenge ahead, Morwenna steeled herself, determined to fulfill her duty despite the burden of her past. "Morwenna? Oh, that's rich. Captured, huh? Well, isn't that a laugh?" Lariel's words dripped with venom, catching Morwenna off guard.